painless journey through the ninja world, transformed into a 5-year-old child. Initially yearning for a tranquil existence, I inadvertently became the focal point of social interactions. The passionate Kai sought me for sparring. The aloof Kakashi awaited my training sessions, and the angelic Rin brought me meals. Even Obito Uchiha, until I unexpectedly awakened my Sharingan, leaving everyone in astonishment. Wait, my surname is Aoyama, not Uchiha. Where did these eyes come from? Chapter 1. Awakening from slumber. And finding myself in another world? A woman clad in a flowing white robe floated in the air, her hands caressing the faces of 2 men, her gaze filled with profound sorrow. Why does everyone have to betray me? Tears streamed down her pale visage, merging into a cascade. From her voluminous sleeves emerged an unknown black substance, ensnaring the 2 men's lower bodies as she spoke with a malicious glee. The scene unfolded, yet it felt muted, the sounds lost in silence. The man radiating a golden glow was the first to break free from his bonds, closely followed by the black-haired man, who unleashed a forbidden jutsu, igniting black flames around. The white-haired woman, she, slender and ethereal, hovered in the air, her brow furrowed as she observed them. In that moment, the golden-haired man formed seals and charged towards the white-haired woman with great fervor. Judging by his aura, it must be a formidable technique. With a resounding bang, a group of handsome men materialized. No, what on earth is this absurd dream? The girl jolted upright, her mind momentarily frozen as she surveyed her surroundings, confirming this was no place she recognized. Her eyes widened. Where am I? Who has kidnapped me? Sunlight poured through the window, filling the room with an eerie silence. She appeared startled, hastily leaping from the bed and racing barefoot to the window. What greeted her was a bustling commercial street with an architectural style entirely foreign to her urban upbringing. She realized her diminutive stature barely allowed her to reach the windowsill. Aside from the possibility of having stumbled into a land of giants, only one explanation remained. She had transformed into a child. After scurrying about the room, she discovered a mirror hanging above the bathroom sink. She dragged a chair from her desk into the bathroom and climbed atop it. What the hell? Aoyama Q pointed at her reflection. That's me. The short black hair, neatly trimmed for practicality, the cat-like eyes that turned upward at the corners. Even that fierce expression. It was undeniably a miniature version of herself. Good news. A painless journey after dreaming of handsome men. Bad news. She never wished to traverse worlds. Aoyama Q gazed at her reflection for an extended moment, suppressing her shock and disbelief. She had to confront the truth. One cannot linger in emotional turmoil indefinitely. Since she was here, she might as well embrace it. Surely, there couldn't be a worse outcome. Could there? After swiftly exploring the house, she collected some loose change and resolutely stepped outside. Oh, I'm going to be late. A boy with short, spiky black hair dashed past her, glancing back before doubling back to grab her hand, pulling her along with unwavering determination. Aoyama Q, bewildered at being whisked away by this strange child, exclaimed, Hey, what are you doing? I remember you. You're from a ninja academy. I saw you in class yesterday. Yeah. Upon hearing this, Aoyama Q halted her struggle, allowing him to drag her along. Ninja Academy. And he had seen her there. Could it be? Before she could ponder further, the spiky-haired boy had pulled her into the classroom and wiped his brow, exclaiming, Phew. We made it just in time. Before he could finish, a familiar figure with black hair entered her line of sight. He turned awkwardly to gaze at the curious girl beside him. Oh no. He mistook her for someone else. Huh. How do we even look alike? Aoyama Q slammed her palm onto the desk, pointing at the boy with similarly dark eyes and hair. Obito Uchiha chuckled awkwardly and waved his hand dismissively. Well, from behind, maybe. The boy, inexplicably caught in the crossfire, sighed, Enough. Just stop already. Who is even fighting here? Aoyama Q shot him an annoyed glance before returning to her seat. Just as she had managed to prepare a reluctant explanation for her amnesia, this spiky-haired boy sheepishly admitted he had mistaken her for someone else. She had intended to clarify her situation, but the words evaporated in her throat. But it's no big deal. The teacher just called your name. Obito scratched his cheek, remarking oddly, But they've never called your name before. Why today? Aoyama Q frowned in contemplation, piecing together the clues. The boy next to her was Obito Uchiha, a character she had heard about from friends and whom they seemed to adore. He's practically a world-class miner. Her friend had once described him. Aoyama Q turned to scrutinize Obito with newfound insight. Hmm. Though she had never followed the Naruto storyline, she had gleaned bits and pieces from friends and social media, such as Asuma's demise, Jiraiya's death, Nagato's passing, and Obito's fate. Obito felt a strange unease. What's with that look? You've been staring at me oddly since earlier. Upon returning home, Aoyama Q surveyed the empty dwelling, feeling a sense of desolation. The furnishings suggested that in this world, she lived alone. Her tranquil gaze darkened slightly as she opened the takeout she had brought back and began to eat. An odd sense of unreality washed over her. The stark contrast between yesterday and today left her feeling as though she stood upon a platform with no foundation, teetering on the brink of collapse. Alone, reverted to a 5-year-old self in a world where culture and civilization diverged vastly. What was she to do? Shaking off her melancholy, she steeled her resolve. Lingering in sorrow was not her style. She aimed for greatness. She would conquer the world. After dinner, in this technologically advanced realm, deprived of her usual sources of entertainment, Aoyama Q shifted her gaze to a conspicuous bookshelf by the window. Pulling down a book, she mused, let's see, how to quickly extract chakra. That it felt reminiscent of cultivating immortality. She flipped through a few pages, abruptly sitting up to begin meditative practice. As she sensed warmth coursing through her limbs, Aoyama Q nodded in satisfaction. This must be a success. She was truly a genius. She turned her gaze back to the bookshelf, noting titles such as Shuriken Throwing Techniques, Comprehensive Guide to C-Rank Ninjutsu, and Mastering Chakra Usage. So many books, all revolving around training. Suddenly, an inexplicable feeling surged within her. How peculiar. These books seemed as though they had materialized specifically for her. Was her crossing over-orchestrated? What plans lay behind it? And what were the intentions of the planner? Was she unwittingly following the path laid out for her? Lost in contemplation, she gradually succumbed to sleep. Chapter 2. The Silver-Haired Mysterious Boy. An inexplicable sense of tension compelled Aoyama Q to persist in training at a nearby training ground. During this time, she frequently caught sight of a silver-haired boy. Dodo. The kunai struck its target, and Aoyama Q wiped the sweat from her brow, her attention drawn once more to the silver-haired boy practicing alone not far away, her graceful figure. And cold gaze stirred some excitement within her. Oh, so this is what a ninja looks like. Hey, what are you staring at? The boy tugged at his mask, glancing at her. Akiyama felt no embarrassment at being caught peeking, or perhaps she simply did not perceive her actions as such. Can you teach me how to train? Absolutely not. The rejection was as ruthless as it was swift. Why not? I have no need to. Hatake Kakashi felt a twinge of annoyance. His father had gone on a mission, leaving him to train alone at the training ground. And somehow, he had become entangled with her. What should have been a tranquil training session was transformed into a cacophony of noise. Kakashi, what are you having for lunch today? Hey Kakashi, how did you just unleash that power? Whoosh! Wow, that was so cool. Can you teach me that move? Kakashi. He was already straining to keep silent, even suppressing the urge to utter a curse. How could this person continue to chatter away? It was unbearable. Sunday. After training from morning until noon, Kakashi lifted his gaze to the sun, now overhead, and glanced around. Not spotting a familiar figure, he redirected his focus, throwing shurikens once more. It was odd. The silence was somewhat unsettling. What was going on? Had that person slept in? Or were they unwell? No. Why should that concern him? Fine. I'll wait a little longer. And so he waited for what felt like an eternity. Withdrawing the kunai from the target, Kakashi looked up at the dimming horizon before turning to leave the training ground. Lin, you are simply an angel. Upon receiving a bento crafted by Noera Lin, Akiyama joyfully embraced her. Why did she suddenly blush? Noera Lin, a remarkably adorable girl. After Obito mistakenly identified her as another boy last time, he had felt guilty and treated her to ramen. This was when she first met Noera Lin. The duo naturally expanded into a trio. During their conversation, the socially anxious Akiyama was pleasantly surprised to find Lin's personality to her liking, excitedly pulling her into discussions and planning. Their next outing together, for Obito, who had been pushed to the side. Upon learning that Akiyama was the only one at home, Noera Lin made her a bento, and after several days of instant noodles, to the bento seemed to radiate a divine light. Lin must truly be an angel. Hey, you don't get so close to Lin, Obito glared, reaching to tug at Akiyama Jio's collar. What's the big deal? Akiyama Jio protested, tightening her grip around Noera Lin defensively. It matters. Lin is a girl, and you are... Before he could finish, Kakashi interjected, positioning himself between Obito and Akiyama Jio. Obito and Akiyama Jio stared at him, astonished. Seeing that her attention finally rested on him, Kakashi straightened, crossing his arms. Why didn't you show up yesterday? Having genuinely worried about Akiyama Jio all night, Kakashi had considered visiting her home but was unsure of its location and felt no obligation to intrude. After tossing and turning in bed, he resolved to check at school the following day. Arriving in class early, he spotted Akiyama Jio walking in unharmed. He couldn't help but sigh in relief. Then he observed her sitting next to Noera Lin, completely ignoring him. Seeing her interact intimately with her friend without acknowledging him at all, Kakashi could no longer remain seated. He stood and swiftly approached her. What's the meaning of this? Obito looked at Akiyama Jio in horror, his expression screaming betrayal. Why do you know this obnoxious guy? Kakashi shot him a sidelong glance. Akiyama Jio released Lin, scratching her head awkwardly. Yesterday, She had intended to go to the training ground, but had unexpectedly encountered Noera Lin, who was running errands for her family. Thus, she had ended up visiting her home. Indeed, she had betrayed him. Was that something she could admit? Kakashi observed her guilty expression and emphasized, You told me see you tomorrow. Akiyama-san was invited to my house yesterday. Noera Lin chuckled. I disrupted your plans, sorry. Lin. Akiyama Jio looked at Noera Lin with admiration. Kakashi couldn't resist reaching out to turn her face back, but upon touching her warm skin, he recoiled instinctively, twirling his fingers. So you stood me up? After staring at him for a moment, Akiyama Jio slowly concluded, incredulously asking, You didn't wait for me all day, did you? Kakashi seemed momentarily taken aback by her bluntness, shooting her a glare before turning on his heel and returning to his seat. Wait a second, Kakashi. I'm sorry. I was wrong. Akiyama Jio hurriedly followed. Obito and Lin exchanged glances, speechless. Watching Kakashi sit silently at his desk, Akiyama Jio steeled herself and sat beside him. Kakashi, I'm sorry. It won't happen again. Please don't be angry, okay? Akiyama Jio gently tugged at his scarf, studying his face, trying to gauge his emotions. Don't look at me like that. Kakashi turned his head, pushing her face away. Just then, the teacher entered with textbooks, and Akiyama Jio settled down in her seat. During class, she suddenly felt a searing gaze on the back of her head and turned to meet Obito's eyes. Seeing her turn, Obito animatedly gestured at her. His exaggerated movements not only conveyed a message, but also caught the teacher's attention as a piece of chalk flew straight at Obito's forehead, leading him to a delightful penalty of standing in the hallway. Haha! Akiyama Jio couldn't help but burst into laughter. Kakashi rested his chin on his hand, casting a sidelong glance at Akiyama Jio, and when she was about to look at him, he feigned interest in the blackboard. Akiyama Jio blinked. Had Kakashi just been looking at her? When the bell rang signaling the end of class, Akiyama Jio hurriedly moved back to Kakashi. Kakashi, I'm really sorry. She clasped her hands together, gazing earnestly at Kakashi. Kakashi's ears flushed slightly as he awkwardly turned away. I'm not angry. A blatant lie. She saw right through it. Akiyama Jio assured him seriously, I won't easily break our promises again. Then let's train together after school? Suit yourself. Akiyama Jio grinned, suddenly feeling her clothes tugged, turning to find Obito's disgruntled face. Hey, I mean it. How'd you end up getting involved with this obnoxious guy? He whispered fiercely. In this situation, any normal person could easily see the tension between him and Kakashi. Is that not allowed? Akiyama Jio tilted her head. Clearly, she was not a normal person. It is not. Obito's voice rose sharply. Aren't you supposed to be friends with me? Akiyama Oka pondered with a hint of perplexity about the connection between the two statements. Kakashi rose, casting a fleeting glance in his direction. This has nothing to do with you, right? Tobirama erupted in fury. How could it possibly not be related? Chapter 3. The contest with the passionate, mysterious boy in green. Observing the two adversaries before her, Noera Rin, who had just arrived, helplessly massaged her temples. Their animosity was not a recent development. Tobirama, fuming, pointed an accusing finger at Kakashi. This guy always acts so superior. Oka, you should steer clear of him. Kakashi scoffed, childish. At this, Tobarama's fury escalated, and he appeared ready to leap forward once more. Even a fool could sense the brewing tension. Akiyama, Oka hurriedly extended her arms to block them. All right, all right. Gripping Oka's arms, Tobarama turned to her. So do you think this guy's just showing off? Kakashi mirrored his action. Clearly, this fellow is merely a fool trailing behind. Haha. Oka withdrew her hands, feeling out of place. So, what exactly is the reason behind this? After a while of training, intending to rest, Noera Rin glanced at the two boys arguing while training in the distance, and then at Akiyama Oka, who was engrossed in her book. After school, as Oka packed her belongings to head to the training ground with Kakashi, Tobarama halted her. After clarifying their arrangements, he insisted on joining. Without a moment's hesitation, Rin chose to accompany them, concerned for the two fools. Water release and earth release combined produce would release. Akiyama Oka contemplated. So it doesn't result in a mudslide? Noera Rin, her thoughts already soaring, turned to her. It was a bit hard to follow her train of thought. Kakashi, my lifelong rival. Let us settle this once and for all. The fervent voice drew the attention of the two beneath the tree, revealing a striking figure clad in a green sleeveless bodysuit. Akiyama Oka was momentarily taken aback. This fervor felt oddly familiar. No, the familiar deadpan expression, accompanied by an emotionless tone, responded. Rejected? No worries, let's run 50. No, 100 laps around Konoha today. The spirited youth clenched his fists, the gleam of his teeth blinding. What's wrong with this guy? Tobarama mused, bewildered. During high school, after witnessing an impassioned training session of the track and field club, Akiyama Oka, caught in the heat of the moment, decided to join. There, she encountered a remarkably enthusiastic senior, the president of the club. Whenever the members felt dejected or lost hope, this senior would appear just in time to comfort and encourage them. She thought, this must be the reason for the track club's unity. Thus, upon first laying eyes on the energetic, mysterious boy in green, Akiyama Oka felt an immediate sense of familiarity. She closed her book and stepped forward. If possible, I challenge you to a match. With this guy. Tobarama appeared astonished, glancing at Kakashi for confirmation, his eyes questioning. Aren't you going to intervene? Kakashi shrugged, indicating it was not his concern. Oh, how youthful. Just as he was about to leave, Might Guy turned around and gave her a thumbs up. Come on. This black-blooded youth. Wait, black-blooded. Akiyama Oka looked as if struck by lightning, her complexion pale. Yet before she could retort, she found herself pulled into a stance for a jutsu. The gust of wind from his palm rushed towards her, prompting Akiyama Oka to swiftly retreat. So fast. Impressive. Noera Rin marveled. Though reluctant to admit it, Tobarama observed the peculiar boy's prowess with newfound respect. This guy is remarkably swift. As they clashed, Akiyama Oka understood the need to abandon a purely defensive stance. Spotting an opening, she swiftly spun around and delivered a powerful kick. Might Guy effortlessly sidestepped, converting his punch into a palm strike. Caught off guard, Akiyama Oka raised her arm to block, feeling a surge of pain radiate from her arm. Gritting her teeth, she propelled herself backward using the recoil. Seeing this, Might Guy's gaze intensified as he shouted, Now, that's the spirit of a true youthful battle. Taking a deep breath, Akiyama Oka adjusted her tactics, employing agile maneuvers to disrupt Might Guy's rhythm. Yet he seemed to anticipate her every move, dodging her attacks with ease and countering each time. Damn, he appears to possess immense battle experience. But how could a child be so seasoned in combat? As time passed, Akiyama Oka gradually felt her stamina waning. However, witnessing Might Guy's vibrant demeanor ignited an indomitable spirit within her. It was truly frustrating to lose so thoroughly. Might Guy launched a new wave of attacks, and Akiyama Oka, gasping for breath, barely managed to evade. Her heart raced, and she knew this match would likely end in her defeat. How infuriating. The sounds of angry shouts and disapproving murmurs seemed to echo in her ears. Was it an illusion? Women should just stay home and bear children. How disappointing. I thought this league would showcase something worthwhile. It's truly disheartening. Akiyama Oka squinted, her eyes narrowing as the figure of Might Guy blurred with those of past opponents. She could not afford to lose. She persevered, refusing to allow herself to fall. Then allow me to conclude this match. Might Guy charged towards her with fervor. Do not underestimate me. Akiyama Oka felt a sudden lightness in her body, as if Might Guy's movements were unfolding in slow motion, that moment. Within Might Guy's perspective, Tomo spun rapidly within her crimson-red eyes. "Are you kidding me?" she shouted, evading the attack at an almost impossible angle, catching Might Guy off guard and delivering a powerful strike. Might Guy stumbled back several steps, a look of surprise lighting up his face. "Haha, you're quite impressive." Clap, clap, clap. Applause erupted, and Akiyama Oka turned warily to the silver-haired man who had appeared quietly beside her. When did he arrive? The newcomer seemed somewhat unnerved by her glare, chuckling nervously. "What a spectacular duel. I've been watching from the side, and I didn't expect the young member of the Uchiha clan to emerge victorious. Father." Kakashi rushed forward to grasp the man's sleeve, glancing back at Might Guy. At that moment, all previous doubts about Might Guy's strength were erased from his mind. Kakashi finally understood why his father had warned him not to underestimate this boy. What a worthy opponent. Might Guy approached her and extended his hand. "Next time we duel, I will be even stronger. My name is Might Guy. What is yours?" Seeing the adult ninja's sudden appearance bore no malice. Akiyama Oka sighed in relief and extended 2 fingers to form a peace sign. "Akiyama Oka, I look forward to our next match." Upon hearing her surname, Might Guy paused momentarily. Even the tall man expressed his bewilderment, saying, "Are you not of the Uchiha clan? What do you mean?" Just then, Obito, who had rushed over, confusedly turned Akiyama's shoulder to face him, and then exclaimed in shock, "Ah, Aki the Sharingan." Akiyama was utterly perplexed. Hinata hurriedly retrieved a mirror she had hastily stowed in her bag and handed it to Akiyama. Upon receiving it, Akiyama gazed into the mirror, her expression becoming one of indescribable astonishment. Those mutated eyes were undoubtedly the Sharingan. What baffled her was that, according to the descriptions in the books, the Sharingan was a dojutsu unique to the Uchiha clan. How could it possibly manifest in her? Could it be? Goblin touches face. "Wait, how do I turn this off?" A flurry of chaos ensued. Chapter 4. The invitation from the Uchiha. The group sat in the living room, exchanging glances. The events at the training ground had set the stage for this moment. After Akiyama Q and Might Guy finished their match, a man named Hitaki Sakumo observed the children standing in the training area, feeling a wave of emotion. It was indeed fortunate that Kakashi had made so many friends. Seizing the moment, he suggested, "Why not come over for dinner today?" Akiyama Q had always been enthusiastic about joining for a meal. Upon seeing Q's eagerness, Obito followed suit, while Noera-rin, feeling a bit concerned, decided to tag along as well. Might Guy initially intended to decline and continue his training, but after Q whispered in his ear that dining with Kakashi was also a form of competition, he resolutely joined the group. "Hey, Kakashi," he called out, a hint of exasperation in his voice. Was this a whisper from a devil? The children followed Hitaki Sakumo to his home. Struggling to deactivate her Sharingan before her chakra was depleted, Akiyama Q finally discovered the method just in time. She collapsed onto the sofa, resembling a salted fish that had not been properly dried. Kakashi, who had just been shooed out of the kitchen after helping, couldn't help but glance at her, finding it amusing. Was this guy a fool? "Hey, Q," Obito called her nickname, contemplating, "Perhaps I should just call you Q. With your Sharingan, are you a lost Uchiha?" Q closed her eyes, adopting a stance of refusal to engage. "I don't know." Obito pondered her solitary existence, without parents. She must be filled with confusion about her heritage, a truly pitiful child. He glanced at Q, nestled on the sofa. Perhaps he should be more attentive to her in the future. Q, exhausted from the chakra expenditure required to activate her eyes, thought, "Is this why I'm so tired?" Hitaki Sakumo brought dishes to the dining table, beckoning the children to join him for dinner. Hearing the word dinner, Q, who had been nearly dozing off, quickly opened her eyes and dashed to the table. Sakumo couldn't help but chuckle. Might Guy grabbed a bowl and shouted, "Kakashi, let us settle this once and for all." With that, he began to eat rapidly. Kakashi stared at him in disbelief, removing his mask to eat. What could be the true visage of this mysterious masked boy? Q, unable to contain her curiosity, stuffed her mouth with food while stealing glances at him, her unabashed gaze prompting Kakashi to turn away. "Don't look at me like that, you fool. What a delightful dinner. You are registered as a war orphan at the Konoha archives." In the meeting room, the Uchiha clan leader sipped his tea, gazing at Q. "However, you possess Uchiha blood and a similar appearance." Q began to emit an air of perplexity. The last time she faced such a serious conversation was when she was reprimanded by her teacher for not completing her winter homework. There's no need to be so tense. The purpose of today is to inquire whether you have any intentions of returning to our Uchiha clan. The clan leader relaxed his stern expression to appear more amiable. Hugh snapped back to reality. Huh, should I be nervous? She averted her gaze, deep in thought. It had been a month since she activated her Sharingan at the training ground, and undoubtedly, the clan had convened discussions regarding her during this time. She was curious as to why this would lead to a direct audience with the Uchiha clan leader and his son. Coughing, the younger Uchiha, who had noticed her subtle movements, struggled to suppress a smile. Hugh looked up at him. Why? Sensing her hesitation, the clan leader continued. Our clan has training methods and techniques better suited for you, along with monthly stipends. He observed the girl with narrowed eyes. Normally, her origins were unclear. She could be a child born to another clan or a commoner, as Uchiha geniuses were not uncommon. However, a prodigy who awakened their eyes at merely 5 years old was quite rare, and he was unwilling to see Uchiha bloodline dwindle. Training methods and techniques suited for me? Hugh dared not speak of the fact that she had seen many Uchiha techniques on her home bookshelf. Thank you for your kind invitation, but I must respectfully decline. Hugh smiled politely at him. The clan leader exhaled through his nose, ultimately refraining from any words of persuasion. Very well, I won't pressure you. Fugaku, please see her off. Yes, father. As the younger Uchiha stood up, Hugh followed suit. I shall take my leave now. Walking alongside Uchiha Fugaku down the corridor, he could not help but turn back to ask, why did you decline? Well, while it would be nice to see Fugaku and Obito at the Uchiha clan, I still prefer my original surname. After all, I can still see you all, right? The girl cheekily winked at him. What a joke. Her current residence was in the village center, and returning to the Uchiha would mean sacrificing precious minutes of sleep to rush to school. Uchiha Fugaku ruffled her hair, secretly marveling at how soft a child's hair was. This elicited a frown from her. Hey, I keep running into that little kid around Obito. He is sweet and enthusiastic, and we've become familiar enough to greet each other when we meet. How adorable. I wish I had a younger brother or sister. Kakashi-kun looks so handsome today. I think Akiyama-kun is the most handsome, with such a good temper and kindness, and he is strong too. Kindness? Well, Obito is quite kind as well. Let us not talk about Obito. He seems a bit too childish. Yes, still just a child. Chapter 5. The red-haired girl. When Noera Rin arrived in the classroom, she was greeted by the sight of a girl resting her head on the desk, fiddling with her bangs, while Obito chattered away beside her. Although she was unsure of what had transpired, Rin naturally took a seat next to them, overwhelmed by the noise. Hugh half closed her eyes, mentally assigning Obito 3 labels of chattiness. An idea struck her from her high school days, when one is too lazy to respond. Saying I like you would silence the other for an entire day. Surely, this approach would work in reality as well. This morning, I didn't encounter any grandmothers in need of help. Did I miss the opportunity? I'd rather believe that the grandmothers do not require my assistance. I like you. Help. The atmosphere was thick with tension as Obito, momentarily taken aback, rubbed his ears in disbelief. What? Am I imagining things? Akiyama, languidly resting on the table with one hand propping up his head, met his gaze and declared, I said I like you. Obito's expression suggested a mental overload, and Akiyama could almost see the smoke rising from his head. The silence that followed was unexpectedly effective. Nearby, Noera Rin hesitated, feeling it was inappropriate to interject, and leaned away, though her eyes continued to dart towards Akiyama. At that moment, Akiyama's gaze wandered to the seat where Kakashi usually sat, and a wave of nostalgia washed over him. Despite being only 5 years old and still in kindergarten, Kakashi had graduated early and had begun his duties as a genin, embarking on missions. Akiyama lowered his eyes, reflecting on how the peaceful society now felt like a mere dream. The arrival of their teacher snapped him back to the present, and he noticed the puzzled expressions of the two beside him. Was this method truly a collective assault? The next lesson was training, and the students gathered outside to practice throwing shurikens. Akiyama, positioned at the end of the line, observed the techniques and PowerPoints of her peers. Obito awkwardly shuffled closer. His demeanor puzzled Akiyama. Are you feeling itchy? No, that's not it. Obito shifted his posture, then crossed his fingers in front of him. Although I'm really happy you said that. His words were interrupted by the teacher calling Akiyama's name. She responded and stepped forward, leaving Obito behind in frustration, only to be distracted by the excited gasps of the girls around him. With precision, Akiyama hurled her shuriken, which sailed through the air in a graceful arc. Seizing the moment, she launched another shuriken through the hole in the first, striking the target's center with perfect accuracy. Excellent. The teacher smiled at her. Wow, that was amazing. Obito found himself captivated by her performance, hearing the enthusiastic cheers from the girls and smirking at their excitement. Yet, the thought that this impressive girl harbored feelings for him lingered in his mind. He recalled her fierce expression as she scolded him, her sleepy demeanor when just waking up, her joy while indulging in delicious food, and her spirited energy during training. Obito bit his lip, watching her approach, thinking, well, perhaps this isn't so bad. The rigorous training had quickly depleted their ninja tools. Akiyama inspected a damaged kunai, contemplating its remaining usability while dreaming of treating herself to a lavish bowl of ramen that evening. After a moment of inner turmoil, she resigned herself to gather some change and stepped outside. As she strolled along the street, the morning sun warmed her skin. Passing a flower shop, she paused to admire the vibrant red peonies blooming at the entrance, feeling her spirits lift. Perhaps she would buy some flowers to adorn her table later. But first, she needed to address her kunai situation, quickening her pace toward the ninja supplies store. The shopkeeper, a friendly older man, greeted her with a smile. After she explained her purpose, he presented several kunai and shuriken for her selection. As Akiyama bent down to choose, she engaged in light-hearted conversation with him, eliciting hearty laughter. Ultimately, she secured a good deal, leaving the store feeling satisfied. "Jiu?" A soft voice drew her attention. Noara Rin approached her with a bright smile. What a coincidence. Akiyama greeted her, glancing at the basket of groceries Rin was carrying. Running errands? Yes, Rin replied cheerfully. That's nice, Akiyama remarked. I came out to buy kunai. My last one is completely worn out from cracking walnuts. Huh, cracking walnuts? Akiyama noticed Rin's puzzled expression and realized her explanation might seem odd. Hee. Just then, a flash of red hair caught her eye, accompanied by a sweet fragrance that wafted past her. She followed the scent, spotting a girl with striking crimson hair. Rin followed her gaze, curious. What's wrong? That girl with the red hair. Kushina, selecting accessories, perked up her ears, aware of the discussion surrounding her hair. She had long grown accustomed to the various comparisons people made, often likening her hair to that of a demon, a tomato, or a chili pepper. This child's assessment was likely to mirror those sentiments. Kushina picked up a hairpin, reminiscing about a time someone had complimented her hair, a smile creeping onto her lips. Perhaps he was the only one who would ever praise her hair. Your hair is beautiful, just like the peonies I saw at the flower shop today. Akiyama turned to Rin, smiling. It gives off such a warm and passionate vibe, doesn't it? Really? Kushina's eyes widened as she turned to the dark-haired child. The warmth of that smile reminded her of her boyfriend. It dawned on her that such gentle souls were not as rare as she thought. Indeed, Rin chimed in, grinning. You two little ones, are you discussing me? A shadow loomed over Akiyama, who turned in alarm to find Kushina standing before her, having approached unnoticed. Oh, I'm so sorry. Kushina laughed heartily, playfully slapping Akiyama on the back. But you have quite the discerning eye, kid. The laughter abruptly ceased as Kushina caught Akiyama, who had stumbled forward, exchanging bewildered glances with Rin. Huh, she fainted. No way. I thought I held back. Chapter 6. The Book of Beasts wading through an ethereal landscape. Akiyama surveyed her surroundings. Moments ago, she had felt a strange pull that transported her here. What was this? Had she crossed into another realm? Cautiously leaning against the wall, she advanced, the dimness of the environment heightening her vigilance. The sound of rushing water echoed ahead, and she looked up to see a massive cell door looming before her, flanked by enormous, crimson beastly eyes. A shiver ran down her spine, yet an inexplicable familiarity washed over her, intertwining fear and curiosity in her heart. As she discerned the owner of those eyes to be a colossal fox, it spoke. Little one, come closer. After a moment's hesitation, she approached, resting her hand against the cell door, gazing up at the creature. The fox lowered its immense head, studying the human before it with a sense of confusion. Where did this feeling of familiarity stem from? Akiyama, instinctively drawn to the fox's nose, reached out to touch it, feeling its damp, cool surface akin to the nose of a kitten she once cared for. Wow. The fox's sudden exhale sent her tumbling back, and as she sat in the water, staring into the fox's silent eyes, a powerful emotion compelled her to ask, "What is your name?" Akiyama awoke to find herself cradled in Kushina's arms, being carried toward what appeared to be a hospital. She leaned against Kushina's shoulder, straightening up. I'm fine. Kushina looked at her with a hint of guilt. I'm sorry. I knocked you out. Akiyama found herself amused, thinking, this has nothing to do with you, sister. She instructed Kushina to set her down. then turned to inquire of Noera Rin. Hasn't your home already been passed? Why haven't you returned? Noera Rin, her anxious demeanor just beginning to ease, raised her eyebrows in disbelief at the question. How could I possibly relax and head home in this situation? How are you feeling now? Is there anywhere that discomforts you? Listening to her concerned words, Akiyama felt warmth swell within her heart. She smiled reassuringly and twirled around to demonstrate that she was indeed unharmed, thereby gaining her release. Suddenly, she felt a warm hand patting her head and instinctively looked up. There stood Kushina, retracting her hand with a cheerful smile. In that case, let me treat you both to a meal as an apology. The mention of food brightened Akiyama-jo's eyes, but Noera Rin waved her hand, declining on the grounds that there would be food waiting at home. Since you're fine, I should head back. My family will worry. Noera Rin squeezed her hand gently, waved goodbye, and departed. All right, goodbye. After bidding farewell to Noera Rin, Akiyama turned back, her eyes sparkling as she gazed at Kushina, who proceeded to ruffle her hair excitedly. After some discussion, they decided to indulge in barbecue. During their chat, Akiyama learned that the red-haired girl was named Uzumaki Kushina. Remembering the tragic fate of the land of whirlpools she had read about, Akiyama felt a pang of sentiment. Inside the barbecue restaurant, Akiyama flipped the meat, discreetly observing Kushina. Was her recent entrance into that peculiar space somehow connected to this girl? Akiyama pondered, recalling the immense fox she had glimpsed in the dim environment, only partially visible, and felt a shiver of intrigue at the inexplicable familiarity she sensed. That piece of meat is about to burn, Kushina reminded her. Akiyama quickly removed the meat from the grill. Crispy, yet delicious, she mused. To her knowledge, the first Hokage's wife belonged to the Uzumaki clan, and she was also a host for the Nine Tails. Thus, it stood to reason that as a descendant of the Uzumaki, Kushina might very well be the new Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails. Did that mean what she had just seen was indeed the Nine Tails? With a mind full of questions, Akiyama indulged to her heart's content. I'm back. Upon returning home, Akiyama placed the scroll containing her ninja tools on the table. Lifting her gaze to the top shelf where books on tailed beasts were kept, she silently rushed to the living room to retrieve a chair. After a considerable effort to get the book down, she plopped onto her bed to peruse it. This was an exquisitely detailed tome, adorned with lifelike illustrations of various tailed beasts. Flipping to the page featuring the Nine Tails, she silently repeated its name, her fingertips unconsciously tracing the illustration. She was astonished to discover that it contained chakra. With a sudden bang, a small fox, half the length of her arm and adorned with 9 tails, appeared from the open book. Akiyama stuttered, 9 tails. Hearing its name, the 9 tails lifted its gaze to her. It's you. It hopped onto her lap. Having not been called by that name in ages. What business do you have summoning me? Akiyama instinctively closed the book. With a thud, the 9 tails vanished, leaving her staring in disbelief. The air was subtly damp after the rain, infused with the scent of earth, while the wind cascaded droplets from leaves. Akiyama wiped the raindrops from her face, lying on a branch and idly swinging her legs while chewing on wild grass. Initially, she had been training in the forest, but a sudden downpour interrupted her, prompting her to hastily climb a tree and release chakra to create a protective umbrella. The summer break from ninja school was already half over, and during this time, she had deciphered the function of the book titled The Book of Tailed Beasts. By placing her hand on the tailed beast illustration and silently reciting its name, she could summon a diminutive version of the tailed beast. Since the appearance of the tailed beast was linked to the chakra in the illustrations, it followed that when she closed the book, the 9 tails would vanish. Setting aside the matter of the irate 9 tails stomping on her a few times upon their next meeting, the advantages of this book were numerous. For instance, she could glean additional tidbits of information through the tailed beasts or have a companion by her side during lonely nights, alleviating her sense of solitude. At the very least, she now had 9 friends. Well, it seems she was, at her core, still just a little girl afraid of loneliness. It had been nearly a year since she arrived in this world. She wondered how her original self was faring, if her friends were worried about her, and whether her cat at home was being fed. Surely, the cat could fend for itself, right? Just as these thoughts wandered through her mind, the sound of someone approaching from below caught her attention. The rain-soaked ground, now mingled with fallen leaves and grass, muffled the sound of footsteps. Akiyama leaped down from the tree to see who was coming. Chapter 7. A Fae all right. Today we're running 500 laps around the woods. No food until it's finished. Mike Guy, clad in his signature green jumpsuit, approached. Upon seeing her descend, he raised a hand in greeting, Hey, Akiyama. Observing his drenched hair and clothes, Akiyama deduced that it was unlikely to be sweat. It appeared this overly enthusiastic fellow had just run in the rain. That couldn't be pleasant, even if he didn't catch a cold. It's nearly noon. Let us have lunch together, Akiyama invited, noticing Might Guy hesitating to decline. We could grill fish by the nearby river, and how could you run 500 laps without replenishing your energy? About to refuse, Guy swallowed his words, his spirit ignited. All right, I'll take on the fish-catching task. Arriving at the river, Akiyama laid some small twigs on the ground and used fire release to ignite a flame. She took the fish caught by Might Guy and skewered them to grill over the fire. You should take off your clothes, she suggested. Huh, Akiyama-kun, Might Guy fidgeted with his fingers. What are you thinking? I meant to dry your clothes. Are you planning to run in wet ones? Akiyama was taken aback by his line of thought, then turned serious to clarify. And it's Akiyama, not Akiyama-kun. I'm a girl. Might Guy, now clad in nothing but his shorts, froze and stared at Akiyama in shock. What? Although my hair is indeed short, my eyes are large and round. And my face carries a girl-esque delicateness. This is undeniably a girl. He pondered the numerous short-haired girls in the village. Why had he assumed Akiyama was a boy? Could it be due to her personality? As he mulled this over, Might Guy felt an overwhelming sense of relief that he had worn underwear today. Observing the disbelief on Might Guy's face, Akiyama felt a twinge of frustration and began to focus on grilling the fish. In no time, the fish were cooked to perfection, and she handed one to Might Guy. He accepted it, earnestly saying, My apologies, Akiyama. Your training moves are so impressive that I instinctively assumed you were a boy. However, you have made me realize that girls can be just as cool. Please forgive me. His sincere demeanor lifted Akiyama-jo's spirits, and she smiled, waving her hand dismissively. It's fine. I'm not upset. After they happily finished their grilled fish, Might Guy donned his dried clothes and set off with renewed vigor to continue running. After extinguishing the fire, Akiyama sat beneath a tree and took out her scroll, unfolding it to extract the Book of Tailed Beasts, flipping to the last page. It contained records of the techniques for extracting tailed beasts from human hosts. The technique involves manipulating chakra to create a temporary chakra net within the Jinchuriki's body, separating the tailed beast's chakra from that of the Jinchuriki, and subsequently extracting the beast to seal it within a container. However, this process would inevitably lead to the Jinchuriki's demise. The warmth of Kushina's palm lingered in Akiyama's mind, causing her to grapple with an inner conflict. Was there a way to achieve a harmonious resolution? As she gazed at the words inscribed on the pages, Akiyama fell into deep contemplation. Tailed beasts are entities composed solely of pure chakra. Once sealed within a Jinchuriki, their chakra gradually binds with that of the host, becoming an integral part of the Jinchuriki's existence. If the tailed beast were forcibly extracted, this binding would be disrupted, resulting in a rapid depletion of the host's life force, ultimately leading to death. What if she refined the chakra, gradually severing the connection between the tailed beast and the Jinchuriki, while simultaneously channeling another portion of chakra to mend the damage inflicted upon the hostess body? She was well aware that this would require a significant expenditure of energy, and given that Jinchuriki had become an indispensable asset for the 5 great nations, recklessly extracting a tailed beast could provoke dire consequences, even if the host were to survive. The thought of the 9 adorable tailed beasts made Akiyama smile wryly. Perhaps she should embrace the role of the villain. This was merely the first step towards world domination. Her eyes sparkled with the vision of standing high above, flanked by 9 majestic tailed beasts. How splendid! Without delay, Akiyama crouched down to practice the refinement of chakra. She clapped her hands against the ground, causing a dense surge of chakra to seep into the earth, probing deeper. Along the way, she encountered rocks, flowing water, insects, and other substances. Just as she intended to refine the chakra into thread-like strands, she detected a white humanoid figure. How rare to find a white figure. And it was moving swiftly toward the surface? Wait. Quickly retracting her chakra, she leapt into a tree, watching in astonishment as the creature with grass-like hair emerged from the ground. Was it human? It scanned its surroundings before lifting its gaze to meet hers. How rude. Akiyama stammered an apology, her initial tension dissipating as curiosity took hold. Who are you? I am a fae, it replied, hands on hips. As an apology, could you tell me what a bowel movement feels like? Akiyama paused, then thoughtfully responded, it's the sensation of feces accumulating in the rectum, signaling the brain that it's time to expel it, leading to the relaxation of the sphincter and the subsequent release of waste. A fae's eyes brightened in surprise at her earnest answer, promptly labeling her as a good person. Not bad. You. I'll come to play with you again. Perhaps not. Akiyama declined, as a fae vanished back into the earth. Whether it had truly departed, she could not ascertain, but she cautiously leapt through the trees before finally returning to the ground. As she glanced back at the forest, Akiyama sighed. Is this truly the world of ninjas? Recently, rumors circulated about Konoha's White Fang sacrificing his mission to save a comrade. In an era where the elite viewed ninjas as mere tools, his actions rendered him a disgrace to the village. Was this man not too weak? Ninjas were born for missions. Abandoning them equated to renouncing one's identity as a ninja. This was the sentiment echoed by those who stood atop their moral high ground, casting aspersions upon him. Akiyama felt a surge of anger, having received a basic education. She could not perceive living, breathing ninjas as cold instruments, nor could she fathom the malice embedded in their words. I never expected him to save me. Completing the mission should suffice. His self-righteousness in attempting to rescue me infuriates me. The man in ninja attire furrowed his brow while conversing with those nearby. Akiyama was worried about the ever-smiling Uncle Kakashi, and his words struck her like a bullet. That's not it, she exclaimed, forcing a fierce expression as others turned to look at her. Chapter 8. Konoha's White Fang, huh? Where did this child come from? The man turned to her and waved dismissively, as if shooing away a dog. Akiyama felt a twinge of irritation at his condescending attitude. So, you are the comrade saved by Uncle Kakashi? She struggled to maintain her composure while scanning him from head to toe. If that were you, what would you have done in that situation? The man scoffed. I wouldn't have acted as foolishly as he did. In the face of life, every choice deserves respect. Uncle Kakashi saved a living being, yet you only value the benefits derived from missions. What could a child like you possibly understand? Your life was saved by Uncle Kakashi, and yet you lack gratitude, even going so far as to blame him? The name Konoha's White Fang carries immense weight, and his past contributions to the village are undeniable. To place such blame over a single failed mission is cruel. The man pressed his lips together and turned his head away. These are the rules of the ninja world. Then tell me, what is the essence of a ninja? Akiyama stepped forward, lifting her chin to meet his gaze. A ninja is an entity willing to forsake the lives of comrades, even their own, to accomplish a mission, a tool for the feudal lords to wield as they please. She continued, you, as a ninja, must also believe in this, regardless of right or wrong, abandoning your own emotions and bonds, correct? It should have been a bustling time on the streets, yet silence enveloped the area. The surrounding crowd displayed various expressions, their convictions wavering. I respect the ancestors whose names are etched in stone, understanding the determination and sacrifices they made to protect Konoha. However, Uncle Kakashi is human too. It is excessively harsh to disallow mistakes. Those who ridicule him in his moment of failure, even you, his comrade, should understand the pain of his choices. Akiyama locked eyes with him in a moment of silence. Rules are established by humans. If they are unreasonable, why should they remain unchanged? Without hesitation, she struck the man's arm with her fist. Do you feel pain? Do you realize that while you are a ninja, you are first and foremost a person? Ignoring the varied expressions of the onlookers, Akiyama turned away from the crowd and hurried toward the Hitaki residence. The words she overheard earlier felt like daggers, especially concerning Kakashi. She was deeply concerned. Suddenly, she felt a firm grip on her wrist. Before she could react, the owner of the hand yanked her into a warm embrace. Upon tilting her head, she recognized the familiar silver hair and relaxed her stance, gently returning his embrace. Kakashi. Kakashi buried his head in the crook of her neck. His voice muffled. Thank you, Akiyama. She could feel his warm breath through his mask and instinctively began to comfort him by gently stroking his back. After a moment, Kakashi released her, nonchalantly turning his face away. Akiyama caught sight of his flushed ears and refrained from teasing him, steering the conversation toward returning home. The sound of the door opening caught the attention of Hitaki Tsukumo, who called out from within the room, Kakashi? Akiyama just stepped into the entrance, surveying the room. The warm ambience she had felt during her first visit was now replaced by a heavy, oppressive atmosphere, as if the air itself had grown dense. Has someone arrived? Hitaki Tsukumo emerged from his room, momentarily taken aback upon seeing her, forcing a smile. Even though she had prepared herself for this encounter, Akiyama was still somewhat surprised. The man who once stood tall like a pine tree now appeared slightly hunched, as if robbed of his backbone, his confidence waning. His unkempt stubble cast a shadow of green across his face. How rude of me, he sighed, offering an apologetic smile as he nodded at her. Let me tidy myself up first. With that, he retreated to his room and closed the door. Akiyama Jio felt a weight in her heart. She turned to Kakashi and, feigning nonchalance, asked, "Have you eaten yet?" "Not yet," came the negative reply. Akiyama Jio rolled up her sleeves, declaring, "All right. Today, I shall treat you to my culinary skills." "Huh. No, you can't refuse." Entering the kitchen, Akiyama Jio compared the height of the stove to her own and went to fetch a chair. She then shooed Kakashi away, delving into her long-forgotten culinary knowledge. She washed and prepared the vegetables, then sent Kakashi away again. She cut the meat, added seasonings, and prepared the soup, sending Kakashi away yet again. As she stir-fried the vegetables and the cut meat together, Akiyama Jio turned back to Kakashi, who lingered at the kitchen door, saying, "I told you to just sit there." Kakashi leaned against the doorframe, appearing as if he wouldn't be easily dismissed. After all, it felt odd to leave a 6-year-old alone in the kitchen. Kakashi thought this, completely disregarding that he himself was only 6. "Ah, are you cooking?" Hatake Sakomo, having tidied himself, entered the kitchen with a smile. "How can I let a guest do such a thing?" Wanting to help, he found that most of the cooking was already done, so he assisted in plating the food and bringing it to the dining room. "It's nothing. I've had plenty of meals here before, and this time I'm using your kitchen." Akiyama Jio hopped down from the chair. "I should be the one feeling embarrassed." Kakashi quickly returned the chair to its place and then sat down with Akiyama Jio. Hatake Sakomo took a sip of soup, feeling the warmth wash over him, and finally sensed a hint of relaxation. "This tastes wonderful. You're quite capable, Jio." "Not at all," Akiyama Jio replied, blushing as she focused on her rice, while Kakashi struggled to find a moment to add food to her bowl. Observing the interaction between the two children, Hatake Sakomo couldn't help but chuckle. What a lovely bond you share. After the meal, Kakashi took on the task of washing the dishes. Akiyama Jio, who had just followed him into the kitchen, was pushed out to sit on the sofa with Hatake Sakomo. "Why does this feel somewhat familiar?" She turned to Hatake Sakomo, exchanging playful glances. After a moment, he broke into a gentle laugh. "It's quite an unseemly sight, I assent it." He touched his own face. Akiyama Jio scrutinized him. His face was clean-shaven, and his newly donned clothes fit him well. His hastily tied hair had a unique charm, but the slight gauntness of his face revealed his recent fatigue. "You're incredibly handsome." Akiyama Jio gave him a thumbs up. Hatake Sakomo was momentarily taken aback before bursting into hearty laughter. "Is that so? Then I shall take pride in it." After chatting for a while, Akiyama Jio rose to bid farewell, stating she needed to train. Once she left, the house fell silent once more. When Kakashi finished washing the dishes and re-emerged, he found Hatake Sakomo sitting alone by the window. He stood behind Sakomo, gazing at his lonely silhouette, and suddenly recalled Akiyama Jio's earlier words on the street, stirring something within him. He stepped closer and looked down at him. "Dad." Hatake Sakomo looked up, smiling. Kakashi leaned down to embrace him, as if holding his younger self, saying, "I will always stand by your side." Chapter 9. Birthday Before the Mirror. Akiyama Jio grasped her hair, which had grown to her collarbone, pondering for a moment. She picked up a kunai, intending to cut it short, but paused just before touching her hair. She had already attempted to cut her hair twice before, each time resulting in uneven lengths, leading to her enduring 15 minutes of ridicule from Obito upon their next meeting. With her birthday tomorrow, she wished to avoid facing the world with a disheveled head. Gently touching her hair, she fell into silence, contemplating the wild growth. This was merely the visible portion, the back, hidden from view, bore the remnants of her previous hasty attempts. Having released her hair, she also freed herself. Akiyama Jio exited the bathroom and glanced at the clock. Remembering her female friend, an impulse surged within her. She mused that her friend likely hadn't gone to bed yet. Noera Rin had recently become enamored with reading manga, often sitting on her bed late into the night, engrossed in her stories. This evening was no different, as she delved into a plot. A rhythmic tapping from outside her window caught her attention. Turning her head, she spotted a shadow waving at her, brandishing a sharp kunai. She quickly covered her mouth to stifle a gasp, ruling out any supernatural possibilities. Who could be greeting her at this hour? A lively figure sprang to mind. And with a silent sigh, Rin set her manga aside, descended from her bed, and opened the window. Outside, Akiyama Jio grinned widely at her. "Rin." "Ah, I knew it." Letting her in, Noera Rin asked, puzzled, "Why are you here so late? What happened?" She circled around Akiyama Jio, thinking her to be someone who stubbornly bore her injuries alone, inspecting her thoroughly. "Rin, I'm not hurt." Akiyama Jio raised the kunai in her hand, pointing to her hair. "Can you help me cut it?" Noera Rin reached out to pat her fluffy head, chuckling helplessly. Really now? She brought a chair into the bathroom and took out her scissors to trim Akiyama Jio's hair. As she observed Jio's delicate profile, Rin recalled the time she had mistaken her for a boy, laughing softly. I used to think you were a boy. I wondered why you were so familiar. Akiyama Jio shot her an accusing look. Even you, Rin? There are many girls in class who like you, Rin said, carefully snipping away while smiling. But now it seems. Jio, you're truly a very cute girl. Akiyama Jio shifted restlessly, pouting. It's rather unfortunate that I'm quite handsome. Rin gently tapped Akiyama Jio's shoulder. Hold still. It'll be done soon. Before long, a neat bob graced Akiyama Jio's head. She turned to the mirror, examining her new look from different angles, her eyes lighting up with excitement. She spun around, joyfully embracing Noera Rin. Rin, you're amazing. Noera Rin quickly set down her scissors, whispering, that's dangerous. But without hesitation, she returned the embrace. Honestly, Rin, how are you so talented? I'm almost in love with you. Is that so? Yawahara Rin's eyelashes fluttered as she softly murmured something else. Akiyama-ku tilted her head, unable to hear clearly. She leaned closer, whispering, what? It's nothing, Rin replied, playfully flicking her forehead. Ouch. Together, they cleaned the bathroom, and Akiyama-ku invited Rin to indulge in desserts together next time before returning home. Her heart fluttered with excitement, yet was tinged with worry. Tomorrow marked her 9th birthday, and she had unwittingly spent several years in this world, gradually developing a sense of belonging. The lingering animosities and conflicts from the previous 2 great ninja wars had not been fully resolved. Hostile sentiments among the nations continued to accumulate. Recently, some countries and ninja villages had begun to seek vengeance through warfare for the losses incurred during the last 2 conflicts. She surmised that preparations for the 3rd Great Ninja War were already underway. The demand for personnel in wartime could result in many lower-ranked ninjas being summoned to the battlefield. Akiyama-ku gazed up at the bright moonlight outside, heavy-hearted. The lofty ambition of world domination sounded grand. Yet the news of impending war reminded her that she was merely a solitary spirit navigating this harsh world. Would her existing bonds be sufficient to anchor her here? She pondered as she slowly lay down, closing her eyes. A new day dawned. Akiyama-ku reached out to silence her alarm clock and rolled out of bed. Shikaka the guard, if you keep this up, I won't wake you next time. My apologies. After calming Shikaku, she proceeded with her training, greeting the passing Might Guy. Such youth. Guy flashed her a thumbs up, his teeth glinting as he laughed heartily and sprinted away. Truly, his enthusiasm remained unwavering. Akiyama-ku wiped the sweat from her brow, refocusing on her training. After multiple attempts to restore the chakra pathways of the fish she had caught, her control over chakra had improved significantly, allowing her to stabilize the use of her chakra techniques. She began to intricately manipulate her chakra to create a reversed palm technique. By transforming chakra into minuscule strands, she could inject them into her adversaries. These chakra threads could move freely within the enemy's body, severing cells, damaging organs, or obstructing chakra flow, thereby inflicting internal harm or delivering a fatal blow. This technique was named Thousand Threads of Strangulation. To prevent the chakra threads from snapping at a distance, she set high standards for their durability. Activating her Sharingan, she shot the threads from her hand into a bird perched on a distant tree, tugging her fingers to sever its blood vessels. Startled, the bird attempted to flee but fell to the ground. Akiyama-ku approached, using her palm technique to mend it, and soon the bird took flight from her palm. Exhaling a sigh of relief, she considered the technique nearly complete. Time to head home. On her way, she purchased a cupcake, savoring it as she hurried home. Upon grasping the doorknob, she heard commotion from within, stirring her curiosity. As she pushed the door open, streamers showered her face. Happy birthday. Once the streamers settled on the floor, Akiyama-ku noticed the room adorned with decorations and a cake on the table. She felt a wave of emotion and remarked, you sly ones, preparing surprises for us without revealing your birthday. Obito approached, draping an arm over her shoulder. If we hadn't noticed you buying cupcakes around this time every year, we might never have known. Kakashi subtly nudged Obito aside, ignoring his chatter as he guided her to the dining table. Yawahara Rin smiled, placing a birthday crown atop her head, gazing into her eyes with genuine warmth. Happy birthday. I'm so glad you were born into this world, and I'm grateful to have met you and become friends. Looking into her eyes, Akiyama-ku steadied her racing heart. The group began to sing the birthday song in unison, and she smiled, clasping her hands together, closing her eyes to make a wish. If possible, she hoped for world peace. Memories flooded her mind of the displaced people seeking refuge in Konoha due to the war, the cries echoing from the hospital she passed, and the solemn expressions of adults she encountered during training. Akiyama-ku opened her eyes, resolutely extinguishing the candles. Chapter 10. Graduation. Today is the day of graduation. Isn't it? The two tails leapt gracefully onto Akiyama-ku's shoulder. She adjusted her collar in the mirror, affectionately ruffling the creature's fur. Yes, starting today, I am a genin. She sighed. Time truly flies. The two tails blinked and nuzzled against her head. Becoming a genin meant facing greater challenges. Akiyama-ku set the creature down, smoothing her disheveled hair. But that's precisely what I look forward to. She gazed down at the licking two tails, feeling a peculiar sensation. Although the flames that accompanied the creature had become harmless, she often wondered if the two tails would inadvertently swallow the flames while grooming. How infuriating. Today, I shall show you who is the true boss. Humph. I'm not afraid of you. The noisy ruckus in the room interrupted Akiyama-ku's thoughts, and she quickly strode over, seizing the two instigators by the scruff of their necks. Let go of me. Shikaku flailed his legs. Kurama remained relatively still, simply wagging his tail, seemingly accustomed to the chaos. Akiyama-ku sighed. You've been noisy since early morning, aren't you tired? After celebrating her birthday last night, her friends each returned home, leaving her with a sense of emptiness that made her feel somewhat melodramatic and lonely. In a fit of spontaneity, she summoned all the tailed beasts, only to find Shikaku and Kurama instantly bickering upon meeting. After much effort to lull them to sleep, they awoke and resumed their quarrel. Watching the other tailed beasts flying, climbing, sleeping, and singing, she couldn't help but smile with a mixture of exasperation and fondness, feeling somewhat like a parent. What am I to do with you? Removing glasses, after closing the book of tailed beasts and summoning them back, Akiyama-ku set off for the ninja academy. Upon arriving, she found many engaged in lively discussions about the future paths of ninjas. Spotting Yawahara Rin seated by the window, she approached and sat beside her. Little Ku. Rin acknowledged her arrival with a smile. From today onward, we are genin. Akiyama-ku rested her chin on her hand, gazing at her. I wonder if we'll be placed in the same class. Rin squeezed her hand reassuringly. If we are in the same class, I will protect you. Akiyama-ku smiled, returning the gesture. Then I shall count on you, Lady Yawahara. As she held the forehead protector symbolizing her identity as a ninja, Akiyama-ku felt a wave of confusion wash over her. During the class assignments, she had been fully attentive, so when she heard that even Obito, who had not shown up, and Kakashi, now a Chunin, were placed in the same class as Rin, she felt a sense of inevitability. Yet, in the end, she still did not hear her name. What was going on? Would she be left out of classes and sent on missions alone by the Jonin of Konoha? Standing at the school entrance, Akiyama-ku rested her chin on her hand, gazing up at the sky. Yawahara Rin patted her head, offering comfort. Perhaps there's a special assignment. Don't be disheartened. I'm not disheartened. I'm just a bit puzzled. As they conversed, a figure quietly descended before them. Here. It was indeed Kakashi, who handed over the items in his possession, graduation gifts entrusted to him by their father. Noticing the two distinct packages in his hands, Akiyama-ju regarded Kakashi with curiosity. Is this one from Obito? He should be arriving shortly. Kakashi furrowed his brow. Are you a fool? Noera Rin chuckled beside them. And Akiyama-ju quickly realized that both gifts were intended for her, beaming with gratitude. Thank you. Kakashi turned his head away. Suddenly, a flurry of commotion ensued as Obito appeared hurriedly around the corner, sprinting towards the school. Spotting the three of them at the entrance, he raised his hand to greet them, only to trip over his own feet and tumble into Akiyama-ju's embrace. She, accustomed to his clumsiness, caught him effortlessly. Hey, thanks, Ju. Obito grinned, scratching the back of his head. Why does it feel like your body is so soft and fragrant, not at all like a boy's? Unbelievable. A guy late for both the opening and graduation ceremonies. Kakashi yanked him away by the collar of his shirt. Kakashi, what are you doing here? Obito exclaimed, pointing at him animatedly. Kakashi, avoiding eye contact, handed Obito the gift from Shikaku. Instantly, Obito fell silent, his gratitude barely audible. This is mine. Thanks. Noera Rin ushered the trio into the classroom, declaring her intent to give Obito a make-up graduation ceremony. Me? Akiyama-ju found herself pushed in front of Obito, clutching his diploma, and though uncertain, she complied. Clearing her throat, she began to read the name aloud. Uchiha Obito. Obito instinctively straightened, puffing out his chest. Graduated from the Konoha Ninja Academy, officially becoming a genin. Akiyama-ju lifted her gaze to Obito and, in unison with Noera-rin, exclaimed, "Congratulations on your graduation." Kakashi, appearing reluctant, nonetheless managed to utter, "Congratulations." Obito, touched, gazed at them with misty eyes. "You all are such crybabies," Kakashi teased. "What is that supposed to mean, Kakashi? Look at you, so self-important." Obito pouted, glancing at him. "I just got sand in my eyes." Noera-rin silently observed the goggles on his face. "Idiot. Do you want to fight?" Akiyama-ju stood by, watching with amusement. Their camaraderie was heartwarming. Bidding farewell to the boisterous group, Akiyama-ju walked alone towards the training grounds. A fervent voice called out to her, "Hey, young lady, come and face me in a duel." Turning around, she indeed spotted Might Guy, who had already left the graduation ceremony to train. She smiled, "All right." Akiyama-ju and Might Guy assumed their stances, ready for combat. Guy initiated the attack with a fervent shout of Leaf Whirlwind, launching a swift kick towards her. Akiyama-ju, fully aware of Guy's formidable strength, activated her Sharingan to observe his movements. As he drew near, she deftly sidestepped, reaching out to grasp his arm. The two exchanged blows, neither able to gain the upper hand after several rounds. Recognizing she could not inflict damage on Guy, Akiyama-ju leapt back, unleashing a flurry of chakra threads to ensnare him. Although the exact technique remained concealed from view, Guy instinctively felt the danger, tearing free from her grasp as he sensed his blood vessels rupturing. Ouch! Akiyama-ju, experiencing backlash from her technique, realized her thousand threads technique required refinement. While she had easily severed the blood vessels of a bird previously, facing a powerful opponent like Might Guy proved challenging. Her chakra threads needed strengthening. After several bouts, the fight concluded, and Akiyama-ju carefully tended to the blood vessels she had severed in Guy's body. Observing her hands, glowing with a green luminescence, Guy felt a surge of vitality. "This is youth," he exclaimed with fervor. "Behave yourself. That hurts." Chapter 11. The Umbu as late spring unfolded. A gentle breeze wafted through the open window, causing the curtains to flutter. Akiyama-ju rubbed her temples, setting down her book to glance at the window that should have been shut. "The Hokage requests your presence." Arriving at the Hokage's office, Akiyama-ju knocked gently on the door. "Come in." Upon entering, she was greeted by the mingled scents of paper, ink, and smoke. The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, stood at the window with a pipe in his mouth, slowly turning to face her upon hearing the noise. Akiyama-ju. Sarutobi Hiruzen set down his pipe and opened the window for ventilation, then ambled to his chair. "Do you know why I've summoned you?" Akiyama-ju furrowed her brow in contemplation, asking, "Is it regarding special class assignments?" Instead of answering, Sarutobi Hiruzen raised another matter. "Your technique of infusing chakra into an enemy's body is quite interesting." Ignoring Akiyama-ju's wary expression, he tapped his fingers on the table. "There's also a book that can summon tailed beasts." "Hokage-sama," Akiyama-ju interjected, realizing she was being monitored. "Please speak plainly." Sarutobi Hiruzen chuckled heartily. "Don't be so tense. The main reason I called you here is to invite you to join the Umbu." "The Umbu?" Akiyama-ju hesitated, recalling that the Umbu were an elite secret unit directly under the Hokage, formerly known as the Special Assassination and Tactical Force. Selection for the Umbu was rigorous. Graduates from the Ninja Academy were required to first gain experience as regular ninjas, and only those with remarkable strength, exceptional combat skills, a calm demeanor, and absolute loyalty could be chosen. I doubt I have the qualifications to join the Umbu. Special circumstances warrant special treatment. Sarutobi Hiruzen's gaze bore into Akiyama-ju. Though you have only recently graduated from the Ninja Academy, your abilities are outstanding, and we need such fresh talent in the Umbu. Akiyama-ju lowered her head, pondering deeply, aware that this was both an opportunity and a challenge, especially since she might not have the authority to refuse. While it was said to be due to her exceptional abilities, it was likely more about monitoring her. With a sigh inwardly, she lifted her gaze to Sarutobi Hiruzen. "Hokage-sama, I am willing to accept this arrangement, but I wish to retain some personal space for my ninjutsu research." Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded slightly. "That is acceptable. But you must also understand that Umbu missions carry certain dangers and require utmost confidentiality. Once you join, you cannot disclose internal matters." "I understand." Soon after, an Umbu ninja wearing an animal mask appeared beside Sarutobi Hiruzen. After a respectful nod to the Hokage, he gestured for Akiyama-ju to follow him. As she left, she encountered a man with a cross-shaped scar on his chin. He glanced at her briefly before hastily entering the Hokage's office. Akiyama-ju frowned, feeling an unpleasant aura emanating from him. Hey, hurry up. Ah, yes. Ugh. Saratobi Hiruzen looked up at the door, which had swung open violently, revealing Shimizu Danzo. His expression grim. She has already joined the Umbu. Give up on her. You monkey. You'll regret this. Danzo, I am the Hokage. The Umbu ninja presented her with a white dog mask. From now on, you are a member of the Umbu. Starting tomorrow, I shall commence my training with the Umbu. Akiyama Jio accepted the mask, gazing at its pristine white surface, her heart a tumult of emotions. My code name is Breeze, and I shall serve as your temporary captain, henceforth. I will lead you on missions, and you must also adopt a new name as your code name. The specialized combat attire is over there. It is mandatory to don the uniform and wear the mask during missions. Akiyama Jio lifted her gaze to him. I've decided my code name will be One Day. One Day? He mused. Not bad. May I adorn my mask with some artwork? That is permissible. Upon returning home, Akiyama Jio wearily collapsed onto the sofa. Suddenly struck by a thought, she sprang up to draw the curtains. Who knows if someone might be watching her in secret? She summoned Kyubi, cradling him in her arms and playfully tormenting him. Kyubi, well accustomed to her antics, waited until she paused before inquiring, what troubles you? Akiyama Jio buried her face in his belly and muttered, what if one day I am separated from you all? Who would separate us? No one. I just wonder how it would feel if that day comes. Do not speak foolishly. Kyubi playfully swatted at her head, though I am unaware of what may transpire. Should we ever part, I will await the day we reunite, no matter how long it takes. All right, stop looking at me like that. Kyubi extended a paw to cover her eyes. I sincerely wish for your happiness. Akiyama Jio was touched into silence. After a moment of tranquil companionship with Kyubi, she gently pushed his paw aside, beaming, Kyubi, I adore you. Why the sudden declaration? Kyubi turned his head away. I really adore you. I understand, but refrain from saying it. Akiyama Jio added a few strokes of red paint to her white mask, transforming its simplicity into something more appealing, and she stopped, satisfied. As the days of her involvement with the Umbu became routine, she mastered numerous skills in stealth and assassination. She quickly adapted to the rigorous training regimen, earning the admiration of Breeze. Akiyama Jio merely smiled. After all, she had diligently trained herself even before joining the Umbu. Occasionally, she would encounter the trio of Team Minato returning from missions, sometimes witnessing Obito and Kakashi bickering, with Rin intervening, and at other times, they appeared fatigued, supporting each other. Each time they met, Obito would animatedly share amusing anecdotes from their missions, and Akiyama Jio would listen patiently. During this time, she also became acquainted with their leader, the Jonin Minato Namikaze. When they first met, he greeted her with a gentle smile, as if he had known her forever, saying, You must be Akiyama Jio. It was later that she learned he was Kushina's beloved. Recalling the vivacious red-haired girl, whose warm embraces filled her memories, made her feel a twinge of guilt, reminiscent of her own actions toward Kyubi. Notably, Kakashi Hitaki accepted the apologies of his companions and gradually regained his faith in life. In summary, time passed day by day, and she celebrated her 5th year in this world. Chapter 12. Winter snowflakes danced down from the somber sky, enveloping the earth in a misty haze. The streets were sparse with pedestrians, all bundled in thick winter coats, hurrying along. Snow blanketed the branches, forming layers of white. Akiyama Jio exhaled softly, a cloud of white mist forming in the air. On this rare day of respite, she granted herself half a day off. After a morning of intensive training, she returned home and collapsed into a deep slumber, only to awaken at 2 in the afternoon due to hunger. It dawned on her that she had neglected to refuel after a morning of rigorous training. So she quickly wrapped herself in a scarf and ventured out in search of sustenance. Stretching lazily, she pulled her scarf higher to cover her face and hastily made her way to the dumpling shop. If there is a quintessential winter food, it must be hot dumpling soup. Ah, Akiyama, you've arrived. The shop owner greeted her warmly. Akiyama approached, a box being thrust into her arms. What is this? She inquired, holding it up to inspect. Upon receiving a nod of permission to open it, she lifted the lid to reveal rows of mochi, each evenly dusted with soybean flour, clearly crafted with great care. This is homemade. I appreciate your patronage, the owner smiled. Thank you. I will savor it tonight. Akiyama Jio replied, touched, placing the box into her scroll before ordering a bowl of hot dumpling soup. She left her payment on the counter and took a seat within the bustling shop. Who are you? A youthful voice inquired from across the table. Excuse me? Akiyama Jio realized a child sat opposite her, but the shop was already crowded, leaving only this table available. She regarded the child and asked, "May I share this table with you?" The child nodded graciously, "Sure." Akiyama chuckled at his feigned maturity and asked, "Where's your guardian? Why are you alone?" The child sighed, "He got lost." Akiyama found this curious. The child appeared to be only 2 or 3 years old. How could a guardian be lost? Surely, this child must have wandered off, but was too shy to admit it. "Then would you like me to treat you to dumpling soup?" The child's face lit up with joy. "Yes." How adorable, Akiyama thought, maintaining a stoic expression. When the hot dumpling soup arrived, Akiyama scooped a dumpling with her spoon, blew on it, and popped it into her mouth. It was warm, sweet, and utterly satisfying. Glancing at the child, who was enjoying his meal, she wondered why his guardian had not yet found him. "Ah, Shursui, you are here." A boisterous figure burst through the shop's entrance, lifting the child under his arm. Upon recognizing the man, Akiyama was taken aback. It was Uchiha Obito. Given the child's earlier mention of a lost guardian, she nodded in understanding. It all made sense now. The child, still engrossed in his soup, squirmed in discontent as Obito set him down and then noticed Akiyama. "Gio, you're here too." He casually took a seat beside her after letting Shursui down. "How have you been?" "Well, just the same as before," Akiyama replied, casting a glance at the silent Shursui. "Is this your brother?" "No, he's a relative from the clan. His family is busy today, so I'm looking after him." Obito ordered a bowl of hot dumpling soup, shoveling it into his mouth without a glance. "Ouch, it's hot." Shursui teased, "You fool, Obito." Akiyama echoed, "Fool, Obito." You too." After they finished their meals, Akiyama stood up to leave first. "Where are you going?" "I'll walk you home," Obito said, picking up Shursui and following her. "Home," Akiyama replied, glancing back at Obito trailing behind her, knowing he would not be dissuaded and allowing him to accompany her. "Obito, put me down." Shursui wriggled in his arms, feeling a bit bored. "Don't move. I won't let you go until we get home. If you run off again, I won't have the energy to look for you," he replied. Walking ahead, Akiyama found their banter amusing as they passed the training ground. Tilting her head to glance over, the area she had cleared with fire jutsu that morning was now blanketed in snow, a pristine white stretching as far as the eye could see. Suddenly, amidst the white, she spotted a hint of green. Kakashi, my lifelong rival. Let us settle this once and for all." It was Might Guy, who bent down to pack a snowball tightly before hurling it at Kakashi. "Boring," Kakashi said, tilting his head to dodge, causing the snowball to fly straight toward Akiyama. Thud. The snowball struck her squarely in the face. "Ha ha ha." Obito, who had been exchanging witty remarks with Shursui, burst into laughter at the sight, while Shursui, sensing something amiss, covered his mouth. "Settle it, huh?" Akiyama wiped the snow from her face with a dark smile. "Why not bring me into it?" She scooped up a handful of snow, infused it with chakra, and flung it back at Might Guy. Ouch! Kakashi, who had intended to sneak away, found himself hit by several loose snowballs, the soft snow scattering across the folds of his clothing. Even Obito, holding Shursui, was not spared, as he was unexpectedly stuffed with a handful of snow down his collar. Squealing as he tried to reach behind to pull it out, Akiyama, continuously forming snowballs, cackled like a villain. "Come on, let us mutually inflict some harm." As chaos erupted, Akiyama, with a mischievous laugh, slipped away but was caught by Kakashi. "Where do you think you're going?" Observing the girl who had become as quiet as a mouse, Kakashi discarded the snow in his hand, pulled her scarf aside, and thrust his cold hand inside. Akiyama shivered from the cold, cunning Kakashi. Once she regained her composure, she smiled widely and pressed her face against his hand. The mist from their breaths intertwined in the air, causing Kakashi to momentarily withdraw his hand. "Hey, are you two planning to flee?" Obito shouted, holding Shursui. Despite swearing to not let Shursui down until they reached home, he had carried him throughout the snowball fight, becoming the target of their attacks with only one hand to defend himself. This left him covered in snow, and even Shursui was somewhat affected. "Obito, how useless," Shursui sighed. "What nonsense are you spouting, you brat?" Obito retorted. Akiyama laughed heartily, while Might Guy plotted to create an even larger snowball. Chapter 13. The First Mission, Part 1. Are you nervous? A light breeze handed Akiyama the scroll containing the mission details. After training for so long, it's finally time for real combat. Akiyama accepted the scroll, a manic grin hidden beneath her mask. Just moments ago, she had received her first mission since becoming a ninja, to find concrete evidence of the daimyo of the Land of Water conducting human experiments in secret and destroy the base. After spending so many years cooped up in the village, she had finally found an opportunity to venture out. Noticing her prolonged silence, the breeze assumed she was too nervous to speak. Patting her shoulder, he reassured her, "Don't worry, I will do my utmost to protect you." Akiyama snapped back to reality, tucking the scroll under her arm and nodding at the breeze. "Rest assured, Captain, I won't hold you back." "That's good. Get some rest tonight. We depart early tomorrow." The following day, Akiyama woke early and was led by the breeze to follow an escort team. Coincidentally, this escort team belonged to the Minato squad. She trailed behind the breeze until they stopped for a break, giving her a chance to voice her question. "Did you see the man in front of the cart?" Akiyama looked over as instructed. It was a frail man, evidently gravely injured, with bandages wrapped around his shoulder, occasionally coughing and clutching his chest. "That's Fujita Kanzuya, a confidant of the daimyo of the Land of Water," the breeze whispered. "Intelligence suggests that the cart does not carry goods, but rather children." Akiyama's eyes widened as she gazed at the cart. "Shall we rescue them?" The breeze placed a hand on her shoulder, clicking his tongue. "After training for so long, you're still so impulsive." "Yes, we must save them, but not on the road. We need to confirm the intelligence first." At that moment, Akiyama saw Namikaze Minato signaling from the shadows. The breeze released a bug from his fingertips, sending it flying towards Minato. "Captain, you're from the Oil Girl clan?" The breeze frowned at her. "Focus on the mission." Akiyama made a zipping motion at her mask's lips, as he wished, falling silent. A few bugs returned, and the breeze turned to her, approximately 300 meters southwest. "A girl from the team is under attack. We need to assist." "The girl from the team? Rin." Akiyama gasped, instantly vanishing from her spot. The closer she got to the destination, the louder the sounds became. The clash of cold weapons echoed in her ears. Akiyama landed lightly on a branch, just in time to see Noera Rin, caught off guard, receive a cut on her forearm from the enemy. Blood quickly soaked her sleeve, and Rin was already at her limit. She had been sent to search for water sources nearby, but unexpectedly encountered two rogue ninjas. Gritting her teeth, Rin raised her kunai to defend against the two men, prepared to fight to take one down. However, the two men gasped, "What is going on?" before collapsing to the ground. Descending from the tree was a figure wearing a white dog mask, who swiftly pierced the hearts of both men with his kunai. Blood splattered onto the mask, adding an eerie quality to the scene. At that moment, Rin locked eyes with the masked figure, realizing she had been saved as the blood-red Sharingan sent chills down her spine. Unable to contain her relief, she collapsed to the ground, still maintaining a degree of vigilance. The masked figure stepped closer, grabbing her injured hand and lifting her sleeve. As green light began to emanate from her wound, Rin finally realized he was healing her. "I can do it myself." She attempted to retract her hand, but he pressed down more firmly. As the wound healed significantly, a bug suddenly landed on the hand that was treating her. She heard the figure let out a soft sigh beneath the mask before disappearing into thin air. Noticing someone crouching beside her, the breeze turned to look, initially wanting to scold her for meddling in matters that didn't concern her, but ultimately held his tongue. Akiyama flicked the blood on her fingertips, rubbing the blood that had splattered onto her gloves against her leg. "Ah, I killed someone." For the first time in history. Those two, the breeze interrupted her, noticing her unsettled state, were not ordinary rogue ninjas. The one who sent that girl to fetch water was Fujita Kanzuya. He had kept anyone wanting to leave the team occupied with various excuses. Upon hearing this, Akiyama tilted her head. "Are you implying they are in cahoots? What is their goal, Rin?" Akiyama pondered, grinding her back teeth. "Certainly, these are merely conjectures. Once we arrive in the land of soup, we shall delve deeper. There is no need to rush. Revealing ourselves too quickly is unwise. So shall we remain trailing behind them? No, we must move ahead." Reaching the land of soup before them, Akiyama glanced back at Noera Rin within the ranks and, with a gentle breeze, hastened forward. After 2 days of relentless travel, as they approached the land of soup, they disguised themselves as lost travelers, successfully mingling with a passing merchant convoy after offering a sum of money. They then followed the convoy seamlessly into the territory of the land of soup. Mikaz secured 2 guest rooms and handed one of the keys to Akiyama. "Let us rest for a while, and we shall act under the cover of night." "Understood." Akiyama accepted the key and descended the stairs, promptly shedding her clothes to take a bath. Curiously, she sniffed her battle attire after removing it. Disgusting. Unable to bear it any longer, she tossed it into the basin to wash. After cleaning the uniform, she noticed her gloves were also soaked. However, Due to a metal piece on the back of the gloves, she could not scrub them vigorously. Instead, she donned them and rubbed her palms with soap. By the time the water in the basin turned crimson, she removed the gloves and rinsed them under the shower head. Inhaling the scent of soap mingled with a faint metallic tang of blood, she clenched her fists. She would undoubtedly take more lives in the future. She needed to grow accustomed to it. As night fell, Akiyama donned her battle attire, which had spent half an hour under the hairdryer, and rejoined Maka's. According to the intelligence gathered from the underground network, a covert experimental base lay hidden within the woods along the northern border of the Land of Soup. It was highly likely to be the target of their mission, and they planned to conduct reconnaissance around the perimeter tonight. Akiyama nodded in understanding, and the two stealthily advanced toward the northern border's woodland. Upon entering the confines of the base, Akiyama activated her Sharingan to survey the area. Approximately 6 guards were stationed at the entrance, with at least 3 more on the sides. At that moment, Maka's summoned several insects. A small 10-man squad was on patrol. How many targets can your technique, which struck down those 2 rogue ninjas from afar, affect at once? Akiyama paused for a moment before realizing he referred to the 1,000 threads of death. That jutsu could sever the blood vessels connected to a person's heart, causing instant death. However, with her current strength, she could not concentrate enough chakra to target multiple individuals simultaneously. The last 2 rogue ninjas had only been incapacitated by her severing their tendons, and she had to deliver the final blow herself. In essence, the more targets there were, the less damage inflicted. Setting aside the fact that the guards were stationary, she could only temporarily incapacitate the 6 guards at that moment. Maka's pondered for a moment before nodding. Let us withdraw. Chapter 14. The First Mission, Part 2. It felt peculiar. Every aspect of this mission exuded an air of the extraordinary. The sounds emanating from the wagon, or the gravely injured man and his attendant beside him, all evoked a sense of unease within Obito. Just 2 days prior, Rin had returned from fetching water, her forearms still dripping, carrying an indistinct scent of blood. When Kakashi's teacher, Minato, had glanced at the man, he merely offered a penetrating gaze without uttering a word. Over the ensuing days, the man in the wagon had grown inexplicably anxious, compressing a 5-day journey into 3, robbing the group of their precious sleep. By the time they finally entered the Land of Soup, everyone was utterly exhausted. What was the man thinking? He could have rested in the wagon yet chose to stay awake alongside them, fidgeting restlessly. How long has it been since he last bathed? Obito distanced himself from the man, moving to the rear of the group. What's wrong? Kakashi inquired, noticing his arrival. Kakashi, Obito whispered, don't you find that man peculiar? Look, it's merely a C-rank mission, with no direct confrontations between ninjas, yet he insists on hiring us as escorts, Obito analyzed. Even for something as trivial as fetching water. He has an attendant to do it for him. Their conversation was interrupted when the man in front turned to shout, Hey, you two are lagging behind. How will you protect me if enemies approach from the front? Indeed, the original formation had Obito beside the man, with Minato and Rin flanking them, while Kakashi trailed at the back. With Obito moving to the rear, a gap opened up ahead. He had no choice but to quicken his pace to return to the front. Before long, they arrived in town, following Minato to report in. They planned to rest for the night before making their return journey. I feel like I smell terrible, Obito lamented as they walked toward the inn. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed Rin, seemingly lost in thought, and he felt a twinge of concern. Rin? Noera Rin turned to look at him. You're right, I could really use a good bath. Obito, worried, asked what's wrong. Are you feeling unwell? Rin paused briefly before smiling at him. No, just a bit tired. Minato patted Obito on the shoulder, chuckling, indeed, let us rest well first. At that moment, as they passed by a window on the second floor, Akiyama, who had just locked eyes with Rin, pressed her hand to her heart, bewildered as to why she felt the need to hide. Earlier in the afternoon, she had met with Maka's to discuss the infiltration plan for the night. Upon returning, she sat by the window, resting her chin on her hand while gazing outside, only to unexpectedly spot the weary Minato and his team. Startled, she stood up, inadvertently locking gazes with Rin. Akiyama crouched down, covering her face with her hands as she groaned. As night fell, Akiyama awaited the appointed hour for their departure. She gazed up at the moon, estimating that several hours remained until midnight. Strangely, her thoughts drifted back to Minato's group, who were likely fast asleep in the nearby inn, exhausted from their journey. In the next moment, she vanished from the room, leaving only the wide-open window as evidence of her departure. Treading softly along the eaves, Akiyama Q carefully opened the window and leaped inside. In an instant, she was tackled to the ground. Upon recognizing her assailant, she frantically raised her hands to cover her mask. Kakashi. He pinned her down. Stop pretending. I know it's you. Oh no, I've entered the wrong room. Akiyama Q's voice emerged softly from behind her mask. How did you know it was me? I would never mistake you. Kakashi reached out to remove her mask, but she intercepted his hand. With a hint of exasperation, she said, Could you allow me to retain a modicum of mystery? Kakashi did not insist, instead helping her to her feet. He did not inquire about her purpose for being there, simply gazing at her intently. Feeling somewhat uncomfortable under his scrutiny, Akiyama Q said, You should get some rest. I have to leave. She turned to leap through the window, but he grasped her wrist. Are you leaving already? She glanced back at Kakashi, only to find him quickly releasing his grip. Never mind, he said. Be careful. Akiyama Q jumped out of the window, casting one last glance at him as she smiled, Good night. She then turned and approached the window of the adjacent room, peering through the wide-open window at the soundly sleeping Obito before silently moving on to another room. Gently pushing open the window, Akiyama Ju cautiously stepped onto the ledge, peering inside. In the next moment, she found herself face to face with Noera Rin. I knew you would come, she remarked with a smile. Akiyama Ju fell silent, for she had merely intended to check on them while they were asleep. After a long journey, it seemed foolish to be awake at this hour, practicing ninjutsu. Could they not learn from the likes of Obito next door? As she prepared to withdraw, Noera Rin grasped her shoulder, preventing her escape. I'm just here to take a look, Akiyama Ju whispered. Just to take a look? Noera Rin's hands rested on her shoulders, her gaze penetrating through the mask's eye holes. Akiyama Ju found herself pinned to the window, unable to advance or retreat, and could only turn her head aside. Noera Rin, unfazed, continued, You could have left right after dealing with that person, yet you stayed behind to heal me. You know I'm a medical ninja, don't you? She chuckled lightly, Little Ju. It seemed everyone had recognized her, rendering the mask nearly transparent. Akiyama Ju sighed softly. I was flustered at the time and didn't think of it. Besides, you hardly had any chakra left to treat yourself. She lifted Noera Rin's injured hand. Does it hurt? Noera Rin grasped her hand back and squeezed. It's healed already, and I owe you my thanks. That's good, Akiyama Ju replied, momentarily at a loss for words, her heart urging her to stay. Noera Rin reached up to touch her mask, sending a jolt of alarm through Akiyama Ju, who quickly stopped her. Don't. Noera Rin spoke softly. You didn't come here solely out of concern for my injury, did you? Gently. She pulled Akiyama Ju's hand away from the mask. You wanted to see me, didn't you? Akiyama Ju hesitated but did not resist her movement. I feel the same. Noera Rin said, lifting her mask, I wanted to see you. Without the mask's concealment, Akiyama Ju lowered her gaze to Noera Rin. Noticing that much of her figure was obscured by her own shadow, Akiyama Ju shifted to sit on the window ledge. The silvery moonlight cascaded upon Noera Rin's face, illuminating her eyes. You look lovely, Rin, Akiyama Ju thought. Noera Rin cupped her face. Why are you looking at me like that? Is this mission dangerous? Akiyama Ju gently rubbed her palm against Noera Rin's, smiling. Don't worry. Noera Rin chuckled helplessly, leaning in to press her forehead against Akiyama Ju's. Gazing at her face so close, Akiyama Ju murmured, Rin. Noera Rin released her, fastening her mask back in place, then took Akiyama Ju's hand, giving it a gentle squeeze. Be careful on your journey. Akiyama Ju replied, clasping her hand in return. All right. Chapter 15, The First Mission, Part 2, Action. Akiyama Ju swiftly released chakra from her palm, binding the guard at the door before knocking him out. She boldly entered through the main entrance. Moments later, a loud crash echoed outside, and the overhead lights suddenly went out. According to plan, she was to enter from the front, while Makaz created chaos using wind techniques to cover her. It seemed she had inadvertently damaged the power system. TSK. She pressed forward, running swiftly. The power outage reduced the risk of detection, but also complicated her intelligence-gathering efforts. Once inside the base, she unleashed a burst of fire from her fingertips, searching room by room. Yet, without exception, these rooms yielded no useful information. What is going on? Let us go check outside. The sudden sound of conversation prompted Akiyama Ju to extinguish the flame quickly and press herself against the wall. After the two men exited, she followed the direction they had taken. Entering a new area, she frowned at the password lock next to the door, glowing green. There's even an independent power source. This complicates matters. She decided to inject chakra directly, rendering it inoperative, and kicked the door open. The light inside forced her to squint. Upon gaining clarity of her surroundings, she couldn't help but curse under her breath. Damn! Inside the nutrient pods along the wall floated countless human bodies and organs in green liquid. Some were solitary, bobbing within their chambers, while others were crammed together. She began to rummage through the documents on the experiment table, stuffing anything she deemed useful into her scroll, and even the seemingly useless. During her search, she stumbled upon detailed records regarding the fusion of tailed beasts and humans. Were these lunatics attempting to create a tailed beast-level biological weapon? After piling all the experimental data onto the scroll, her gaze shifted to a door within the lab. Her intuition told her that more intelligence lay behind it. She pulled the door open to reveal a staircase leading downward. The dim light obscured the end, and she crouched low, hastening her descent. As she ventured deeper, a pungent odor assaulted her senses. Upon stepping onto a soft surface, she halted. Faint whimpering sounds reached her ears. Suddenly, the power was restored, illuminating the stairwell. What a horrific sight it was. Piles of filth, scattered bones, and decaying flesh. With children huddled in the corners, whimpering. Looking down, she realized the soft ground she had stepped on was actually the partially decayed abdominal cavity of a corpse. So that's it, she thought. They kept the living confined in the basement, ready to snatch them when needed, or perhaps to dissect them in front of the children. Turning her gaze to the corner where the frightened children cowered, her heart felt as if it were being brutally squeezed. It was utterly revolting, infinitely worse than her clothes after 2 days of travel without washing. Her stomach twisted painfully. Taking 2 steps forward, she scooped up 2 children without a word and turned to ascend the staircase. Rest in peace. Once back on the surface, she retrieved a stack of explosive tags from her ninja tool pouch and plastered them throughout the laboratory. The children nestled quietly in her arms, one gripping her arm tightly, the other clutching her clothing. Akiyama carried them as she sprinted down the corridor. The blinding corridor lights cast a continuous expanse of white on the ground, making the figure standing not far away all the more conspicuous. When did this rat come in? It was Fujita Kazuya, the man from the carriage days prior. He seemed to have recovered quickly, shedding the previous lethargy. Yet, he had returned to the land of hot water only yesterday afternoon. How could he possibly be restored by this early morning? Akiyama soon discerned the reason. Fujita Kazuya produced a vial of strange serum and swallowed it down, his muscles rapidly bulging. Then let us play. Akiyama leaped back 2 steps, setting the children down. Run far away and wait for me. The frightened children stumbled away, supporting each other. Akiyama fixed her gaze on the man before her. I don't understand why you would do such things. Human experimentation, the slaughter of children, and now transforming yourself into this monstrosity. Akiyama recognized that the man standing before her had lost all semblance of humanity. Wasn't it obvious? Fujita Kazuya discarded the empty vial. Of course, it's for power. There is nothing particularly strange about it. As long as biological weapons are manufactured, the land of soup will possess absolute authority. A thunderous explosion erupted behind, as the ignition symbols in the laboratory reached their self-ignition point. You destroyed my laboratory? Fujita Kazuya's expression was somewhat peculiar. Akiyama retorted with his own words. Isn't that obvious? She revealed her newly activated 3-tomo Sharingan. Of course, it is to thwart the plans of you scoundrels. Fujita Kazuya roared and charged at her. Akiyama created distance, unleashing a massive fireball toward his face. According to the theory of smoke and no harm, a fist lunged from the smoke towards her face. She swiftly dodged and directed chakra into his body. Before she could inflict further damage, the chakra threads were severed, and he retaliated with a punch to her abdomen. With a grunt, she stepped back, cursing internally. I will not be bested by you brutes who rely solely on physical strength. Fujita Kazuya chuckled sinisterly. I will modify your body to make you kill your loved ones and friends. Akiyama dashed toward him. Stop your ramblings. Huh. Fujita Kazuya scoffed. But in the next moment, he collapsed, meeting her gaze. Standing above him, Akiyama exhaled a heavy breath. Has no one told you not to stare directly into the eyes of the Uchiha during battle? Although I am not an Uchiha. She promptly drove her weapon through his throat and heart. Turning a corner, she found 2 children and scooped them up, rushing toward the exit. Along the way, she encountered the approaching guards, casting an illusion on each. Finally reaching the exit, she joined with Mikazuki, who had dispatched the guards. Mikazuki regarded the children in her arms. Why do you have them again? Akiyama interjected. They are witnesses. Unable to argue, Mikazuki took one child in his arms. Let us return them to the village first. We can address the situation later. Are we going back to the village now? Akiyama-ju, sensing Mikazuki's questioning gaze, replied. All of this is connected to the daimyo of the Land of Soup. Must we not resolve it? This isn't your mission. Seeing her stubborn gaze, Mikazuki sighed. The guards surrounding the daimyo are plentiful, and your strength is insufficient to eliminate him. Rest assured, tonight, the Yellow Flash will act with us. I believe he has already resolved the matter. Minato Namikaze? Akiyama-ju sighed in relief. Let us go. Observing Akiyama-ju's changing demeanor, Mikazuki felt a sense of resignation. Chapter 16. The white-haired toad man. Upon returning to the village after completing the mission, Hokage graciously granted Akiyama-ju a period of leave. The two children she and Mikazuki rescued seemed significantly traumatized. Fortunately, they were among the children escorted by Minato's team, so their injuries were minimal. After learning the specifics of their abduction from them, Akiyama-ju returned them to their original village. In the following days, news arrived from the Land of Soup that the daimyo had been assassinated, with his son succeeding him. According to rumors, the new daimyo exhibited little reaction to being thrust into power, instead maintaining a punctual work schedule, earning him the title of model employee for the new generation. Thus, the affairs of the Land of Soup came to a seemingly tranquil conclusion. Akiyama-ju finally returned home and enjoyed a comfortable sleep. The next day, she was visited by Noera-rin. Since it's a rare holiday, let us go soak in a hot spring together. Unable to resist her enthusiastic invitation, Akiyama-ju grabbed a change of clothes and happily followed her to the women's bathhouse. Just as she changed in the locker room, she heard a surprised voice. Akiyama-kun. Turning around, she saw a girl with black hair and red eyes, whom she vaguely remembered from school. Her name seemed to be Hinata Kurenai. Kurenai's gaze dropped. A girl? Akiyama-ju remained silent, while Noera-rin laughed uncontrollably beside her. What led you to mistakenly think I was male? Akiyama-ju wrapped herself in a towel, puzzled. Kurenai scratched her head. Oh dear, my apologies. I initially thought Akiyama was a rather delicate-looking boy, but now that your hair has grown long, it's obvious you are a girl, huh? She chuckled awkwardly. Noera-rin laughed even harder. Akiyama-ju sighed. It's fine. Rin. Sorry, I just couldn't help it. Finally entering the hot spring, Akiyama-ju exhaled in contentment. This is wonderful. The outdoor hot spring allowed them to enjoy the beauty of cherry blossoms while soaking. Inside the pool were several girls from her previous class, who seemed to have come with Kurenai and were idly chatting. One girl covered her face. The cheesecake from that new dessert shop is absolutely delicious. Another girl shot her a sideways glance. I see you have your eyes on that shop's handsome guy. Stop it. The first girl splashed water at her, and the girls began to playfully tease each other. The conversation inevitably drifted toward matters of the heart, amidst the laughter and chatter of youthful feelings. Noera-rin inexplicably turned her head toward Akiyama-ju, who had been quietly soaking at the edge of the pool and not participating in the conversation. Thinking of checking on her well-being, she was taken aback as Akiyama-ju suddenly stood up, wrapped herself in the towel, and nimbly leaped over the barrier surrounding the hot spring. Behind the barrier, a tall, shady figure was peering through a small hole, unimpressed. What a bunch of undeveloped kids. Thud. He was struck face first into the ground by Akiyama-ju's sudden kick. Standing on his head, she demanded, What are you doing? Peeping Tom. Hearing her unabashed rebuke, the girls in the bath screamed, What? There's a pervert. The man on the ground struggled to speak. Miss. Could you please lessen the pressure on my head? Humph. Akiyama-ju stepped on him a couple more times before finally letting him go. As he stood up, his striking white hair, red face paint, and the forehead protector emblazoned with oil caught her attention. Akiyama-ju pondered, this person bears a resemblance to Jiraiya, one of the legendary Sannin. Remembering a short video she had seen earlier of Naruto shouting about the perverted sage, Akiyama-ju suppressed a desire to scoff. Well then, gazing at the small boy who was crossing his arms and looking up at him, Jiraiya never expected his peeping would be exposed. Holding on to a sliver of hope, Akiyama-ju inquired, Who are you? Jiraiya scratched his nose, puffing out his chest as he summoned a large toad to stand atop it. You ask a good question. I am the sage of Mount Mayaboku, known as the Toad Sage. Pleasure to meet you. Akiyama-ju felt an overwhelming urge to mock him. Why summon a toad just to show off? She twitched her eyebrows, expressionless as she uttered 4 words. Perverted sage. What? You little brat. I'm the Toad Sage. The Toad Sage. What do you want? At that moment, Noera-rin rushed out, hastily throwing a coat over Akiyama-ju and standing protectively in front of her. Seeing Rin's protective gesture, Akiyama couldn't help but chuckle. Hearing her laughter, Rin turned back and glared at her. You too. Without uttering a single word, he dashed out. What if he became enraged and turned his wrath upon you? With his physique, he could easily crush you. Lin, this is the somewhat helpless Akiyama. This is Jiraiya, whose character is being doubted. A flash of golden light appeared, accompanied by a gentle and courteous voice. Teacher Jiraiya, what brings you to such a place again? Hearing his words, Noera Lin looked at Jiraiya in disbelief. Having only been on a few missions herself, she naturally could not recognize that the peeping Tom before her was one of the legendary Sannin. Jiraiya. Minato Namikaze scratched his head. Ah, you are here too. Wait a moment. It seemed he finally sensed the awkwardness in the atmosphere, glancing back and forth between the two girls and his teacher several times. Hesitating for a few seconds before speaking, Teacher Jiraiya, some behaviors need to be curtailed promptly. We cannot escalate matters further. Jiraiya pointed at Akiyama. What? You think I would be interested in this bean sprout? Bang. A bump appeared on Jiraiya's head, slowly beginning to smoke. Akiyama retracted his fist. Speak more politely. You old geezer. Minato waved his hand. Haha. All right. Gio and Lin should head out first. I will teach him a proper lesson. At this, he ignored Jiraiya's mouth twitching in fury and smiled at Akiyama. Do visit us again. Kushina mentioned she misses you. Akiyama nodded, taking Noera Lin's hand as they departed. Inside the changing room, Noera Lin looked at her as she donned her clothes with disapproval. Honestly, just wrapping yourself in a towel and talking for so long. What if you catch a chill? Akiyama pouted playfully at her. Noera Lin could not resist her antics and flicked her forehead. All right then. You are the best. Chapter 17, The Battlefield Ding. Akiyama swiftly flung a shuriken, turning to pierce the enemy's heart. Blood splattered onto her face, warm and viscous. Sidestepping the incoming kunai, she took advantage of her agility to slip under the enemy's armpit and drive the kunai into his back. Having dealt with him, she withdrew. Kakashi appeared beside her. Withdrawing the kunai, the enemy's lifeless body crumpled to the ground, and Akiyama took a deep breath. The scent of blood, the pervasive stench of carnage. She pressed her lips together in silence, turning to retreat alongside her comrades. Why was she on the battlefield? That story began several days prior. Having just returned from training, Akiyama found a letter left by Noera Lin on the ground at her doorstep. The letter conveyed that Minato's team was heading to the battlefield, with Noera Lin joining the medical unit, while Kakashi and Obito were going to the front lines. Upon reading the letter, Akiyama-jo's heart was unsettled for a long time. She had always thought the war was far from her, until she graduated and frequently encountered adults with troubled expressions, those lost in thought, and individuals with bloodshot eyes filled with despair. Now, she had received word from a friend about the battlefield. She finally realized that the war was closer than she had imagined. The free time she usually spent reading after dinner felt futile that night, as she clutched her book but could not focus. Images of Kakashi and Obito being gravely injured flashed through her mind, interspersed with visions of Noera Lin being attacked by enemies at the medical station. It was the time when hormones surged within her, and people often said that individuals were most emotional at night. Akiyama did not care for such notions. She was filled with anxiety and overwhelming concern for her friends. She yearned to join the battlefield and fight alongside them, even if it meant risking her life. Thus, she set the book down and dashed towards the Hokage's office. Noticing Akiyama-jo's silence along the way, Obito leapt a couple of steps to match her pace among the branches. "Gio, what's wrong?" Akiyama-jo rolled her eyes, glanced at him, then turned back to the path. "I'm not happy." "Why? Are you tired?" "No, I'm just not accustomed to killing. The thought that one swift motion can end someone's life is something I struggle with." Kakashi, leading the way, interjected, "Are you feeling guilty? But this is war. It's either him or you who dies." "Yes, I understand," Akiyama-jo replied. "I know that if I do not kill him today, he might kill my comrades tomorrow, sensei. However, when I think about the person I killed possibly having promised to return home to their family, or that they will never witness the blooming flowers or the setting sun again, I begin to loathe myself." Obito, hearing this, grew anxious. "It's not your fault. You had no choice." "It's all right. I'm just overthinking," she replied. Kakashi looked back at her with concern. "But if you do not kill him today, he may destroy numerous families in the future. Would thinking of it this way make you feel better?" At that moment, they arrived at the main camp, and the three of them landed. Ultimately, it was all due to war. Today, they were merely at a small battlefield. If they ventured to a more chaotic main battlefield, They might not even know how they perished. Akiyama lamented. Gyo, Kakashi lifted her chin. You are trapped in an emotional dilemma. He used his fingers to wipe the blood spattered on her face. One day, the war will end. For now, all we can do is live well and witness a world without war. Looking at Kakashi's face, Akiyama opened her mouth, but ultimately remained silent, smiling faintly. Obito stepped forward and hugged her tightly, earnestly saying, Don't worry, Gyo. I will do my utmost to protect you. Kakashi retorted without mercy. You should focus on taking care of yourself first. Idiot Kakashi. Observing the lively demeanor before her, Akiyama felt her tense emotions begin to ease, and she shook her head helplessly. The trio was already near the medical station, and now they had to pass through it to report to Minato. As they approached the tents, Akiyama unexpectedly heard Noera Lin's voice, choked with suppressed sobs. I'm sorry, I have no chakra left. Lady Tsunade is nowhere to be found. Please hold on a little longer. You have helped me for so long. I am already very grateful. Please don't cry. I lack the strength to wipe your tears. Tobio, don't close your eyes. Keep your eyes open and look at me. With a swift motion, Akiyama pulled aside the curtain and strode toward the group of lightly injured patients. Make way. The group parted, and she glanced at the tearful Noera Lin, offering a reassuring smile before lowering her gaze to assess the man lying on the grass mat. His arm was wrapped in thick bandages, all stained crimson. Quickly unwrapping the bandage, she was taken aback by the sight of the wound. His right hand had been severed, hanging by a thin layer of skin. He had endured excessive blood loss and had managed to hold on to this point by sheer will. Not wishing to waste any time, Akiyama used her chakra threads to stitch his arm together, employing the healing palm technique to repair the blood vessels within. After utilizing her Sharingan for a brief period during the battle and performing this considerable surgery, her chakra reserves were nearly depleted. As for the severed bone, lacking sufficient chakra, she could only stabilize its ends and affix a splint, deeming the task a success. The moment she removed the man's bandages, those surrounding them had unconsciously created a vacuum, maintaining their distance to observe. Even Kakashi and Obito, who entered behind her, held their breath. Fortunately, the surgery concluded successfully, and Noera Lin could no longer contain herself. She rushed into Akiyama's embrace, weeping. Surrounded by concerned ninjas acquainted with the man, Akiyama Kitoko spoke up, urging, Please do not crowd around. The patient requires ample oxygen. Return to your respective beds. The crowd dispersed, retreating to their designated resting spots. Though referred to as beds, they merely consisted of a few straw mats laid out within the tent. With an overwhelming number of injured, and the scarcity of resources during wartime, having a place to rest was already a considerable blessing. The man receiving treatment opened his mouth in gratitude, yet before he could articulate his thanks, Akiyama Kitoko interjected. Rest well, there is no need for thanks. Cradling the weeping girl in his arms, Akiyama Kitoko felt she had finally assumed her rightful demeanor. Typically embodying the role of the comforting older sister, she always appeared dependable. However, she was still at an age meant for seeking solace in her parents' embrace. The onset of war and the burdens of premature responsibility had forced her to mature swiftly into a reliable medical ninja, yet her essence remained that of a child, left without support in moments of helplessness. Akiyama Kitoko gently stroked her back, saying, Rin, you have done exceptionally well. Yahiro Rin withdrew from his embrace, sniffling. I still feel inadequate. I don't know how to handle situations like this. Akiyama Kitoko tenderly brushed away her tears. You have given your all, haven't you? That is sufficient. You have exerted enough effort. Yet, Yahiro Rin looked as if she might break into tears again, if you hadn't come. Akiyama Kitoko embraced her once more, but I did come. Do not be afraid. Chapter 18, Dullness Where Are the Injured? Tsunade hurriedly lifted the curtain and entered. Observing the inhabitants of the tent, each attending to their tasks, she felt a flicker of confusion. Is it resolved? Yahiro Rin wiped her face. Lady Tsunade. Tsunade approached the man who had just undergone surgery, leaning down to assess his bandaged arm, internally noting its perfect and meticulous wrapping. She delicately touched the man's wound, sensing a formidable healing jutsu surrounding it. Rising, she surveyed the others before fixing her gaze on Akiyama Kitoko, who was tightly holding Yahiro Rin. Did you do this? Akiyama Kitoko nodded. Yes. Well done. Tsunade pondered for a moment before inquiring, could you come to assist starting tomorrow? We require your help here. Akiyama Kitoko hesitated, initially inclined to agree, but glanced toward Kakashi and the others. Obito stepped forward, patting her shoulder. Go ahead, Kitoko. Who knows? I might inadvertently need your assistance if I get injured. He flashed her a broad smile. Akiyama Kitoko turned her gaze back to Kakashi, who nodded in agreement. If one feels guilt over taking lives on the battlefield, then perhaps saving lives in the rear is a better alternative. Akiyama Kitoko pursed her lips, feeling a gentle squeeze on her palm, and turned to Yahiro Rin, who was smiling at her despite her tear-streaked face. Unable to suppress a laugh in such a serious moment, Akiyama Kitoko placed her knuckles to her lips, adopting a grave demeanor. Absolutely, Lady Tsunade. Tsunade nodded. Report by 6 o'clock tomorrow morning. With that, she turned to check on the other wounded. Akiyama Kitoko squeezed Yahiro Rin's hand. We need to report our status. Okay. The three of them traversed the medical point and arrived at the battlefield camp, where they found Namikaze Minato conversing with others near the campfire. Teacher. Minato turned to them, smiling. Ah, you've arrived. It seems your mission was successful? Kakashi stepped forward to report the situation. Out of the corner of her eye, Akiyama Kitoko caught sight of the striking white hair and turned to see Jiraiya staring pensively into the flickering flames. As if sensing her gaze, Jiraiya looked up, and upon meeting her eyes, his expression fell. Akiyama Kitoko clenched her fists. What kind of expression is that, you old pervert? Huh. Jiraiya pointed at her. I haven't forgotten how you got me discovered last time. Is peeping something to be proud of? You lecherous old man. What peeping? I was gathering material. Obito, bewildered, grabbed Akiyama Kitoko's arm as she lunged forward. Do you know this person? Akiyama Kitoko flared her arms. Don't stop me. I must deliver justice to this guy. All right. Obito released her. Akiyama Kitoko, taken aback, asked, Wait, you're really not stopping me? Standing tall, Akiyama Kitoko rubbed her nose. I'm just not in the mood today. I'll let you off this time. Jiraiya chuckled in disbelief, then sighed. Glancing at the sparks leaping from the fire, he sidelong glanced at Akiyama Kitoko, beckoning her to sit beside him. How have you been feeling today? Not bad. Akiyama Kitoko settled onto the ground beside him, with Obito sitting close by. Kakashi appeared to have finished his report to Minato and was engaged in casual conversation. Hey. Obito leaned closer to Akiyama Kitoko. Why do you dislike this person? Akiyama Kitoko rested her chin on her hand. Dislike might not be the right word. When Rin and I went to the hot springs last time. Jiraiya swiftly covered her mouth. Akiyama Kitoko shot him a glare and smacked his hand away. Jiraiya complained, don't spread that around. This lecherous fellow even cared about his reputation. Akiyama Kitoko nodded helplessly, assuring him she would keep it to herself before he finally released her. Obito was astonished. Why did you and Rin go to the hot springs together? Akiyama Kitoko turned to him with a blank expression. Why? Why aren't you speaking? Akiyama Kitoko took a deep breath. I'm a boy. Jiraiya watched them with an amused expression. Obito tilted his head slightly. You. Seeing his face light up with realization, Akiyama Kitoko nodded. Yes. Obito shook her shoulder vigorously. You went to spy on Rin in the hot springs? That's not right. Didn't you say? His words were cut short by Akiyama Kitoko's righteous fist landing on his head. Are you an idiot? Obito clutched his head, looking pitifully at her. Kitoko. Struggling against the urge to dissect his brain to understand his thought process, Akiyama Kitoko took another deep breath. Have you never considered that I might actually be a girl? Like a thunderclap, this revelation struck Obito's mind. He placed his hands atop his head, displaying his astonishment. What? My voice doesn't sound like a boy, yes. I thought you hadn't hit puberty yet. And what about my hair? It's grown a little longer, right? I thought it was a new style. After all, you tried the dog chew look before. The last words were swallowed back down under Akiyama Kitoko's piercing gaze. Grinding her teeth, Akiyama Kitoko turned her attention back to the campfire, sulking in silence. On the other side, Kakashi supported himself on the grass with his hands, observing the commotion they were causing. Namikaze Minato chuckled. You all are quite lively. I feel reassured. Kakashi adjusted his mask, thinking to himself that Obito remained as notoriously oblivious as ever. Meanwhile, Obito cautiously glanced at Akiyama Kitoko's profile. The flickering flames cast a dim, ambiguous glow on her features. All right, Akiyama Kitoko sighed. I've grown accustomed to it. Jiraiya turned away, his shoulders shaking with laughter, prompting Akiyama Kitoko to punch him playfully in the back. Ouch, you little rascal. Namikaze Minato stood up to mediate. It's getting late. Everyone should rest early. Under the night sky, Akiyama Gyo found herself restless, tossing and turning in her sleep. Deciding to slip out of the tent quietly, she stepped into the cool embrace of the night, where the moonlight illuminated her eyes, revealing a tumult of emotions within. To her, war felt like a dreadful nightmare. mercilessly shattering the tranquility of life, fracturing countless families, and transforming once peaceful villages into ruins. The so-called glory brought by war was merely an expansion of the power-hungry desires of a select few, with the cost being the loss of innumerable vibrant lives. Akiyama understood well that war had never truly yielded victory. Both sides bore the heavy burden of pain. What, then, is the meaning of war? Chapter 19. The mysterious black-haired serpent man, why aren't you asleep? Jiraiya's voice startled her. He had appeared behind her unnoticed. Akiyama simply clasped her hands behind her head, lying on the grass, gazing at the night sky, sighing, I cannot sleep. She turned to Jiraiya. What about you? Why are you here so late? He offered no response, sitting cross-legged beside her, his gaze fixed skyward. After a long silence, when she thought he had drifted off, he asked, what do you think of this war, kid? Akiyama shut her eyes tightly. It is ruthless, vague, fierce, heartbreaking, and incomprehensible. The night breeze gently tousled their hair. Jiraiya listened quietly, turning to catch her gaze, a wry smile forming on his lips as he shook his head, commenting, what a chaotic assortment of adjectives. Perhaps, Akiyama replied nonchalantly, to me, war is a disordered and indescribable existence. It is inherently complex, and I cannot encapsulate it with mere words. It is vastly different from the scant descriptions of war found in books. She lifted her gaze toward the battlefield, her lips pressed together in silence. Following her line of sight, Jiraiya remained silent for a long while before slowly saying, this is the world of ninjas, filled with conflict and sacrifice. Must it be this way? Akiyama squeezed her eyes shut, reflecting on the senselessness of a struggle that leads to life and death. Suddenly, she felt the light before her fade, the moonlight unable to penetrate her closed eyelids, leaving a chilling pallor. Opening her eyes, she found herself confronted by a tall figure blocking her view. War might be an opportunity, perhaps. Jiraiya cleared his throat, beginning to speak. Akiyama responded softly, urging him to continue. It could be a chance to dismantle a decaying order and construct a fairer world. Easier said than done. Akiyama turned away. Jiraiya reached out to gently stroke her head. No one enjoys the ceaseless flames of war. Looking at the wild grass around her, Akiyama asked, when will the war end? Soon, very soon. A severely injured ninja has been brought back to tent number 1. Lin hurriedly lifted the flap and rushed inside. Taking the bandages from Akiyama's hands, I'll bandage him. You should go check. All right. There's a surgery. I cannot spare the time. You go. Tsunade, frantically busy, resolutely delegated part of her tasks to Akiyama upon seeing her. Okay. Medical ninja. Where are the medical ninjas? 2 ninjas, each carrying an injured person. Shouted breathlessly. Akiyama dashed out, coming. I need help. I'm here. Finally, after attending to the wounded, Akiyama found a moment to catch her breath. Leaning against a tree, she observed the bustling camp. Serving as a temporary medical ninja over the past few days had exhausted her, yet it brought a sense of fulfillment. There was no time left for her to ponder other matters. Akiyama right? A low, husky voice intruded her thoughts. Turning her head, she saw a man with long black hair and purple-painted eyes gazing at her with interest. Who is this person? He resembles a snake. Wait a moment. He looks somewhat familiar. Akiyama steadied herself against the tree, rising, Lord Orochimaru. Orochimaru, one of the legendary Sannin, known for his scientific pursuits, was her idol. A scientist. Akiyama recalled that her neighbor's older brother was also a scientist, often visiting her home. Despite not understanding why scientists seem to have so much free time, she believed her neighbor's brother had his reasons. Thinking about it, the two had a somewhat similar aura. Setting aside other matters, Orochimaru's proposed running posture had deeply resonated with her. As an athletics enthusiast arriving in this world, the only familiar aspect to her was indeed Orochimaru's developed running technique. Crying storms, regardless of how fervently Akiyama felt inside, she maintained a calm exterior. Orochimaru raised an eyebrow, leaning closer to observe her. Akiyama felt puzzled yet remained still, allowing him to examine her. It was only natural for a scientist to be curious, spending all day in the laboratory. Orochimaru straightened up, a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth. You are quite intriguing. Akiyama blinked, unsure of how to respond. Is that so? Orochimaru continued. It is rare to see such a unique expression here. A unique expression? Did I display something just now? Akiyama forced a smile, but felt foolish. So she adopted a neutral expression and inquired. Is there something you need from me, Lord Orochimaru? With arms crossed, Orochimaru chuckled. I've seen you occasionally. Today I happen to have some time, so I thought I'd say hello. Akiyama tilted her head. This didn't make sense. So many severely injured people had been brought from the battlefield today, indicating that the war must have been quite fierce. How could a high-ranking ninja like Orochimaru have time to spare? Before she could voice her thoughts, Orochimaru seemed to read her mind, speaking softly. You are not from this world, are you? Her heart tightened suddenly, and Akiyama took a step back. Observing her reaction, Orochimaru's conviction grew stronger. He continued. Whether it was your sudden appearance in the village years ago or your thoughts, which are entirely alien to this world, the core values of socialism. Are they a product of your world? As Orochimaru moved closer, Akiyama swallowed hard. The core values of socialism had been inscribed in her notebook countless times whenever she felt lost or nostalgic after arriving in this world. Over time, the notebook became filled with those thoughts. Yet, she had never shared it with anyone, nor did she believe she had a significant connection with Orochimaru. Why would he know? Orochimaru tilted her face upward, his smile revealing amusement. How fascinating. Do you have any other secrets unknown to others? Gio, how have you been resting? Lin squatted down to meet Akiyama's gaze. Akiyama snapped back to reality, suppressing her racing heart, and stammered. Just now, I met Lord Orochimaru. Strange. Has he already left? Lin looked at her oddly. What are you talking about? You've been alone here since earlier. Suddenly, Akiyama touched her face, still tinged with the cold sensation from Orochimaru's touch. What on earth is happening? This suffocating feeling. Akin to being coiled by a python, she felt a throbbing headache and narrowed her eyes. Akiyama grabbed Najihara Rin's hand, saying, I might be exhausted. Huh. Najihara Rin raised her hand to touch her forehead, only to find it burning hot. Suddenly, Akiyama collapsed into her embrace. Chapter 20. Significance. Before her lay a blinding white expanse, and Akiyama glanced around in confusion. Has it fogged up? Who am I? Where am I? What am I supposed to do? What is the meaning of life? An ethereal voice echoed in the space. Since all living beings ultimately face death, what meaning does life hold? The voice felt eerily familiar, reminiscent of Orochimaru. Ugh. Akiyama opened her eyes. Hearing the commotion, Najihara Rin hurried over, asking, How do you feel? Akiyama raised her hand to wipe her face, inquiring, What happened to me? You have a fever, Najihara Rin frowned. You worked too hard during the day and kept going out into the cold at night. Starting today, you must rest well at night. No more wandering around. Oh. Akiyama lowered her head, feeling guilty. She had thought Rin was asleep when she sneaked out, but it seemed she had known all along. Najihara Rin squinted, pinching Akiyama's cheeks and pulling them apart, threatening, Answer me honestly. Okay. Akiyama mumbled, I will rest well at night. Only then did Najihara Rin release her face and turn to leave the tent. I'll go help out again. You rest a bit longer. Once Akiyama confirmed that Rin had walked far enough away, she quickly got up and put on her shoes. She had merely promised Najihara Rin to rest well at night, but she peeked out of the tent, squinting at the sun hanging high in the sky. It was far from nighttime. She was still somewhat preoccupied with Orochimaru's words in that pure white space. Where do you intend to go? A voice called from behind. Akiyama mechanically turned around to find a scowling Orochimaru standing there. Caught red-handed. Najihara Rin sighed, frowning at her. Why are you so determined to go out? Akiyama felt a sudden impulse and replied, To seek the meaning of life. Huh. Najihara Rin looked at her, as if she had lost her mind. No. I mean, Akiyama hurriedly waved her hands. I'm going to find someone. I have very important questions to ask. Fine. Najihara Rin sighed again. Young women are hard to keep. Go ahead, but come back early. Oh, okay. As the sun dipped lower, the ninjas heading to the front lines had yet to return. Akiyama felt a mix of anxiety, fearing she might not find Orochimaru, and if she did, not knowing how to confront him. She wandered around the camp, her search resembling more of a leisurely stroll. Most of the ninjas remaining at the camp were resting and having dinner, while the sunset cast a warm glow over the ground, creating a rare atmosphere of leisure. An illusion, a voice came from behind her. Akiyama's brow twitched as she turned to see Orochimaru standing behind her, his cold snake-like eyes fixed on her before slowly shifting away. What do you mean? Akiyama frowned. Orochimaru licked his lips. Follow me. Looking at the man before her, who resembled a snake. Akiyama found the admiration she felt that morning had dwindled to a mere shadow, replaced by caution and wariness. Acknowledging her desire to converse with him, she followed him to a secluded corner. Before she could steady herself, She spoke first. What is your purpose? I doubt this morning's conversation was merely a figment of my imagination. Orochimaru chuckled lightly. Purpose? I approached you without any ulterior motives. I merely found it amusing, nothing more. When I first encountered Akiyama-ju, it was not in the land of fire. To be precise, it was not in this world at all. It was in a dream where Orochimaru glimpsed another world and, through a deceptive means, made contact with little her. I doubt you are that idol, Akiyama-ju said. Frowning at him, Orochimaru crossed his arms. Who can say for sure? Seeing his nonchalant expression, Akiyama-ju felt an inexplicable sense of powerlessness. It felt as though communication with him was futile. Was there a language barrier? Hello? How are you? What about you? What is your purpose in seeking me? Orochimaru's inquiry interrupted her chaotic thoughts. Akiyama-ju looked into his golden snake-like eyes, recalling the questions that echoed within the pure white space. I wish to know your perspective on life. Orochimaru's smile faded as he scrutinized her until she could no longer bear the tension and trembled slightly before he spoke. Life is inherently meaningless. It is merely a journey in pursuit of power and desire. Only immortality is the truth. Akiyama-ju felt a sinking sensation in her heart. Something felt amiss. It seemed Orochimaru's psyche was troubled. Advocating for the well-being of children, she retorted, life does hold meaning. The significance lies in the experiences, the memories, the emotions. Whether painful or joyful, are all traces of life. She lifted her gaze, staring intently into his eyes. If life is deemed meaningless, then living holds no hope. Mere survival is not true happiness. Orochimaru spoke slowly. You are too naive. Once you witness countless deaths and experience the temptations of power's limits, your perspective will change. Akiyama just shook her head. It is precisely because I have seen darkness that I cherish light even more. Those beautiful memories are enough to constitute life's meaning. Such childish notions, Orochimaru turned his head away. You fear death, Akiyama-ju asserted confidently. You must have witnessed too many people die, which is why you are afraid. To deny the joy and beauty they once brought is to negate the significance of their existence. Humph, Orochimaru chuckled. I underestimated you. He turned to leave, leaving behind a single remark. Do not perish in this war. I anticipate your performance. Returning to her tent, Akiyama-ju swallowed 2 soldier rations and lay down, staring blankly at the tent's ceiling. I cannot go outside. Rin will be unhappy. Ah, how boring. Najihara Rin lifted the curtain and entered. Observing Akiyama-ju sprawled on the mat, she leaned down to meet her gaze. Ju. Ugh. Akiyama-ju propped herself up on her hands. Rin, you're back. Tomorrow, we can go home. What? Recently, the feudal lords of the 5 great nations have been in discussions. The ongoing war has taken too great a toll, and there seems to be an intention to sign a treaty. Teacher Minato will accompany the 3rd Hokage to the meeting. Najihara Rin's eyes sparkled with joy. They are giving us a break. Akiyama-ju hesitated. Will there be enough manpower? Najihara Rin blinked. They should temporarily cease fighting, right? Is that so? Akiyama-ju frowned, feeling that things were not so simple. Everyone can finally get a good night's sleep. Perhaps the war will end. Najihara Rin took off her outer garments and covered herself with a blanket, turning to face Akiyama-ju. Get to bed early. Good night. Akiyama-ju tilted her head, watching her close her eyes, and after a moment's contemplation, she abandoned her plan to sneak out. After all, she had promised Rin and could not go back on her word. Moments later, she lay down and softly said, good night. Her mind was restless. Chapter 21. A mix-up upon returning to the village, Akiyama-ju dashed home and flopped onto her bed. The bed. A soft bed. Tears streamed down Akiyama-ju's face. Sleeping on the mat in the camp had left her back sore. At last, I have experienced several days of exceptionally restful sleep at home. I lay in a state of blissful ignorance, barely even rising to train, merely getting up to practice a couple of sets of punches. It was indeed delightful. On this particular day, Shio-shanjio was lounging on her bed, absorbed in a book and relishing the softness of her bedding when a cacophony from outside pierced her tranquility. Curiosity piqued, she rose and shuffled to the window. As she opened it, she nearly collided with a figure outside. Oh, she exclaimed, recognizing Kakashi, who was half squatting and raised a hand in greeting. Kakashi? Are you looking for me? Shio-shanjio tiptoed, trying to glimpse the source of the commotion behind him. Well, Kakashi replied, straightening his posture silently. The weather is quite pleasant today. Shio-shanjio regarded him with intrigue. Was it her imagination, or did Kakashi seem to be concealing something? She narrowed her eyes at his errant gaze. What is behind you? Cough, nothing at all. I didn't see anything just now, he stammered. Liar. Shanjio discerned his unease effortlessly. Kakashi scratched his cheek, realizing he could no longer hide the truth, and reluctantly sought an excuse to distract her. Suddenly, a powerful shove sent him lurching forward, and in a hurried attempt to catch him, Shanjio extended her hand. Unfortunately, she was unable to stabilize him, leading to a tumble that included the two rushing Uchiha, Obito and his wild-haired companion. Ouch, that hurts. Obito moaned, while Shirzue, getting up, gazed at the flower crushed beneath him, internally lamenting the misfortune. Being pinned to the ground feels suffocating, Shanjio complained. Can you get off me? If this continues, I'll become like that flattened flower. Kakashi propped himself up on the ground and shoved Obito off. We haven't even cried out in pain yet. What gives you the right to complain? Obito pouted. I accidentally stepped on your foot. Shirzue, crouching beside them, observed Shanjio and remarked, Sister, your eyes are rolling back. However, Obito was oblivious to this and exclaimed, How did you know Gio is a girl? Not everyone is an idiot, she retorted as she lay on the ground and rolled her eyes again, moving her legs to look at Kakashi. How long are you going to sit on me? Prompted by her words, Kakashi awkwardly rose and helped her up. My apologies. Now what? Shanjio plopped onto the bed, crossing her arms and regarding the three before her. What brings you three here? Unable to resist glancing at the unfortunate flower in Shirzue's arms, she inquired, and what is the story with that flower? Oh, Obito suddenly noticed the deformed flower and snatched it from Shirzue. Flower, you must be strong. Idiot, Kakashi muttered, bemused. Obito, indignantly turning to Shanjio, complained. I had bought this bouquet to give to you, but then I ran into Shirzue, who insisted on following me. Shirzue scratched his head sheepishly. Obito continued. I couldn't shake him off, so I brought him along. Then, when we encountered Kakashi downstairs, he inexplicably wouldn't let me present the bouquet. We ended up arguing. Kakashi, exasperated, replied, Are you truly this dense? Obito huffed. Gio, look, he is scolding me. Shanjio, slightly helpless, watched the two children bicker, sensing that the situation was more complicated than it seemed. During their scuffle, the flower had fallen onto the eaves and was trampled upon, leading Obito to grumble. Now I'll have to buy a new bouquet, and Shirzue is stopping me from getting the previous one. The 4-year-old Shirzue remained silent. Suddenly, a knocking sound echoed from the window. Shanjio turned her head to see Makaze standing outside, masked as usual. Quite a commotion, isn't it? He remarked, raising a bouquet he had found nearby. Is this yours? All eyes turned to the bouquet in his hand. Shanjio glanced at Obito. Was this the bouquet you initially bought? Obito nodded. It's beautiful, isn't it? Shanjio silently scrutinized the yellow carnations. As long as you're happy. Obito's little companion, Shirzue, couldn't help but sigh. Yellow carnations are meant for female elders and have negative connotations, like abandonment and disdain. Huh. Obito's expression momentarily went blank. Shanjio patted Obito's shoulder. It's all right. The meaning of a flower is what we imbue it with. I will accept it. Thank you, Obito. She took the flower with visible footprints on its packaging from Makaze. Now, what brings you here, Captain? If her understanding was correct, she ought to be a female in her private room. Why were both of them coming to speak with her? It was amusing enough that they chose to enter through the window. Makaze, sensing an ominous aura, quietly took a step back. There's a new mission. Already? Shanjio frowned, though she had enjoyed a brief holiday and was adapting well. Very well. Obito leaned closer, eavesdropping. Oh, our class received a mission today too. Shanjio feigned contemplation. I had thought there would be fewer missions recently, especially since a contract was to be signed. Huh, Gio, you didn't know? Obito blinked. The meeting fell apart, and the war hasn't ceased. Shanjio paused, then sighed. It seems we'll have to get busy again. The situation is dire. Kakashi, arms crossed, wore a serious expression. This mission may not be simple. It said that formidable new ninjas have emerged on the enemy's side. Shanjio looked at Makaze, expecting him to present her with the mission scroll. Makaze, understanding, reminded her. You'll need to go to the base to receive the scroll for the specifics. Shanjio nodded. I'll head over shortly. With that, Makaze vanished from sight. Truly a man who lived up to his name. The captain, Shanjio mused, turning to Obito. What made you want to give me flowers? Oh, Obito. One hand behind his back and the other scratching his head, stammered as he struggled to articulate his thoughts. After a moment's hesitation, he finally managed to say, I think you're very special. Seeing his flushed face, Shanjio understood. Truly, her charm was irresistible. She must have garnered a fan. With that thought, she glanced at Obito again, becoming even more convinced that he viewed her as an idol. Kakashi, observing everything with a deadpan expression, thought, though I'm uncertain what these two are envisioning, it must be on a different frequency. Indeed, two fools, Kakashi sighed in resignation, tugging at Shio-Shanjo's fingers to reclaim her attention. You should go collect your mission. Shio-Shanjo snapped back from her daydream of having countless admirers. Oh, right. After ushering the three out of her room, she changed clothes and instinctively approached the window, ready to leap outside. Wait. She silently retracted her foot poised to cross the windowsill. They had corrupted her. This was all the fault of these inexplicable ninjas who never used the front door. Chapter 22. Extraction of tailed beasts. One day, you head to the right, and we'll split up. Understood. Shio-Shanjo hastened through the forest, discovering several ninjas from a Wagakure. She swiftly extracted a few explosive tags from her ninja pouch and hurled them towards them. Boom. Who's there? As the explosive tags detonated in the air, the Wagakure ninjas stood up, alert. Seizing the opportunity, Shio-Shanjo deftly wielded her shuriken, swiftly taking down several of them. Activating her Sharingan, she interrogated the remaining ninja. Where are the others? In that moment, a trembling ninja pointed towards a direction. As Akiyama was about to inquire about the specific number of individuals, the ninja's eyes rolled back, and he fainted. Startled, she seized the ninja by the collar to stabilize his form. Upon prying his mouth open, she indeed discovered poison concealed between his teeth. This is troublesome. Without further hesitation, Akiyama dashed towards the direction indicated by the ninja. Lightly leaping onto a branch, she spotted several rock ninjas engaged in conversation at the entrance of a cave. Squinting her eyes, she activated her Sharingan, finally discerning the figures within the cave. Is that Rin? A few more ninjas emerged, and Akiyama, glancing at their forehead protectors, was astonished to find they were actually ninjas from the Mist Village. Biting her tongue, she assessed the strength of the individuals before her, all appearing to be at least Jonin level, if not elite Chunin. Out of the corner of her eye, she caught sight of two familiar figures and turned to find Kakashi and Obito. What is going on? Do they also have a mission here? Kakashi noticed her, surprised, and instantly appeared at her side. What are you doing here? She thought to ask them, but instead, she inquired, how is Rin inside? Obito, noticing Kakashi's absence, hurriedly approached, asking what's wrong, Kakashi? Who is this person? Akiyama, sensing he did not recognize her, instinctively touched her mask. Kakashi ignored Obito, turning to Akiyama. How many can you fight? At most 5, she replied. All right, let's go in directly. At this point, Obito understood that Akiyama was on their side and rushed in alongside them without waiting for Kakashi's cue. After a brief skirmish, all three bore some injuries. Upon entering the cave, Akiyama cut the ropes binding Noera Rin, but she appeared to be unconscious. Rin? Akiyama called softly. Obito observed her condition, remarking, Rin's chakra is in disarray. Hearing this, Akiyama turned back, astonished to see that he had activated his Sharingan as well. She quickly examined Noera Rin's chakra pathways and discovered a powerful chakra surging within her. Delving deeper, she found the tumultuous chakra of the three tails. The beast noticed her, expressing its grievances. Akiyama felt a momentary lapse in her thoughts. Has Rin become the Three Tails Jinchuriki? In her moment of panic, she felt a gentle squeeze on her hand. Noera Rin had awakened at some point, firmly stating, I can't go back. Just kill me. Akiyama instinctively tightened her grip. No, that's impossible. Impossible. Rin was one of her closest companions, a vital existence in this world. She would never allow her to perish here, let alone take her life with her own hands. Please, Noera Rin's voice quivered with a hint of tears. There's a tailed beast inside me. It will go berserk. Obito struck the cave wall in frustration. How could this happen? Akiyama opened her mouth, suddenly recalling the ninjutsu she was still perfecting, the technique to extract a tailed beast from a host. Rin, do you trust me? Akiyama held her hand tightly. Noera Rin, though confused, responded as she always did, I will always trust you and never blame you. Akiyama gritted her teeth, laid Rin down, and turned to Kakashi and Obito. Stay alert. I am about to begin the procedure. Kakashi understood and positioned himself with Obito at the cave entrance. Akiyama swallowed hard, pulled up Noera Rin's clothing, and tremblingly placed her hand on Rin's abdomen. Noera Rin whispered, I believe in you, no matter the outcome. Akiyama took a deep breath. Rin, I'm scared. Noera Rin smiled, so even gets nervous. You seemed so mature at the medical point. Akiyama old thought to herself that this was entirely different. Not only was the surgical difficulty greater, but the margin for error was also significantly lower. Moreover, the person lying before her was her most important friend, placing all her hopes upon her. No, it cannot be like this. Akiyama old knew it was merely her own burdensome hopes she placed upon herself, yearning to save Rin. Deep-seated memories flooded back, recalling how her friend once described Obito's future as a minor, mentioning the girl he loved who had long since passed away. Rin. In the original story. She died, was it now? Akiyama old dared not dwell on it. Tears began to flow, nearly spilling from the eye holes of her mask. She swiftly tore off the mask and roughly wiped her face with the back of her hand. Rin, you will live. She spoke resolutely, as if addressing Noera Rin. But in truth, it was more a reassurance to herself. Channeling her chakra threads, she began to cut through the tailed beasts and Noera Rin's chakra pathways, concentrating all her effort. Time passed second by second as the three tails was extracted. Akiyama old decisively placed it back inside her own body, not imposing any restrictions, planning to set it free later. Next came the restoration of Rin's chakra pathways. The extraction of the tailed beast drained a significant amount of her vitality. She was in excruciating pain, yet she gritted her teeth, refusing to utter a sound. Akiyama old intensified her healing efforts, the shimmering green light illuminating Rin's face. Faster, quicker. Rin, you cannot die. Noera Rin struggled to open her heavy eyelids, faintly seeing the familiar face before her glimmering with tears. Old, don't cry. A strange man's voice echoed from the cave entrance, followed by further remarks, likely taunts, soon accompanied by the sounds of battle. What was said? The situation, Akiyama old could not ascertain. She devoted herself entirely to mending Noera Rin's damaged pathways. Suddenly, a loud explosion erupted. Noera Rin's eyes widened, her breath faint. Old, hurry, run, get out of the way. Kakashi's urgent shout came from behind. Run. Akiyama old extinguished the last of her healing technique, only to look up and see the cave collapsing, a massive rock hurtling towards them. Acting on instinct, Akiyama old exerted her final ounce of strength to throw Noera Rin towards Kakashi. With a resounding crash, Akiyama old was completely buried beneath the rubble. Noera Rin, witnessing Akiyama old being crushed by the boulder during her flight, was caught by Kakashi. Overwhelmed by the dual trauma of the tailed beast's extraction and the departure of her beloved friend, Noera Rin succumbed to unconsciousness after letting out a final, mournful cry. No, this can't be happening. Even Obito, usually slow on the uptake, had just seen Akiyama old's face. How could this be? How could it be? Kakashi remained unresponsive, supporting Noera Rin as they stood still for a moment before he suddenly released her and dashed to the cave entrance, frantically digging through the stones. Obito quickly caught Noera Rin, gently placing her on the ground, his mind struggling to process the situation. No, this can't be real. He covered his face, wailing in despair. Meanwhile, Kakashi halted, pulling his bloodied hand back, panting heavily as he glared at the rock ninja responsible for the cave's collapse, striking him in retaliation. But the rock ninja was as dead as could be. He could not avenge her. Taking a deep breath, he clenched his fists and stood up. Everyone present had witnessed Akiyama old being struck by the boulder. With no hope of survival, Kakashi knew further digging would be futile. Let's go. He looked at the curled-up Obito, speaking in a hushed tone. Let's go blow up the bridge. Chapter 23. After death. Did she die? Surely, she must have perished, struck decisively by the rock. How unfortunate it is to have never witnessed the peaceful ninja world. It seems, there is a hint of pain. Has the mask pierced into the flesh? Why is it so rigid? No, the mask has already been removed. It hurts so much. I long to return home. Please, let the pain cease. Akiyama Q pondered sorrowfully. I wish to go home, to see them once more. Never mind. Let me die like this. Perhaps it is better this way. All that remains is this and a pool of blood. Makaz held a mask in hand, observing it closely to see the vibrant red markings, as if the creator of the design had come alive. This is Akiyama Q's mask. Ah, I understand now. Saratobi Hiruzen sighed, standing by the window, tapping his pipe. Countless ninjas have sacrificed their lives in the war. Akiyama Q is merely one among them. Makaz remained still, clutching the mask upright. Saratobi Hiruzen glanced at him. You may go. At his command, Makaz vanished in an instant. Q, I miss you. Noera Rin sat before Akiyama Q's grave, hugging her knees and shedding tears. Q's visage and expression seemed forever etched in her mind. If only you had not chosen to perform that surgery for me. She closed her mouth, well aware that Q did not favor such sentiments. Yet, it was precisely this deep understanding that brought her such sorrow. If she were still alive, she would surely grasp Rin's hand and sternly admonish her not to speak such words, for Rin was of utmost importance. Yet, to save her, Q lost her own life. Had Akiyama Q been a touch more selfish, perhaps, "I miss you, I miss you." She buried her face in her knees, merely sobbing and repeating those words. No traces found. The pale-faced Uchiha Obito, known as Toby, emerged from the earth. How unfortunate. I finally encountered someone willing to share my burdens. It is strange. Not even a small piece of her remains is found, he murmured, gazing towards the shadowy expanse ahead. Should I search again? However, I have scoured every inch, and there is not a trace of her presence. I understand, I shall proceed. Little did I know that day would pass without uttering my final words to you. Uchiha Obito placed a bouquet at Akiyama Q's grave, raising his hand to brush the gravestone, only to find it immaculate, even reflecting light. He lowered his hand and arranged the bouquet. I hope I have not erred this time. Red roses. Though they may not be suitable, it matters not. For I also brought daisies. He gently caressed the engraved name of Akiyama Q, his gaze lowered to conceal his emotions. I never had the chance to tell you. I love you, Q. I shall create a world that includes you. You will support me, won't you? Knock, knock. Kakashi, dinner is ready. Kakashi. The door opened, and Kakashi emerged from his room, appearing particularly somber. Hatake Tsukumo was at a loss for words to comfort him. Ever since that girl, who always smiled, had sacrificed herself, his son had remained in a state of gloom. Hatake Tsukumo believed he should allow him space to process his feelings, yet felt compelled to offer some words of solace. Ultimately, they sat in silence, facing one another at the dining table, each pushing their food around in their bowls. Kakashi was heartbroken. He struggled to manage his emotions. Having been on the battlefield, he believed he should be indifferent to life and death, and thought he could accept the reality of his companion's demise with composure. Yet, it was she who had perished. It was the one who was the most innocent, the most tender-hearted, the one who loved to laugh. Akiyama Q, always considering others. Why could you not think of yourself a little more? Kakashi silently chanted in his heart. Akiyama Q, I still wish to see you. The war will eventually conclude. People continue to look forward. The village persists in its development. Kakashi bore witness to many events. Obito abruptly departed from Konoha, becoming a rogue ninja. Rin was taken as a disciple by Tsunade, learning medical ninjutsu under her guidance. Meanwhile, he joined the Umbu, becoming one of its members. On the day he joined the Umbu, he selected a patterned white dog mask from among many. The Umbu captain glanced at him, seemingly reminded of someone, and mentioned that it was a relic left by a predecessor. He rubbed his fingers over the red markings that spilled over the mask, knowing full well. He had seen it several times, even dreamt of it repeatedly. This was her mask. Donning her mask, he would inherit her title. Minato became the fourth Hokage and married Kushina. In the same year, Kushina became pregnant. On the day of her delivery, Kakashi encountered the fiery Nine Tails. With Rin's companionship during childbirth, Kushina's life was spared. Thankfully, the surgery Q performed for Rin before her death had been partially remembered and executed by Rin. Rin truly is a genius. The Nine Tails was divided in half, one half sealed back within Kushina, the other half sealed within the newly born Naruto. Reports emerged of a mysterious figure clad in a black cloak, adorned with a peculiar tiger-striped mask, possessing a pair of crimson Sharingan. The Uchiha clan was thrust into the spotlight, and the higher-ups of Konoha unanimously deemed it best to relocate the Uchiha territory to the village's outskirts. However, the fourth Hokage, Minato, opposed this notion, insisting on preserving the Uchiha's already peripheral location. Kakashi would often visit Akiyama Q's grave, fearing her solitude. Given her disposition, she would surely struggle with loneliness. He frequently encountered fellow comrades bringing flowers for her, yet as time passed, the visitors dwindled, leaving only him, Rin, Kushina, and Shursui. He often fantasized about the day she would rise from the earth, her dirty, mud-streaked face blossoming with her usual radiant smile, chattering about how she missed Kakashi. It felt somewhat supernatural, even though her body lay not beneath. He had considered the possibility that the absence of her remains might signify her survival. Yet, the extensive bloodstains beneath the boulder were too great. Given that volume of blood loss, even a medical sage could not salvage her. Miracles are scarce in this world. The war has ceased. While conflicts still simmer beneath the surface, at least the air is devoid of smoke and cries of anguish. She promised him she would witness the peace of the ninja world with her own eyes. She has broken that promise. Kakashi does not blame her. He blames himself. If only he had discovered sooner the technique that man intended to employ. Never mind. Akiyama Q. Everyone misses you dearly. Can you return? Never mind. You must be weary. Rest now. Good night. Chapter 24. How delightful. I have donned another. Akiyama Q dreamt. She dreamt of sleeping among the soft tails of the nine tails. In her dream, the nine tails appeared slightly larger than the form summoned from the beast scroll, roughly the size of her small room. Just as she sighed in comfort, the nine tails lowered its head and nudged her with its nose, emitting a sweet voice. Q, let us play. How peculiar. Shanjo abruptly sat up, the searing pain from her wound jolting her into a state of awareness. Hiss, wasn't she dead? How could she still feel pain even in death? She quickly surveyed her surroundings and discovered she was clad in a fitted white robe, situated within a wooden cabin. Lifting her robe, she glimpsed the source of her agony, a wound that nearly pierced her abdomen. Clenching her significantly smaller fist, she confirmed this was no longer her original body. Not dead, but rather transported to another realm. Drawing from her previous experience, she remained calm and attempted to employ her chakra-based healing techniques. To her delight, although her physical form had changed, her chakra and proficiency in ninjutsu had not diminished. She swiftly healed the wound, disregarding the scratches on her arm, and wrapped her robe tightly around herself as she roamed the cabin in search of a mirror. Ultimately, she found a mirror hanging on the wall in the bathroom. Observing her height, Shanju resigned herself to move a chair. Upon closer examination, though it hardly required scrutiny, it was evident that she resembled her childhood self. The same features, the same hairstyle, but now she appeared to be around 7 or 8 years old. A sudden excitement surged within her. Perhaps she had returned to the ninja world and would reunite with her comrades. She jumped down from the chair, located a key on the table, and eagerly opened the door. As she did, 2 boys stumbled in. Shanjo maintained her posture at the door, staring blankly at the 2 boys who quickly regained their footing. Are you the owner of this cabin? One of the boys with a bobbed haircut scratched the back of his head awkwardly. He explained, we often play by the river nearby, and we've never seen anyone in this cabin. Today, hearing noise from inside, we were simply curious and listened at the door, no ill intentions. Shanjo blinked, contemplating. Considering her previous experience of acquiring a house and a bookshelf upon her arrival, she surmised this would be similar. She nodded. The other boy with wild hair, noticing her dazed expression, was reminded of his younger brother and asked, do you live here by yourself? Shanju regarded him with suspicion. Why did his words sound so much like those of a child snatcher? The boy with the bobbed haircut, sensing her wariness, quickly interjected, haha. He.S. just worried about such a small child being alone at home, right? He glanced at his companion and continued, nice to meet you. I'm Hashirama. I'm Madara, the other boy added. That name sounds somewhat familiar. Though the 2 before her were somewhat perplexing, out of politeness, Shanjo introduced herself. I am Shanjo. Her full name startled the boys momentarily. Shanjo, Hashirama chuckled. What a unique name. Suddenly, a rumbling from Shanjo's stomach interrupted their conversation. She patted her stomach and inquired, is there fish in the river you mentioned? Oh yes. I'll take you there. It's right across. Shanjo followed them outside and discovered the river was right at her doorstep. Wow, that is perfect. Madara, let us go catch some fish. Hashirama rolled up his sleeves and winked at Shanjo. Leave it to us. Madara cast a glance at Shanjo and nodded in agreement. Thus, Shanjo took on the responsibility of starting a fire. Fortunate that it hadn't rained recently, making it easy to find dry twigs nearby. She piled the twigs together, ignited them with her fire techniques, and arranged some stones nearby before sitting down to wait. You're a ninja, Madara frowned, regarding her with a complex expression. What clan are you from? Hashirama casually approached from behind, tossing a fish onto the ground. At that moment, Shanjo had just arrived from the 3rd Ninja War and thought it best not to reveal her allegiances, thus fabricating a story about being a wandering ninja whose parents had perished while protecting her. Oh, Hashirama looked at her with sympathy. War is indeed merciless. Such a young child losing her parents is heart-wrenching. Unfazed by their perceptions of her, Shanjo was wholly captivated by the sumptuous fish, deftly preparing it on skewers and roasting it over the fire. Madara watched her thoughtfully. The aroma of the grilled fish gradually filled the air, and Shanjo skillfully turned the skewers. Hashirama couldn't help but lean closer, his eyes sparkling as he stared at the fish. It smells amazing. You're really impressive, Gio. Madara remained silent, yet his gaze remained fixated on the fish. Once the fish was ready, Shanjo shared it with the two boys before taking a bite herself. Ugh, it's quite fishy. In contrast, the other two savored their portions with delight. Reluctantly, but adhering to the principle of not wasting food, Shanjo forced herself to finish her share. After the three had satisfied their hunger, they gathered around the fire, chatting idly. Most of the conversation flowed between Hashirama and Madara, while Shanjo listened attentively. Suddenly, Madara shifted the topic. Gio, where were you before you came to the cabin? Feeling inexplicably thrust into the spotlight, Shanjo racked her brain for a plausible excuse and lowered her head. Feigning sadness, I don't want to talk about it. Is that okay? I'm sorry, Madara observed her sorrowful expression, mistakenly believing he had touched upon a sensitive subject. Hashirama, noticing the tension, made an effort to divert the conversation to lighten the mood. Shanjo stifled a laugh. As dusk fell, both boys bid her farewell and returned to their homes. Alone in the cabin, Shanjo searched in vain for the bookshelf she desired, feeling a twinge of disappointment. However, she unexpectedly discovered a plethora of cooking spices. Excellent. One must never let their palate suffer. She sat on a wooden chair, resting her chin on her hand as she organized the information she had gathered. Based on her eavesdropping on Hashirama and Madara's conversation, she learned that they were still in a wartime era. Whether this was the same period she had previously inhabited remained uncertain. In fact, Madara bore a resemblance to the Uchiha clan, prompting Shanjo to recall that the Uchiha had a reputation for their unruly hair. She nodded knowingly. It might be worth inquiring if he knew Obito. Wait a minute. Uchiha Madara? She suddenly sat up straight. Wasn't he the one who founded Konoha alongside the first Hokage? What was the first Hokage's name again? Ah, Senja Hashirama. Haha, have I landed in the Warring States period? How intriguing. Gio, a voice broke the silence suddenly, startling Shanjo into a jump as she scanned her surroundings. Gio, I'm within you. Upon receiving the prompt, Shanjo concentrated on her inner self and discovered the weakened Ishi. Ishi, you came with me. She extracted Ishi from within, employing her healing techniques while observing the diminutive creature as if nothing were amiss. It appeared this journey had drained a considerable amount of Ishi's strength. She gently stroked Ishi's shell. Rest well. Chapter 25, The Inyang Boy. The following day, Shanjo awoke naturally and, feeling rather aimless, decided to resume her former training. Lacking shuriken, she ventured into the forest to find suitable wood to craft a wooden sword, while also familiarizing herself with the surrounding environment. Yes, she intended to make her own wooden sword. Her tool of choice was a kitchen knife. She simply believed a wooden sword would be far more impressive than a kitchen knife. Regardless of whether she could actually make one, she had a concept in mind. And that was enough. She was in no rush to seek out the remaining tailed beasts in other countries. In this ongoing time of conflict, she, having faced death once, resolved to endure and venture out only once the war had subsided. Though dawn had yet to break, rest eluded her. Her companion, Ishi, remained in a deep slumber, impervious to her attempts to rouse him. Thus, she stealthily ascended the mountain alone, grateful for her Sharingan, which allowed her to perceive movement even in the enveloping darkness. Indeed, a remarkable advantage. As she climbed, her journey evoked a nostalgic semblance of her childhood summers, when she would play until the wee hours, unmonitored and free. Reflecting on her fortune to have escaped abduction during those carefree days, she navigated through the underbrush until a stately tree came into view. Oh, her eyes sparkled at the sight of a tree that was neither too large nor too small, yet strikingly beautiful. Without delay, she grasped a kitchen knife and began to chop at the tree with all her might. After several resounding strikes, her hands were sore, but the tree remained largely unscathed. Disheartened, she scrutinized her kitchen knife, pondering the need to commence training. An axe would be more effective. Yet the most damaging tool she could find in the wooden cabin was the kitchen knife. With a sigh, she was suddenly alerted by the sounds of a scuffle emanating from the cliff below. Cautiously approaching the edge, she peered down to witness a group of adults encircling a child, an act of bullying. The child possessed a strikingly unique hair color, half black and half white. Wait a moment, all of these adults have Sharingan. Furrowing her brow, she observed the trembling child, who clutched a weapon tightly. Where were the parents of such a young child? Unable to bear the sight, she impulsively leaped down to shield the child, exclaiming, "What are you doing? Bullying a child is no feat." The leader of the ninjas narrowed his eyes. "A Senju, is it?" One of the ninjas behind him hesitated. "Doesn't look like one of us Uchiha. What business do Uchiha have with us?" Eavesdropping, she caught the mention of Uchiha and inquired, "Are you also Uchiha?" Huh. The man before her displayed a dismissive expression, This is not the time for idle chatter. Step aside. Clearly, reason would not prevail. Glancing back at the watchful child, she turned her attention to the adults before her. She swung her kitchen knife, weighing their strengths in her mind. Had the child committed any offense to warrant such treatment? Contemplating the situation, she deemed it prudent to understand the context before formulating a plan. The man towered over her, looking down disdainfully. He is a Senju. Her confusion was apparent, and so? TSK. His impatience was evident. Being born into the Senju clan is his sin, do you understand? Her eyes darkened, rejecting his twisted rationale, and she unleashed a swift kick to his neck. Taken by surprise, he clutched his throat and staggered back. Seizing the opportunity, she employed her chakra threads to immobilize the ninjas, swiftly sealing their chakra points. Her recent surgical experience had enhanced her proficiency and finesse with chakra, granting her a greater advantage. Seeing them unable to move, she placed her hands on her hips and turned to the trembling child. What is your name? The child's eyes sparkled. Banjian. Very well, Banjian. She nodded. May I borrow the sword you carry? The young boy observed as she wielded the large sword, striking the tree repeatedly. That is not how one uses a sword. She planted the sword into the ground to catch her breath, her focus shifting away from swordsmanship. How did you know I am a girl? Do I look like a blind person? She averted her gaze, realizing that being mistaken for a boy was not her fault. It was indeed because her previous companions were all rather dull. If the sword is not used this way, how should it be wielded? Though she had never practiced with a sword, her experience with shuriken had made them feel more akin to handy knives. Let me teach you. Banjian took the sword and, with a powerful swing, embedded it 2/3 into the tree. Her eyes widened in astonishment. Wait a moment. She rolled up his sleeves, the armor clanking with her movements, and examined the muscles on his arm, pondering. Good boy, help me chop down the tree, and I shall treat you to a meal. Oh, okay. Together, they dragged the chopped wood back to the cabin, and she rolled up her sleeves, ready to cook. Opening the empty cupboard, she glanced at the spices piled in the corner. All right, this morning, we shall have sweet and sour fish. She chuckled. Or perhaps fish is a better choice. Silently, she stepped outside, extending her hand into the river, weaving chakra to create a net that ensnared 2 sizable fish. With a flick of her fingers, the fish leaped from the water, flopping on the grass. To be honest, the fish here are much larger than those in the future. She bent down to catch the 2 fish, only to look up and find Banjian staring at her with wide eyes, his expression eager for knowledge. She couldn't help but laugh. Do you wish to learn? Banjian nodded vigorously. Then come help me prepare the fish. Once you are full, we shall see if you possess any talent. After all, with nothing to do, why not take on a disciple for fun? With the aid of kitchenware and spices, the fish she cooked turned out far more delectable than the previous day's meal. Banjian took a bite and seemed to unlock a new world of flavors, devouring it eagerly. Hey, don't swallow the fish bones, you fool. As she buried the fish bones in the earth, she glanced at Banjian, who stood behind her like a waiting NPC. Scratching his head, looking around, she picked up a fallen leaf and placed it in Banjian's palm. Try to concentrate your chakra in your palm. Keep the leaf suspended. Banjian began to attempt this, but his usual combat techniques relied on large-scale ninjutsu, which typically demanded maximum force, making it difficult for him to control his strength. The leaf tragically flew away. Catching the falling leaf, she handed it back to him. Try again. Don't rush. Take your time. Focus on concentrating your chakra little by little. By now, dawn had long since broken. While Banjian practiced, she resumed her task, infusing chakra into the kitchen knife as she carved the wood. She had discovered that the knife's material could conduct chakra while preparing the fish, leaving her feeling akin to an elderly person freshly acquainted with a smartphone. Halfway through her task, Banjian excitedly approached, declaring his success. The leaf hovered silently in his hand. Well done, Banjian. You have great talent. Banjian shyly scratched the back of his head, then suddenly looked up at the sky as if remembering something important. Startled, she asked, what is it? Banjian hurriedly bid farewell. I must return home. Sister Master. Until next time. Watching the eager Banjian depart, she muttered with a hint of maturity. I must find the time to speak with this child's parents. Chapter 26. The 3 Senju Brothers Tobarama. Is that Banjian up ahead? Hashirama exclaimed, tugging at his brother's arm, delighted as he pointed toward the child at the clan's entrance. Banjian, with a sword slung on his back, ran towards them with open arms. Elder brother. Second brother. Hashirama also extended his arms to embrace him, tears of joy streaming down his face. It is good to have you back. Good to have you back. He released his grip on Banjian and carefully inspected him, finally feeling relieved upon confirming that he had not suffered any serious injuries. Banjian smiled brightly at the concern shown by his elder brother, but when he turned to see the serious expression on Urge's face, his smile instantly vanished. Let us hear it. What happened? The small room exuded an air of pressure that belied Banjian's youth. Although he remained silent, he was inwardly glad that Banjian had returned safely. However, just a few hours earlier, when he encountered several motionless Uchiha and the absence of Banjian, he sensed something was amiss. Banjian, upon meeting his elder brother's gaze, hesitated and recounted everything in detail. Upon hearing Banjian's description of Akiyama, his suspicions began to form. After listening to the account, Toby slowly remarked, "So, after escaping, instead of reporting your safety to us right away, you went to another family to have a meal. Is that correct?" Banjian, feeling guilty, fell silent. "And you even accepted a master outside, didn't you?" Banjian lowered his head, unable to meet Urge's eyes. Observing Banjian's bowed head in silence, Toby sighed. "Banjian, do you understand how dangerous this is?" Banjian muttered softly, "But my master is truly impressive. She subdued so many annoying Uchiha in just a few moves." Seeing him still trying to defend himself, Toby raised his eyebrows. Chizuma intervened. "Toby, it's just good that Banjian returned safely, and learning more skills is also beneficial." Toby shot a glare at Chizuma. "Brother, your kindness is admirable. But what if next time he encounters someone with ulterior motives?" Banjian raised his head. "Urge, my master is not a bad person. She even said she would teach me medical ninjutsu." Toby crossed his arms, deep in thought. It was not uncommon for medical ninjas to be scarce during wartime. Even the Senju clan, renowned for their vitality in medical ninjutsu, did not have an abundance of medical ninjas. While most knew some healing techniques, having an additional medical ninja was not a disadvantage. After a long pause, Toby finally spoke. "Well, since you have already begun to call her master, tomorrow you shall take me to meet this ninja. If she proves reliable, then it would be acceptable for you to study under her." Banjian cheered. "Thank you, Urge." Chizuma smiled with satisfaction, knowing that despite Toby's sternness, he genuinely cared for his younger brother's growth. "Brother, why are you grinning like that? You must come along tomorrow too." "Oh, right. After all, she was Banjian's savior, and they ought to bring some tokens of gratitude," Toby murmured as he walked away. The remaining two brothers exchanged glances and couldn't help but chuckle. The weather was just right, with a gentle breeze bringing a hint of autumn's coolness. Akiyama's wooden sword was finally complete. She meticulously wiped it with a cloth, her affection for it evident. "Master." From a distance came Banjian's voice. Akiyama turned to see him waving his arms, followed by what appeared to be two others. She straightened her arm and waved back. As they drew nearer, Akiyama recognized one of them, Chizuma, with whom she had shared grilled fish just a couple of days prior. The other, however, was a face she was sure she had seen grown up, yet he still appeared youthful. A peculiar tune echoed in her mind. In those days, tears never dried. Wait a moment. This can't be right. It was all due to the nonsensical videos recommended by short video platforms. So this is the first Hokage and the second Hokage, she thought. What a lifetime experience. Toby watched her face shift expressions repeatedly, raising an eyebrow. Based on Banjian's description, he had envisioned a mature ninja. Yet he was taken aback by the sight of a child who seemed around his own age, exuding an innocent charm with emotions written all over his face. Banjian had been eyeing Akiyama's newly crafted wooden sword for quite some time and finally couldn't contain himself. Master, what do you intend to do with that stick?" Akiyama was taken aback. Chizuma also noticed the wooden sword in her hand and looked at her with sudden understanding. "Akiyama, are you planning to practice staff techniques?" Akiyama felt pierced by two arrows. "That doesn't look like a staff for practicing techniques, does it?" Toby shook his head and turned to Akiyama. "Is it a walking stick?" Akiyama felt as if struck by three arrows. "Is this amusing to you?" She sighed and smiled wryly. She curled up in a corner, drawing circles. The three realized it was merely a wooden sword and fell into contemplation. "Haha, this must be a prototype. It's perfectly normal." Chizuma laughed heartily. "This wooden sword is already complete." Chizuma's smile vanished. Master, this is a wooden sword designed to simulate a special form or possess some unique function, right?" "Haha, how special?" Banjian scratched his head and laughed. "It's just an ordinary wooden sword." Banjian's smile faded. Toby opened his mouth, but ultimately chose to remain silent. In the end, Akiyama accepted Chizuma's suggestion to modify the sword, handing it over before leading Banjian to the riverside. Their training this time focused on walking on water. concentrating chakra at the soles of their feet to move freely across the water's surface. Akiyama demonstrated by standing on the water, the surface isn't always calm. Sometimes, the wind will stir the ripples, and you must adapt accordingly. Banjin nodded, albeit with confusion, and began to gather chakra beneath his feet. However, as he took his first step onto the water, he sunk down. I was too forceful, let us try again. Akiyama stood on the shore, hands on her hips, watching Banjin climb back up. All right. Toby, observing from the side, seemed pensive, formed a hand sign, and stepped onto the water, walking steadily. Akiyama noticed him and gave him 2 thumbs up. Incredible, Toby. You're a little genius. Toby felt slightly embarrassed as he jumped back onto the shore. What with that tone, as if I'm just a child? It was hardly Akiyama's fault, having lived through 2 childhoods and only recently being a 13-year-old girl. A legitimate fighting force of Konoha, being thrust back a few years in this world made Toby appear like a child to her. Urge is so impressive. Banjin exclaimed as he climbed out of the water again, looking at Toby with admiration. Toby turned his head away awkwardly. Honestly. Chapter 27. Black mud. Among the tokens of gratitude brought by Chizuma and the others were some vegetables, which Akiyama found most pleasing. Finally, I want to have to eat fish. She then went into the river, caught a few fish, and prepared a dish to treat the 3 brothers. What does it matter to them whether I eat fish or not? After they departed, Akiyama began to search through the gifts from the Senju clan. Most were fresh vegetables, but at the bottom of the box lay a collection of gold and coins. Upon opening the box, her eyes widened in disbelief. Oh my goodness! What farmer has ever seen such things? Initially planning to return it, she reconsidered, realizing that Banjin was also a young master of the Senju clan, and as his savior and mentor, accepting it was only right. Thus, she confidently closed the box and accepted it. With money in hand, Akiyama decided to wander through the marketplace, but unfortunately, she was unaware of where the nearest market was. I'll ask Banjin the next time I see him. With that thought in mind, she picked up the wooden sword Chizuma had prepared for her and set out to train. After practicing with the sword for a while, Akiyama wiped the sweat from her brow. The initial stages of training proved to be rather arduous, and it was not until proficiency improved that the wooden sword began to feel manageable. Kuwu, I miss you, thought Akiyama-ju melancholically. Not far off, beneath a tree, a voice inquired, are you planning to take a break? Akiyama-ju turned her head to see Ban seated cross-legged, resting his chin on his hand, seemingly lost in thought. She nodded, retrieving her wooden sword. Ban rose and approached Akiyama-ju, remarking, your swordsmanship is advancing rapidly. Akiyama-ju felt a twinge of embarrassment as she scratched her head, recalling how her initial attempts had resulted in her accidentally hitting herself. Noticing her awkward expression, Ban couldn't help but chuckle. Akiyama-ju, alarmed by the twitching of his facial muscles, feared he might transform. Clearing his throat to mask his previous lapse, Ban continued, I have a younger brother, around your age. Akiyama-ju tilted her head in confusion. What are you Uchiha siblings up to? I could teach you some sword techniques. Ban slowly added. Akiyama-ju's eyes brightened, and she eagerly nodded. Ban requested the wooden sword, mentally noting its unexpectedly heavy weight. With a flick of his wrist, he demonstrated swift, precise arcs with the sword, each movement fluid and powerful, as if he and the sword were one. In the blink of an eye, he showcased several techniques before halting, gently tossing the sword towards Akiyama-ju. Give it a try. Akiyama-ju almost widened her eyes in astonishment, feeling a surge of energy as she caught the wooden sword. Recalling Ban's earlier emphasis on power, she began to swing the sword. Ban was somewhat astonished by her rapid learning. Once she found the correct point of force, her movements became lighter and more graceful. By the way, Akiyama-ju paused. Glancing at Ban, do you know where the nearby market is? Ban appeared taken aback before responding. The market is a bit of a distance from here. I'll guide you. Akiyama-ju hesitated, reluctant to impose on him, preferring the convenience of going alone. No need, just point me in the right direction, she insisted. Recognizing her determination, Ban nodded, indicating a direction. Thank you, Akiyama-ju said, changing into a robe and sprinting towards the market. As she ran, she gradually began to understand just how far the distance truly was. She had set out around 2 in the afternoon and, without a moment's pause, found herself still running as the sun began to set without sight of the market. Exasperated, Akiyama-ju slowed her pace, panting. The evening glow cast her shadow long on the winding path. She glanced up, noticing the vibrant orange hues of the sunset fade into a deep blue night sky. This is not merely a bit of distance, it's practically the ends of the earth. She muttered under her breath, mentally scoffing at Ban's nonchalance. Stopping beside a large tree, she wiped the sweat from her brow. The surrounding woods were gradually enveloped by darkness, with the sounds of insects rising and the occasional distant growl of wild beasts. Akiyama frowned. She could not afford to delay any longer and needed to find the market quickly. She hoped it would still be open at night as she continued forward. After running a bit further, she spotted a glimmer of light in the distance, revealing a vibrant area bustling with life. Akiyama raised her eyebrows, finally feeling relief wash over her. However, just as she was about to reach the market, an unfamiliar presence sent a chill through her. Instinctively, her body tensed, and her hand moved to the knife at her waist. "Who goes there?" she called softly, her gaze alert. A slight rustling in the woods preceded the emergence of a figure cloaked in red armor, gripping a kunai that revealed his identity as a ninja. Oddly, Akiyama noticed a translucent, shadowy substance clinging to him. This cannot be good. Is he some kind of specter? She thought. "Are you an Uchiha?" the man asked. Before Akiyama could deny it, he lunged forward, the kunai aimed directly at her face. Startled, Akiyama leapt backward, channeling chakra into her knife and slashing at his shoulder. The man paused, assessing the wound's severity, before collapsing, the shadowy substance quickly receding. Akiyama deduced that this viscous black material was likely a parasitic entity akin to a wireworm, and she had effectively bound it with her chakra. The mass hesitated before burrowing into the earth, and Akiyama could only watch helplessly as it slithered away. Feeling reluctant to retract her chakra, she glanced at the unconscious man, who lay peacefully as if in slumber. Understanding that he was likely an unwitting host, she knelt to remove his armor for treatment. During her efforts, several more figures clad similarly to the fallen man emerged from the woods, likely his companions. "Ichi," one exclaimed, turning to Akiyama, "Who are you?" Another scrutinized her before exclaiming, "You're an Uchiha?" Akiyama, exasperated, thought, not every person with black eyes and hair is an Uchiha. Even the Senju clan's lesser members share those traits. Frustrated, she retorted, "What if I claim to be a mountain deity? Would you believe that?" "So it is the great mountain deity." They gasped in awe. "Oh my, there really is a mountain deity." One added, "Mountain deity, are you treating Ichi?" Akiyama was momentarily speechless, looking at the reverent ninjas before her, almost wanting to laugh. Yet, since they regarded her as a mountain deity, she decided to play along to avoid the hassle of explanations. Clearing her throat, she adopted a mysterious demeanor. "Indeed, I am the mountain deity. Your companion was possessed by a malevolent spirit, which I have just expelled." The ninjas exchanged glances, their eyes filled with reverence. Though puzzled by why a deity appeared so youthful, they accepted that the mountain deity must have her reasons. One stepped forward, respectfully declaring, "Thank you, great mountain deity, for your assistance. Ichi is our companion. He suddenly went missing, and we searched for him for quite some time before finding him here." Akiyama nodded, feigning depth. "Yes. You arrived just in time. Although I have expelled the malevolent entity from him, he requires a period of rest. Take him back, and ensure he drinks plenty of hot water." "Hot water?" "Yes, hot water," Akiyama affirmed solemnly, explaining that it would dispel any lingering malevolent energy and aid in his recovery. When unwell, one should always drink hot water. That is universally true. The group nodded vigorously, as if they had received some divine wisdom. One quickly hoisted the unconscious Ichi onto his back, while another addressed Akiyama with utmost respect. "Great mountain deity, would you like to accompany us back? The clan of the Thousand Hands will certainly treat you well." The Thousand Hands? What a coincidence. Akiyama felt a stir within, yet maintained an aloof demeanor. "No need for that. I have pressing matters to attend to. You may return." "Yes, Lord Mountain God." The group responded in unison, swiftly hoisting the unconscious Ichi and departing the woods. Once their figures had entirely vanished, Akiyama let out a sigh of relief and couldn't help but chuckle. This group is truly gullible. Are all members of the Thousand Hands so naive? She shook her head and continued her journey towards the market. However, the incident involving the patch of black mud left her somewhat unsettled. That substance was evidently no ordinary parasite. It could manipulate the actions of ninjas and even escape her chakra restraints with remarkable swiftness. Certainly not trivial. "I must seize an opportunity to uncover the origins of that thing," she murmured softly. Before long, Akiyama found herself on a brightly lit street. Finally arriving at the market, Akiyama sighed, inexplicably feeling like a rural girl attending a market. No, she indeed resembled a village girl at this moment. The market was bustling with an array of stalls, the cacophony of vendors calling out their wares filling the air. Akiyama hadn't strolled through a market in quite some time, and she inevitably felt a surge of excitement as she wandered from stall to stall. Spotting vendors selling rice and coarse noodles, she decisively purchased several large bags. Eating fish every day was transforming her into a fish herself. Unable to resist, she morphed into a stubborn fish. Arriving at a clothing stall, the vendor greeted her warmly. "Young lady, what would you like to buy? We have the latest styles, guaranteed for comfort." Akiyama examined the garments hanging at the stall, selecting a few robes and trousers to try on. They fit perfectly, and she happily completed her purchase. "Thank you for your patronage." The vendor smiled cheerfully as he wrapped the clothes and handed them to her. "Alas, why are there only long robes available here? Quite inconvenient." Akiyama mused as she took the garments, contemplating her next purchases. "Ah yes, can I?" She continued her search until she stood before a shop filled with numerous ninjas. Looking up, the imposing atmosphere was indeed intimidating, reminiscent of a mafia headquarters. Upon entering, several gazes fixated on her. Ignoring their stares, Akiyama swiftly selected weapons and placed them on the counter. "How much?" The person at the counter, with legs crossed and a toothpick in his mouth, scrutinized her before asking, "Are you a ninja?" "Yes." After a moment of thought, he did not press further and quoted a price. After paying, Akiyama stuffed the weapons into a scroll, preparing to leave the shop. "Oi, kid," the ninja at the counter called out. "If you need anything, come find us. Intelligence, goods, assassination, we can do it all. Aren't you really a mafia?" "Fine," Akiyama replied briskly, leaving without hesitation. "Intelligence, goods, assassination, truly omnipotent. No, isn't this just a money exchange?" Their natures are not vastly different, and Akiyama was not unfamiliar with such dealings. If she had to say, she had previously been listed on the bounty board. Though the rewards were meager, with a soft sigh, she found a shop to solve her dinner dilemma before settling into an inn for the night. She dreamt not at all, rising before dawn to hasten home. Upon finally returning, she sat on a stool and exhaled deeply. How had she never realized she possessed a hidden attribute of being a homebody? Isafu quietly crawled over, stretching his neck to look at her. "Gio, I'm hungry." "Isafu, you're back to normal?" Akiyama lifted him onto the table. "Wait a moment, I'll go catch you some fish." After which, she stretched and stepped outside. Speaking of which, it was nearly noon by the time she returned from the market. Gathering some wild fruits to enhance lunch seemed like a splendid idea. "Master." A voice drew near, and Banjin bounced over, waving at her. The vitality of living beings was so palpable. Akiyama, weary from her journey, thought to herself. Banjin approached her, eagerly rolling up his pant legs to begin a new day of training. Akiyama glanced at the sun overhead, puzzled. "Why are you so late today?" Banjin blinked, sheepishly admitting, "Oh dear, I overslept." "Is that so?" Akiyama did not pursue the matter further. "We're having noodles for lunch today." "Great." Banjin immediately raised his hand in agreement. A plan was set. Leaving him to continue training by the riverbank, Akiyama ventured into the woods in search of wild fruits. Can someone tell her why her hands felt itchy after picking wild fruits? Akiyama discarded the fruit, oozing white sap, quietly distancing herself from that cluster. She had learned the hard way about the consequences of ignorance. Leaning back, she unexpectedly collided with cold armor, turning in confusion to find a face that was both familiar and unfamiliar. "It's you." The person frowned at her. "You aren't from the Uchiha clan." "Which clan are you from?" "The Thousand Hands." "How come I encounter the Uchiha I had previously crossed paths with here?" Akiyama, unwilling to engage further, turned to flee. "Hey, stop! Stop, you fool! Oh no, there's a cliff ahead." Akiyama found herself standing at the edge of a precipice, feeling like a fool for her earlier haste. "Why are you running?" "I'm not going to hurt you." The Uchiha, exuding an intimidating presence, caught up to her, nearly causing her to jump off the cliff. "Perhaps it would be more believable if you concealed your Sharingan." Chapter 29. Uchiha Sangyin, you still haven't told me which clan you belong to. The person pressed forward, and Akiyama found herself with nowhere to retreat, forced to stand her ground. To her surprise, he truly did not strike her. This was acceptable, after all. She was quite fatigued from running for hours without breakfast. With that thought in mind, Akiyama responded, "I do not belong to any clan. I am a wandering ninja." "What about your parents?" "I have no parents." The phenomenon of young children losing their parents too soon during the Warring States period had become commonplace. Yet the Uchiha remained silent for a moment. He relaxed his demeanor. "I am Uchiha Sangyin." "What is your name?" Akiyama discreetly glanced at him, noticing his eyes had returned to their natural black color. "Akiyama Gio." Sangyin nodded, simply observing her quietly. Their last encounter had been in the dim light of dawn, but this time, he could truly see her face. She bore a striking resemblance to his deceased sister. Had his sister lived, she would have appeared a few years older than Akiyama, and she would undoubtedly have a soft heart, often looking after this girl who had lost her parents. Sangin mused, a hint of nostalgia shining in his gaze. Akiyama, unaware of his thoughts, felt compelled to return home lest Isafu starve. Suddenly, Sangin tossed her a small vial. Akiyama instinctively caught it. What is this? Sangin tilted his head. For your hands. Akiyama blinked, looking at her hands that had progressed from itchiness to redness and swelling. So, he had noticed that. Thank you. No need. Sangin glanced at her a few times before turning away. I'm leaving now. Consider this a reprieve this time. But if you interfere with me again next time, Akiyama looked up at him, awaiting his conclusion. To her surprise, he merely scoffed and walked away. Akiyama. Well, she was somewhat accustomed to it. Returning to her small abode, Akiyama placed the seemingly edible wild fruits in the sink. The damp figure of Ban Jian entered the room. Perplexed and questioned, Master, why have you plucked so many hallucinogenic fruits? Qiu Shanjiu paused for a moment before tossing the fruits into the trash bin, replying, Oh, I intended to concoct some hallucinogenic desserts to bewilder my adversaries. Then why discard them? Ban Jian inquired. Because I realized that simply incapacitating my foes is far more convenient. Ban Jian shrank his neck, noticing her hands were red and swollen, and expressed concern, Master, what happened to your hands? Only then did Qiu Shanjiu realize she had yet to tend to her injuries. She retrieved a small vial of ointment from her sleeve, dabbing it on her hands. It's nothing. The ointment emitted a soothing chill upon contact with her skin, alleviating the heat from the swelling. Ban Jian glanced at her hands and offered, Let me prepare lunch. After a moment's contemplation, Qiu Shanjiu acquiesced. Though uncertain of the culinary capabilities of the young boy, food was still food. Ban Jian changed into a fresh outfit, rolled up his sleeves, and began earnestly wielding the spatula. Qiu Shanjiu settled on the steps outside the wooden cabin, employing a technique to heal her hands. The combined effects of the ointment swiftly reduced the swelling. She yawned languidly, resting her chin on her hand as she gazed at the distant mountains and woods. Autumn was fast approaching. Master, the meal is ready. Come and eat. All right, I'm coming. Master, why are you silent? Qiu Shanjiu swallowed as she beheld the oddly colored dishes before her. Ban Jian, I just realized. I'm not that hungry after all. The famished Jifu crawled over, extending his neck to take a bite. Ban Jian was taken aback. Qiu Shanjiu remarked, Ban Jian, it seems you have created dishes that are somewhat unconventional. With a hint of reluctance, Ban Jian replied, Master, I assure you this meal is a step forward for me. Very well. To avoid discouraging the child's pride, Qiu Shanjiu gingerly picked up a piece of food with her chopsticks, trembling as she placed it in her mouth. Thud. Master, you must be strong. Qiu Shanjiu rinsed her mouth and, observing Ban Jian's eager gaze, resolved to forget the taste that was both overly salty and sweet, as well as sour. Ban Jian sheepishly explained, I saw so many spices and added a bit of everything. I apologize, Master. I have never used sea salt and can't distinguish between salt and sugar. I actually make a mean grilled fish. Qiu Shanjiu waved her hand dismissively. It's all right. Next time I'll label the spices for you, should I find myself incapable of cooking. Ban Jian nodded, head drooping. Now then, Qiu Shanjiu gently patted his head. Not everyone is born a chef. I too practiced for a long time. Ban Jian looked up, really? Of course. I remember my first attempt at cooking eggplant rice, only to discover that I had failed to drain the eggplant, resulting in a bout of food poisoning that kept me in the bathroom for half an hour. Why not throw it away? Ban Jian questioned. What would I eat afterward? Qiu Shanjiu paused, withdrawing her hand from Ban Jian's head, muttering to herself. We cannot waste food. Ban Jian tilted his head. What about the dishes I made? Qiu Shanjiu glanced at the table, which held dishes that were not quite abominable yet difficult to swallow, and clenched her teeth. I'll just boil everything together. Ultimately, she tossed all the dishes into a pot to create a hodgepodge, relieved that the rice Ban Jian had cooked was still palatable. And the two managed to finish the meal. As for Jifu, Qiu Shanjiu realized that his expression of hunger did not pertain to a need for sustenance, but rather a craving for chakra replenishment. Why had he gone to nibble on Ban Jian's creation? Was it a form of self-torment? Regardless, she would be an understanding guardian, respecting each child's inclinations. Master, Ban Jian stacked the clean dishes and turned to Qiu Shanjiu. In autumn, the Senju clan will hold a food festival, and my brother wishes to invite you to join. Will you attend? A food festival? Chiyo Shanjo sat up. Of course. Who would pass up a meal? Ban Jian squinted with a smile. All right. I will tell my brother. He will be very pleased. Suddenly, Chiyo Shanjo recalled the patch of black mud. Wait a moment. I will accompany you back. There are matters I need to discuss with Hashirama. Is that so? Upon learning the context, Hashirama gently tapped the rim of his teacup with his fingertips. Just then, Tobarama returned, bringing with him the very person Chiyo Shanjo had mentioned, Senju Ye. Ye appeared to have fully recovered, assessing Chiyo Shanjo, who knelt at the table, and after a brief moment exclaimed, "Could it be that you are the mountain deity?" Hashirama inquired with curiosity, "What mountain deity?" Tobarama turned to gaze at her as well. Chiyo Shanjo stumbled. "Hashirama, do not jest." After considerable effort, she explained the events of that night to Ye, who then grasped the situation. He struggled to recollect the occurrences of that evening, ultimately shaking his head. "I cannot recall anything of significance. I had intended to relieve myself, but after taking just a few steps away from the group, everything went dark, and I lost consciousness. The next thing I knew, I was lying in my bed at home." "I see," Chiyo Shanjo mused, resting her chin on her hand. Sensing the situation had grown complicated, Tobarama crossed his arms in contemplation. "If the being you speak of truly exists, what could its intentions be?" Chiyo Shanjo then remembered an important detail she had overlooked. "He seems to believe that I am from the Uchiha clan." The conflict between the Senju and Uchiha clans was well known, leading Chiyo Shanjo to furrow her brow, pondering his motives. "That makes sense," Tobarama remarked. The four exchanged knowing glances, fully aware of the implications. Chapter 30. Homesickness. Ban Jian finally achieved stability in walking on water, and he was now ready to refine his chakra control training. His time spent training with his master was filled with joy. He could lie on the soft grass to rest when weary, and delicious meals awaited him at mealtimes. During training, the cheerful chirping of birds resonated through the woods, accompanied by the rustling of leaves in the breeze. The white noise of nature always had a way of calming the spirit, making the training feel less monotonous. Yet, his master, who appeared to be only a few years older than him, often wore a pensive expression. Ban Jian frequently observed her sitting outside the wooden cabin after training, gazing at the sky, her little turtle quietly resting beside her. Was there nostalgia in his master's eyes? What could she be pondering? Ban Jian was curious. He approached her with inquiries, but received only vague replies. She said, "I am thinking of home." Wasn't her home this little wooden cabin by the Nange River? Ban Jian did not understand that the home his master referred to was not a specific place, but rather an emotional refuge, akin to a child crying out for their mother after a quarrel, yearning to return home. Ban Jian was unaware that such feelings existed, as he hadn't quarreled with his mother in quite some time. His master, too, was oblivious to this sentiment, as she had no recollection of ever meeting her mother. Ban Jian consulted his astute second brother Tobarama, but Tobarama silently explained that each person's concept of home is unique. Ban Jian grasped this only partially. His inquiries led Tobarama to realize that although Chiyo Shanjo was Ban Jian's small master, possessing considerable strength, she was still a human being with basic emotions and, inevitably, her own burdens. In Tobarama's eyes, she exhibited an unusual maturity, akin to the rationality and steadiness of the clan's elder women. Thus, he came to witness Chiyo Shanjo resting her chin on her hand, gazing into the distance. How could one describe this scene? Tobarama gazed longingly at Chiyo Shanjo. She sat on the steps in front of the wooden cabin, her recently used weapon resting beside her. Her hands, marked by the rigors of training, supported her chin as her gaze drifted toward the distant sky. Emotions swelled in her eyes, a mixture of confusion and nostalgia. He had witnessed such sentiments reflected in the eyes of kin who had lost comrades or loved ones, and he had felt that ache himself. Her small turtle quietly nestled at her feet, occasionally stretching its neck as if to observe her expression. The demeanor of Akiyama Ju felt somewhat alien to Tobarama. Despite their lack of familiarity, their conversations typically unfolded with a cool, rational tone, eluding comprehension. He understood that Akiyama Ju was a prodigy, having mastered advanced medical ninjutsu at a young age, even able to instruct Hashirama. Yet, at this moment, she resembled an ordinary child, perhaps recalling the comforting embrace of her mother. Tobarama furrowed his brow, his thoughts growing intricate. "What are you looking at?" he inquired, approaching her with a calm demeanor. Akiyama Ju seemed startled by his voice, turning to face him, her expression one of mild surprise. Her eyes swiftly regained their usual tranquility, though Tobarama caught a fleeting glimpse of her subdued emotions. "Nothing," she replied softly. "The clouds today are beautiful, and I suddenly felt the urge to sit and watch. Is that so? Tobirama did not press further but took a seat beside her on the steps, his gaze also cast toward the distant sky. The remnants of the setting sun bathed them in a warm glow, elongating their shadows. Hashirama mentioned that you miss home. Tobirama broke the silence, his tone exploratory. Akiyama-ju fell silent for a moment, seemingly taken aback that Hashirama would voice such a thought. Eventually, she nodded. Yes. I see. Where is your home? Tobirama continued. Akiyama-ju hesitated, lowering her gaze to the turtle at her feet. Her fingers gently caressed its shell as she contemplated her response. My home is in a very distant place. She finally spoke, her answer vague, lacking the specificity Tobirama sought. A distant place? Tobirama furrowed his brow. Is it a village? Akiyama just shook her head, then nodded, perhaps. Tobirama refrained from probing further, surmising that her previous residence might have been destroyed or embroiled in conflict, and that deeper inquiries might yield counterproductive results. Yet, her words evoked a sense of dissonance, an odd feeling of alienation in this world. Do you wish to return? After a lengthy pause, Tobirama turned to look at her. Akiyama-ju blinked, then allowed a slight smile to grace her lips. Perhaps I could return one day. Perhaps. One day she would awaken in her memory, back on the bed covered in cat fur. I used to have a kitten. Akiyama-ju rested her head on her knees, her voice barely above a whisper. I miss it a bit. Tobirama tilted his head, looking into her eyes, impetuously offering, if you wish, you may consider me your companion. Akiyama-ju suddenly laughed. How strange. Tobirama frowned, questioning, why is it strange? Because I just mentioned my kitten, Akiyama-ju replied. When you said that, I initially thought you were allowing me to consider you as my kitten. Tobirama fell silent, giving her a pointed look before turning away, no longer meeting her gaze. Thus, they sat quietly on the steps, watching as the sun gradually sank below the horizon. Akiyama-ju received a flower crown woven by Hashirama, holding the crown in her hands. She gazed at him, puzzled. Hashirama grinned widely at her. Isn't it beautiful? It suits you perfectly. Akiyama-ju looked down at the crown made of various small wildflowers. Her heart stirred. Why did you suddenly want to give me this? Hashirama replied matter-of-factly, because I hope you can be happy. Is that so? His words brought to mind the warmth of concern that Kurama had once expressed, causing her heart to flutter. A familiar warmth, igniting her chest. Indeed, she was someone who found it difficult to accept separation. Regardless of the passage of time, she still yearned for those of the past. How fragile you are, Akiyama-ju. She chastised herself inwardly. She could not forget the warm memories they had given her, often drowning in them. She wondered how they were doing, if they were eating well, resting properly, if they remembered her. Pulling herself from her thoughts, she looked up at Hashirama, who wore a somewhat goofy smile, placing the crown atop her head. Does it look good? Hashirama raised his thumb in affirmation, absolutely stunning. Just like a master. Is it? Of course. The flowers smell wonderful, and you look delightful. Akiyama-ju suddenly felt her spirits lift. Chapter 31. The joy of cutting fruits. This person is quite peculiar. Watching Son stealthily squeeze milk through the wooden cabin's window. Akiyama-ju thought to herself. Ever since he unintentionally discovered her and learned she resided there, she had found a bottle of fresh milk on the windowsill every morning. Yes, every day. Upon receiving the first bottle, she was bewildered, but after several days of the same occurrence, she decided to stake out the corner of the cabin early in the morning. Thus, the earlier scene unfolded. That, Akiyama-ju couldn't help but speak. Son nearly dropped the milk bottle in surprise, slowly turning his head to feign calmness. What is it? Why do you bring me milk? She asked. And why so secretly? Son coughed lightly, covering his mouth. I was passing by and happened to have a bottle of milk I don't like, so I thought I'd give it to you. Akiyama-ju raised an eyebrow. Are you saying you've passed by here every morning for several days, and each time you just happened to have a bottle of milk? Interesting, huh? Seemingly aware that his excuse was flimsy, Son crossed his arms defiantly. Yes, I specifically come here to give it to you. He glanced at Akiyama-ju. Pretending to be disdainful, you're so short. It's not pleasing to the eye. Why attack her? Akiyama-ju sighed. There was no need to come early just to deliver it. What do you know? Son glared at her with his Sharingan. Drinking milk in the morning is the most effective. Can you please change that bad habit of activating your Sharingan whenever you get excited? Fine, fine. Akiyama-ju nodded absently. I will drink it all. That's more like it. Son nodded in satisfaction, not forgetting to retort, I'm not concerned about you. It's just a waste if no one drinks the milk. The Uchiha clan's innate pride. Well, thank you. Akiyama-ju felt a warmth in her heart. genuinely expressing her gratitude. Son awkwardly turned away. I'm off. See you next time. With a dismissive grunt, Son vanished from sight. In the afternoon, Akiyama practiced with her wooden sword outside. The extensive training had left the sword, modified by Hashirama, somewhat battered, yet it felt comfortable to wield. Primarily, it looked impressive. She loved showing off. Madara dropped down from a tree beside her, handing her the swordsmanship guide he had promised to bring last time. Thank you. Akiyama accepted it eagerly. Her interactions with Madara had become more frequent, all connected to Hashirama. Previously, when he had snuck over, he had been caught by Hashirama while training. At that moment, Banjian was diligently working to restore a severed blood vessel in a fish. Suddenly, he caught sight of Ban and Zhujian playing with water upstream. He paused his actions, squeezed beside them, and gazed at Zhujian with wide, innocent eyes, inquiring, "Big brother? Who is this?" Zhujian, taken aback by Banjian's unexpected presence during training, stammered, unable to articulate his thoughts, reminiscent of a young lover caught by a parent. Just then, Akiyama descended like a divine figure, rescuing him from the awkwardness with, "He is my friend." Zhujian's eyes sparkled with admiration as he regarded her. Indeed, she was his friend. The specifics of their acquaintance were left unspoken, but this simple declaration sufficed to convince the naive Banjian. From that point on, Akiyama and Ban had to feign a brotherly camaraderie in front of Banjian, which naturally deepened their familiarity. Akiyama perused a swordsmanship guide, occasionally demonstrating elegant sword flourishes. Ban stood quietly beside her, observing. She closed the book and handed it to Ban, asking him to hold it, then stepped back and raised her sword. "Ban, do you think I'm doing it correctly?" The wooden sword traced arcs through the air, producing a whistling sound as it sliced through the wind. Ban, arms crossed, focused intently on her. Akiyama progress exceeded his expectations. Though her technique was far from flawless, it inexplicably drew his attention further. After watching her for a while, he seized the moment when Akiyama paused to request the guide, saying, "Your wrist is too stiff." Akiyama tilted her head in confusion. "Huh? What's wrong?" Ban stepped closer, gently grasping her wrist and adjusting her posture. When wielding a sword, your wrist should be relaxed, not tense. The sword's power comes from the body's coordination, not just arm strength. As he gazed at her, he felt an impulse to meet her eyes, and he did, bending slightly to maintain eye contact. Akiyama blinked in bewilderment. After a moment, Ban stepped back, assuring her, "It's nothing." Though she didn't fully understand, she endeavored to respect his input. Sensing perhaps he was gauging her earnestness in practicing swordsmanship, the spirit of the founding figures of Konoha radiated from her. The will of fire, perhaps? "Oh, is this right?" She attempted to adjust her stance according to Ban's guidance, swinging the wooden sword. "Much improved. Now, try using your waist to drive your arms. This will make your swordplay more fluid." Following his advice, Akiyama utilized her waist strength to guide her arms. Indeed, as the required force diminished, the impact of her strikes grew. The leaves swirled in the wind she generated, and she felt as if she were slicing through fruit in a joyous game. "This really works," she exclaimed in delight. Ban, observing her happiness, smiled subtly. "Keep practicing. Practice makes perfect." Returning to her room and closing the door, Akiyama flopped onto her bed with a sigh of discontent. She yearned for the warmth of a soft bed. Since arriving in the Warring States period, she had not lain on anything but a hard wooden plank. With all the supplies provided, couldn't they spare a mattress? Frustrated, she rolled over to face the ceiling. Her curiosity piqued by the mysterious force that had transported her. Was it merely the energy of a dream that compelled her to traverse time? Did the chaotic contents of her dreams hold any deeper significance? Yet, whether it was the golden-haired figure transforming into a group of handsome men, or the QB adopting a childlike voice to tease her, all were equally bewildering. Akiyama instinctively covered her navel with the blanket, a reflex ingrained in her DNA, even while fully clothed. She began to form a hypothesis about her time-traveling patterns. Could she traverse to other eras? To a more distant past? Or perhaps the future? It was conceivable she might meet her old companions again. With a glimmer of hope at the prospect of reuniting with them, Akiyama began to roll playfully on the bed, a newfound sense of anticipation blossoming within her. Chapter 32. Uchiha Ban Akiyama had once professed her fondness for Obito, yet she departed without a word to anyone. After her departure, Obito frequently found himself sitting atop her house at night, gazing at the moon she had once admired, attempting to comprehend the meaning of her affection from her perspective. When he first heard her express her liking, he had believed for a long time that her feelings for him were akin to romantic love. Even when he mistakenly assumed she was male, he could not help but envision a future together. However, as he matured, he realized that her attention towards him was minimal, certainly not exceeding that which she showed Rin. Within the confines of his perception, Rin was always Akiyama-jo's primary choice. This realization left him feeling somewhat defeated, as though he were merely an inconsequential passerby. Yet, paradoxically, whenever Akiyama-jo locked eyes with anyone, her gaze exuded an unwavering sincerity and focus, as if that person were the sole occupant of her thoughts. Obito found it perplexing to feel jealousy towards a girl like Rin, as they seemed merely to be friendly acquaintances, yet he could not help but hesitate. Affection transcended mere romantic love. It also encompassed friendships, familial bonds, and even an appreciation for nameless strangers, extending beyond the confines of romance. The affection she had once spoken of was likely a fondness for her friends, he mused. Oh, the frustration. Obito yearned to know, to hear her articulate what her love truly meant. Alas, he could not hear her anymore. He was taken to meet a man who identified himself as Uchiha-ban, appearing aged and wise, his gaze imbued with an inscrutable depth. This led Obito to suspect that the man might be a secret admirer. Ban outlined the plan for the infinite Tsukuyomi, seemingly desiring Obito to become a participant in his scheme. Initially, Obito shook his head in refusal. The plan was too outrageous, tantamount to declaring war on the entire ninja world. However, upon hearing Akiyama-jo's name from Ban's lips, he faltered. He had dreamt of Akiyama-jo before, but their encounters had always been fleeting, her figure a mere blur. He longed to see her again, to behold her vibrant presence before him, even if only in a dream. Ultimately, he acquiesced to Ban's invitation, becoming a part of the infinite Tsukuyomi plan. Before his defection, he visited Akiyama-jo's grave one last time, revealing his true self. He gently caressed her photograph, recounting how he had finally passed the Chunin exam. In any other circumstance, she would have joyously celebrated his achievement, throwing a party and inviting all their mutual friends, reveling in his success as if it were her own. Yet now, he could only gaze at her photo, softly asking why she did not congratulate him. Staring at her radiant smile in the image, he was suddenly reminded of an incident from his childhood on his birthday. That day, he had found Akiyama-jo training in a serene forest on the village outskirts. Upon seeing him, she had excitedly asked for his assistance in retrieving a kunai lodged in a tree, having accidentally thrown it too high and lacking the chakra to climb up. "Please help me. That was my last kunai." Akiyama-jo had looked at him imploringly. He felt a surge of confidence, patting his chest and assuring that he could handle it. He then crouched down, allowing Akiyama to step on his shoulders to retrieve the shuriken. However, at that time, he had not been training regularly. The 6-year-old Akiyama was already nearly as tall as the 7-year-old him. Furthermore, the heavy snowfall in February made the ground quite slippery as Akiyama used fire techniques to melt the snow for training. The melted snow turned to water, which subsequently froze again due to the weather, making the ground treacherous. In a moment of carelessness, he slipped, sending both him and Akiyama tumbling to the ground, the fall leaving them quite disoriented. He was bundled up warmly and quickly got back on his feet, brushing off the snow as if nothing had happened. Akiyama, however, rolled down the slope, accumulating a layer of snow and resembling a snowman. He couldn't help but laugh at her unfortunate state, which only made her glare at him furiously. In a fit of anger, she channeled a bit of chakra and used fire techniques to melt all the surrounding snow. Seeing her arms crossed and teeth gritted, he thought to himself, "Oh no, she's really angry now." Akiyama, stubborn as ever, was not easy to placate. He awkwardly left the forest, only to remember upon returning home that he had intended to invite her to his birthday party. Oh well, maybe next year. Feeling a bit embarrassed, he sat down to begin unwrapping the gifts his friends had brought earlier that day. Just then, a knock on the door interrupted him. He stood up to open it, only to find Akiyama, who had calmed down, holding a custom cake she had just retrieved, beaming brightly as she wished him a happy birthday. He was taken aback. "Akiyama? Why?" Akiyama pretended to be annoyed, frowning as she replied, "Humph, it's your birthday today, so I'll let it slide. But if you block the door again, I will actually get angry." He quickly stepped aside to let her in, listening as she chattered about why Kakashi and Rin weren't available to celebrate with him. She placed the cake on the table and tilted her head, asking why the house was so dim. He stepped forward to insert candles into the cake and lit them, saying, "Perfect timing to turn off the lights and blow out the candles." With a snap, Akiyama turned off the lights. "All right, make a wish." He closed his eyes, silently wishing to become Hokage and defeat Kakashi. When he opened his eyes, he did not immediately blow out the candles. Instead, he gazed at Akiyama's face. Illuminated by the soft glow, she was gently humming the birthday song for him, and upon seeing him open his eyes without blowing out the candles, she tilted her head in confusion. Meeting her sincere gaze made his heart skip a beat, and in a flustered rush, he blew out the candles in one breath. The room fell into darkness, and the memories came to an end. Obito leaned forward, resting his forehead against Akiyama's gravestone, just as they had once leaned on each other. He missed her, the one who would always forgive him no matter what happened, the one who always smiled brightly. He longed for his dearest Akiyama. "You will support me, won't you?" he asked in a hushed voice, aware that no one would reply. "What is the meaning of the love you spoke of?" He pondered. "Never mind. At this point, I no longer care. But this question, I will hear your answer one day, won't I?" He stood up to leave, leaving 2 bouquets of flowers to rest quietly before her stone. From this day forth, he would no longer be known as Uchiha Obito, but as Uchiha Madara. Chapter 33. Siblings. Izuna noticed that his brother often ventured outside, so he decided to secretly follow him one day to the vicinity of the Southi River. Upon seeing a short-haired girl of his age emerge from a cabin, he felt as if lightning had struck him. What was happening? Brother Madara was spending time alone with a girl from outside the clan. Watching them laugh and chat from behind a tree, Izuna felt an inexplicable sense of betrayal, as if his brother were cheating. "Brother, I am your brother. How could you be out here with another girl?" That day, when he saw Madara return to the clan's territory with a cheerful expression, he gazed at him with a hint of resentment. "Brother, where have you been today?" Madara, looking at his adorable little brother, couldn't help but ruffle his hair. "Just went to train." Izuna felt even more resentful. "What? You were hiding this from me?" So, Brother Madara must have been looking for that girl most of the time, he thought to himself, standing with Madara at the Southi River, facing the Senju brothers. He was taken aback. So, Brother Madara is actually meeting with the Senju guy? The clan leaders, Uchiha Taijima and Senju Hashirama, stood behind the children, exchanging glances. The calm before the storm was palpable, and a sudden voice broke the silence. "So, are you here for a social gathering, or are we going to fight?" Izuna turned to see the short-haired girl he had encountered earlier. Tobirama opened his mouth, but the situation did not permit him to speak. So he merely gestured for her to leave. Observing both sides donned in armor, Akiyama nodded in realization. "So, it really is a fight. If possible. I hope you won't fight. Peace brings prosperity, after all. If you must fight, could you do so a bit farther away? My home is quite close." Watching her speak so calmly, as if discussing the weather, left Izuna astonished. What was going on with her? But inexplicably, after exchanging glances, both clan heads led their people a distance away. Akiyama, hands on her hips, nodded in satisfaction. "Great, thanks for cooperating. Now you may fight. I'll be on my way." Izuna, confused, followed the group to the side, bewildered as he watched his brother and the young Senju clan leader reach a stalemate. And he returned home feeling completely dazed. What a bewildering day. He couldn't comprehend it. He needed to meet this person. Someone who could remain calm in such a situation was undoubtedly not an ordinary individual. Madara was forbidden from going outside and sat pensively by the window, looking gloomy. Both of them had their suspicions about each other's identities, yet laying everything bare now revealed that former friends, who had once promised to build a village together, had turned into enemies. It was indeed a rather melancholic situation. He turned to seek comfort from his adorable brother, but found the room empty, devoid of Izuna's presence. "Where's my brother?" At that moment, Izuna had already arrived at Akiyama's home, sitting stiffly at the table, when he knocked on the door of the wooden cabin. Akiyama had just returned from training. Seeing him standing there, already out of armor, she mistook him for a lost child and kindly invited him inside, completely ignoring the fact that this lost child appeared slightly taller than her. How careless. Izuna glanced at the hot tea placed before him and then at Akiyama, who was cooking in the open kitchen. What is this? Is there some kind of plot? Is there poison in the tea? Should I trust her? As he pondered, he heard a scratching sound and turned to see a small turtle clambering across the countertop. Akiyama brought the finished dish to the table. Hearing the noise, she turned her head. "Are you hungry?" Izuna thought she was speaking to him and was about to say he wasn't hungry when he saw her approach the little turtle, placing her hand on its shell to transfer chakra. What kind of turtle is this? Does it need chakra as food? Doesn't it eat? Akiyama tilted her head, observing him. Now, this time, she is indeed talking to me. Chienai lowered her head to glance at the meal before her, realizing her folly in coming alone. However, if it were indeed a friend of Ban, it was unlikely they would poison her food, right? Akiyama-ju observed the conflicted Qianai, stifling a laugh. She hadn't seen his face clearly at the door, but upon closer inspection, he was the boy who had stood behind Ban that morning. Yes, he must be Ban's younger brother. What was his name again? Qianai? Suddenly, Qianai looked up. How do you know my name? Ban spoke of you, he replied, telling me he has a very adorable younger brother. Akiyama-ju pulled out a chair and sat opposite her. Indeed, you are quite adorable. Qianai felt a mix of happiness and embarrassment. How had Ban described her to him that Akiyama-ju could see such affection in his gaze? It must be an illusion. Certainly, just a trick of the light. With her ears turning red, Qianai hastily shoved a bite of food into her mouth. Not bad. Watching Qianai devour her meal, Akiyama-ju smirked inwardly, thinking, the plan is working. Ban had indeed mentioned Qianai, but only her name and that she was adorable. With the Uchiha clan's brotherly instincts, a mere compliment was enough to disarm Qianai's suspicions. She was truly clever. Suddenly, a knock on the door interrupted her thoughts. Qianai tensed. Should I hide? No need. We haven't done anything shameful, Akiyama-ju replied with a sigh, rising to open the door. Upon opening it, she was met with a pair of crimson Sharingan eyes. Akiyama-ju nearly slammed the door shut in shock. It was Sawan, who bent down to examine her, seemingly checking for injuries. I heard they said both clans were at war today, and you went? Heaven knew how anxious he was upon returning from his mission to hear such chatter. You went to join in such a serious matter? Akiyama-ju rubbed her forehead. I merely went to make them disperse. I did not participate in the battle. That is still quite dangerous. You are just a child. Before he could finish, his reprimand transformed into astonishment. Young Master Qianai? Qianai, who had intended to calm her nerves with a bite of food, froze mid-chew. Staring at her clansman with his Sharingan, she found herself caught in a dilemma, unable to swallow or spit the food out. Sawan furrowed his brow, as if it could crush a fly. Why are you here so late? Akiyama-ju peeked outside, noticing the sun still hanging in the sky. It seems the sun hasn't set yet. Qianai quickly chewed and swallowed her food, standing to face her clansman. Do you know each other? What is your relationship? Sawan was momentarily taken aback by her words, instinctively glancing at Akiyama-ju. At that moment, she also looked at him, and they locked eyes for a while until Akiyama-ju averted her gaze and cautiously spoke. We are siblings. Sawan's firm declaration cut through her words. Akiyama-ju did not refute it. Instead, she merely smiled softly. Ah, yes. She could sense Sawan's affection for her, and this bond was not unwelcome at all. Qianai's eyes widened. But you're not. Wait, are you an Uchiha? He scrutinized her, ultimately concluding that she was quite beautiful. Surely, only someone from the Uchiha clan could possess such beauty. No, Akiyama-ju quickly interjected. I am Akiyama-ju, not of the Uchiha clan. She discreetly glanced at Sawan, only to find his gaze unwavering upon her. Siblings, huh? Not a bad notion at all. Chapter 34. Family. Sawan once had a very happy family. He had loving parents and a delightful younger sister. His sister was kind and affectionate, always trailing behind him, calling out for him to take her out to play. Sawan had believed they would grow up together under their parents' protection, living a simple life. Until his father died in battle, his sister sacrificed herself to protect him, and his mother succumbed to overwhelming grief, leaving him all alone. In an instant, it felt as though they had never existed, and he was left sitting in solitude at home. He had lost sight of the meaning of life, holding on to the last words of his sister, urging him to live well. But sister, I am so lonely on my own. Damn it, war. He often pondered why fate had dealt him such a cruel hand, contemplating leaping off a cliff to end it all. Yet the elders would not allow him to perish so easily while witnessing his family's demise. The emotional turmoil he experienced as a child had awakened his Manjikyu Sharingan. He could not control this newfound power, which would manifest whenever his emotions surged. They said the only fortune amidst his misfortunes was the awakening of the Manjikyu. To hell with fortune. He wanted nothing of this power. If it could bring his family back, he would willingly forsake his eyes and live as an ordinary person, not as an Uchiha. But regardless of his internal turmoil, life continued as usual, now devoid of his family's nagging. The first time he encountered Akiyama-ju, he looked at her through his Sharingan, recalling his long-lost sister. At that moment, he had stood protectively before his sister, even when faced with enemies far stronger than himself. He had prepared to die then. Yet he faltered as the enemy swung their sword. The consequence was that his sister, in her desperation, pulled him back, her warm, sticky blood splattering on the ground, painting his vision red. The last image he saw was his sister's spinning Sharingan. Brother, She turned back, blood pouring from her shoulder. I will always love you. You must carry on for both of us. Damn it, war. He still could not bring himself to harm Akiyama-ju. Trying to issue a warning for her to leave, but ultimately found himself immobilized by her. He stared wide-eyed as the girl calmly inquired about the child behind her. What is your name? Fine. You are braver than I. You protect those you wish to save. Sawan admitted that his initial approach to Akiyama-ju was not entirely innocent. At first, he sought his sister's shadow in her, but repeatedly failed. This girl was strong and courageous, yet lacked the obedient demeanor of his sister, instead offering a sense of reassurance. He had never witnessed her display fear, nor could he associate her with the sister who had once followed him so faithfully. Sawan understood that Akiyama-ju and his sister were two distinct individuals. They were who they were, irreplaceable. The only similarity lay in their unhesitating willingness to save others. But why could he not help but pay attention to her? Perhaps it was long ago when he learned she was alone. When he secretly delivered milk and was caught by her, seeing her teasing smile. When she forcefully pulled him to share several meals. When she genuinely inquired about his well-being. When he felt a long-lost sense of family through her. He had already regarded her as his family. Which was why he instinctively uttered the word siblings when Shinai asked. Please, let us be family. We will support each other and move forward together. Always. Akiyama-ju was well aware that the majority of the Uchiha clan had a penchant for sweet delicacies, which made desserts particularly pleasing to them. However, she was unaware that someone could become addicted to sweets. Observing Izuna, who was engrossed in indulging in desserts, Akiyama-ju lightly tapped the table with her knuckles. Izuna, you should eat less, otherwise, you won't have room for dinner later. Izuna licked his lips and tilted his head. But the desserts you make are simply too delicious. I could forego lunch. Akiyama-ju sighed in exasperation. How could you skip lunch? Don't worry. I can still eat plenty. If Madara found out, I would surely be reprimanded. The thought of Madara's brotherly protective nature made Akiyama-ju shudder involuntarily. I won't let Brother Madara know. Izuna mumbled through a mouthful of food. Besides, he wouldn't scold you. How could that be? Izuna thought resentfully. The reason he had been craving sweets was not just his own desire. A significant part of it was due to Madara's urging. The last time he returned from the cabin, Akiyama-ju had prepared a sweet treat for Madara, asking him to take it back. Who would have thought that upon seeing the box in his hands, Madara would question where he had been and if he had seen anyone? The concern in Madara's voice made Izuna green with envy, prompting him to place the box on the floor and sulk. Madara hurried to console him. And only then did Izuna relent and recount his evening's experiences. Thus, he inexplicably became their messenger. Izuna vented his frustration by devouring the remaining pudding. Did your brother ask you to relay any messages today? Akiyama-ju rested her chin on her hand, noticing his noticeably melancholic expression, and added. He mentioned he would make dango tomorrow. Izuna's mood brightened instantly. Brother Madara wants you to meet at the cliff tomorrow evening. It seems there will be others as well. Akiyama-ju blinked. Isn't he under house arrest? Despite Madara's unfortunate situation, she couldn't help but smile, amused by the image of a middle schooler being grounded. Don't worry, Brother Madara must have his own plans. Otherwise, I'll help him, Izuna said, lifting his chin. Just rest assured for your meeting. I'll be waiting for the dango you make. Akiyama-ju elongated her tone. I originally thought we had developed a decent rapport during this time. After all, we must have formed some feelings, right? She feigned sorrow, sighing dramatically. It seems I still can't compete with a few sticks of dango. Disengaged from her brother complex. Izuna quickly saw through her poor acting and looked at her disdainfully. Stop pretending. Akiyama-ju pouted. Fine, I won't pretend. Izuna was becoming increasingly less endearing. Chapter 35. The promise to build a village the following day. As Akiyama-ju noticed the sun setting, she prepared to head out for the meeting. However, upon reaching the cliff, it was desolate, with no sign of anyone. Regretting not having clarified the exact time yesterday, Akiyama-ju decided to sit at the edge of the cliff and admire the sunset. Watching the evening glow paint the sky crimson, her heart felt tranquil. In these turbulent times, one often becomes unknowingly tense and anxious. She frequently reminisced about her high school life, those mundane, even somewhat boring days that now felt like a luxury. Wasn't he being a high school student a matter of a past life? Reflecting on it felt like a dream, and she wondered how long this war would last. In her previous life, she had been too absorbed in studying ninjutsu and regretted not having read more history books. She felt a deep sense of regret for not accomplishing many things before her inexplicable departure from life. Akiyama-ju dangled her legs over the cliff's edge. The older would never have dared to approach so closely, but now she possessed enough strength to protect herself. Bored, she let her thoughts wander. From the creation myths to the battles between Uchiha Obito and the green-eyed alien. She glanced up and saw that the sun had barely dipped below the horizon. She yawned lazily, unable to shake the thought of whether Madara was occupied with important matters or had been discovered by their parents. Imagining Madara being scolded by his parents like a middle schooler made her suppress a laugh. What a strong sense of incongruity. Just as Akiyama's thoughts were drifting, she heard a commotion behind her. Turning around, she relaxed her tense body upon seeing a familiar face. She shifted her gaze back to the sunset. "What brought you here?" she asked. Izuna mentioned there would be others, perhaps Hashirama? Madara sat beside her and nodded at her words. Indeed, they sat side by side in silence, watching the sunset until Hashirama finally arrived, apologizing for the wait. Madara quipped, as slow as ever. Hashirama scratched his head, chuckling as he settled beside Madara, and the three of them continued to gaze at the sunset. As twilight faded and a chill breeze brushed against them, Madara spoke first. "What are your thoughts?" Hashirama paused for a moment. Indeed, during their previous encounters, he had begun to suspect Madara's true identity. Madara must have had similar thoughts on that fateful day when their clans clashed. Should they persist in building the village or abandon the idea? "Madara," he spoke firmly, "regardless of your thoughts, I still wish to establish a peaceful shinobi village with you. I will not give up because of the conflict between our clans." Madara chuckled, "You were quite ruthless that day." Hashirama, noticing the stern expression had faded, realized they shared the same thoughts and smiled broadly. "Aren't you as well?" "I'm still feeling the effects." "Stop pretending. Let us not even mention the Senju's miraculous healing abilities. Even a normal person would have healed by now after so many days." Hashirama laughed heartily. Akiyama was utterly confused. "So what is my purpose here?" Noticing her eager gaze, Madara suddenly recalled her presence, feeling a bit sheepish as he chuckled awkwardly. "Gyo, we would like you to join us in the village building plan." "Village?" Akiyama tilted her head. Hashirama excitedly laid out their plans and ideas, while Madara looked on with bright eyes. Akiyama, however, barely grasped the details. Catching only the mention of Konoha, they were determined to construct Konoha village. Did this mean the war would come to an end? Would there be peace? Her eyes sparkled with excitement. "I'm in," Hashirama muttered. "Why are you using such foul language?" Madara playfully punched his head. Only then did Hashirama realize, "You agreed." He enthusiastically patted Akiyama on the shoulder. "Welcome aboard. We'll be fighting side by side from now on." Back home, as the excitement faded, Akiyama recalled that Madara and Hashirama were still merely youths bound by their families. To join forces in building Konoha village, they would have to wait until they became clan leaders. As she pondered this, her enthusiasm waned. Sighing, she thought, well, waiting isn't an issue. She had the patience to wait. When the time came, they would have to find a central location in the village to build a large house. Akiyama let out a wild laugh. "All right, noted." The immediate priority was to enhance her strength. One could never predict what twists and turns might arise in the meantime. She hadn't forgotten the ominous black sludge that had latched onto Senju Hashirama that day. It could attach itself to a person, manipulate their actions and thoughts, and escape effortlessly through the earth, evading capture by her chakra threads. How could it escape through any crevice like a cockroach? It seemed her chakra web needed to be woven more tightly, or perhaps she should leave no gaps at all. As Izuna gazed at Akiyama, who oscillated between laughter and seriousness, she pondered whether to speak up. Perhaps it was better to remain silent. After all, she could enjoy the Sansekimaru another day. Yet, the current state of Akiyama seemed quite eccentric. What could have transpired today? Had Madara perhaps cast her aside to be with that Senju? It was not entirely implausible. "Izuna, you have truly been influenced by Akiyama, allowing such nonsensical thoughts to invade your mind." Now it was Akiyama's turn to contemplate whether to address the seemingly unhinged Izuna. What had transpired? Could madness be contagious? Observing her, Akiyama felt an inexplicable urge to laugh. Clearing her throat, she exaggeratedly remarked, "My dear Izuna, whatever is the matter? Have you perhaps deprived your brain of sweets today, leading to such whimsical thoughts?" Startled by her exclamation, Izuna snapped back to reality, a hint of embarrassment flashing across her face. She shook her head, attempting to dismiss the chaotic thoughts from her mind. "It's nothing, just pondering some matters." Akiyama raised an eyebrow but chose not to press further, instead retrieving some Sansekimaru from the cupboard and presenting them to him. Izuna touched her nose, silently apologizing to Akiyama for labeling her as eccentric. and without a shred of guilt, began to indulge. Watching his satisfied demeanor, Akiyama-ju mused, "Izuna, have you considered what you would like to do most when the war ends?" Izuna paused, lost in contemplation. He set down the Sansekimaru and his gaze drifted. The war ending? I've never thought about it. Akiyama-ju leaned back, staring at the wall behind Izuna, allowing her imagination to wander. Is that so? Once the war concludes, we won't have to be so serious every day, living in constant fear or battling against children of our own age. You could skip stones with friends, fish in the forest, or even travel to see the world. Perhaps you could even attend school. Izuna's attention was captivated by the latter part of her statement. What is school? Ah, it's where a group of children gather in a classroom to learn from a teacher. What knowledge? Not just ninjutsu, but also history and geography. Akiyama-ju suddenly chuckled. Perhaps they would even teach drawing and cooking. Imagining such a life, Izuna found it appealing. What about you? He abruptly inquired. If the war were to end, what would you most desire? Akiyama-ju was taken aback, realizing she had never considered her future. After a moment of reflection, she replied, I would wander the ninja world, exploring unseen landscapes, savoring new delicacies, and in my leisure moments, righting wrongs. Izuna blinked. That certainly seems fitting for your character. Indeed. Akiyama-ju laughed. Oh, how I hope the war ends swiftly. Chapter 36, A New Year What to Do? At that moment, Akiyama-ju found herself staring at Tobarama and Izuna, who were locked in a silent stare down, while Bonri awkwardly fidgeted with his fingers. How had the once quiet abode transformed into such a scene? The origins of this chaos could be traced back to that very morning. Akiyama-ju had been roused from her slumber by the sound of snow cascading softly from the sky. As she reluctantly opened her eyes, she was greeted by a world blanketed in white. It was snowing, and quite heavily at that. Yet, after a fleeting glance, she flopped back onto her bed, yearning to resume her dreams. Typically, she would be preparing for training at this hour, but last night had been New Year's Eve, and the fireworks had kept her awake. Initially, she had taken delight in watching the distant bursts of color from her rooftop, even wishing to share the experience with the hibernating Isabu. However, as the night wore on, the cacophony had left her feeling quite fatigued. The revelers had not confined themselves to the clan's grounds. Many had ventured into the outskirts to celebrate. While the display was indeed beautiful, the noise was overwhelming, persisting until the early hours of the morning. Just as Akiyama-ju began to drift off, she vaguely heard a knock at the door. She buried her face in her pillow and cried out, "Can't I get a decent night's sleep?" With a frown, she opened the door to find Tobarama standing there, hand poised as if to knock again. Upon seeing her, he awkwardly withdrew his hand. "Why are you not dressed warmly?" "Master." A small head peeked out from behind him. It was Bonri, proudly holding up a food container. "We brought you some rice cakes." Still squinting, Akiyama-ju replied, "Why so early? Come in, it's freezing outside. I figured you'd be awake by now." Tobarama said, shaking the snow from his clothes as he stepped inside and removed his outer layer. Akiyama-ju stifled a long yawn and kindled a fire in the living room's hearth, adding a few logs before retreating to wash up and don a sweater. Emerging from her room, she noticed Bonri seated on the sofa. "Where's Tobarama?" "My brother is outside." Akiyama-ju nodded and made her way to the door, ready to push it open. "Wait," came Tobarama's voice from outside. "All right." As she opened the door, a sprig of pine swung gently in response to her movement. Tobarama explained, "It's a door pine. I thought I'd hang it since you hadn't tea yet." "Thank you," she replied. "Not a problem." Akiyama-ju lifted her gaze for a moment before pulling Tobarama inside, but her peripheral vision caught a glimpse of blue amidst the white snow. Tobarama noticed it too, his expression darkening. Izuna approached the cabin with uneven steps, and upon seeing the person he despised standing on the steps, he erupted in anger, pointing at Tobarama. Sinja white hair, what are you doing here?" Tobarama narrowed his eyes. "Evil Uchiha." Akiyama-ju sniffled. "Could you please come inside?" Thus unfolded the situation. Last year, the Senju and Uchiha clans had engaged in several skirmishes, with Tobarama and Izuna often squaring off against one another, leading to mutual disdain. Akiyama-ju regretted inviting these two formidable figures into her home and attempted to retreat to the kitchen to escape the tension. It couldn't get any worse, could it? After a couple of soft knocks, the door swung open, and Son entered, bringing a chill with him. "Have you eaten?" "I brought some oshchi ingredients." Upon noticing the atmosphere in the room, he halted. "Can someone explain why there's a palpable tension in here?" This was unacceptable. If there were gunpowder in the house during winter, it could explode when the hearth was ignited. Akiyama-ju was unaware of his thoughts, but if she had known, she would have retorted, "No, actually, the house has already exploded once. Ha ha, ha ha ha." At this moment, someone might wonder, "Host, why does your laughter sound so tragic?" The situation grew even more dire when Son spotted Bonri sitting nearby and, in his excitement, activated his Sharingan. A little brat from the Senju clan. Tobarama rose to his feet. "Another Uchiha has arrived." Akiyama-ju decided to retract her previous statement. Who claimed it couldn't get worse? Clearly, it had. Though her emotional control had improved since arriving in this world, the lack of sleep had left her irritable. "All right," Akiyama-ju exclaimed, her brow furrowed. "This year marks the first of the new year. I don't care how you fought before. For today, you will maintain peace and put on a facade of harmony. Tobarama and Izuna, I can understand the discord between you on the battlefield, but we are not in the midst of a war now. After a hard-won ceasefire, could you not grant me a moment of peace? And as for you, Kun, though the Uchiha have historically been at odds with the Senju, it must be acknowledged that Hashirama was merely a child. How can the grievances of the previous generation be thrust upon the young?" Hashirama hesitated, sensing that his master held a rather lenient view of him. Despite having been on the battlefield for several years now, it was the first time that the others witnessed Akiyama's fury, and a palpable silence fell over the group. Kun continued to glare with his Sharingan, not due to the presence of the Senju, but rather because of Akiyama's calling him brother. He awkwardly scratched his head and shyly placed the festive dishes on the table, pulling out a chair beside Izuna and settling down. "I apologize. Let us call a truce for today." Izuna lifted his chin, for the sake of Akiyama. Tobarama nodded slightly and averted his gaze. Akiyama then sighed and picked up the New Year's ingredients they had brought. "Let us share a meal together." Hashirama quickly rose to escape the awkwardness. "I shall assist." As Tobarama noticed he was left alone at the table with two Uchihas, he too retreated to the kitchen. "Damn that white-haired Senju," Izuna muttered, quietly following suit. The open kitchen allowed Kun to see the chaos around the stove, and he surmised that Akiyama, in a fit of anger, had expelled everyone from the living room. She had declared, "Do not interfere. Stay outside and wait." Even Hashirama was thus ushered out, creating a rather peculiar atmosphere outside. At that moment, someone could not contain a chuckle, and everyone inexplicably felt the urge to laugh. Akiyama emerged with the freshly prepared ingredients, glancing curiously at the suppressed laughter of the group. What? Did someone tickle them? After arranging the dishes, she returned to the kitchen to bring out several bowls of soba and took her seat. With chopsticks in hand, she joined her palms together. "Happy New Year to you all. I shall begin." Chapter 37. Emotions. Akiyama, carrying a medicinal basket, ventured alone into the deep mountains. The weather today was exceptionally clear. Sunlight streamed through the leaves, casting dappled shadows on the ground. The late spring snow had melted, and the herbs were awakening, flourishing during this time of year. Considering a stock of herbs for home was a wise choice, she set off promptly. As she walked, her gaze lowered in search of herbs, contemplating what sweet treats to prepare for Izuna upon her return. Just then, a sound of combat reached her ears. Not again. How unfortunate, encountering a fight so early in the day. Curious, she hid behind a tree to observe, only to gasp at the scene before her. Kun was surrounded by several ninjas clad in Senju attire, his body marred with numerous wounds, and nearby lay several Uchiha bodies, unconscious or worse. Leading the charge was none other than Senju Izuna, shrouded in thick black mud. Akiyama sensed the gravity of the situation and swiftly removed her basket to join the fray. "Akiyama." Kun gasped, blood streaming from his eyes, panting heavily. "Why are you here? You must leave." Ignoring his plea, Akiyama quickly formed hand seals and unleashed a fireball to drive back the enemies, then turned to catch Kun as he staggered. "Are you all right?" Kun opened his mouth, struggling to remain upright. "Don't worry about me. Just go. There is no way I would abandon you." Akiyama dismissed his frantic words and shouted towards the darkened Izuna. "Izuna, wake up." The Senju merely raised an eyebrow, then charged at her with a kunai in hand. Akiyama's pupils dilated as she pushed Kun aside and narrowly dodged the kunai. Damn it. She bit her lip. It seemed that external forces could not awaken him. She would have to confront him directly. Why was it always Izuna who fell victim to possession? Did this entity have some connection to him? Lost in thought, the black mud Izuna closed in on her, and she widened her eyes, swiftly countering with her kunai, creating distance. Her heart raced, and she realized she had glimpsed features on Izuna's face that did not belong to him. The black mud could take on a human form. Regaining her composure, she activated her Sharingan, binding several hesitant Senju to the trees. Next, it was a one-on-one battle with Izuna. Lord Mountain God. One Senju called out, "Is Izuna currently possessed by an evil spirit?" Hearing this title, she felt a moment of embarrassment but quickly focused on the latter part of his statement. The thick black mud on Izuna's half-exposed body was hardly concealed, ruling out the naive Senju as potential threats alongside the black mud Izuna. Therefore, it must be that the black mud was visible only to her. Was it fate? She did not wish for such an ominous, unknown entity to be her destiny. What to do? She shot chakra threads from her palms to bind the black mud Izuna. But upon struggling, he swiftly retreated. Izuna lost control and collapsed to the ground. Akiyama remained vigilant, not loosening her grip on the chakra threads. A Senju shouted, "Be careful." Her heart skipped a beat as the sound of flesh being pierced reached her ears. Yet, why did she feel no pain? Turning to investigate, her fears were confirmed. Kun stood resolutely behind her, his chest impaled by an Uchiha, who should have been lying lifeless on the ground. The black mud, having abandoned Izuna's body, lashed onto the Uchiha. Damn it, why did I not see this coming? Kun seemed to want to say something, but thick blood surged from his mouth before any words could escape. As he fell, Akiyama saw the black mud grin at her, satisfied to witness her three-tomo Sharingan shift into complex shapes, before it withdrew into the mud, intending to escape. Sealing of the void. A feminine voice cried out, trapping him within an unknown barrier. He finally faltered, ramming his head against the edges of the barrier as it began to constrict. Fortunately, the caster's heightened emotional state allowed him to escape through a small hole before being entirely expelled from this world. The barrier dissipated swiftly. That was close, truly perilous. I must be more cautious next time. Kun. Akiyama knelt before Kun. Do not close your eyes. You must not sleep. Kun coughed blood, offering her a faint smile. So you are Uchiha after all. Akiyama stifled her tears, placing her hand over the hollow in his chest. We will discuss this later. For now, do not speak. No wonder she had felt drawn to him. Kun grasped her hand, which was flooding him with chakra. There is no need for such effort. It is futile. The milk is warmed, but I regret I could not bring it to you in time. Akiyama, I have a request. Akiyama's tears streamed down as she continued to try to mend his wounds. Yet, it was to no avail. His heart had been irreparably damaged. And Kun's continued breathing was solely due to her relentless chakra surging into him. You will not die, you cannot. Kun's breaths grew faint, and he struggled to lift his hand to touch Akiyama's face. My Mangekyo shall be entrusted to you. Take it after my passing. I believe that you can guard what you wish to protect, and also take care of yourself. Akiyama-jo grasped his hand, crying out, No, I do not want this. Use your own eyes. Song-yin opened his mouth to utter a word, yet Akiyama-jo could not discern his voice. In his final moments, Song-yin let out a long breath. He had finally succeeded. He had protected the person he wished to safeguard. Sister, am I as brave as you? Song-yin. Song-yin, brother. Akiyama-jo clung tightly to him, her voice trembling with suppressed sobs. Thank you for the milk, for your care and concern. For making me feel at home, brother. You are the best brother. No response came. Song-yin's face bore a gentle smile, as if he were merely asleep. Akiyama-jo trembled, completing her final words. Brother, thank you. I love you. Love. For the first time, she comprehended the essence of love. It was not for a lover, nor for a friend, but a fervent emotion unique to family. This intense feeling clamored within her chest, unwilling to succumb, as she personally tasted the bitterness of losing someone dear. How sorrowful, how deeply sorrowful. Why, despite the pain not being hers, did her heart ache so? Chapter 38. I transplant in the dimly lit room. Akiyama-jo sat by the window, hugging her knees. The shadows of trees swayed outside, sunlight filtering through the leaves to illuminate her space. She sat in the shade, her eyes haphazardly covered with bandages, unsure if she felt the warmth of the sun's rays. 3 days had passed since Song-yin's death. After weeping over him that day, she resolved to extract and preserve his eyes, subsequently following the awakened Uchiha to return his body to the Uchiha clan grounds. The clan members pried open his eyelids only to find empty sockets, and without uttering a word, they barred her from departing. An elder of the Uchiha clan arrived hastily, and after understanding the situation, ordered her to surrender Song-yin's eyes. He stated, "Those are his only valuable possessions. You cannot take them." A group of Uchiha surrounded her, all expressions betraying their agreement. She felt a sense of sadness mixed with rage. In the stories, the Uchiha were said to be a clan of love. Why, then, did they so readily dismiss Song-yin's remaining value, solely for a pair of kaleidoscopes? He left these for me. I will not hand them over to you. Akiyama declared, adopting a stance that suggested she was ready to confront them. It was not until Madara's arrival that their standoff was interrupted. He forcefully intervened, gesturing for Akiyama to escape while he held off the Uchiha. Shielded by his presence, she successfully fled, though she remained oblivious to the punishment Madara would face. She ran back to her wooden cabin, opening the door to find Izuna sitting idly inside, waiting for her return. Upon hearing the door, he looked up. "You're finally back," he began, but upon seeing her appearance, his words halted. "You're hurt. What happened?" He quickly moved to assist her to a chair, but as he approached, Akiyama stopped him with her bloodstained hand, her face a mask of despair. "Let us just go home for now, okay? I don't have the strength to make you dessert today. I'm sorry." She longed to cry, yet her eyes were as dry as a parched riverbed, unable to shed a single tear. Izuna frowned, clearly unconvinced. "Are you sure you can manage alone?" "It's all right," Akiyama interrupted. "I want to be by myself, please." She crouched down, covering her mouth and nose. Understanding her need for solitude, Izuna hesitated before stepping around her and leaving the cabin. "I'll come back to see you tomorrow. If you need anything today, remember to send me a message." He closed the door, and the room fell silent. Akiyama suddenly bolted to the bathroom, clutching the sink's edge as she retched. Her empty stomach, having not eaten, expelled only bile and acid. The acrid taste filled her mouth as she knelt on the floor, curling into a ball, her eyes struggling to produce a few drops of saline tears. How painful! How unbearable! After a prolonged moment on the floor, she rose to wash herself, then scavenged for food in the kitchen to satiate her hunger, only to rush back to the bathroom to vomit again. Once she tidied the scene, she forced herself to swallow the remaining food, then cleaned her hands and sat at the table. Her eyelids felt heavy, as if burdened by 1,000 pounds, and her fingers slowly reached toward her eye sockets. With a slight exertion, she extracted her eyeball, a wave of excruciating pain crashing over her as a cacophony roared in her ears. She felt something screaming within her, as if she could hear the tendons connecting her eye to the socket snapping. Her mind throbbed, a chaotic whirlpool of pain that quickly unraveled. Trembling, she placed Song Yan's eye into her socket, desperately attempting to calm the tumultuous chaos within her thoughts, her palm covering the eye as she endeavored to repair the vessels connecting it. So much pain, so relentless. Pain, 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 pain. It hurts. She steadied herself against the table and straightened up. Suddenly, she recalled the last gestured Song Yan made toward her, not a plea, but a call to smile. There was one more. She gasped for breath, abruptly reaching toward her other eye to extract the eyeball. She could not help but slam her head against the table. Her hands trembled uncontrollably as she forced the final kaleidoscope into her eye, concluding her self-surgery with a hasty wrapping of bandages before collapsing onto the table, gasping for breath. The warmth of blood met her cheek, leaving her utterly exhausted. How she wished to cry. How she longed to return home. So be it. So weary, so weary. Just let it be. Katsu had been absent these days. Typically, he would be at home in his usual corners, napping. Perhaps she simply had not found him. Izuna and the others had visited a few times, but each time they merely left a meal box and glanced at her before hastily departing. She yearned to tell them not to tread so carefully around her, yet the words caught in her throat, realizing her state was truly deplorable. Even the usually boisterous Banjian, upon seeing her, simply embraced her quietly, saying nothing more. She suddenly felt a mix of laughter and tears welling within her. All signs urged her to emerge from this despondent state. Yet she hesitated, fearing it would be unfair to Song Yan. Perhaps she needed to mourn him just a bit longer. A little longer. No. Song Yan must have desired for her to regain her strength. Surely. He was now reunited with his family. Certainly. Taking a deep breath, she slowly rose and leaned against the windowsill, stepping out of the oppressive cabin. The temperature outside was not quite warm. Though it was midday, the pre-summer breeze still carried a chill. Akiyama paused, leaning against the railing as she removed the bandages covering her eyes. She squinted against the light of the sun, gazing at the vibrant forest illuminated by its rays. Feeling her mood lift considerably. Yes. Song Yan must wish for her happiness, just as she hoped for Rin's eternal joy. A faint rustle of movement nearby drew her attention, and she turned her head to see the long-absent Ibyu. He placed the herbs he had been holding in his mouth at her bare feet, lifting his head to meet her gaze. "I found the herbs," he said simply. Akiyama crouched down to inspect the plants, realizing they were the very herbs she was supposed to gather days ago. Have you been collecting these? Why? I want you to be happy, Ibyu replied. His brief words struck a chord deep within her, and she clenched her fists, locking eyes with his small golden irises. I want you to be happy. Ju placed her hand upon Ibyu's shell and asked, what do you think the future holds for us? Ibyu merely blinked, contemplating for a moment before responding, it will surely be peaceful. Peaceful? Akiyama Ju murmured, yes, peaceful. Chapter 39. Embrace. Akiyama Ju's body successfully merged with the kaleidoscope of Son. The process unfolded with an almost unbelievable smoothness. Though they were not blood relatives, she had prepared herself for the agony of prolonged bodily rejection. Yet, to her astonishment, her vision restored more swiftly than expected. Once calm, she began to explore her newfound ocular abilities. The first technique she practiced was the Lock of the Void, which she had witnessed Son utilize when gravely injured and on the brink of death. This technique belonged to her right eye's kaleidoscopic powers. Within a certain radius, she could create an inescapable spatial barrier, allowing her to move freely while rendering her adversaries incapable of using ninjutsu or taijutsu within the barrier. They could only defend passively. The barrier's walls were tangible. She could manipulate them to constrict and crush any beings or objects within her domain. However, the barrier could only exist for 15 seconds before dissipating rapidly. Her left eye inherited the kaleidoscopic technique of rewind from Son. It specifically affected living beings, not the fabric of time and space itself. Akiyama Ju believed its capabilities bore some resemblance to the Uchiha clan's forbidden technique, Izanagi, allowing her to briefly rewind a target or herself by up to 5 seconds, restoring them to a previous state. Sighing, Akiyama Ju stroked her eyelid. If only I had obtained this power sooner, would things have changed? People often lament the unchangeable past, despite knowing that such thoughts merely add to their psychological burdens. She sensed someone approaching silently from behind, their movements surprisingly gentle. What are you doing, sneaking around like a thief? She predicted, turning her head without looking back. Is that you, Madara? The person paused, letting out a soft sigh. You caught me. He stood a few steps behind her. I didn't even realize you possessed the Sharingan. Do you have Uchiha blood in you? I'm not sure, perhaps. You look like you could use a hug. May I embrace you? Akiyama Ju raised an eyebrow in surprise and glanced back at him. All right. Madara opened his arms. I wish to comfort you. I've never seen you so vulnerable. Experiencing Madara's straightforwardness for the first time, Akiyama Ju said nothing, simply turning to plunge into his embrace, burying her face in his chest. The adolescent had grown remarkably fast, and the height that once allowed her to look him in the eye now required her to gaze upwards. As she nestled against him, a long-awaited sense of security washed over her. Madara steadied her, loosely wrapping his arms around her back, secretly noting the force of her embrace, which left his chest aching. Yet, what could he do? He could only indulge her. Beneath the shade of the trees, they held one another, leaves swirling in the air as the wind occasionally blew through. Madara, the girl murmured from his chest. He responded, watching her lift her head to gaze at him. Do all Uchiha wear the same perfume? Your scent is remarkably similar to Son's. What? Madara, somewhat displeased, pressed her head back against his chest. Who uses perfume at this age? It's merely your imagination. Akiyama Ju wanted to retort, regardless of how reliable Madara seemed. He was still just a teenager with only a thin layer of muscle, far from the comforting embrace of a paternal figure. That hurts, she thought, pressed against Madara's chest. However, the embrace felt undeniably pleasant, as she felt his heartbeat resonate with hers, albeit at a different rhythm. Why is his heartbeat so fast? She pondered. He mustn't have run here. Ju, I've brought red bean cakes. Who were you hugging? Izuna's voice broke in, causing Madara to glance at her in sudden alarm, releasing Akiyama Ju unexpectedly. As the light hit her, Akiyama Ju squinted her eyes. Upon recognizing Madara's face, Izuna was struck by its alluring appeal. Madara. Akiyama Ju, unaware of the blush creeping across Madara's cheeks, stepped forward to take the food container from Izuna's hands. Red bean cakes? It's been a while since I've had these. Izuna stole a glance at Madara, who was distracted, and responded absently, Oh. Huh. Madara, would you like to join us? Akiyama Ju tilted her head, inadvertently meeting Madara's unwavering gaze. This time, she caught a glimpse of his bashful expression, curiously observing, Madara, are you feeling warm? Izuna rolled her eyes subtly. What a stiff. Caught in an awkward moment by his younger brother, Madara felt a twinge of embarrassment. He cleared his throat, observing Akiyama Ju's obliviousness to her own feelings, uncertain whether to feel relieved or disappointed. Ah, yes, a little, he replied, shifting the topic as he followed Akiyama-ju back to the wooden cabin. Dinner was naturally shared in the cabin, and the three felt an unexplainable sense of nostalgia for this gathering. After the meal, Akiyama-ju sat on the porch, listening to the cicadas and gazing at the night sky, pondering whether this tranquil evening resembled her classmates' descriptions of home. The same cicada calls, the same absence of city noise, and the occasional flicker of fireflies in the grass. And beside her, the comforting presence of companionship. Akiyama-ju looked up at Madara, who stood silently behind her. What is it? Why didn't you call out to me? This Uchiha Madara, who once claimed he couldn't relieve himself when someone was behind him, seemed to enjoy stealthily standing behind her. What a double standard. Madara crouched beside her, gazing down at her. I was thinking tonight. If I encounter a similar situation again, I won't let you go so easily. Akiyama-ju blinked, realizing he was referring to their earlier embrace, and found it amusing. What? It's not a big deal. How would you manage that? Hugging in front of others? I just want to assure you, Madara said, meeting her gaze. You need not worry too much. Akiyama-ju felt a sense of helplessness. How could she not worry? Today, Madara's directness was even more perplexing than usual. After uttering those two sentences, Madara did not observe her reaction but looked up at the moonlit sky and suggested, "Shall we go to the rooftop to see the moon together?" Sure. Without hesitation, Akiyama-ju agreed, and the next moment, she saw Madara standing, extending his hand towards her. She hesitated for a moment, instinctively placing her hand in his as he led her up to the rooftop. Beneath the unadorned sky, unobstructed by eaves or branches, the stars and the luminous moon unveiled themselves in their entirety. Witnessing this enchanting scene, Akiyama-ju reclined on the rooftop, gazing serenely at the brilliance of the night sky. Beside her, Ban sat with one leg drawn up, propping himself on one side as he turned to her and remarked, "Indeed, the moonlight is exceptionally beautiful tonight." Taken aback for a moment, Akiyama-ju tilted her head to look at him and smiled gently. Bathed in the silvery glow of the moon, Ban exuded an unusual tenderness. Although he was typically gentle, he often became irritable due to Hashirama's antics. "What are you laughing at?" she inquired. "Well, in my hometown. That phrase is a declaration of affection," Akiyama-ju explained, placing the back of her hand behind her head. "So when you said it so earnestly, it felt quite disjointed." Regardless of the location she referred to as her hometown, Ban fixed his gaze upon her and asked, "Then why didn't you think I meant that?" Akiyama-ju nearly toppled off the roof, but Ban swiftly caught her, maintaining a silent yet intense eye contact. "Help!" Inside the house, Izuki, nearly bitten by the pet cat, exclaimed, "What is that noise on the roof?" Chapter 40, Jiang Taigong Fishing. In truth, the impact of the ongoing conflict had not weighed heavily on Akiyama-ju as she had anticipated. While several prominent clans waged war outside, she remained leisurely engaged in her training, pondering what to have for dinner. Thus, she subtly sensed a shift in her demeanor. Recently, the skirmishes between the Senju and Uchiha clans had intensified, yet their members casually visited her wooden cottage for meals, seemingly unfazed by the turmoil, as if they had synchronized their visits to avoid overlap. How fortuitous. As for her previous conversation with Ban on the rooftop, it had concluded in a haze. Leaving her without a clear resolution and ignoring Ban's unwavering gaze, she retreated indoors. Now, she could only hope that Ban had merely been jesting. Sighing, Akiyama-ju cast her fishing rod into the river. "Master," Ban waved to her from the opposite bank, walking across the water to her side. "You made such a racket that you scared away all my fish," she complained. Ban scratched his head in confusion. "Isn't it enough to just dip your hand in the water to catch fish?" Akiyama-ju feigned profundity and shook her head. But you wouldn't understand. Training is often so rushed, one must occasionally slow down to savor life and relax." This phrase seemed quite profound. She resolved to remember it for future reference. Ban nodded, albeit with a hint of incomprehension, as he glanced at her fishing rod, which appeared to be a mere branch tied with an unknown piece of string. "Isn't fishing supposed to involve bait?" he hesitantly queried. Akiyama-ju lifted her chin defiantly. "This is Jiang Taigong fishing. Only the willing will take the bait." Ban observed the line floating atop the water, recalling that Jiang Taigong did indeed use a hook. Was her makeshift rod even capable of fishing? The string barely submerged. Noticing Ban's silence, Akiyama-ju raised an eyebrow. "Don't believe I can catch a fish?" Ban hesitated, about to feign belief, when Akiyama-ju lifted her rod. "Watch closely." With a flick of her hand, she channeled chakra, ensnaring an unsuspecting fish and drawing it ashore with a triumphant grin. "See, it's already hooked." Ban's eyes widened in disbelief. Master, that's cheating. Akiyama-ju raised the fish triumphantly. How can this be considered cheating? It's merely a demonstration of skill. She chuckled, adding, besides, there are no proctors here to catch me cheating. The fish, slippery and wriggling, almost slipped from her grasp as she attempted a one-handed hold on its tail. With a vigorous flick, it escaped, splashing back into the water. Akiyama-ju felt a flush of embarrassment, despite not having been splashed. Uffed, Ban stifled a laugh, turning away to feign nonchalance. Ah, the weather is splendid today. Stop pretending. Akiyama-ju observed the smirk creeping onto Ban's face. By the way, have you completed the assignment I gave you? His smile vanished, and Ban broke into a cold sweat. The task had merely involved jotting down insights on medical ninjutsu. But that assignment had long been forgotten amidst the chaos of recent conflicts. Why are you bringing that up today? Ban's gaze darted around. And after a moment of hesitation, he confessed, Master, I forgot to air out my bedding. My brother said he'd be furious if I didn't tea. Akiyama-ju nodded knowingly. Ah, I see. While your brother might not actually harm you for not airing it out, if he hears you say that, you might truly be in trouble. She gestured for Ban to glance behind him. A sudden chill crawled up Ban's spine as he mechanically turned his head to find his brother's blood-red eyes fixed upon him. You didn't mention that you'd said such a thing before, Tobirama hissed through gritted teeth. Oh. Ban cast a pleading look at Akiyama-ju, who shrugged, signaling her inability to assist. Tobirama draped an arm around Ban's shoulders. No homework. And here you are concocting tales about our parents? Ban whimpered. Why does my brother's smile seem more terrifying than his frown? Akiyama-ju couldn't hold back her laughter, but the moment Tobirama's gaze fell upon her, her amusement vanished. And you, Ju, teaching children Jiang Taigong as fishing techniques? Her smile faltered. What does this have to do with me? It has nothing to do with me. As she floundered, Ban felt an odd sense of camaraderie, suppressing laughter until he caught a glare from Tobirama. You're acting like a strict mother, he said, holding the makeshift fishing rod that looked more like a branch than a fishing pole. Tobirama finally chuckled, albeit with a hint of irritation. How did you manage to create something like this? Akiyama-ju, who had been confidently defending her creation before Ban, now felt a pang of guilt under Tobirama's scrutinizing gaze. If Ban perceived Tobirama as a stern mother, Akiyama-ju saw him as a strict teacher. Once, he had appeared as a child playing at adulthood. Now, he radiated an undeniable aura of authority. Whatever happened to her adorable little Tobirama? Don't judge it merely because it looks like a branch tied to a string, she retorted. Tobirama raised an eyebrow. In truth, it isn't a fishing rod at all. What? Ban exclaimed. Master, you just told me it was a fishing rod. Akiyama-ju looked skyward, and Ban stomped his foot. Master, you're being hypocritical. She fell silent, breaking into a tune, la la la, what splendid weather we're having. Ha ha ha. I hope Ban understands that this moment is quite different from the last. A figure at the door shook his head in resignation. Well, I have come today to invite you to accompany us to the land of Whirlpool. Approximately 2 weeks from now. Upon hearing this, Banmin recalled the crucial reason for his visit to Akiyama-ju, and a wave of guilt washed over him. Why do you want to invite me? Akiyama-ju blinked in curiosity. It's simply because Master Banmin interjected that some of our clan members insisted on taking the esteemed Lord of the Mountain along, and after much deliberation, they revealed that the mountain god is you. He curiously inquired, why do they refer to you as the Lord of the Mountain? Akiyama-ju turned his head away. It's a long story, so I won't delve into it. Understanding the situation, Toby smiled and asked, so, will you go? I've heard that the land of Whirlpool will host a summer festival soon, with fireworks to behold. Akiyama-ju pondered the invitation. There will be delicious food. His resolve began to waver. All expenses covered. Let us go? He thought. It would be foolish not to seize such a bargain. Chapter 41. No, you cannot go. Short Book Street. Hey, if you think I'll let you come to the land of hot springs just to frolic in Short Book Street, I'll knock you out and take you back. What's wrong with that? After all, we've finally managed to secure a truce. Let Izuna have some fun. Akiyama-ju grinned at Izuna. Izuna, arms crossed, glared at her indignantly. Don't change the subject. You are absolutely forbidden from going to Short Book Street. Absolutely not. Had he known that Akiyama-ju was yearning to come to the land of hot springs for gambling, he would not have been so lenient in bringing her here. Izuna looked at Akiyama-ju with a pitiful expression. After all, it was a rare opportunity to visit the land of hot springs. Akiyama-ju must experience the famed Short Book Street. After all, It was a place cherished by the first Hokage and his granddaughter. Akiyama Ju was determined to uncover what allure it held that made them revel in their losses, even though one was underage and the other yet to be born. No matter. Let me, Akiyama Ju, explore it for you. No. Izuna's resolute words snapped her back to reality. No matter how much Akiyama Ju feigned innocence, he remained steadfast. Either we stay here for a couple of days without visiting the casino, or we return home immediately. Faced with Izuna's unwavering stance, Akiyama Ju reluctantly agreed to forego the casino, obediently trailing behind him into a tavern. After receiving the keys to 2 rooms, Izuna handed one to Akiyama Ju. Let us rest for today. We can start our fun tomorrow. I'll take a bath first. Huh. This implied they would be apart for a while, right? Heh. Akiyama Ju accepted the key, nodding vigorously. Izuna narrowed his eyes. If I catch you sneaking off to the casino. The unspoken threat hung in the air. Akiyama Ju feigned indignation, despite the sweat trickling down her back. Am I that kind of person? Izuna scrutinized her for a moment, pondering if he had misjudged her, and sighed in resignation. All right, sorry, I'll go take my bath now. Akiyama Ju nodded, ascended the stairs, entered her room, locked the door, opened the window, and jumped out, all in one fluid motion. Indeed, she was that kind of person. Apologies, Izuna. I will undoubtedly return before you finish your bath. Revitalized after washing away the fatigue, Izuna returned to the room and knocked on Akiyama Ju's door. Ju, would you like to grab a midnight snack? No response. Ju. With a scowl, Izuna dashed towards Shortbook Street. Arriving swiftly, she realized it was impractical to search through the numerous gambling establishments one by one. She might find Akiyama Ju sneaking back halfway through. This would not do. Izuna was determined to show her the perils of gambling. I say, little girl, are you cheating? Huh. Why would I cheat at such a dull game? A familiar voice rang out, and in an instant, Izuna pinpointed its source and charged in. Upon seeing the scene before her, she froze. Akiyama Ju stood at a table piled high with chips, nearly obscuring her face behind them. At that moment, as the owner of the mountain of chips, Akiyama Ju was defiantly facing a burly man across the table. The man scowled, impatiently waving Akiyama Ju away, signaling her to leave with her chips. Huh. Akiyama Ju let out a short laugh. If you can't take the heat, don't play. Ignoring the man's already sour expression, she turned to a nearby attendant, instructing them to exchange her chips for coins and pack them into a box. Then, she turned and pressed her face against a fuming Izuna. Akiyama Ju's eyes widened in shock. Her once casual posture of holding the box became more proper. Izuna, I'm in trouble. Izuna glanced her up and down with a blank expression, finally squeezing out a cold remark from his tightly pressed lips. Quite impressive, aren't you? Without waiting for Akiyama Ju to respond, he seized her arm, leading her away from the watchful eyes of the gambling den back to their lodgings. Throughout the journey, Izuna maintained a stern demeanor, starkly contrasting with his usual self. Akiyama Ju dared not utter a word. Oh, this time he's really angry. It turned out that Izuna's anger manifested in a way that was utterly unlike him. Regardless of her fanciful thoughts, Izuna brought her back to their room. Upon entering, he bombarded her with questions. What made you agree to this? The gambling scene is so treacherous. How could you, at only 14, dare to venture there? With so many strong individuals, what would happen if you got into trouble? Akiyama Ju quickly covered his incessant mouth. All right, I know I was wrong. I'm strong enough to protect myself. Plus, I won Tigo again. Reflecting on the events at the gambling house, Akiyama Ju exclaimed, it was so boring. I can't fathom why anyone would enjoy it. Izuna released her hand. That was just your good luck tonight. If you lose once and then win, that cycle will only entice you further. All right, I promise I won't return to the casino. I fully understand the negative impacts and dangers of gambling. I absolutely will not engage with any gambling tables again. Izuna turned away, grumbling softly. Akiyama Ju recognized this as a sign of his softening heart and stepped in front of him. Then, how about I make some sweets for you when we return? We can enjoy delicious food tomorrow, okay? Tonight. Huh. There's a snack street downstairs. Ah, all right. Akiyama Ju chuckled softly. Shall we head downstairs? She suspected that the moment he returned, he was already lured by the sense of the snack street. How charming, she mused, watching his retreating figure, unable to suppress a soft laugh. Though her voice was quiet, Izuna's ears perked up, clearly having heard her. He maintained an air of aloofness, yet his pace slowed, as if waiting for her to catch up. As they reached the staircase, he casually glanced back at her, only to quickly turn away as if nothing had happened. Akiyama-ju found his awkwardness amusing yet heartwarming. Indeed, Izuna has always been this way, so easily placated, so caring. She quickened her pace, joining him, and murmured, "Thank you." Izuna. Izuna huffed lightly, arms crossed, still gazing ahead, though his ears betrayed a slight blush. "What thanks are needed? I am not concerned about you at all." Uchiha Tsundere. Heh. Chapter 42. Love Letters and Confessions. It was just an ordinary morning. I woke up, went through my morning routine, and prepared for training in the most mundane way. But wait, it was anything but ordinary when I discovered a bouquet of flowers at the door. Who could have sent this? Akiyama-ju picked up the flowers from the ground and found a letter tucked within. She carried the flowers inside, placed them on the table, and pulled out the envelope to read. To Akiyama-ju, as I write this, I feel as though I am speaking directly to you. You may think this letter is unexpected, even ill-timed. After all, in these tumultuous times, discussing emotions seems a luxury. Yet, after much contemplation, I find I can no longer keep these feelings hidden. You may perceive my words as overly direct or abrupt, but I wish to no longer conceal my true sentiments. I hope this letter conveys my heart to you. Sincerely, Uchiha Madara. By the time Akiyama-ju finished reading, she felt as though she had turned to a shade of gray from shock. This must be a joke. Is she dreaming? She set the letter down and crawled back into bed. Staying up late had obviously taken its toll. No more late nights traveling for her. After some time, Akiyama-ju rose, feeling refreshed, and glanced out the window at the sunlit day, nodding to herself. Of course, it was just a dream. How could Madara write a love letter? Especially to her, haha. But that thought vanished the moment she opened the door and saw the bouquet and letter still on the table. No way. Picking up the letter again and confirming it was indeed Madara's handwriting, she let her head thud against the table. Due to her short hair and involvement in the athletics club, she was often seen with a sweaty, determined demeanor, which resulted in her having virtually no chance of receiving confessions from boys. Thus, her experience with romance and confessions was non-existent. Akiyama-ju felt distressed. This letter seemed far too sincere to be a joke. How could she have been unaware of Madara's brave and honest feelings? Should she tell him the truth? She didn't believe she could survive in this era for long, and she certainly didn't want to delay his happiness. She didn't want to be a heartbreaker. Akiyama-ju leaned on the table, her mind a whirlpool of confusion. Madara's letter lay beside her, the neat and forceful handwriting of each sentence etched clearly in her mind. With a sigh, she lifted her gaze to the bouquet on the table. The petals were still adorned with morning dew, exuding a delicate fragrance, appearing freshly picked. "What should I do?" she murmured softly, her fingers unconsciously tapping on the table. Just then, familiar footsteps echoed from outside. Before she could react, the door gently knocked twice and swung open. "Ju, why haven't you gone to training yet?" questioned Izuna, a hint of confusion in his voice. Akiyama-ju pressed Madara's letter beneath her hand. Although she was unsure how to respond, she instinctively felt that their matters should remain private. Izuna's gaze swept over the flowers on the table, raising an eyebrow. Where did these flowers come from? Akiyama-ju touched her nose, unsure of how to answer. "They are from Madara, I suppose." "What? How did you know?" Izuna smirked knowingly. Of course, he was aware. Although he hadn't been involved in sending flowers or love letters, these ideas were his suggestions. He shook his head, his braids swaying. He was the most emotionally intelligent Uchiha. "So, how do you plan to respond to Madara?" Izuna asked, settling into a chair. "I can assist you with the reply." "Oh, this suddenly feels like such a hassle." Akiyama-ju sighed. "Forget it, I'll go find him." Izuna's eyes widened. "How brave. It's like an online confession that leads the other person to your home directly. Good luck." Akiyama-ju knew Madara wasn't often within the clan, so she halted her steps towards the Uchiha compound and instead ran towards the mountaintop where the three of them had agreed to build the village. Madara sat on the cliff, a scroll in hand but not reading it, quietly gazing into the distance. Hearing someone approach, he turned to see Akiyama-ju panting. Her face flushed from exertion. "Madara, what brings you here? Come sit beside me." Akiyama-ju opened her mouth but then settled down beside him. "What do you think about building the village right here?" Madara picked up a leaf resting on a tree, peering through a hole punctured in its center to gaze into the distance. There were forests, mountains, and rivers. It was indeed a splendid location. Akiyama-ju nodded in agreement. "It's quite nice." Madara smiled enthusiastically. "How about building the Uchiha and Senju clan lands closer together? That should foster better relations, right? Or it might lead to constant brawls," she teased. "That won't happen," Madara replied with conviction. "Everyone will cherish the hard-earned peace." "Yes, who wouldn't he wish for peace? Except for some lunatics, she added. Madara spread his hands towards the sun, watching as the wind carried the leaves further away, his thoughts swirling back to the notion of peace. Turning to Akiyama-ju, who appeared deep in thought, Madara's eyes sparkled with expectation. Have you read the letter? Akiyama-ju's thoughts were interrupted, and she felt a sudden tightness in her chest. I came for that very reason. Madara focused intently on her. What is your answer? Akiyama-ju took a deep breath and began, Madara, first, I am truly glad that you have feelings for me. Seeing her expression, Madara's demeanor dimmed slightly as he anticipated her next words, yet he nodded in acknowledgement. However, I must confess something. I am not from this era. To be precise, I do not belong to the shinobi world. Madara pondered. Is your original world the hometown you once mentioned? Akiyama-ju was taken aback, realizing that Madara had sensed something all along. Yes, she continued, I once lived in a peaceful nation where the profession of a ninja did not exist. Everyone led fulfilling lives. In that world, people could attend school, make friends, and no one was ever in danger. It was a comforting era. Madara fell silent, gazing at the sky as if lost in thought. Yet one day, I suddenly found myself here. What I want to say is that I might not stay here for long. Perhaps I will leave when I wake up tomorrow. What if I don't care? What? I don't care. No matter who you are, I love you. Akiyama-ju was taken aback by Madara's declaration. The weight of the word love was overwhelming. Her understanding of love was limited to familial bonds, particularly her feelings for Saon. Madara, Akiyama-ju looked at him with concern. Could you be mistaken? Perhaps you see me as family rather than a romantic interest. Madara exhaled softly. This is one thing I cannot be mistaken about, Ju. I am very clear about my feelings. He reached out to caress Akiyama's old face, and seeing no sign of resistance, leaned in to plant a kiss on her forehead. Light as a dragonfly's touch. Old, you have the right to refuse, he chuckled. But regardless of your refusal, I shall not let go. Still reeling from the impact of the kiss, Akiyama stared at him incredulously. Huh, how can you be so unreasonable? Are you really surprised? He playfully tapped the tip of her nose. Surprised that I won't let go. You must be joking. This can't be real. Watch me expose you. Ouch, that hurts. Stop pretending. Chapter 43, The Sea. Long had she heard of the rejuvenating climate of the islands, where the winds are gentle. Akiyama, nearly melting from the heat, finally awaited the day of her journey to the land of whirlpools with eager anticipation. As she scoured the house for any forgotten belongings, she turned to see Isanofo bubbling in the water basin she had prepared for him 2 weeks prior. Isanofo, aren't you coming? Akiyama squatted beside him, emerging from the water. Isanofo replied, I'm not going. You must have fun. All right, Akiyama said, a sudden wave of guilt washing over her. After all, Isanofo should not have returned to this era but had been inadvertently affected by her presence. Will you feel lonely, Isanofo? Will you be unhappy in this world? She frowned, resting her chin on one hand. You must be bored, stuck in the wooden hut every day. Strangely, she could discern a teasing glint in Isanofo's golden eyes. Not at all. If I hadn't come with you, I might still be sealed within someone else. He splashed the edge of the basin. I find great comfort in this little wooden hut. Right now, I should still be at some pond. Perhaps someone might even pass by to relieve themselves in it. So there was no need for her to feel guilty. He was genuinely happy to accompany her. Compared to other tailed beasts who suddenly lost sight of their friends, he felt like the happiest tailed beast in the world. Akiyama was deeply touched. Isanofo. She sprang to her feet. I will bring you plenty of little fish snacks. Great. The island's temperature was indeed delightful, and the moment she set foot on land, she felt a sense of exhilaration wash over her. Yet, the price of coming here. Akiyama glanced at the seasick Senju, who was clinging to the side of the boat. How could a ninja suffer from seasickness? Never mind, she thought. Curiously, according to Banjian's descriptions, these Senju seemed eager to see her, yet when they finally met, their faces were filled with a complex hesitance to approach. Later, she learned it was because they worried she had not yet overcome the shadows of her past, fearing that seeing them might remind her of that fateful day. After all, Akiyama's desperate cries of despair from that time were still vivid in their memories. With a soft sigh, Akiyama pondered that they had likely brought her along to help her relax. Even if she spun unrealistic tales, such kindness from the Senju. Shall we go, master? Banjian tugged at her sleeve, signaling her to follow the red-haired woman leading the way. They arrived at their temporary residence and unloaded their belongings. Akiyama had very little luggage. The only box she brought was meant for Isanofo's fish snacks. The accommodations arranged for them by the Uzumaki clan were traditional Japanese-style rooms. After spending so long in a wooden hut, Akiyama felt an unexpected thrill at encountering a different architectural style. It seemed she would be sleeping on tatame for the next few days. It felt oddly nostalgic. And she wondered if it would be as hard as the bed in the wooden hut. Just as she was contemplating this, Tobirama approached her. "Shall we go talk? Are you all right on your own? I'm not a helpless child. After all, I'm about the same age as you," Akiyama pouted, but when she turned to look at him, she was taken aback. Tobirama was clad in a deep blue yukata, which accentuated his fair skin. His snow-white hair, unencumbered by a forehead protector, flared wildly, and his crimson eyes resembled those of a snow rabbit. Akiyama gave him a thumbs up. "Tobirama, you look amazing." His face flushed, and he covered her eyes with his hand. Complaining, "What are you talking about?" Akiyama held his hand, smiling. "I'm not joking. You really are good-looking." Tobirama felt her eyelashes fluttering against his palm, sending a shiver through him as his gaze inadvertently fell upon her softly parting lips. "Tobirama?" Her call startled him, and he quickly withdrew his hand, awkwardly turning away. I'll be going now." Akiyama blinked, puzzled as to why Tobirama's face appeared even redder. She watched him walk out the door, her gaze fixed upon him, earning a disapproving glare in return. Tobirama. So cute. Unaware of her thoughts, Tobirama could only sense the intensity of her gaze, leaving him feeling quite flustered. Once all the Senju had gone to converse with the Uzumaki, Akiyama finally stepped outside. The inn where she was staying was conveniently located by the sea, and as she stepped out, she was greeted by the salty scent of the ocean breeze. "Ah, it's the sea." She descended the stone steps, her dark attire contrasting with the island's sea of red-haired inhabitants, catching the attention of the children nearby. A vendor selling trinkets spotted her and warmly called out, "Oh, little girl, are you here to play? Would you like to take something back with you?" Akiyama paused, intrigued by the handcrafted items mostly made from shells and sea conchs displayed on a small cart. Since she had come all this way, why not bring back a local specialty for Izuna and the others? How about this? A wind chime made from bay scallops. The vendor gently tapped the hanging chime, producing a clear, melodious sound. Seeing Akiyama's eyes light up, he laughed heartily. "Isn't it beautiful?" Akiyama immediately purchased it, along with 2 conch necklaces. The vendor squinted with a smile. "When you hold the conch to your ear, you can hear the sound of the sea." "Really? Thank you." Akiyama joyfully accepted the bag and, after inquiring about where to buy fish snacks, bid farewell to the vendor and followed the directions given. The islanders of the land of whirlpools were as warm and cheerful as their hair color suggested, reminding her of Kushina, who had often taken care of her. Akiyama thought to herself that Kushina's kin truly were as kind-hearted as she was. This feeling lingered until she finished shopping and strolled past the shoreline. Witnessing the waves crashing towards her, the wind hitting her face felt coarse and raw. It was then that a longing for the sea arose within her. As she walked barefoot on the beach, the sand felt as fine as silk, a stark contrast to the dampness of the crowded tourist spots she had visited before. Akiyama sat on a rock, feeling the sea breeze caress her cheeks while the sound of waves crashing against the rocks filled her ears. In that moment of stillness, the entire world seemed to transform into a realm of tranquility and vastness. She gazed at the conch necklace in her hand, gently bringing it to her ear, and indeed heard the whispering of the sea breeze, as if the ocean were speaking to her. "How magical," she murmured softly, a smile unconsciously gracing her lips. Chapter 44. The summer festival. Akiyama received a blue yukata adorned with goldfish patterns. It was a gift from Tobirama, who mentioned that the summer festival would commence that evening. From the islanders' descriptions, Akiyama felt the festival would resemble a fireworks celebration. How exciting! She unfurled her yukata, smiling brightly as she spoke. Strolling through the festival with friends truly brings joy. By 2 or 3 in the afternoon, vendors downstairs were already setting up, revealing the community's earnest attitude towards the celebration. After all, the nighttime festival symbolizes prayers for a bountiful harvest and the warding off of misfortune. Akiyama-ju found no dullness in the scene. She spent the afternoon propped up by the window, watching the bustling preparations until dusk, when she finally donned the yukata sent by Tobira. It had been quite some time since she last wore one, and she fumbled a bit while tying the obi. Once dressed, she styled her hair in front of the mirror, straightened her outfit, and nodded in satisfaction. Truly, she looked splendid. Yet, why did it fit so perfectly? She was certain she had never disclosed her measurements to anyone. As she slid open the paper door, she encountered Tobira, who had come looking for her. Prompting her to voice her curiosity, "How did you know my size?" Tobira crossed his arms, seemingly unfazed. Akiyama-ju scrutinized him, and when he started to feel uncomfortable, she slowly inquired, "Tobira, why do I get the impression that our yukatas are matching?" Indeed, her blue yukata adorned with white goldfish prints resembled Tobira's, which featured blue waves on a white background. Tobira, unable to withstand her direct gaze, averted his eyes, his ears flushing a deep crimson, and muttered, "Just a coincidence." Akiyama regarded him with intrigue, not sensing any impropriety in her behavior. Tobira, both amused and exasperated, took her hand and led her downstairs. Akiyama wiggled her fingers, slightly unaccustomed to being held, but made no effort to pull away. With the crowd expected to swell, it was indeed wiser to stay connected. A thought crossed her mind. Shouldn't they only hold hands after exiting the inn? She pondered, but kept her thoughts to herself, trusting Tobira had his reasons. The lively sounds they had heard earlier came into view as they reached the ground floor, where Hashirama and Tobirama stood in the lobby, their heads lifting as they noticed the pair descending. Upon seeing their clasped hands, Hashirama flashed Tobira an understanding smile, squinting as he approached, and teasingly whispered, "Good luck, Tobira." Tobira shot him a glare, retorting dryly, "You're the one who needs luck tonight, going on a date with the Uzumaki lady. Make sure you don't mess it up." Hashirama almost doubled over in laughter, accustomed to his brother's sharp tongue, quickly recovering, "Don't worry. I'll take good care of her." Meanwhile, Tobirama had already dashed off with several members of the Senju clan, eager to enjoy themselves. Akiyama tilted their joined hands, asking, "Tobira, isn't Tobirama joining us?" Ignoring Hashirama's amused expression, Tobira guided her outside. "P.S. with the others. Tonight, I want you by my side." Akiyama frowned slightly. "But will you be bored? Shouldn't you join them?" Tobira was taken aback by her line of thinking. "Why is your first concern for others? Sometimes, you should think of yourself. If I joined them, you'd be left alone." Akiyama was about to insist she wouldn't mind being alone when Tobira tightened his grip on her hand, his voice dropping to a whisper, "Besides, I'm looking forward to exploring with you." His words were soft, nearly drowned out by the surrounding chatter and vendor calls. Yet Akiyama caught them, squeezing his hand in response and feigning ignorance. "Tobira? What did you just say?" "Nothing," Tobira exclaimed, exasperated. "Are you reluctant to spend the evening with me?" Akiyama noticed the blush creeping onto his face, turning away to stifle a giggle, her body shaking with suppressed laughter. "Huh." Tobira turned to her, puzzled. He lifted his other hand to gently turn her face back towards him. "You're teasing me." Akiyama couldn't help but chuckle. "I'm sorry, but Tobira, you're just too adorable to resist." Before Tobira could retort, the sounds of drums and flutes grew louder, and the crowd began to part, creating a pathway. They stood at the side of the road, gazing at a procession approaching in the distance. It was a portable shrine. How magnificent! The shrine was sizable, carried by over 50 people, adorned with bells, tassels, and ribbons. The bearers seemed to intentionally jostle it, causing it to sway. Suddenly, Akiyama felt her hand tugged. And turning to look, she saw Tobira open his palm, revealing several copper coins resting within. "These are for tossing towards the shrine. You can make a wish." "Oh, it's the wish-making moment." Accepting the coins from him, Akiyama tossed one as the shrine neared, watching it flip in the air before landing perfectly on the wooden beam. Bowing her head and closing her eyes, she made a wish. Having been in the ninja world for quite some time, her desire had remained unchanged. May the war end swiftly, and may peace reign. Upon opening her eyes, she noticed Tobira, who had been watching her intently, prompting her to tilt her head in curiosity. "What did you wish for, to be so engrossed?" "Well, if I tell my wish, it won't come true. Perhaps my wish is the same as yours." "Umph." Tobira led her forward. "That's not necessarily true." He mused that the chances of this foolish girl wishing for 100 different dishes in a day were far greater than wishing for the same thing as him. As they walked through the crowd, their hands soon filled with an array of snacks. The aromas were too enticing, almost irresistible. "Is the fireworks show about to start?" "It seems to begin at 8 o'clock." Akiyama overheard some passers-by discussing, and just as she turned to tell Tobira, she found him already looking at her. Clearly, he had heard too. "Let us head up the hill." Akiyama was pulled along towards the hillside, where a crowd had gathered, securing a prime viewing spot. Everyone shared the same sentiment, a desire to witness the dazzling fireworks, causing the throng to swell. Instinctively, Akiyama protected the apple candy in her hand, while Tobira instinctively shielded her. "Hold on tight." "Okay." Their hands clasped firmly together. After holding hands all evening, a thin layer of sweat had formed in their palms, making the atmosphere feel a bit warmer. As the fireworks burst forth in the night sky, vibrant and fleeting, they created ripples of light. The crowd gazed upward, their attention captured by the spectacle. Akiyama thought to herself, the festival is going splendidly. May the deities bestow blessings upon us, granting courage to benefit all beings. Chapter 45. The conch shell necklace. After enjoying the fireworks, they returned to the street to try their hand at fishing goldfish and playing balloon games. These simple amusements were, of course, a breeze for Akiyama, a seasoned ninja. What? You ask who broke 7 nets? Humph, it certainly wasn't he/her. In the end, their haul was so plentiful that they could barely carry it all, and they decided to head back to the inn, each with an armful of prizes. Yet they continued to hold hands, undeterred. As Chioshanjo became aware of the oddity of their intertwined hands, she turned her head to inquire of her companion. Hey, Fei Jian, there aren't many people around now. Must we hold hands? Fei Jian remained silent, merely turning his head away as if he had not heard her. Enough with the small talk. Occasionally, he wished to indulge in a bit of whimsy. What was the harm in that? They had held hands for an entire evening. Surely, holding on just a little longer on the way back to the inn was not too much to ask. The sight of him holding her hand so assertively appeared to Chioshanjo as a blatant display of affection. Although the youth before her was considerably taller, he still exuded a childlike charm, reminiscent of a young child sulking while holding onto their mother's hand. She had witnessed such scenes before, children declaring their disdain for their mothers while their tiny hands clutched tightly at their fingers. How delightful. So, did Fei Jian consider her a mother figure? Well, given the span of her experiences, it seemed plausible that she could indeed take on that role for him. Very well. If it was Fei Jian, she could reluctantly play the part. Observing from a distance, Fei Jian pondered, why does it feel as though Jio's gaze has softened? What strange thoughts is she conjuring now? The summer festival in the Land of Waves was said to last a week. Yet the Senja group had arrived just 2 days prior to its commencement, planning to stay only for the week. Thus, Chioshanjo missed the opportunity to partake in the concluding ceremony known for its free snacks, boarding the boat laden with a heavy bundle. The vessel nearly capsized under the weight. The Senja members were left in awe. What a bountiful harvest. Ultimately, they resolved the issue by cramming all their belongings into a scroll. Remarkably, that scroll proved exceptionally useful. Upon reaching the Land of Fire, a wave of heat typical of the summer midday enveloped them. Chioshanjo couldn't help but marvel at how the Land of Fire truly lived up to its name. The mere thought of how much hotter the Land of Wind could be filled her with relief for waking up in the Land of Fire. Speaking of which, wouldn't tea ice release be delightful in such weather? Noticing her contemplative expression, Fei Jian understood she was lost in fanciful thoughts, and thus he tugged gently at her sleeve. What are you thinking about? I was wondering if placing a bowl of ice inside the house would be refreshing. Fei Jian replied with exasperation. In this weather, where would you find ice? However, if it becomes too hot in the cabin, you are welcome to come to my room. His statement drew the attention of the 3 others. What I mean is that my room is shaded, and there is a water pool outside. Sitting on the porch would be quite pleasant. Tobarama relaxed, relieved. He had been startled, thinking his brother had gone astray. Just days prior, when the two returned hand in hand, he had been taken aback, only to learn they had held hands all night. How was he unaware of his brother's clinginess? Tobarama's temples throbbed. Gio didn't say a word. Why are you both so surprised? Ban didn't know whether to laugh or cry, turning his head back, determined to suppress his curiosity. His elder brother was terrifying. Upon returning home, Ishii's whereabouts were unknown. The water in the wooden basin had become murky, leading Chioshanjo to surmise he had gone to the lakeside in the forest to escape the heat. The trees surrounding that area were lush, making lakeside training an enjoyable experience, albeit with an abundance of insects. Perhaps Captain Breeze would appreciate such an environment? Chioshanjo unrolled the storage scroll, first extracting the dried fish she had intended for Ishii and hanging them on the kitchen rack. This way, upon his return, he would see them, although he couldn't take them. Next, she decided to hang a wind chime from the eaves of the wooden cabin. Sitting on the steps, lost in thought, she hoped that when the wind blew, the shells would clink and transport her back to the shores of the ocean from this summer. After attending to these tasks, the daylight had already begun to wane, and Chioshanjo had nearly organized the treasures within the scroll. Only 2 conch shell necklaces remained. Picking them up, she set out towards the Uchiha clan's territory. In truth, the Uchiha did not welcome her. The reason was simple, the pair of eyes within her sockets. Yet she was indifferent. After all, they were merely a group of individuals with whom she shared no connection. She only wished to visit Song Yen. but had to navigate around the others. Leaping down from the tree, Shanjo arrived at the Uchiha cemetery. With familiarity, she approached Song Yan's grave, gently brushing away the layer of dust that had settled on its surface, placing the conch shell necklace before the stone tablet. Song Yan, I went to see the ocean. Regrettably, I couldn't take you with me, but I have brought the sound of the sea for you. She smiled, nudging the conch shell necklace forward. And I brought another for your sister. Shifting her knees, she cleaned the gravestone beside Song Yan, placing the conch shell necklace neatly atop it. Gazing down at the photograph of the girl smiling shyly on the gravestone, Shanjo reflected that she likely had never seen the ocean. Dear sister, she smiled once more, the sea is truly magnificent, endless and awe-inspiring. The water is an incredible blue, though I suspect that is due to the weather. When the sky is clear, it reflects a vibrant blue, but on cloudy days, it must turn gray. She babbled on until her lips grew parched, then rose to fetch a bucket of water from the side of the cemetery, meticulously washing the gravestones of the two. Since Song Yan's death, no one had come to tend to his sister's grave, and curiously, no one had visited Song Yan's either. This Uchiha prodigy was left unattended after his demise. But that is all right, I am here. I am the only family Song Yan has left in this world. Family. The word seemed to grant her a sense of belonging. So until next time, when I return, I will bring some sweets. Chapter 46. Izuna in grave danger. Another 2 years swiftly passed. In her previous world, she lacked the means to attend kindergarten, thus starting primary school at the age of 4, making her approximately 2 years younger than her peers. This resulted in her being a second-year student at the age of 15, nearing 16, when she arrived in the ninja world. Therefore, next spring would mark her first sweet 16 birthday. As the seasons changed, a sudden stretch of heavy rain had poured for several days, only recently ceasing. The moss on the wooden cabin's roof began to grow wildly. To prevent the cabin from decaying, Shanjo had no choice but to climb onto the eaves to tend to the green growth. While they were quite lovely, she regrettably informed them they had grown in the wrong place. As she peeled off a patch of moss, she couldn't help but admire nature's resilience. Just as she immersed herself in her task, the arrival of visitors caught her attention. They were unfamiliar faces, more than one. Shanjo mused as she peered down from the eaves. 2 strangers from the Uchiha clan immediately noticed her, one of whom appeared flustered and called out urgently. Miss Shan, Izuna is gravely injured. We implore you to assist us. Shanjo widened her eyes, immediately leaping down from the rooftop without a care for whether the 2 behind her were keeping pace. She dashed straight towards the Uchiha clan's territory. Typically, families would have a resident medical ninja, let alone a prominent clan like the Uchiha. Shanjo couldn't fathom the severity of Izuna's injuries that would compel the Uchiha, who generally held a disdainful attitude towards her, to lower their guard and seek her out. All she could do was run forward in desperation. She wished to see no more loved ones lost to her. To ensure her safety, she chose to traverse the rooftops, evading any potential obstacles in her path. Having never visited Madara and Izuna's residence, she relied solely on her instincts to land in the largest courtyard of the estate. Surely, Izuna wouldn't succumb, would he? A sobbing voice echoed. Stop with the defeatist talk. Didn't someone go to fetch Miss Shan? Perhaps she can save Lord Izuna. Before Shanjo could rejoice at having found the right place, a discordant voice arose. Can she really? She heard someone murmur. Regardless of the technique she employed, the hope for Izuna's survival shimmered in the aura surrounding her. So, she must be the Shanjo that the young clan leader spoke of? What a paradox she was, having stolen Uchiha Soten's years ago, yet today she calmly treated the Uchiha heir. What could be going through her mind? Shanjo was not pondering anything. She simply knew that Izuna was indeed at risk of death. Once again, she was snatching someone from the clutches of death. With unrelenting focus, she continued to mend the wounds, channeling her chakra into Izuna's body, her mind fixated on a singular thought. Izuna must live. Izuna, you cannot die. As time passed, once Izuna's heartbeat stabilized, Shanjo halted her ministrations, supporting herself against the floor and gasping for breath. That was terrifying. No matter how confident one might be in saving others, the anxiety and concern for loved ones remained inevitable. A hand rested atop her clenched fist, and a strained voice emerged from Madara. Thank you, Gio. Shanjo adjusted her breath and glanced at the visibly tear-streaked boy, smiling as she said, What are you thanking me for? Izuna is also my dear friend, Isn't. Madara, taken aback, exhaled as if relieved. Ah, indeed. One by one, others stepped forward to wipe Izuna's sweat and bandage his wounds. Chio Shanjo settled against the wall to rest. When she regained her senses, Madara had vanished. Are you looking for the young clan leader? He just stepped out. The earlier girl timidly gazed at her, curiosity dancing in her eyes. At a time like this, with an inkling of what was to come, Chio Shanjo waved her hand at the girl and departed. No matter how cold and ruthless ninjas might appear, prioritizing their own interests, they were still flesh and blood, like the Uchiha elders, regardless of their motivations. The gentleness in their gaze towards her after Izuna's life was spared softened considerably. What could Madara be thinking? As he sat silently beside Izuna, head bowed. What thoughts occupied his mind? Chio Shanjo looked ahead at Madara, now sitting at the cliff's edge. And now, as he departed alone after his brother's safety was assured, what reflections consumed him? Sure enough, there he was. Chio Shanjo settled beside him, casting her gaze down at the woods below. Rest assured, Izuna is fine now. The person beside her stirred. She sensed a momentary tremor in his breath, surmising he had been quietly crying. I nearly lost Izuna, he spoke nasally. The instant I saw him collapse, I was struck by a foreboding sense that this would be our last parting. I had vowed to protect him, yet I failed. Chio Shanjo's heart quivered. She caught sight of the redness around Madara's eyes, his brow furrowed with sorrow as he gazed at her. Gio, will peace truly come? Certainly, she affirmed, gently brushing her fingers over his brow. You and I will witness the arrival of peace. It is not yet time to establish a village. How can you doubt yourself now? You are incredibly strong. Madara interrupted. If it weren't for you, Izuna would have perished today. Chio Shanjo frowned. But I am here. I am with you. Madara pressed his lips together, turning his gaze to the distant sky. An unease festered within him. He realized that absolute power alone was insufficient. Doubts began to creep in. Was the promise of establishing a village genuine? He questioned Tobirama's anxious expression when beside Izuna. Madara, a soft voice drew him from his turmoil. You seem to need a hug. May I embrace you? Madara stared at her intently. Chio Shanjo smiled. All right. I wish to embrace you, to comfort you. Chapter 47. Fear. Madara narrowed his eyes. That sounds oddly familiar. Chio Shanjo opened her arms wide. Come here. Madara, reluctantly yielding, leaned down to enter her embrace, but, due to their size difference, found it challenging. He stepped back to finally wrap his arms around her waist, burying his face into her neck. Chio Shanjo encircled his back, feeling as if a large dog had leaped into her arms. They held each other tightly. After a while, Madara tilted his head, resting his forehead against her neck. You know my feelings for you. Are you not afraid of what I may do? The warm breath tickled her collarbone, causing a shiver while her heart softened. You would never. She replied, Madara is a respectful and kind-hearted boy. Huh. At first, he nearly laughed aloud. Respectful? This is the first time someone has praised me like this. By the way, Madara, if you like me and wish to take things further, would that not betray our friendship? What kind of absurd question is that? Madara nudged her shoulder, his unruly hair brushing against Chio Shanjo, prompting her to chuckle. Feeling her warmth and heartbeat, Madara took his time before responding. Friendship and love are not mutually exclusive. He sighed deeply. Continue to regard me as a friend. I will quietly harbor my feelings for you in secret. Chio Shanjo laughed lightly. Oh dear, why so aggrieved? You have so many friends. Where are there so many? Look, she said, and Madara actually began to count on his fingers. Me, Izuna, Hashirama, Shinja's white-haired, Shinja's Inyang head, and a few others whose names escape me. Most of your friends are from the Shinju clan. What peculiar titles are you assigning them? Akiyama, filled with exasperation, remarked. And you've overlooked Isafu. Only then did Ban recall the oddly shaped little turtle he often saw in the cabin. See, even a small turtle holds the same significance in your heart as I do. How could you even compare? Akiyama, unable to endure his demeanor any longer, felt perplexed by Ban's attitude, despite the rarity of their first meeting. So, how did Izuna sustain his injuries? Akiyama inquired. The wound nearly pierced his heart, given Izuna's strength. Such an occurrence shouldn't have happened. Ban fell silent, and Akiyama sensed a heaviness in his breathing. After a lengthy pause, he finally spoke. It was Tobirama Senju. That white-haired one. He gravely injured Izuna with a newly developed technique. Akiyama's eyes widened in disbelief. Tobirama? Impossible. Why are you biting me? Ban released her collarbone and replied gruffly, you must not defend him. At least in this moment, be a little biased towards them. Akiyama understood his feelings. She knew he cared for her, yet he was aware that her affections extended beyond him. Her heart was filled with too many people. So many that he struggled to find his own place within it. He had always harbored an impulse to make her gaze rest solely upon him. Where's the defense for him? Akiyama retorted, Izuna's injury appears as a cut externally, yet internally it feels blunt. She paused for a moment, as if choosing her words carefully. It's as if the flesh itself exploded from within. Upon hearing this, Ban frowned and straightened up. Are you suggesting that Izuna's assailant is someone else? Akiyama nodded. Moreover, Tobirama doesn't harbor any dislike for Izuna. They could coexist peacefully, were it not for your presence. Ban silently scoffed at this thought. All right. Don't take your anger out on Tobirama. He must feel quite guilty right now. Akiyama reached out to stroke Ban's head, surprised by its softness. It felt just like Ban himself. Ban scoffed. You really understand him, don't you? Akiyama responded, huh. Ban was such a stubborn child. After much coaxing, with head pats and hugs, Ban finally admitted he wasn't angry with her. His exact words were, I'm not mad at you. I'm just angry at myself. His voice was deep and hoarse, tinged with an unmistakable weariness and guilt. His forehead remained pressed against Akiyama's neck, his warm breath brushing against her skin, as if seeking comfort. Akiyama could sense the turmoil within him, that suppressed, unexpressed emotion burning like a dark fire in his heart. Oh dear. She gently patted his back, her fingers gliding slowly along his spine, attempting to convey her understanding and support through this silent gesture. Ban's body stiffened for a moment before relaxing. Under her soothing presence, he finally found a semblance of peace. Ban, Akiyama softly called, you don't have to bear all the burdens alone. Whether it's Izuna's injury or the matters of war, we shall face them together, all right? Ban did not respond immediately. He buried his face deeper into her neck, seeking to escape the harsh realities of life. His arms tightened around her, holding her close as if fearing she would vanish. Akiyama, his voice muffled, revealing an imperceptible fragility. Do you know? Sometimes I am truly afraid. Akiyama paused her comforting movements, then resumed gently patting his back. Ban had never displayed such vulnerability before her. He was always so strong, so confident, as if he were invincible. Although she teased Ban for being childlike, the dynamic of their relationship had always been one where Ban held the reins. Yet at this moment, he resembled a lost child, clinging to her, terrified of losing his soul anchor. Afraid of what? She inquired softly. Ban remained silent for a while before quietly admitting, afraid of losing you, losing Izuna, losing everything. I don't want to lose anyone anymore. Akiyama silently rested her face against the top of Ban's head, momentarily at a loss for words. She understood the roots of Ban's fears, the brutality of the warring states era, the feuds of their clans, the loss of loved ones. All of this compelled him to remain constantly vigilant, even to suppress his emotions. Yet, despite this, he found it impossible to completely escape his thoughts. I want tea. Akiyama suddenly froze. She recalled the promises she had made to many, all of which she had failed to uphold. She no longer dared to offer hope so freely. Ban's body trembled slightly, then he slowly lifted his head, meeting her gaze. His eyes held a complexity, concealing countless unspoken emotions, yet the softness and warmth within remained unchanged. Very well, Akiyama conceded. The Uchiha clan undoubtedly embodies love. Chapter 48. Death. Something is amiss. Something feels very wrong. As dusk fell, Akiyama returned home after parting ways with Ban. However, the once tranquil and cozy cabin now resembled a crypt, emanating a faint sinister aura. Who summoned this? Upon noticing the ominous black mist pervading her home, Akiyama immediately held her breath. Her first instinct was that the black sludge she had encountered previously had clung to her furniture, but upon reflection, the color of that sludge was not so pale. Though extensive coverage could dilute its hue, Akiyama could not fathom its purpose of manifesting so overtly on inanimate objects. Soon, she would discover the truth. As she intended to find Isafu and leave temporarily, an unexplainable weakness overwhelmed her, causing her to collapse onto the floor. Her limbs felt weak and powerless. Even turning over became a challenge, making it difficult to breathe as she struggled to tilt her head for air. What is happening? She felt no presence of any drug, and since she had been holding her breath from the start, it made no sense for her to be in this state. Oh no, I've been caught. A pair of shoes appeared before her, and she strained to lift her head, only able to see the person's clothing and weapon. Yet, even with this, she recognized him as one of the Uchiha who had come to inform her of Izuna's grave injuries. He had remained silent behind his companions the entire time, which had prevented Akiyama from identifying the source of the voice immediately. The man squatted down and smirked mockingly. You've proven quite troublesome, you know that? It took quite an effort on my part. I thought my possession was seamless, yet you see right through it every time. Sometimes, I even wonder if you and I belong to the same species. However, it matters not. Do you like this technique? I specifically designed it by referencing your ocular technique, crafted to confine your ninjutsu space. Akiyama recognized the disgusting black sludge. Surprisingly, there was no sign of the black half-body on him. Damn it, you're so annoying, she thought, likening him to a bothersome fly. Perhaps her evident disdain was too apparent, as the man took pleasure in observing her reaction, laughing derisively. What keen eyes you have, I appreciate that. If you hadn't planned to visit the Uchiha clan today, I wouldn't have acted so swiftly against you. Frankly, your talent is impressive. Perhaps you are the most suitable pawn. What a shame, though, you inadvertently caught a glimpse of my true self. So, could you enlighten me on how you discern my presence? In the autumn, Chio Shanju lay on the ground, her vision gradually blurring as she forced out 2 words from her throat. Fool. Her chest was swiftly pierced, her pulsating heart extracted and crushed. And before she could comprehend the pain, it engulfed her mind, forcing her awareness to flicker for a moment before it faded again. The agony was unbearable. She heard the last words of her assailant. Since Madara could not evolve into the eternal Manjikyu Sharingan, I shall have to use your eyes instead. By the way, after all this time, you still don't know my name, do you? Her eyes were gouged out. The figure leaned close to her ear and maliciously laughed. My name is Kuroju. 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 Damn it. If I return to the shinobi world, I will surely kill him. Kuroju felt the warmth of the eternal Manjikyu Sharingan in his hands, a strange laughter escaping his lips, but soon his smile froze. The eyeball in his hand transformed into white light and dissipated. Kuroju glanced at the floor, where the body that should have been there had nearly vanished, leaving only the blood-stained wooden floor. What? Kuroju was exasperated. The eternal Manjikyu Sharingan he had worked so hard to obtain had simply disappeared. Who was Chio Shanju? His meticulously crafted plans were now overturned, and with gritted teeth, Kuroju vanished from the spot. The wooden house seemed to return to its former tranquility. With only the wind chimes at the door ringing incessantly, Chio Shanju died once again at the age of 16, in that autumn, quietly departing like fallen leaves. She had yet to witness the founding of Konoha, nor had she experienced peace. It felt as though she had countless things left undone. She perished in a manner akin to Tsang, with the same murderer behind it all. In her final moments, a fervent desire welled within her, not only to rend Kuroju into countless pieces, but also to reunite with Tsang. Chio Shanju felt an overwhelming guilt, for she had failed to witness the peaceful shinobi world through Tsang eyes. As the last tear fell, she pondered whether it was her own sorrow or that of Tsang. She seemed to glimpse Tsang at the threshold between light and darkness, yearning to embrace him like a bird returning home, only to be gently pushed away. Go, she heard Tsang say. Your journey is not yet over. No, no. She opened her mouth to cry out, but it felt as though something foreign within her vocal cords was proliferating infinitely, robbing her of the right to scream. She crawled on the ground, like a child who had lost her home, struggling to reach out to the indistinct face of Tsang. She helplessly watched as he retreated into the darkness, leaving her all alone. She wished to say, I miss you. She wished to voice her desire to end this ceaseless cycle. She wished to express her exhaustion. She wished to say she longed for home. Chio Shanju, the great deceiver. She had made promises to everyone but departed alone. No one knew where she had gone, and upon seeing Madara's anxious demeanor, Tobirama found himself somewhat relieved. Even you do not know where she has gone. It seems we are alike. It was the first time he felt his thoughts were despicable, and the first time he was willing to become such a person. She vanished without a sound, the items in the wooden house remaining as they were when she left, as if she had merely gone on a long trip without informing anyone. Until they discovered the dried blood on the floor, their hope was ruthlessly torn apart, revealing a stark expanse of crimson. They knew something had happened to Chio Shanju. Despite their attempts to comfort themselves with the thought that perhaps she had merely sustained a minor injury, or that the blood was not hers, the absence of Chio Shanju forced everyone to confront the harsh reality. Tobirama wished to investigate, but was at a loss as to where to begin. She had left too cleanly, not even taking a change of clothes with her. He still subconsciously believed she had gone out for fun. Days passed, and with the establishment of Konoha, Tobirama was compelled to set aside his efforts and immerse himself in the construction of the village. By the time he realized it, Konoha had already begun to take shape, and the two founders had diverged, one becoming infatuated with gambling, while the other sat idly atop Hokage Rock. Until one day, Madara and Izuna left the village. The turn of events was unexpected. Hashirama, rarely abandoning his gambling, pursued them but returned only with the news of Madara's death and Izuna's defection. Hashirama, filled with guilt, confessed that he had failed to bring Izuna back. Izuna's words were, "You killed my brother, and you still wish to take me back to Konoha." Ultimately, Izuna left with Madara's lifeless body, stressed and overwhelmed. Tobirama stood by the window, unable to shake the thought. If only Gio were here. Ah, how he missed her. Chapter 49, Return? My child Gio. Let us call her Gio. A voice as gentle as a trickling stream echoed, its tone soft enough to make Shio-Shanjo's nose tingle with emotion, feeling wronged. Following that, a child's voice chimed in, yet it was unclear, as if shrouded in a layer of mist. No. The earlier voice responded, "It is time to end this. Her surname shall be determined by her alone. Gio, my dear daughter, I hope you live as the person you wish to be." Long fingers tenderly caressed her face, a fleeting sensation washing over her, and Shio-Shanjo succumbed to slumber. The town awakened under the embrace of sunlight. A beam of light gently filtering through the curtain seam, illuminating the face of the slumbering girl on the bed. The girl's breathing quickened, and in the next moment, she opened her eyes, sitting up and staring blankly ahead. Where's this? Is this a dream? The girl slid off the bed and walked to the full-length mirror. How could I be back home? Gazing at the surroundings, familiar yet strange, an unreal feeling surged within her. The calendar marked the 25th day, and the girl shook her dazed head, recalling that this was the day she had traversed into another world. No, perhaps I merely had an exceptionally long and complete dream, and upon waking, I would return home. The sound of ringing bells startled her. She picked up the phone from the bedside table, fumbling through the buttons until she answered. Pressing the receiver to her ear, she eagerly said, "Hello?" A cacophony erupted from the receiver. "Look, little Gio, you're late again. The teacher called your name at least 5 times in that last class." Shio-Shanjo couldn't help but cover her ears and pull the receiver away. "I know, Yuzu." The long-lost name slipped from her lips naturally, and her heart skipped a beat. She could hardly remember how many years had passed since she had last heard her friend's call. Suddenly hearing it brought a profound sense of homecoming. "You better hurry. I'm so bored without you." Okay. Shio-Shanjo hung up the phone, recalling the black cat at home as she changed into her school uniform and slung her backpack over her shoulder. Turning back toward the house, she called out, "Xiaohei?" There was no response. Shio-Shanjo felt puzzled. The cat would typically come running, mewing as it nudged against her leg. Speaking of which, she hadn't seen it since she got up this morning. Where could it be? A sharp pain throbbed in her head. Why did it feel like she had forgotten something very important? Ah, no. If I don't leave now, I'll miss the second class. She locked the door and instinctively grabbed the railing to jump down. Wait. Suddenly, someone rushed out and grabbed her shoulder tightly, exclaiming, "Don't do anything rash." Shio-Shanjo was startled, almost striking with an elbow, but upon recognizing the face of the individual before her, she managed to halt her motion. It was her scientist neighbor. Retracting her foot from the railing, she awkwardly spoke, "Malu, who?" The man adjusted his glasses and replied, "I am not Malu, I am Chingang." Shio-Shanjo looked on with a face of incredulity. Indeed, this was the same person she knew. "By the way, have you encountered some trouble?" Her neighbor pushed his glasses up again. After all, life is singular. Irrespective of the challenges faced, one must not hastily decide to end it. Shio-Shanjo glanced down from the 3rd story, suddenly realizing that she was not a ninja, which instilled a sense of trepidation within her. Oh. As she observed her neighbor preparing to rattle on about life's philosophies, she squeezed past him. "Sorry, I'm going to be late." In a flurry, Shio-Shanjo rushed down the stairs, pondering why her usually peculiar neighbor seemed somewhat normal today. Perhaps this descriptor was not entirely accurate, yet it was the most fitting term to convey her thoughts. Almost running a red light, she leaped over the school wall and entered the classroom just as the bell rang. This is her victory. Why is the teacher at the podium? Shio-Shanjo. The chalk in the teacher's hand flew straight towards her, and she instinctively raised her hand, pinching it between her fingers. A soft murmur of admiration arose from her classmates. Observing the teacher's darkened expression, Shio-Shanjo broke into a cold sweat. Oh no, that was too quick. You little Jiujing. On the rooftop, Xiao Yu, with chopsticks in her mouth, gazed at Shio-Shanjo. Being late is one thing, but how dare you be late for math class today? With a sigh, Shio-Shanjo hesitated on how to respond, ultimately stating that she had awoken late. However, the way you caught the chalk this morning was so cool. Xiao Yu's eyes sparkled as she looked at her. Indeed, you are the best, little Jiujing. A strange sensation welled up within Shio-Shanjo. Biting into a piece of bread, she felt the chakra within her, somewhat helpless. Indeed, the 2 decades spent in the ninja world were not merely a dream. Suddenly, a sense of worry flickered within her. What if she awoke one day to find herself back in the ninja realm? It had happened before. After merely sleeping, she had ended up in that world. When had she last fallen asleep to cause this? A dull ache in her head interrupted Chio Shanjo's reflections. Why are you only eating bread? I made curry meat today. Come, open your mouth. Xiaoyu offered her a piece of meat. Chio Shanjo naturally accepted it from her hand, nodding, delicious. A satisfied expression appeared on Xiaoyu's face, and as she observed Chio Shanjo, the peculiar feeling within her grew stronger. Although she felt content, smiling, why did Xiaoyu exhibit such an odd expression? Chio Shanjo sensed she had forgotten something significant. What could it be? Little Jiujing, accompany me to the dessert shop this afternoon? Huh. Chio Shanjo paused momentarily. I suppose I could, but won't your father mind? Xiaoyu smile dimmed slightly as she replied, it's fine. Suddenly, a shadow darted past, nearly knocking the bread from Chio Shanjo's hand. She focused her gaze. Little Black? Little Black glanced back at her, but what emotions flickered in those dark eyes? Before she could comprehend, Little Black turned and dashed away from the rooftop door. Chio Shanjo sprang to her feet, observing the deliberate slowing of Little Black's pace, and without hesitation, she pursued. Little Jiujing, where are you going? Chio Shanjo waved her hand. You don't need to wait for me. Please return to the classroom. She followed Little Black through the teaching building until they reached a secluded corner beside the playground equipment room. Little Black sat gracefully on the grass, leisurely wagging its tail. Its luminous eyes fixed upon her. Who are you? Chio Shanjo asked in a low voice. Meow? Little Black raised its tail in excitement, affectionately brushing against Chio Shanjo's calf. Frowning, Chio Shanjo knelt to meet its gaze, and unexpectedly, Little Black leaped lightly, touching her forehead. In that instant, memories of a forgotten day surged back to her. Chapter 50. Xiaoyu, her dear friend. Their acquaintance blossomed on the first day of their freshman year, during the season when cherry blossoms were in full bloom. She vividly remembered the timid girl who mustered the courage to extend an invitation to walk together. A breeze swept by, sending petals dancing through the air. That was the first time she realized that making friends could be so formal. As time passed, Xiaoyu grew increasingly cheerful, yet she still had only one friend. When Chio Shanjo inquired about the reason, she was met with a deeply meaningful smile from Xiaoyu. Eventually, she discovered the hidden bruises beneath Xiaoyu's long sleeves. After persistent questioning, vowing to avenge her, Xiaoyu finally confided in her about her family. When Xiaoyu was in kindergarten, her mother divorced her father, leaving with only a small suitcase, abandoning her and her father. From that moment on, she was without a mother. Her father succumbed to alcohol, initially raging in his room, smashing lamps and furniture. As the years passed, after Xiaoyu entered elementary school, it escalated into domestic violence. Little Xiaoyu feared her father, whose presence was like a nightmare, and after school, she often hesitated to return home, sometimes spending the night in the park before returning to school the next morning. Over time, her teachers noticed something amiss in her unwashed clothing and disheveled hair, prompting them to contact her father. What transpired that day was something Xiaoyu preferred not to recall, with only the haunting memory of her father's eyes imprinted in her mind. Those dark pupils were filled with a complex hatred. Why did her father harbor such animosity towards her? Xiaoyu could not understand. As she entered middle school, Xiaoyu became increasingly withdrawn, lacking friends, and even a basic understanding of social norms. Thus, when her mother found her and revealed that she was the product of an unexpected union between her mother and another man, her immediate reaction was one of confusion. Wasn't she her father's child? Her mother brought her home, where unfamiliar uncles and a younger brother awaited. Even with her mother by her side, Xiaoyu felt like a guest in someone else's home. She was the unloved child. Be it clothing, stationery, or meals, everything prioritized her younger brother. This continued until her mother passed away a year later. Witnessing her mother's lifeblood spill forth, Xiaoyu felt neither fear nor sorrow. Only a profound calm and faint perplexity remained. She was sent back to her father's home by her uncle. Grasping her uncle's sleeve, she implored, "Am I not your child? If anyone is to be spoken of, it should be my father." The remainder of her words remained unspoken, for her father dragged her inside, the door slamming shut behind them, leaving only the echoes of anguished screams. Chio Shanjo felt immense pity for Xiaoyu and would tend to her wounds whenever she noticed new marks on her skin. They reported her situation to the authorities, but only received a mediation report. Chio Shanjo often felt a surge of anger on her behalf, and during these moments, Xiaoyu would smile beside her. That smile held a peculiar satisfaction, as if she drew nourishment from Chio Shanjo's words. Gradually, Shanjo sensed that something was amiss. The wounds on Yuzu's body appeared deliberately inflicted. Some of the injuries seemed less like those from a blunt instrument and more akin to self-inflicted marks. She ought not to harbor doubts about this unfortunate girl, yet she witnessed the girl examining her bruised hands before reaching towards her bare legs, unadorned by her short skirt. Yuzu, why would you do this? On the 25th, the day Yuzu had arranged to visit the dessert shop with Akiyama, she encountered a knife-wielding assailant in the alley while Akiyama was selecting pastries. Upon receiving a distress signal, Akiyama hastily exited the shop, rushing to the alley's entrance. Seeing Yuzu's terror-stricken expression, he impulsively rushed in to intervene. In the ensuing chaos, a sharp blade pierced his abdomen, and time seemed to freeze. The assailant trembled, releasing his grip on the knife, and turned to Yuzu, saying, "What now?" The plan didn't mention this part. Yuzu, trembling, clutched Akiyama and dialed for emergency assistance. Her voice a mixture of fear and anger. "How dare you?" In a fleeting moment of clarity, Akiyama realized they were in cahoots and incredulously tilted his head, questioning her motives. It was then that Yuzu revealed the truth. She reveled in the concern Akiyama exhibited upon seeing her scars, and she cherished the warmth he provided after the numbness of her pain. This feeling intensified over time, ultimately morphing into a grotesque form of affection. The assailant was merely a hired hand, summoned by Yuzu to elicit sympathy from Akiyama after sustaining injuries, hoping to leverage the situation to propose a relationship. "I love you so much, please forgive me," Yuzu wept. The assailant, witnessing Akiyama's weakening state, grew fearful and attempted to flee, only to be halted by Yuzu's words. "I've already called the police," she declared. "This ends here. I will not evade the punishment for harming him, nor will you escape." "Ah, this foolish girl." The assailant seethed at her words. He was nothing more than a local thug, brought in to enact a ruse. Now, deprived of his payment and facing potential imprisonment, the weight of the situation compelled him to withdraw the knife from Akiyama's body and plunge it forcefully into Yuzu's heart. Oh, how could one propose a relationship in such a manner? Akiyama's eyes fluttered shut. Understanding love and its complexities was indeed perplexing. Akiyama sighed, realizing that traversing this path was far from simple. She had naively thought that merely falling asleep would transport her to another realm. Little Black observed her quietly. "And you? Who are you? Surely, you are not just an ordinary cat. When did you become involved in all of this? Was it on the day I perished? Or had it been from the very beginning?" Little Black purred, nuzzling against her. Akiyama, resigned, gently tapped its head, shaking her own in exasperation. "Well, you are merely a small kitten. What ill intentions could you possibly harbor? Regardless, you've indeed aided me. Thank you." Little Black licked her finger before casting one last glance and disappearing into the thicket behind the school. Akiyama lingered for a moment, then rose to return to class. "Oh, what are you doing here?" A bright voice called from behind. Turning, she saw the athletic club president, clad in sportswear, smiling at her. "Were you looking for some equipment?" "I have the keys." Akiyama shook her head. "No, it's quiet here. I came to rest." "I see," the president nodded, moving closer. "Are you heading back? Shall we go together?" Akiyama acquiesced, and they walked side by side as the president recounted amusing tales of their clubmates, bringing Akiyama a sense of comfort. "President, I have a question I wish to pose." "What is it?" "Ask away. I will share anything I know." "Well, I have a friend whose companion harbors intense feelings for her, but my friend does not reciprocate those romantic sentiments. What should she do?" The president pondered momentarily before responding. "If she doesn't feel the same, then they should not pursue a relationship. If your friend's actions become extreme, I would advise her to distance herself." "It's my friend's friend." Akiyama corrected. "Ah, right, your friend's friend," the president mumbled. "How convoluted." Akiyama fell silent for a moment, feeling resigned. "But she has no one else." "So what?" the president replied, puzzled. "She cannot hold you captive for that reason. You, old, are remarkable and independent. You should not be confined by this." Akiyama realized she ought to refrain from sighing and spreading negativity, yet she sighed nonetheless. "Is that so?" "Ah, Yuzu, what am I to do with you?" Chapter 51. Fractured emotions. How long had it been since she experienced the simple pleasure of visiting a dessert shop with a friend after school? The moment the school bell rang, Yuzu's expression bore an almost imperceptible unease. Akiyama understood the cause all too well. As they strolled down the street towards the dessert shop, she inquired, "Yuzu, what do you believe is the prerequisite for love and relationships?" Yuzu swiftly turned to face her, exclaiming, "Ah, could it be that someone has confessed to you? Or perhaps, little old, you have developed feelings for someone else?" observing the unabashed possessiveness in her gaze. Akiyama averted her eyes. No, not at all. I merely wish to understand your perspective on such matters. Feigning nonchalance, she subtly leaned in to catch Yuzu's response. Love, huh? Yuzu narrowed her eyes, grinning. What a quintessentially girlish topic. I never expected to hear that from you, old Chan. It's hard not to be suspicious. Before Akiyama could glance over, Yuzu casually twirled a lock of hair around her finger, feigning deep thought, and added, So, writing love letters is essential, right? Really? And flowers. Along with a formal confession. Yuzu's eyes sparkled as she turned to Akiyama, teasingly asking, So, little old, what inspired these thoughts? Akiyama maintained her composure, concealing the shadows lurking in Yuzu's gaze, and donned an impeccable smile. Well, a few days ago, I read a romance novel, but the relationship developed too hastily, making me feel as though the characters didn't value their emotions. Yuzu's expression dimmed slightly as she squinted with a smile. Is that so? She pressed on. What kind of person does little old like? Yet Akiyama felt disinclined to respond, simply shaking her head, her heart brimming with confusion and sorrow. Yuzu appeared acutely aware of the conventional ways to propose a relationship. She understood the significance of romantic gestures, elements Akiyama had never contemplated. It was impossible to deny that Yuzu's reckless actions could have endangered their lives. Akiyama felt a mix of resignation and disappointment. Today, she had repeatedly reassured herself that Yuzu was different from others, that her thought processes had deviated, and as her sole friend, it was her duty to understand and empathize. Yet why should that be the case? After all the companionship and meticulous care she had offered, was the outcome merely emotional entrapment? The various justifications she had concocted were brutally shattered by her previous revelations, leaving the stark truth laid bare before her. Yuzu, you know this. Akiyama did not yearn for the love letters or flowers Yuzu spoke of. Instead, she pondered, did she not deserve a formal confession? In Yuzu's heart, the way to gain her love surprisingly involves inflicting harm upon herself to elicit sympathy, and then seizing the opportunity to bind her feelings. Yuzu, what do I truly mean to you? Observing her despondent demeanor, Akiyama slowly closed her mouth and inched closer, their bodies almost brushing against each other as they walked. The old Akiyama's eyelashes fluttered slightly as she silently switched the handbag that had been blocking their path to the other hand. Yuzu smiled, joyfully linking her arm with hers. Watching the girl display such affectionate reliance, Akiyama's heart, already inclined towards her, softened further. She contemplated granting her another chance. Akiyama secretly mused, one final opportunity. Fearing that their previous conversation might not suffice to sway Yuzu's mind, she gently spoke. Yuzu, do you know what I detest most? Those who disregard emotions and disrespect others. Yuzu tilted her head as they stepped into the dessert shop, glancing at her. Why do you suddenly say that? Akiyama leaned slightly, using her fingertip to wipe away an ink smudge that had accidentally marked Yuzu's face. Noticing the frozen expression on her face, she smiled. Yuzu, no matter what happens, I will always be by your side. So, could you please refrain from hurting yourself and belittling the bond between us? As her phone vibrated, Yuzu instinctively glanced towards the entrance, smiling. I'll step out for a moment. You pick out what you like. The hand that had been poised in the air fell empty as Akiyama watched her unhesitating silhouette, her heart sinking like a stone. Yuzu, I beg you. Akiyama clung to a flicker of hope until the notification sound from her phone interrupted, a plea for help appearing before her eyes. Sighing, she turned to exit the dessert shop, carelessly tossing her bag to the ground and flipping open her phone to dial the police. And what was the reason? Of course, to retrieve the body of a murderer. Little old. Yuzu's tear-filled eyes gazed at her from deep within the alley, the dimly lit backdrop obscuring the expression on Akiyama's face. At that moment, she yearned desperately for Akiyama to rush to her side in panic. The murderer held a small knife against Yuzu's neck. Don't come any closer. If you do, I'll kill you too. If you know what's good for you, leave. Before he could finish, a sharp pain in his wrist made him instinctively loosen his grip, the knife clattering into the muddy ground. Observing the murderer's clumsy expression, Akiyama realized how foolish she had been to believe in their charade. Why did she choose this place, after all? Akiyama complained. What do you mean you're playing me? The murderer, perceiving her calm demeanor, turned and viciously attempted to choke Yuzu. In fear, Yuzu retreated until her back pressed against the wall. An arm appeared, faster than the murderer's hand, and Yuzu watched as Akiyama grasped the murderer's neck with one hand, squeezing gently. With a crisp crack, the murderer's neck broke easily, his head tilting into a puddle, filthy water splashing onto Akiyama's smooth calves. Yuzu showed no signs of terror, merely a hint of surprise, grumbling, "Ugh. Now my shoes are dirty. So annoying." Akiyama gazed at her with a somber expression. She beamed brightly, saying, "You should have told me we were the same kind of person. Planning all this was quite a hassle. By the way, when did you learn to do that?" It seemed that the presence of a lifeless body before her did not faze her in the least, for that person held no significance to her. Compared to Akiyama, who had survived 2 wars, her reaction appeared jarring in a lawful society. She finally shed her disguise, revealing her most authentic self. "Why?" Akiyama asked softly. Yuzu tilted her head. "What?" In Yuzu's heart, what do I represent? Yuzu, deciding to drop the pretense, smiled sweetly. "Old Chan, of course, you are my beloved. Then why was I unaware?" "What? Why was I unaware of your feelings that surpass mere friendship?" Chapter 52. I reported it. Yuzu was momentarily taken aback, forcing a smile. "Stop it, little old. Such things are too embarrassing for me to say. You're lying." Akiyama's brows furrowed, her eyes filled with disappointment. "Stop pretending. It's very insincere, truly." The last trace of mirth vanished as Yuzu steadied her expression to look at her. "What are you saying?" Akiyama remained silent, merely watching her. "Do you doubt my love for you?" Yuzu, staring at the fallen murderer, suddenly clutched her hair in a frenzy. This detestable, disgusting world. Domestic violence goes unseen. Rape and molestation are dismissed. The first thing to do when someone dies is to bury the truth. Yuzu grasped Akiyama's shoulders. Her expression frenzied. "Do you know how my mother died? She didn't die in a car accident. She was murdered. For insurance." Akiyama's eyes widened in shock, feeling somewhat at a loss. She released Akiyama's shoulders, hugging herself tightly, lowering her head as she gasped for breath. After a moment, she sorrowfully lifted her head to meet Akiyama's gaze, saying in a plaintive tone, "Old, little old, you are all I have left." Akiyama's throat felt dry, yet she did not rush to comfort her as she usually would. "I called the police." She spoke softly. "I will not escape from the act of killing." She realized that her subconscious had already changed. Perhaps she no longer belonged to this world. But how regrettable it was. The moments spent watching cherry blossoms through classroom windows, sharing lunch on the school rooftop, and sweating alongside track team members would no longer be hers to cherish. Even the math teacher, who would sometimes throw chalk at her, would be missed in time. Suddenly, a sense of panic enveloped her, a feeling of rejection weighed heavily on her heart, making it hard to breathe. Which world did she belong to? Where was her true home? Yuzu tightened her grip on Akiyama's wrist with astonishing strength. "Little old, let us escape. Let us flee to a faraway place where no one can find us, just the 2 of us. Avoidance is a futile approach." Akiyama coldly pulled her hand away, shaking her head. "Yuzu, I currently despise you, yet I still cannot bear to see you suffer." She sighed, feeling both softness in her heart and cowardice within herself. "You are placing the entirety of this responsibility upon me. I will help you one last time." "Akiyama." Yuzu realized the choice she had made, finally struggling to shed tears. "Why?" "Akiyama. You should always watch over me. Care for me." She trembled, suddenly lifting her skirt to reveal a patch of bruises. "Look. Speak to me. Feel sorry for me." Akiyama glanced at the obvious marks left by someone's hand, squeezed her eyes shut, and forcefully pried Yuzu's hand away from her skirt. Yuzu's actions made her feel suffocated rather than loved. She could barely breathe. Taking 2 steps back, she asked hoarsely, "What do you truly desire?" Yuzu kept grasping her exposed skin, and upon hearing her question, her demeanor grew eerily calm. She retorted, "What do I want?" "Huh." She raised her head, gazing directly into Akiyama's eyes with a wicked smile. "What I want is for your heart to belong entirely to me, Akiyama." Akiyama fell silent, and after a long pause, she finally spoke. "You are right. This world is utter nonsense. However, one cannot deny the existence of those genuine moments of happiness. I am grateful to you. For through you I have experienced a rare friendship. Even if your actions were not necessarily driven by the intention of camaraderie, you profess your love for me. Yet I cannot agree, Yuzu. You love no one but yourself." A flicker of panic crossed Yuzu's eyes, but she quickly resumed her manic demeanor. "Only love myself? Ha. And what about you, Akiyama? How noble are you? Do you think calling the police equates to justice? You are merely evading me, evading this love." Suddenly, she expressed a profound anguish. "I love you. I love you. You cannot treat me this way." Their commotion had already attracted unsuspecting passers-by. Perhaps it was the darkness of the alley, or perhaps they were uncertain whether it was merely a quarrel of emotions, but they stood at a distance, observing. Calmness settled in Akiyama's eyes. A warm, crimson liquid splattered, staining her white fingertips. Indeed, it still hurts. With a firm grip, she felt the still beating heart within her. Her muscles spasmed uncontrollably, and she swayed, nearly losing her balance. Yet, she persevered to complete her final act. Tearing her still beating heart from her chest and extending it toward Yuzu, connected by stubborn veins and dripping with viscous blood. My heart, despite its antisocial tendencies, was momentarily stunned by the madness of the girl before me, instinctively reaching out to accept it. Little did she know, in the next moment, that heart was crushed by its owner. Yuzu let out a short gasp, her eyes wide as she stared at Akiyama. Akiyama smiled, as if about to say something. Yet as she opened her mouth, thick blood surged forth. She tilted her head, laboriously spitting the blood onto the ground, revealing teeth stained crimson. I will not hand it over to you. With that, she finally succumbed, collapsing into the mire of the alley, leaving Yuzu frozen in place. Yuzu stood in shock for a few seconds before breaking down in tears. It wasn't long before the sound of police sirens pierced the air, and everything would soon reach its conclusion. Even the seasoned officers, accustomed to chaos, were taken aback upon witnessing the scene. It was surreal. Yet all evidence pointed to the fragile girl lying on the ground. Her heart was destroyed by her own hand, leaving a gaping void in her chest. Then, something even more surreal occurred. White particles emerged from her chest and floated into the air. The rookie officer, who had initially thought this was some form of mystical healing, was left astonished until he realized the girl's body was dissipating and quickly pulled out his phone to record. Another girl, who had been helped to walk away, frantically lunged forward, crying out, "Show! Show!" She was swiftly restrained and taken away, hurriedly concluding her final moment with Akiyama. Yuzu, Xiao Yuzu, Akiyama's former friend. From this point onward, there would be no further entanglements. Yuzu, farewell for now. How did one allow oneself to reach such a state? A gentle male voice echoed, laden with the weight of time. You've always loved to torment yourself. Akiyama, in a haze of consciousness, eventually succumbed to a long sigh in her ear, slipping into a deep slumber. I am so tired. What awaits next? Eternal sleep, or yet another cycle of reincarnation? Chapter 53, Welcome Home. In the time spent with Akiyama, witnessing her joys and sorrows, one must ask whether Lin harbored different feelings for her. Reflecting on the protection and comfort she provided, as well as Akiyama's unrecognized favoritism toward her, Lin realized she might have already developed feelings for her. She found herself enamored with this clumsy, selfless fool. Emotions surged within her like a tidal wave, refusing to be quelled. Whenever she gazed upon Akiyama, she was likely to be met with a radiant smile. Lin often marveled at Akiyama's vitality. She had never seen that perpetually cheerful face reveal confusion, fear, disappointment, or fatigue, as if nothing could ever bring her down. To Lin, she was the epitome of perfection. The first glimpse of this girl's vulnerability came on an ordinary afternoon at the training ground she frequented, where she found Akiyama sitting beneath a tree, clutching her knees in sorrow. Lin suddenly realized she admired her courage. She adored her laughter, her moments of bewilderment, and the way she always looked at her. She loved her. That day, Lin refrained from approaching her, standing at the edge of the training ground, accompanying her in silence for as long as she sat there. She could not interrupt her thoughts, believing that in such a state, Akiyama would not wish for anyone's intrusion. "Sho, what are you thinking?" Gazing at the brilliant black and white photograph, Lin lowered her gaze, savoring the unspoken longing in her heart, which she ultimately swallowed along with the bitterness. She understood that no one could be indispensable to another. It was merely a matter of time. When the passage of time layered memories upon the eaves, drowning the bodies filled with emotion, those unspoken affections would inevitably fade with the flow of time. Gradually, they would be forgotten. Yet, she could not forget. She could not let go of the feelings that once burned so fervently in her heart, nor could she cease to yearn for her smile. As time passed, her desire to express her feelings only intensified, perhaps a debt of gratitude for her life that would take a lifetime to repay. A lifetime of love, a lifetime of longing. Her thoughts of her were silent yet omnipresent, permeating every breath like air. Lin would often find herself unexpectedly recalling that girl's smile, as if she were right before her, yet forever out of reach. Lin once thought her life would be spent in reminiscence, yet in the autumn of her 19th year, she encountered Akiyama once more. The moment their eyes met, Lin felt as though she had transcended time. The person who had occupied her thoughts for 6 years stood vividly before her, though her form had shrunk, and her face had regained the softness of youth, with a furrowed brow betraying her unease, much like their first encounter. Lin's heart felt tethered by a delicate thread, the other end firmly held by Akiyama's hand. A gentle tug allowing her to reach the most tender part of herself. She was undeniably a child, yet Lin was certain this was Akiyama. Whether deemed mad or foolish, Lin recognized her as the long-lost Akiyama, her dearest Akiyama. Welcome home. Akiyama was struck with a sudden headache, awakening to the sterile surroundings of a hospital room. She extended her small hand into the air, calmly accepting the reality of her reincarnation. She slowly sat up in bed, propping her pillow against the headboard, and settled into a comfortable position, staring at the blank wall before her, overwhelmed by a potent urge to abandon all restraint. The newly erected defensive walls crumbled instantly upon encountering the visage of the one who entered, collapsing like a house of cards. Even swifter than the murmurs of longing that escaped his lips was the warm liquid that surged forth in an instant. Lin tightly clutched the notebook meant for recording, unable to resist the urge to hasten forward and embrace Chioshanjo tightly. Old, she sobbed, her voice breaking through the barriers. Her fervent emotions finally finding solace in another. I miss you so much. Following Lin was another figure, whose previously calm demeanor began to ripple with emotion. He took a step forward but halted a few meters away, striving to contain his racing heart as he observed the child on the sickbed. Slightly breathless, yet diligently soothing Lin. Chioshanjo. He pinched himself forcefully, meeting Chioshanjo's bewildered gaze, confirming that this was no mere mirage. She had returned. She had truly come back. Lin, having regained her composure, released Chioshanjo, who was on the verge of fainting, and inquired, "What on earth is happening?" Chioshanjo took a deep breath, unsure of where to begin her explanation. I think I had a very long dream. One where I returned to several decades ago. She recounted her experience slowly, deliberately omitting anything related to Yuzu. So, you mean to say that this dream is likely reality? Kakashi pondered, his brow furrowing slightly. The situation was too fantastical. Even in a world filled with peculiar ninja techniques, such occurrences were exceedingly rare. Could it be some forbidden jutsu? Chioshanjo tilted her head, glancing behind Lin and Kakashi. Where's Obito? Both were taken aback. Lin lowered her head. Obito. He defected. Kakashi continued. It was 2 months after you left. You must be joking. Chioshanjo exclaimed in shock. Wasn't he the one who wanted to become Hokage the most? She couldn't believe that the fervent Obito would betray them, racking her brain for the scant stories she had read online, only to recall that Obito met his end during the Fourth Great Ninja War. Could there be some misunderstanding? She thought, and voiced her concerns. But that is the truth, Kakashi replied, crossing his arms against the wall. We haven't seen him since he defected. Lin gently lifted Chioshanjo's bangs, meeting her sorrowful gaze. Are you feeling unwell? Are you hungry? She was always like this, constantly worrying about others. Whether in the past or now, even after just waking up. Chioshanjo stared blankly into Lin's beautiful dark brown eyes. I'm not hungry. Is that so? But you haven't eaten in 2 days. Lin's tone brooked no argument. As your doctor, I believe you are hungry. Chioshanjo felt a mix of helplessness and amusement. Lin's unwavering care made her feel a genuine sense of having returned. So she remained on the sickbed, watching as Lin stepped out to buy food, casually pulling Kakashi along with her. Alone in the hospital room, Chioshanjo leaned back against the pillow and let out a gentle sigh. No. She seemed to have something she wanted to ask. Chapter 54. Discharge, perhaps due to her recent return to this world, or perhaps because her body had shrunk. Chioshanjo unusually developed a high fever, remaining in the hospital longer than expected despite being ready for discharge. Since childhood, she had always been energetic and rarely fell ill, let alone suffered from such a severe fever. During the height of her illness, she could only lie on the bed, groaning while Lin busily attended to her. During those moments, Lin would press her cool, damp hand against Chioshanjo's cheek and gently coax her to sleep. Fortunately, by the 3rd day, the fever began to subside. It was also on that day that Kushina arrived with a basket of fruit to visit her. Old, it really is you, Kushina exclaimed, lifting Chioshanjo with ease and scrutinizing her youthful face. Let me go? I'm still recovering. Chioshanjo protested, flailing her legs. How I've missed you. Kushina looked overjoyed. It's been so long since I've seen you. I almost thought you hadn't grown at all. Meanwhile, Lin, who was smiling while preparing fruit, froze for a moment, her expression stiffening. She had never witnessed a healthy and grown Chioshanjo and could hardly imagine her matured appearance. Her notebook was filled with sketches of Chioshanjo, from childhood to adolescence, but the images of her adulthood remained blank. Lin had often wondered whether Chioshanjo's features would change as she grew. Whether her eyes would become more elongated or remain round. Whether her nose would become more delicate and refined. But just as she was about to capture those features on paper, uncertainty held her back. Nevertheless, Chio Shanjo had returned to her side, and this time, she would witness her growth firsthand. I miss you too, Sister Kushina, Chio Shanjo said earnestly. But I've just recovered from my fever and still have a bit of a runny nose. I wouldn't want to infect you. Kushina couldn't help but find her serious demeanor endearing, pulling her into a warm embrace. The little Chio Shanjo was just too adorable. Even if I were to catch something, I'd gladly accept it. With that, Chio Shanjo had no choice but to endure. Kushina, aware of the right amount of affection, set her back down on the bed. So, how old are you now? Thank you, Lin. Chio Shanjo accepted the apple that Lin had prepared and began to munch on it. After a moment's contemplation, she replied, I should be around 4 years old. What? Kushina's eyes widened. You're the same age as my son. What? Chio Shanjo exclaimed, equally astonished. Sister Kushina, you have a son? And he is already 4 years old? Kushina clenched her fist. Don't be so surprised. It makes me feel old. Not at all. Sister Kushina, you are always the youngest and most beautiful. Oh dear. Kushina covered her face, returning to her seat. Your words are still as sweet as ever. Lin chuckled softly, about to say something when a nurse interrupted, calling her away. Before leaving, she leaned in and gently touched Chio Shanjo's forehead. You're almost better now. How about we go out for a nice meal tonight? Yes. Chio Shanjo's eyes lit up immediately. Who wouldn't want to eat? Once Lin had closed the door behind her, Kushina thoughtfully asked, Chio Shanjo, would you like to come to my house after you discharge? As a guest? Sure. Chio Shanjo readily agreed. No, I mean, would you like to be my child? Huh. Kushina continued, I regret not bringing you home before, and now it seems perfect. Plus, my child is super adorable. You won't be bored at all. Chio Shanjo shook her head. No, I can take care of myself. Besides, I have my own house. I used to live alone as a child, so don't worry about me. She declared seriously, hands on her hips. And a child's growth requires the companionship and love of their parents. It wouldn't be fair to take away some attention that rightfully belongs to them. Kushina's eyes widened slightly. That does seem reasonable. Well, you're still welcome to come over for meals. Hooray for free meals. By the time Lin finished her tasks, the sky had darkened. She hurried back to Chio Shanjo's room, only to find her leaning by the window, reading a fairy tale book. Lin watched as Chio Shanjo closed the book, her cheeks flushing with embarrassment. I was just bored and flipped through it. Lin did not confront her about her recent infatuation and apologized, saying, I'm sorry for being so late. Let us take care of the discharge procedures first, and then grab a bite to eat. Barbecue. Akiyama jumped up from his chair, exclaiming, I want to eat barbecue. Barbecue? Isn't that a bit too greasy right after you've just recovered? Lin looked at Akiyama with a pitying gaze. Lin discreetly turned her face away. That's quite unfair. Akiyama came close and squeezed her hand. No way. Akiyama extended his tone in a drawn-out manner. All right. Lin was convinced. Let us head to the barbecue place. Yay. The two quickly completed their discharge procedures and arrived at the barbecue restaurant, where the rich aroma of grilled meat filled the air. Akiyama's stomach grumbled loudly. I'm starving. Food. A gentle voice came from beside them, and Akiyama turned to see a striking golden figure. Kakashi-sensei. Kakashi was holding a tray of food, his gaze landing on Akiyama as he smiled. Oh, Akiyama. What a coincidence. You're here to eat too? I heard about your return, but I can hardly believe that Kushina was just talking to me about you. He gestured toward the seating by the grill. We just got here. Would you like to join us? I'm sure Kushina would be delighted. Akiyama looked in the direction he pointed and, as expected, spotted the vibrant red-haired woman along with her little golden retriever. That must be Kushina's son. Dining with acquaintances was certainly the best option, so Akiyama looked up at Lin to gauge her opinion. Lin was looking down at her, uncertain if she had just glanced at her or had been watching her for a while. Upon meeting Akiyama's gaze, she smiled and nodded at Kakashi. Sure. Let us join you. The three took their seats, with Kushina happily chatting and Akiyama sitting at the innermost seat, facing the little golden retriever. Previously, from a distance, she hadn't been able to see his face clearly, but now she realized the little golden retriever was none other than Naruto, one of the protagonists of the series. Thanks to her extensive experience in binge-watching short videos from her previous lives, Akiyama would never mistake the cat-like whiskers on his face. Or were they fox whiskers? Speaking of foxes, Akiyama suddenly slapped her forehead. She had completely forgotten about her tailed beast friends. Chapter 55. The Chatterbox Naruto from the very beginning. Naruto had noticed this girl who seemed very familiar with his parents. His first impression of her was that she was incredibly cute, while his second impression was that she was a bit strange. For instance, right now, she slapped her forehead with her small hand and then tugged on Lin's sleeve to whisper something. He saw Lin nodding knowingly and murmuring something back, which seemed to ease the girl's tension as she redirected her curious gaze toward him. Being stared at so intently made Naruto feel a bit shy, and he turned his head slightly. This girl is something else, unable to be discreet even while sneaking glances, although she probably didn't realize she was doing so. This is my son, Uzumaki Naruto, Kushina introduced. Naruto, this is Akiyama. Hello. Akiyama greeted warmly. Huh. Naruto replied with a puzzled expression, but she looks about my age. Kushina paused, realizing that no matter how one looked at it, Akiyama currently appeared to be around 4 years old. My birthday is in February, so technically, I should be older than Naruto. Akiyama raised her index finger. So you should call me sister. Kakashi chuckled lightly and nodded. That's true. Naruto was born in October. He is indeed 8 months younger than Akiyama. No. Naruto puffed out his cheeks. I want to be the older brother. He looked enviously at the other children his age, either boys or girls who were dismissive of him being a boy. He wanted a little sister, one who would sweetly call him brother. Kushina blinked and suddenly burst into laughter. Even Kakashi's mountain of grilled meat didn't stop her mirth. Akiyama sighed, knowing exactly what Kushina was laughing about. Despite not having reached adulthood in her previous 3 lives, her accumulated experiences were tenfold that of Naruto. Referring to a 4-year-old as an older brother was quite absurd. Naruto stubbornly stared at her as she picked up a piece of grilled meat and playfully stuffed it into his mouth, adopting a faux mature expression. Food is not for talking. With his mouth full of grilled meat, Naruto could only mumble incoherently, having to chew silently. Akiyama nodded in satisfaction, but then noticed that her bowl of grilled meat was overflowing. She turned to see Lin and Kakashi, who were engrossed in grilling, and stopped Lin's chopsticks from reaching her food. All right, Lin, I can't eat anymore. Food is not for talking, Lin solemnly retorted, blocking her mouth. How was it that her own words came back to haunt her? Akiyama sulked, chewing on her grilled meat until Lin couldn't help but burst into laughter, prompting Akiyama to cast a lingering glance at her. Lin casually turned her face away. Akiyama looked too adorable in her sulking state, making it hard for Lin to resist teasing her. Kakashi seized the opportunity to swipe away the freshly grilled meat. Lin exclaimed in shock, Hey, Kakashi-sensei, that's too sly. Kakashi laughed heartily. What can I say? It's my responsibility as a man to take care of my wife and child. Kushina admonished the two. All right. Who told you to grab everything? We're all going to be too full to eat. She pointed to Naruto, whose belly was round, and remarked, How many pieces of meat did you actually eat while serving us all evening? Kakashi sheepishly finished off the remaining grilled meat left by mother and son. Akiyama and Lin exchanged glances for a moment before Akiyama suddenly put her hands on her hips and exclaimed, You too. Okay, I'll eat everything. The look of feigned grievance on his face made Akiyama feel a twinge of guilt. She shouldn't have scolded Lin. It's all right, she mumbled. As long as we're full. A stuffed Naruto sat restlessly in his chair, glancing around and finally fixating on the window. Mom, I want to go out and play. He pointed outside. Kushina shook her head, refusing. No. It's too dark outside, and we'll be heading home soon. Dejected, Naruto pouted as he sat in a small corner, feeling someone's gaze upon him. He looked up to meet Akiyama's eyes. Anyone would feel their hearts soften when gazed upon by those bright, azure eyes, and Akiyama was no exception. So, she stood up and volunteered. Let me take Naruto out to play. Afterward, I'll bring him straight back home. However, Kushina hesitated. Partly because Akiyama was still a child herself, and partly because she knew her son was not particularly obedient. Don't worry, Akiyama assured with sparkling eyes, patting her chest. My abilities have not diminished. Although her reasons were far more complicated than that, seeing her so earnest, Kushina and Kakashi exchanged glances and, with a shared smile, agreed. Naruto, as a boy, you must protect Akiyama, Kakashi advised softly. Don't run off. She might be scared alone. I will. Naruto replied enthusiastically. Lin looked at Akiyama with a tinge of resentment. What about me? You're taking Naruto out to play, leaving me all alone? Akiyama naturally responded. Lin should eat well and rest at home. You've been busy all day. You must be tired. She leaned closer and gently nuzzled Lin's forehead. You should take a good nap today. After a series of exchanges, Lin's grievances dissipated entirely. Gently squeezing her hand, she quietly responded, "All right." Speaking of which, Minato retrieved a key from his pocket and handed it to Akiyama-ju. "Here you go, welcome home." As Akiyama-ju accepted the key, she realized it was the key to her home located in the heart of the marketplace. A wave of nostalgia washed over her, and she suddenly longed to return home and collapse onto her bed for a good night's sleep. However, she knew beforehand that some tidying up would be required. Next was Naruto. She leaped from her chair and extended her hand towards him. "Let us go?" Upon meeting her dark eyes, Naruto felt a rush of exhilaration and smiled as he took her hand. Oh, finally, Akiyama-ju understood the meaningful smile that Kikina had given her earlier. Initially shy and reserved, Naruto inquired about her interests and shared his own fondness for playing in the forest, inviting her to join him in future adventures. Akiyama-ju readily agreed, as she too enjoyed wandering through the woods. Whether for training or leisure, the forests of Konoha were indeed a splendid choice. Perhaps seeing her as a peer, Naruto easily fell into conversation, chattering away without restraint. He regaled her with tales of catching a large stag beetle in a tree a few days prior, and he lamented about his friend's boastful nature. Akiyama-ju, adept at shifting topics herself, was able to keep pace with his train of thought. Drawn to his innate charm from their first meeting, she responded earnestly to each of his remarks. Naruto naturally overlooked the term sister, tightening his grip on her hand. "You're so nice. When I chat with others, they don't respond like this." Akiyama-ju mused that perhaps it wasn't that others didn't want to respond, but rather that they couldn't keep up with him. Chapter 56. The masked man of the whirlpool. Through the course of the evening, the two children grew closer. Overall, Akiyama-ju found Naruto to be an exceptionally endearing friend, his incessant chatter mirroring his innocent nature. His youthful exuberance radiated vibrantly, and being in his company brought an unusual sense of tranquility. Akiyama-ju dutifully escorted him home, their hands intertwined under the warm glow of streetlights, creating a delightful and heartwarming atmosphere. "Hey, Ju, can I play with you again in the future?" Naruto turned to her, his cerulean eyes reflecting her illuminated figure with clarity and brightness. Akiyama-ju nodded without hesitation. "Of course, we are friends now." Naruto's eyes crinkled with joy. "Really? Then can you call me Naruto and I?" How could he still remember that? Akiyama-ju held firm to her principles. "That's a different matter. The truth is, I am older than you." If Naruto had animal ears atop his head, he would certainly be pouting at that moment. "We're only a few months apart." "Several months is still significant," Akiyama-ju replied earnestly. "I was learning to crawl while you were still in your mother's womb." "All right, we've arrived home, Naruto." Akiyama-ju knocked on the door, and soon the sound of footsteps approached from within. The door swung open, revealing Minato standing before them. "Back already?" Minato took Naruto's small hand. Akiyama-ju waved goodbye, and Naruto glanced back at her several times. "Will we be able to meet again tomorrow?" Akiyama-ju looked up at Minato's beaming smile, pondering that she needed to manage some cleaning and register at Konoha the following day. She replied, "If I have time, I will definitely come to play with you, but tomorrow might be a bit busy," declining Minato's invitation to stay due to the late hour. Akiyama-ju watched as Naruto reluctantly stepped inside, finding the situation amusing. Children were indeed delightful. Although she was a child herself at present, on her way back, nearly all the shops had closed their doors, leaving only the streetlights to accompany her. Filled with joy at the thought of returning home, Akiyama-ju softly hummed a tune as she walked. A black feather floating down from the sky caught her attention. She reached out to catch it and looked up to see a crow perched on a power line. Its glossy feathers shimmered, and its round eyes curiously observed her. How peculiar. She had seldom seen a crow, but after a few glances, she continued on her way. Unbeknownst to her, the crow tilted its head, watching her retreating figure. Yet, what could she possibly do with it? She couldn't very well pluck it for soup. Standing before her home, Akiyama-ju gazed at the house that stood steadfast on the land, feeling as though it had been waiting for her all along. She never imagined that one day she would experience such a feeling of nostalgia upon returning home. Pushing open the long silent door, she was greeted by a thick layer of dust. Dust? Akiyama-ju stood at the entrance, momentarily taken aback. This was not a long-abandoned house. The living room before her was clean and tidy, clearly indicating someone had been coming to clean it regularly. Who could it be? Lin? But her house key was with Minato. Lin couldn't have climbed in through the window to clean, and her work at the hospital likely kept her busy. Closing the door behind her and hanging the key on the hook of the shoe cabinet, Akiyama surveyed the familiar yet strange surroundings of her home. Suddenly, as if struck by a thought, she hurried upstairs and pulled open her bedroom door. The window was wide open, and there sat a figure clad in a black cloak on the windowsill. Hearing the door open, the figure abruptly turned, and Akiyama then clearly saw his face. Illuminated by the light, obscured by a peculiar orange whirlpool mask, reminiscent of the strange being she had encountered before who called himself Akatsuki. Upon seeing her face, the masked figure paused momentarily before striding towards her. Sensing the danger, Akiyama instinctively tightened her body and raised her leg to kick at the masked man's head. To her astonishment, her foot passed effortlessly through his head. Wait, what? Is he cheating? Akiyama grasped the masked man's arm in a struggle, realizing that he could only grasp her if he materialized. Seemingly aware of her intentions, the masked man phased his right hand out of existence as she struck. Akiyama landed firmly, knowing that escape was futile. Coldly, she demanded, "Who are you?" To her surprise, the masked man tilted his head and countered, "Who are you?" His voice was deep and rasping, strikingly familiar. Akiyama felt a stir of recognition and looked up in astonishment. The reason was clear. The voice that had emanated from the masked man was indistinguishable from that of Uchiha Obito. He stood there quietly, his gaze fixed upon Akiyama, making her feel as though he could see right through her. Akiyama assessed his strength and suddenly lunged towards his face, just as she was about to make contact. She glimpsed the crimson Sharingan through the mask's holes. Without surprise, she passed through him, rolling on the ground before rising to face him. "Your ability to phase is due to your ocular technique, I assenti it?" The masked man simply watched her, neither confirming nor denying. Although she was uncertain why he had refrained from attacking, Akiyama did not trust this stranger who was reluctant to reveal his identity. Whether it was ocular technique or ninjutsu, as long as it was related to chakra, Akiyama activated her Sharingan, the three tomos swirling in her eyes, forming an intricate pattern. Voidlock. The barrier rapidly expanded, enveloping the entire house within its confines. 15 seconds. In the depths of her mind, Akiyama silently counted the limited time she had to remove his mask while he was trapped within the barrier. Wasting no time, she plunged directly into the fray. The masked figure appeared unprepared for her to activate her Sharingan, revealing such a formidable ability. Caught off guard, she managed to touch the mask. Just as Akiyama intended to rip it away, he swiftly reacted, pressing his hand against his mask while forcefully pushing her away. The chakra required to maintain the barrier was substantial, and with its time nearly at an end, Akiyama gritted her teeth and charged at him again. As she leaped high into the air, a pair of hands slipped under her armpits, lifting her into the air. What? What did this mean? Her defenses crumbled. And so did her barrier. Did growing tall make one exceptional? Did having long arms make one superior? Bullying a child. Feeling her abilities unrestricted. The masked man unreservedly embraced her. Akiyama undeterred, reached for his mask, attempting multiple times before conceding defeat. Noticing he had no intention to attack her, she rested her chin on his shoulder, asking, "Who are you really? Uchiha Madara, or someone else?" The masked man remained silent, one hand holding her tightly while the other cradled the back of her head as he gradually crouched down. After a moment, Akiyama heard a sigh near her ear, followed by a voice that was completely different from before. "Gio." Akiyama's eyes widened as she straightened up from his embrace, witnessing a swirling vortex emerge from the mask's hole, pulling him into its depths, leaving her standing bewildered. "Wait." She waved her hands in vain, staring blankly at the now empty corridor. Chapter 57, Rejoining Gon. Akiyama's Book of Tailed Beasts. She usually kept it within her portable scroll, but during her last mission, she had opted for convenience and only brought her ninja tool pouch. Fortunately, the Book of Tailed Beasts had not been crushed along with her. The items in her portable scroll, like loose change and bandages, remained, but the book was missing. Who took it? That strange person? Yet, judging by his demeanor, it was not his first visit to her home. Perhaps the cleanliness of her house was partly due to him. Was it Konoha? Akiyama pondered while bathing. After changing into her childhood clothes and swapping out her bedding, she suddenly flung herself onto her bed, rolling around. She rarely indulged in such childlike behavior. And after tiring herself out, she lay sprawled out, gazing at the ceiling. Returning this time, she wondered if she would even survive to 16. It felt like a curse. How annoying. Couldn't she at least experience the joys of a peaceful life? Sighing with dissatisfaction, Akiyama closed her eyes. The next morning, upon opening her eyes, she was greeted by a familiar mask. Akiyama sat up, Her mind momentarily blanked before recognizing the silver hair and speaking, "Kakashi?" The man shifted his gaze from her face and closed the book in his hands, replying, Akiyama was momentarily at a loss for whether to ask why he was in her room or why he wore her old mask. Or perhaps inquire about the book he held, which appeared somewhat peculiar. Kakashi stood, tucking the book into his ninja pouch, then stated his purpose. "The Hokage is looking for you." "What?" Akiyama glanced at the alarm clock, her complaints dying on her lips. It was already 1 in the afternoon. Embarrassed, she scratched her head. After spending the day prior entertaining Naruto and dealing with the masked man, it was understandable that she had slept heavily. "How long did you wait? Why didn't you wake me?" Akiyama rolled out of bed and rummaged through her wardrobe for clothes. "Well, it's not a big deal. I wanted to finish reading the rest of the book anyway." She turned to give him a quizzical look. Was he really reading? When she woke up, he was clearly watching her. Perhaps he simply noticed she was awake. Akiyama reassured herself as she pulled out her childhood attire. Kakashi, understanding her unspoken thoughts, disappeared in a flash. By the time Akiyama finished getting ready, only 3 minutes had passed. She climbed out the window and stood on the eaves, spotting Kakashi sitting on the roof. "Let us go." Just as she was about to move, Kakashi leaped down from the roof, lifting her effortlessly into his arms. "Kakashi?" Akiyama questioned, looking up in confusion. "I can walk on my own. This way is faster." With that, Akiyama said nothing more, settling into his embrace as the scenery whizzed by. Resting her head against Kakashi's chest, she felt a wave of nostalgia. "You've grown up, Kakashi." Akiyama's house was not far from the Hokage building, and soon they arrived. Upon entering the Hokage's office, Akiyama still felt disoriented. Was it really acceptable to enter through the window without knocking? Upon seeing Minato seated behind the desk, she felt reassured. Kakashi set her down, nodded at Minato, and took his leave. "Minato-sensei, Hokage-sama," Akiyama called out, her tone shifting to a light-hearted one as she added, "I just found out. Congratulations. What do you need me for?" Minato nodded, getting straight to the point. "Gyo, I would like you to join the Umbu." A great question mark appeared on Akiyama's face. If she remembered correctly, she should only be 4 years old this year, right? Her confusion was evident, prompting Minato to continue. "Are you familiar with the route?" Akiyama hesitated but nodded. "I've heard of it. Danzo wants you to join the route." Minato frowned. "You are not suited for route. I can only refuse him under the pretense of you joining the Umbu." "Danzo." Akiyama hesitated. "But I'm not old enough to enter the Umbu yet. And I will allow you to wait 2 years before executing missions, and your salary will continue during that period." Minato laid out his terms. Noticing Akiyama's lack of hesitation, he added further incentives. "Your book of tailed beasts will also be returned to you." Akiyama thought to herself, as expected, her eyes flicking as she proposed another condition. "All right, but I want to be in the same class as Naruto." Minato paused for a moment, not inquiring further, and nodded in agreement. "Shortly, someone will deliver your book of tailed beasts to your home." As he spoke, Kakashi reappeared by her side, reaching out to scoop her up once more. Akiyama instinctively tightened her grip on his shirt, looking up at Kakashi's jawline, and asked, "Where are we going?" Kakashi lowered his head. "I'm taking you home." Why did it feel like he was treating her like a child? Akiyama protested against being treated as a little kid by a former peer, mumbling, "I told you I can walk on my own." Kakashi glanced at Minato, receiving a nod before leaping out the window, then replied earnestly, "I want to take you. It's been a long time since I've seen you." Akiyama felt her resolve weighing. She wondered what experiences in these past few years had transformed Kakashi into someone so straightforward. No longer resisting, she posed another question. "Why are you wearing my mask?" Kakashi paused for a moment, quickly regaining his composure as they continued onward. "After you left, the Umbu only retrieved your mask." At this point, Akiyama understood, inhaling the familiar scent that belonged to Kakashi. Suddenly, she spoke up. "Kakashi, I want to visit my grave." Kakashi halted his steps, lowering his head to gaze at her. From the white dog mask, Chioshan could even detect a hint of confusion. "Is there really a grave for me?" Kakashi scratched the back of his head and replied, "Well, there is." Sighing, he compromised and changed direction towards the cemetery. The gravestone belonging to her was impeccably clean, so much so that it left her with an inexplicable feeling that someone came weekly to tend to it. Reaching down, she picked up a bouquet of fresh, vibrant red roses, still adorned with droplets of dew, leaving her somewhat bewildered. Should red roses be used to commemorate the deceased? She turned to Kakashi, asking, "Do you know who sent these?" Kakashi squatted down and shook his head, indicating he was unaware. Judging by the dew, they must have been delivered today. But most of our peers are aware of your return. Shio blinked and tilted her head towards the trees in the distance. Strange, is there someone there? Do you think it could be Obito? Shio looked back at Kakashi. He paused, gazing again at the bouquet of roses, and after a moment, let out a deep sigh. Given that fool's character, it was indeed possible he would do something like this. Shio nodded, lifting the red roses high and watching the dew on the petals shimmer under the sun. Obito. Chapter 58. A sorrowful moment upon returning from the cemetery. Kakashi inquired if Shio had any other desires. She pondered for a moment, then requested to go shopping. Expecting Kakashi to leave her once they reached the bustling streets, she was surprised when he first returned home to change clothes, then boldly carried her through the streets. Is it really all right for you to do this, Kakashi? Shio clutched the fabric of his shoulder. Aren't you on duty? You don't need to accompany me. I want to be with you, and besides, my task is to protect you, Kakashi replied, looking down at her with a hint of grievance in his voice. Unable to withstand Kakashi's persistence, Shio silently diverted her gaze. Kakashi couldn't help but chuckle. Feeling the vibration from his chest, Shio playfully punched him lightly. Though it was not a hard hit, Kakashi dramatically clutched his chest, exclaiming, "Ah, that hurts. I might need you to take care of me until I'm healed before I can work again." Shio was nearly amused to the point of laughter by his audacity. Who turned our proud Kakashi into this? Who? Indeed, it must be you, Gio. A voice interrupted Kakashi's performance, and Shio turned to see Mao, clad in home attire and carrying a basket of groceries, smiling at them. Uncle Kakashi. Shio greeted him cheerfully. It had been a while since she last saw Mao, and he appeared much more spirited than before. Embodying the role of a full-time father, though the calluses on his hands revealed he had not yet retired. You have finally returned, Mao said, as if she had merely been away for a short time rather than having passed away. He teased, you have no idea how heartbroken Kakashi was after you left. It was as if his heart went with you. Father. Kakashi quickly interjected, attempting to interrupt him. Mao laughed heartily, choosing not to expose his son's vulnerability further, and continued on his way with the basket. Honestly, Kakashi remarked, appearing somewhat troubled, his lifeless eyes fixed on his father's retreating figure. How wonderful. Shio smiled, asking, is Uncle Kakashi still a ninja? Kakashi drew his gaze back and nodded. Yes, he can't sit still. Shio acknowledged this and then asked, by the way, I haven't had the chance to ask you, what has happened since my death? Seeing her curiosity, Kakashi decided to divert into a dango shop, ordering 2 servings of 3-color dango, and began to recount the events. He spoke of Rin, Obito, Minato, Kushina, and Shursui. And you? Shio rested her chin on her hand. Shouldn't you share your own story first? Well, Kakashi lightly tapped the table with his fingers. There's not much to say. It was just as it was. But I want to know. Shio gazed earnestly into Kakashi's eyes, wishing to uncover everything he had experienced. The sights he had seen, the thoughts he had pondered, and the choices he had made. I want to know everything about you, Kakashi. Kakashi covered his forehead, the tips of his ears visibly reddening. How come? I'm sorry. Shio lowered her gaze. Am I being too greedy? No, Kakashi shook his head, saying, you can know everything about me. He pulled down his mask, picked up a skewer of dango, and contemplated where to begin. Shio fixated on the beauty mark at the corner of his mouth, and, almost unconsciously, extended her finger to touch it. They maintained their respective gestures, one holding the skewer, the other reaching out, as if time stood still. I'm sorry, Shio stammered, withdrawing her hand awkwardly. What I meant was, that mark on your mouth is quite alluring. As soon as she uttered those words, the atmosphere grew even more peculiar. Kakashi averted his eyes, pulling his mask up to cover his flushed face, replying, Shio half covered her face. What am I saying? This is so awkward. Secretly peeking through her fingers, she saw that Kakashi's gaze remained gentle upon her. She lowered her head and released her hand from her face, slowly picking up a dango skewer and chewing thoughtfully. After a while, she finally lifted her head to meet Kakashi's eyes, embarrassedly asking, what are you looking at? She had eaten for quite some time. Was she truly that captivating? Kakashi silently turned his head, propping his face with one hand as he pulled out the book he had previously placed in his ninja tool pouch. At that moment, Shio could finally see the cover of the book clearly, revealing a bright red cover adorned with 2 small figures chasing each other. The words Paradise of Affection boldly inscribed on it. Is this a book suitable for public viewing? Kakashi thought it was quite simple. Since Shanjio did not allow him to gaze at her, reading a book should be perfectly acceptable. However, before he could proceed, Shanjio snatched the book away, her dark eyes appearing behind the pages. Who corrupted you, Kakashi? Kakashi took a few seconds to respond. Huh? Shanjio swiftly flipped through the pages without waiting for him to stop her, nodding as she read. I see. She closed the book, thoughtfully stroking her chin. Kakashi glanced at the closed book, seemingly indifferent to its theft. Shanjio returned the book to him, not saying anything further. Contrary to her expectations, the contents of the book were not filled with inappropriate descriptions. Rather, they were a nuanced exploration of emotions. Upon hastily glancing through it, she discovered that the author was Jiraiya, one of the legendary Sannin. Shanjio was taken aback, realizing that the man whom Naruto referred to as the pervy sage could also portray emotions with such finesse. After retrieving the book and placing it back in his ninja tool pouch, Kakashi stood up to settle the bill and turned to ask, Is there anywhere else you'd like to go? Kakashi, Shanjio called his name, tugging at his pant leg. What is it? Kakashi bent down to lift her up. Shanjio, accustomed to this, steadied herself on his shoulder. You still haven't told me your story. As he carried her out of the shop, Kakashi casually inquired, Why do you want to know about my past? I thought you would be more interested in Rin's story or the details of Obito's departure. Such matters I shall inquire of them myself. Akiyama replied, At present, I am more curious about Kakashi. Kakashi paused for a moment, seemingly choosing her words carefully. Uncle Hitaki said that you are deeply saddened. Is this true? Kakashi lowered his gaze, meeting Akiyama-ju's eyes, which were fixed solely upon him. It's all right, Kakashi thought to himself. At least for this moment, her eyes were focused only on him. He nodded slowly, emitting a vague monosyllable from his throat, Akiyama-ju gently caressed Kakashi's cheek. Thank you for everything, for missing me, for genuinely feeling sorrow for me. Thank you, Kakashi. Chapter 59. Shirsue's stagnation. Upon meeting Shirsue once more, Akiyama-ju, who had once been a small child barely reaching his height, now found herself gazing up at him. Junichin. The familiar title escaped her lips, but Shirsue seemed oblivious to the peculiar gaze of the boy beside him and reached out to lift Akiyama-ju into his arms. She swiftly blocked his outstretched hand. What a joke. Both of you want to carry me? Where would that leave my dignity as an elder? Huh. As if I possessed such a thing. This was hardly amusing. Unperturbed by her rejection, Shirsue squatted down to meet Akiyama-ju at eye level. Junichin has become so small. Did you view me this way a few years ago? He counted on his fingers, suddenly realizing that Akiyama-ju had been gone for 6 years. Longer than their time together. Children grow so quickly, Akiyama-ju sighed, glancing towards the other boy who had remained silent since the beginning, raising an eyebrow at Shirsue, signaling him to introduce. Responding to her unspoken cue, Shirsue finally introduced them. This is Uchiha Itachi, my friend. And this is Akiyama-ju, my. He suddenly recalled his elder's admonition and amended, grinning widely, my little sister. Huh. 2 pairs of puzzled eyes turned toward him simultaneously. That's not what you just said. Akiyama-ju frowned in contemplation. Although her return was hardly a secret, the more people who knew, the greater the risk. Rebirth, particularly in the body of a child, was a fantastical notion, and there might be ill-intentioned individuals with ulterior motives. However, glancing at Itachi's serious demeanor and then at Shirsue's playful grin, Akiyama-ju fell silent. She couldn't shake the feeling that he was simply too lazy to explain. Well, never mind. I'm too lazy to explain either. She shifted the topic, asking, What are you two up to? Shirsue scratched the back of his head. We're heading to the Uchiha training grounds for some practice. Would you like to join us? Akiyama-ju tilted her head. But I'm not an Uchiha. Can outsiders really go? Seizing the opportunity, Shirsue scooped her up, ruffling the hair he had longed to touch. Laughing, you might not know, but the relationship between the Uchiha and outsiders has improved significantly. You often see outsiders strolling through Uchiha streets. He added playfully, winking. Besides, you look quite Uchiha. Startled by his sudden action, Akiyama-ju found herself securely nestled in his arms. She shot a glare at Shirsue, but his radiant smile and the joy of reunion reflected in his gentle eyes melted her resistance. The urge to protest swiftly dissipated, and Akiyama-ju sighed, feeling as if she spent her life compromising for others. Thus, Itachi's voice, calm and gentle, inquired, Is this Shirsue's sister? Indeed. Shirsue chimed in eagerly, his smile widening. No doubt about it. This fellow lied without hesitation. Akiyama-ju rolled her eyes, about to retort, when she felt Shirsue's arm tighten around her. silently pleading for her cooperation. "Ah, you lot are truly hopelessly devoted to your sisters," she sighed in resignation, turning to Itachi. "In any case, I am not a suspicious character." Itachi nodded thoughtfully, his gaze shifting between the two. He clearly perceived something, but, out of courtesy, refrained from pressing further. "If we're to head to the training grounds, we should hurry. It will be dark soon." Seeing Shirsue's eagerness, Akiyama Ju acquiesced, allowing him to carry her. After all, a 4-year-old's weight was nothing for a seasoned ninja. As the trio made their way to the training grounds, Itachi discreetly observed her, curiosity piqued regarding the girl's identity. Yet his politeness restrained him from probing too deeply. "Akiyama Ju," her clear voice rang out, prompting Itachi to look up at her, his head tilted in question. "Is your mother Mikoto?" Itachi was taken aback for a moment, but nodded. "Yes." How did she know? How could she possibly know his mother? "Indeed." Akiyama Ju's eyes sparkled. "You resemble her greatly. She is exceptionally beautiful." "Thank you," Itachi replied flatly, inexplicably including his brother in the conversation. "My brother is also quite handsome." Shisui couldn't help but mutter. "Is handsome a term used to describe boys?" Akiyama Ju retorted, "Of course." Shisui burst into laughter. "Then I must be quite dashing." "You are an idiot." "Huh? Why so harsh?" Itachi pondered. Was she intentionally saying this? Did she wish to reveal something to him? Upon reaching the training grounds, Akiyama Ju leaped from Shirsue's arms, turning to him with a playful smile. "Shall we have a match?" Shirsue tilted his head in agreement. "Sure." Itachi frowned, observing Akiyama Ju, who barely reached Shirsue's waist, in contemplation. Shirsue's reputation as a master of body flicker had spread widely, barring the possibility that Akiyama Ju was unaware. It was evident she possessed formidable strength. With the intention of witnessing Shisui in combat, Itachi quietly retreated to the sidelines. The two faced each other, forming their respective hand seals. The moment they released, Akiyama Ju raised her hand, binding Shisui with a multitude of chakra threads. Without time to retreat, Shisui activated his body flicker technique, and suddenly, 3 Shizuis appeared in the vicinity. 3 Shizuis? No, Akiyama Ju focused. Those must be illusions. A gust of wind struck, and she barely evaded, catching sight of the 4th Shisui. No longer concealing her prowess, Akiyama Ju activated her Sharingan, keenly observing Shirsue's movements. As he blurred again, she charged towards him. "Rewind," Akiyama Ju silently commanded, and Shisui abruptly found himself back at his original position, astonished, only to see Akiyama Ju's fist flying towards his face. Shisui raised his hand to block, exclaiming in dismay, "How cunning." Yushun-T hit the face. Akiyama Ju landed and laughed, attempting a sweeping kick to knock him down. However, Shisui remained unyielding, while she winced in pain. "This is not right. No matter how you look at it, Shisui is only 11. How can he not be knocked down? That has nothing to do with me. It's your strength that is lacking," Shisui teased, noticing her frustration. Akiyama Ju bristled, retreating a couple of steps, unleashing a fire technique aimed at his face. "Hey, why are you going all out?" Shisui dodged to the side, but still felt the heat singe a tuft of hair. Frantically extinguishing it, Shisui flickered and scooped Akiyama Ju up with one hand, mercilessly ruffling her hair. "Ow, ow, ow. You won't be hurt by such a technique, right?" Akiyama Ju protested. "Let me go. The battle isn't finished yet." The water-stopping figure, Jishui, did not relent, his gaze piercing as he inquired, "What if I truly get hurt?" "Then it would simply mean that you lack skill," he replied with a cold chuckle, increasing the pressure of his grip. In Chapter 60, the good child forcibly formed a reconciliation seal with Jishui's hand. Akiyama Yuki, akin to a spring breeze, darted behind Itachi, only to notice a boy of similar age beside her, who was curiously observing her. It was astonishing that someone who could hold their ground against Jishui was merely a child. "Ah, Sasuke has arrived," Jishui remarked, sauntering over and effortlessly grabbing Akiyama Yuki. Akiyama Yuki remained expressionless. Where was the dignity of an elder sister? Who was she, after all? Sasuke, holding Itachi's hand, tilted his head to gaze at Akiyama Yuki, who was being hoisted into the air. "She is Jishui's sister, Akiyama Yuki," Itachi gently informed him. "Akiyama Yuki?" Sasuke echoed, puzzled as to why she did not bear the Uchiha surname. Finally freed from Jishui's grip, Akiyama Yuki brushed away the non-existent sweat from her forehead and smiled at Sasuke, saying hello. Sasuke, with an air of pride, responded, "Hello." Gazing at Sasuke's face, Akiyama Yuki fell into contemplation. This demeanor, this expression, how reminiscent it was of Izuna. The more she observed, the more intrigued she became. unable to resist pinching Sasuke's cheek. Sasuke's eyes widened in disbelief. His face flushed as he grasped her hand, exclaiming, What are you doing? Oh, Akiyama Yuki chuckled awkwardly. Sasuke is just too cute. I couldn't help myself. This thought crossed her mind, oblivious to her own impulses. Sasuke hesitated, struggling to find words to counter her, ultimately letting go of her hand in frustration. Witnessing the interaction between the two children, Itachi couldn't help but chuckle, quickly reverting to a nonchalant demeanor before Sasuke turned to look at him. Wow, Akiyama Yuki remarked, observing the shifts in expression between them. Would you like to visit my home? Itachi proposed, casting a meaningful glance at Akiyama Yuki. Her eyes brightened, sure. Jishui, after a moment's consideration, also agreed. The group soon arrived at their destination. Mikoto was in the midst of preparing dinner, and upon hearing Sasuke's exuberant shout of, I'm back, she responded, welcome home. The commotion of 4 individuals entering the house was notably different from usual, prompting Mikoto to curiously peek in. Ah, it seems I need to cook more, she mused. Mikoto-ain. Akiyama Yuki exclaimed, rushing over to embrace her legs, I missed you. Although she had received news from her husband about Akiyama Yuki's return, Mikoto was momentarily taken aback by her now diminutive stature. Yuki. Quickly, she brightened her expression, asking, did you miss me or my cooking? Akiyama Yuki grinned, of course. I missed both. All right. Mikoto gently pushed her out of the kitchen. Dinner will take a bit longer. Why not wait outside or play with Sasuke in his room? Turning to glance at Sasuke, Akiyama Yuki noticed him huff and head towards his room first. Then I'll go too, she declared, following him after receiving a nod from Mikoto. Observing his puffed-up cheeks, Akiyama Yuki innocently inquired, are you still angry? Sasuke shot her a glare. Pulling her into his room and closing the door, sitting cross-legged on the tatami mat and ignoring her. Having considerable experience in appeasing others, Akiyama Yuki quickly acknowledged her fault, promising, I'm sorry, I shouldn't have pinched your face without permission. I won't do it again. Sasuke narrowed his eyes, you still want it next time? Akiyama Yuki nonchalantly turned her face away. Enraged by her demeanor, Sasuke pinched her cheek and scoffed, we're even now. Coincidentally, his pinch aggravated a mouth ulcer from a recent barbecue, causing Akiyama Yuki to tear up, inhaling sharply, okay. Sasuke immediately released her. Contemplating that he hadn't applied much pressure, yet couldn't help but steal glances at her tear-filled eyes. Did I squeeze too hard? Akiyama Yuki held back her tears, feeling slightly embarrassed, and shook her head without speaking. Lost in guilt for having made a girl cry, Sasuke awkwardly suggested, stop crying. I'll let you pinch my face if that's what you want. Akiyama Yuki paused, drawing closer, really? Sasuke felt trapped in his own words, but, forcing himself to ignore his feelings, affirmed, really. At that moment, footsteps echoed from outside, and Itachi's voice called from behind the door, dinner is ready. Hearing Itachi's voice, Akiyama Yuki wiped the corners of her eyes, exchanged a glance with Sasuke, and followed him to the dining table. Once seated, Jishui scrutinized Akiyama Yuki's face in silence, his gaze unwavering. Sasuke, fearful that Jishui would detect any trace of Akiyama Yuki's earlier tears, lowered his head sheepishly. Sasuke? Itachi noticed something amiss with him. Why aren't you eating? Jishui also shifted his attention to Sasuke. Sasuke stammered, when will father be back? It seems the security team has some other matters to attend to today. He'll be working late, Mikoto sighed. I'll need to ask Sasuke to deliver his bento later. Akiyama Yuki swallowed her food and raised her hand. I want to go too. Sasuke glanced at her several times, but said nothing, continuing to eat. It seemed she genuinely wanted to be with him, and he begrudgingly allowed her request. Akiyama Yuki, eager to see Fugaku, remarked, this meal was delightful. After finishing her last sip of miso soup, she wiped her mouth, took the bento Mikoto offered, and grasped Sasuke's hand as they set off. How wonderful, Jishui mused, resting his chin on his hand as he watched the two children depart. Absent-mindedly poking at the rice in his bowl, Itachi swallowed his food and calmly reminded him, you shouldn't play with your food. Jishui snapped back to reality, stuffing the last bite into his mouth, my apologies. As they walked through the streets of the Uchiha clan, Akiyama Yuki witnessed many outsiders, as described by Jishui, who were out shopping. The most noticeable among them were individuals with brightly colored hair, starkly contrasting the Uchiha's prevalent black. Sasuke tightened his grip on their joined hands, asking, must we hold hands? Akiyama Yuki, realizing she had grown accustomed to holding hands with Naruto these past few days, inadvertently found herself doing the same with Sasuke. Is it a problem? She tilted her head. Sasuke interpreted her questioning expression as playful. It's fine. With a satisfied smile. Akiyama Yuki tightened her grip on his hand further. Sasuke truly was a considerate child. In Chapter 61, Akiyama Yuki's initial impression of the Uchiha security office resembled that of the Konoha police station. Upon encountering Fugaku, he appeared stern, reprimanding a confused subordinate. When he caught a glimpse of the two children peering through the doorframe, he momentarily paused. To maintain his authoritative image before his subordinates, Akiyama Yuki held Sasuke back outside, waiting until the subordinate hurriedly departed before knocking on the office door in a somewhat exaggerated manner. "Come in," Fugaku called. "Fugaku and I." Akiyama Yuki cheerfully greeted in a high-pitched voice, rushing over to wrap her arms around his legs, her height only permitting her to embrace his legs. "What brings you here?" Fugaku relaxed, casually ruffling Akiyama Yuki's hair. "Mama sent us to deliver food." Sasuke approached and placed the bento he had taken from Akiyama's hands on the table. Akiyama, tidying her disheveled hair, nodded appreciatively, exclaiming, "No matter how busy you are, you must eat well." Sasuke agreed, indeed. Fugaku, showing his respect, moved the documents aside before meticulously finishing every morsel of his meal. Closing the box, he felt a rare sense of contentment, warmed by the delicious meal prepared by his wife, the concern expressed by his child, and the reunion with his long-lost sister. He wiped his mouth and said, "Thank you for your hard work." Sasuke blinked in surprise. Akiyama, accepting the compliment gracefully, wrapped the bento in its original cloth and tied it up. "Well then, we shall take our leave. Good luck, Fugaku and I." Fugaku sighed lightly, his usually stern visage blooming with a spring-like smile. Akiyama instinctively took Sasuke's hand, tilting her head to suggest they leave, only to find Sasuke curiously staring at Fugaku's lingering smile. Is it possible that Fugaku and I usually presents himself as a serious adult before children? She wondered. While it was true that his serious demeanor was indeed intimidating, Sasuke finally snapped back to reality and held Akiyama's hand firmly. "Let us go." As they exited the security office, Akiyama noticed the sky had darkened, a hazy blue looming on the horizon. As they walked, Sasuke couldn't help but ask, "Hey, why do you call me big brother?" "Huh?" Akiyama was momentarily taken aback. "What do you mean? You're about my age, aren't you?" Sasuke furrowed his brow. "If you call me big brother, then I suppose I must call you Annie." Akiyama finally grasped his point, realizing the generational gap. However, she found it difficult to change her way of addressing him. Akiyama understood the inconvenience of being diminutive in stature, contemplating, "It's fine. You can just call me sister instead." "Huh?" Sasuke was amused and replied through gritted teeth, "Nice try." Why?" Akiyama asked, puzzled. "Do you want to call me Auntie?" This fool. Despite this, Sasuke still held onto her hand, turning away in irritation. Akiyama chuckled at Sasuke's pouting profile, playfully shaking their connected hands, teasing, "So what should we do?" Sasuke pursed his lips in silence, though the tips of his ears turned red. It was not that he minded, but calling a girl who appeared to be his age sister was simply too embarrassing. "Can't we just leave it as it is?" Akiyama gazed at the sky in contemplation. "You can continue to call me by my name." Sasuke finally turned back, pouting, "Fine." During their discussion about titles, the streetlights began to illuminate, casting a warm glow amidst the deepening twilight. Sasuke halted, earnestly looking at Akiyama. "So, have you known my father for a long time?" Akiyama paused, nodding, "Hum." Recalling the smile his father had shown earlier, Sasuke continued, "He rarely smiles at me." Noticing his serious demeanor, Akiyama pulled him to the roadside and asked with concern, "What's wrong?" Sasuke tightened his grip on their entwined hands. "It seems like he doesn't recognize me at all." Akiyama's heart sank. Oh no. Was a familial drama about to unfold? Given Fugaku's character, it seemed entirely normal for a child to misinterpret him. His attention was always directed towards his elder son, whether in ninjutsu or shuriken throwing. Sasuke continued, "He always praises my brother, but when it comes to me, it's always about trying harder. I don't understand. Am I not good enough?" Akiyama understood all too well. Sasuke was clearly lamenting his father's favoritism. How endearing. After expressing his thoughts, Sasuke felt a twinge of regret. After all, they had only just met that day, and discussing such matters was perhaps premature. Yet, the rare smile on his father's face today, along with the acknowledgement of his efforts, had stirred an unusual sense of imbalance within him, making Akiyama the perfect confidant. Seeing the serious expression on Akiyama's face, Sasuke shyly turned away, a never mind on the tip of his tongue, only to feel a hand gently resting on his head. Good boy, Akiyama said. stroking his hair. You've done wonderfully, and even without direct recognition, you continue to improve. She flashed him a bright thumbs up. You're super cool. Seeing Sasuke stare at her blankly, she realized she needed to explain Fugaku. Fugaku and I is naturally serious. I just happened to know him a bit earlier, before he took on the responsibilities of being a husband and father. That's why my perception of him is different. Oh dear, had she revealed too much? Akiyama scratched her cheek, then noticed Sasuke's aggrieved expression and suddenly disregarded her concerns. As for your brother, well, I just met him, and I don't know much about his skills, but based on what you just said, he must be exceptionally talented. He even complimented you when we met today. Sasuke scoffed playfully at her words. Now, back to your father. He is a bit of a reserved person. Sasuke tilted his head. What do you mean? Akiyama explained earnestly. It means he doesn't express his thoughts directly. Instead, he keeps them bottled up inside. Perhaps at times, he watches you from afar, shedding silent tears, thinking, my child has finally grown up. Sasuke's expression froze, as a crack appeared in his perception of his father. In any case, Fugaku and I surely cares about you deeply. Regarding acknowledgement, he might have already recognized you quietly in his heart. Her words were strange, yet oddly convincing. Sasuke nodded thoughtfully, and Akiyama finally sighed in relief. Perhaps it was time to discuss with Fugaku how to better connect with his child. As she pondered, she looked up to find Sasuke crossing his arms, observing her. What's wrong? Why did you let go of my hand? Sasuke raised the hand that had previously been intertwined with hers, accusingly. Akiyama stammered. Because I wanted to pat your head. And what about the other hand? Sasuke inquired, raising an eyebrow. Akiyama raised her other hand. I'm holding the bento. Sasuke huffed lightly. I can't deal with you. He extended his right hand, signaling her to hold his hand again. Akiyama found his sulky demeanor irresistibly cute and couldn't help but embrace him, rubbing her cheek against him. Sasuke, you're so adorable. Sasuke's face flushed crimson. Hey. Chapter 62. Do not disturb others who are lazily hiding. Returning to childhood was Akiyama's third experience of youth. Whether it was fortunate or unfortunate remained uncertain, but logically, she should resume the training she had long forgotten. Indeed, since her return to this world, her only training had been the brief encounter with Shursui. During the initial week, one could attribute her absence from training to illness, but as time progressed, it became evident that her reluctance stemmed purely from a newfound laziness. How she longed for the days when she trained without fail. No, this will not do. It is imperative that she resumes her training. Thus, Akiyama Ju resolved to head to a previously discovered clearing in the forest, fueled by a fiery determination after finishing her lunch. Yet, after tossing a set of shurikens, she found herself lazily perched upon a tree. She concocted justifications for her idleness. First, it was unwise to engage in strenuous activity immediately after a meal. Second, the afternoon sun was too fierce and posed a risk of sunburn, making it more prudent to seek refuge among the branches. Although the autumn leaves were beginning to wither and scatter, they still provided a modicum of shade. Sunlight filtered through the branches, casting mottled shadows upon the fallen leaves. Akiyama squinted through the gaps in the foliage, gazing at the pale, slightly blue-tinged sky, leisurely resting one leg upon the other while contemplating her next scheme to procure a tailed beast. Her request to Minato to be placed in the same class as Naruto was indeed linked to Kurama. That day at the barbecue restaurant, it seemed Lin was already aware of the matter concerning the Book of Tailed Beasts, a revelation that did not surprise Akiyama. Surely, being torn asunder would be excruciating. Akiyama was unaware of the specific events that had transpired to lead to such a situation. She was equally familiar with both parties, yet found herself at a loss as to where her loyalties should lie, resolving instead to inquire further when the opportunity arose. The return of the Book of Tailed Beasts did kindle a flicker of anticipation within her. However, the inability to summon the Tailed Beast's avatar rendered matters exceedingly complicated. Were it not for Minato's trustworthy nature and his ability to sense the chakra within the photograph, Akiyama might have suspected the book to be a counterfeit. Fortunately, she could discern the approximate location of the tailed beast through the book, a capability she had not possessed prior. Oh, what an inexplicable sensation akin to that of a magical girl collecting cards. As birds flitted by, causing leaves to cascade down, Akiyama's wandering thoughts were abruptly interrupted. Straining her ears, she discerned the hurried sound of approaching footsteps. The crunch of leaves underfoot grew louder until it culminated at the base of her tree, where she spotted a child with dark hair and pale skin standing beneath. How strikingly beautiful today, as children were. Just as she pondered this, the ground beneath her trembled, nearly sending Akiyama tumbling down. The already sparse leaves fluttered down in droves, and before she could call out to halt the commotion, several fists struck the trunk of the tree. The branch upon which she lay was neither sturdy nor flat, and as she struggled to maintain her balance, Akiyama fell directly beside the child. She somersaulted mid-air, landing gracefully, ready to marvel at her own prowess, only to be met with the piercing grayish-white eyes of the child, which induced a twinge of embarrassment, albeit a slight one. Moments ago, she had only glimpsed the child's blurred silhouette from above, yet now, face to face, she noticed he was half a head taller than her, with a black cloth tied around his forehead, and his eyes were slightly reddened, not from tears, but rather from anger. He appeared equally taken aback by her presence in the tree, his expression reflecting a mix of surprise and confusion. "Who are you?" After regaining his composure, he bristled with an air of defensiveness, questioning her presence. "What are you doing here?" Akiyama, feeling equally irked, crossed her arms. "I was here first. So shouldn't I be the one asking you that?" The child seemed to realize something, furrowing his brow. "I didn't know anyone was here." Akiyama gestured towards the shurikens embedded in the nearby stump, her eyes conveying a clear message. "Someone has been here for quite some time. You simply didn't notice." The child pressed his lips together, murmuring an apology before attempting to turn away. Akiyama quickly called out to him, catching his wrist and lifting it before him. "Even if something happens, it shouldn't be an excuse to harm yourself." The child glanced at his bloodied knuckles, then averted his gaze. He had intended to violently shake off her grasp, but considering that she had just fallen from the tree due to his actions, he begrudgingly restrained himself, opting instead to retort, "What do you know?" Sighing, Akiyama felt a sense of resignation. Why did it seem that all shinobi were afflicted with psychological issues? Whether it was a love for violence or a disregard for their own well-being, or perhaps a tendency towards self-harm, it was all too common. Retrieving antiseptic from her ninja tool pouch, Akiyama poured it onto his hand without a moment's hesitation. A sharp intake of breath reached her ears, and a peculiar thrill coursed through her. "Ah, now you understand the pain, don't you?" A soft green glow enveloped the wound, quickly halting the bleeding and forming a scab, though healing was still a distant prospect. Akiyama had no intention of fully healing him. Her chakra was dwindling with age, and she harbored a secret wish for him to not recover too swiftly. After treating one hand, she gestured for him to present the other. The child regarded her in silence, and after a moment's hesitation, he obediently extended his other hand. Seeing him comply, Akiyama softened her approach as she poured the antiseptic. "Why are you helping me?" he asked, gazing down at her hands working their magic. "Does helping others require a reason?" Akiyama feigned distress, replying, "Does finding you unpleasant count?" Instantly, the child's hand tightened around hers, and she could easily imagine the expression that accompanied such a gesture. "Stop moving, you're bleeding again." The child stubbornly clenched his fist, but after a long pause and under Akiyama's earnest gaze, he reluctantly relaxed his grip. "If you find me so disagreeable, why help me?" The conversation circled back, much to Akiyama's irritation, as her tranquil moment was disrupted. She had no intention of indulging him any further. "That's none of your concern. I'll do as I please." The child fell silent once more. After a considerable time of quiet, he finally spoke again. "What is your name?" Akiyama raised an eyebrow. "Shouldn't you introduce yourself before asking for mine?" The child was momentarily taken aback, fidgeting with his fingers before admitting, "I'm Niji, Hyuga Niji, a child of the Hyuga clan." Akiyama had heard rumors concerning the long-standing feud between the main and branch families of the Hyuga clan. Her gaze flickered to the black cloth on Niji's forehead, and her suspicions regarding his self-inflicted injuries began to crystallize. "Akiyama Ju," she stated, providing her name. Niji studied her intently for a moment, then nodded. "I'll remember that. Next time we meet, I want to be like this. Thank you for helping me with my injuries. You seem quite adept at controlling chakra. Shall we have a match the next time we meet?" Why did the conversation invariably turn towards sparring with these passionate individuals? Fortunately, Akiyama was also one to ignite at the slightest provocation, and without hesitation, she agreed. "All right, but don't come crying to me afterward." Niji shot her a glare before turning to leave. Akiyama watched his retreating figure, then glanced at the disarray of wooden stumps. With a sigh, she resigned herself to the necessity of training once more. Chapter 63. Taking shelter from the rain with the one you admire. In the late autumn, the temperature dropped abruptly, leaving only a few stubborn leaves clinging to the branches. The air was crisp, imbued with the scent of damp earth and decaying foliage. After successfully tossing another kunai, consolidating her skills for the day, Akiyama stretched her arms and yawned. As the clouds thickened, obscuring the sun. The sky darkened ominously, hinting at impending rain. She reluctantly gathered her training gear, preparing to head home. Was that person not planning to emerge? Glancing sideways at the tree, Akiyama inwardly criticized Kaku for not choosing a sturdier tree to hide behind. Suddenly, a cheerful laugh rang out, and from behind the tree emerged a boy and a dog. You found me. Akiyama, however, couldn't help but notice his casual attire of a hoodie and shorts. While she shivered in her long pants, pondering how this child could be so unfazed by the chill, the puppy leaped down from its owner's head, affectionately circling her feet. Akiyama tilted her head, unable to resist scooping it into her arms and gently ruffling its fur. What is its name? She inquired. Its name is Akamaru. And I am Inuzukiya, he responded, flashing a broad grin that revealed his adorable canine-like teeth. His exuberance starkly contrasted with the reserved demeanor she had encountered with Niji. Akiyama nodded, introducing herself. I am Akiyama. Why were you peeking from behind the tree? Akamaru pawed at her chest and enthusiastically licked her chin. Akiyama couldn't suppress her laughter, her previously cultivated serious demeanor crumbling in an instant. So cute. You observed her, feeling a surge of warmth in his heart. It seemed he understood the concept of love at first sight that his sister had mentioned. As she turned her gaze toward him, he stroked his chin, contemplating his response. Actually, Akamaru and I came to the woods to play, and we happened to see you training. I couldn't help but stop and watch you so intently. I didn't want to interrupt. Akiyama nodded in understanding. Would you like to have a match with me? A match? Since you proposed it, doesn't that mean? He appeared shocked. Why would I have a match with you? You're a girl. How can you casually suggest fighting? Akiyama awkwardly scratched her face, realizing that being surrounded by so many hot-blooded fools wanting to spar had influenced her too. Yes, that must be it. With hands on his hips, you replied, well, rather than fighting, I would prefer to go to the park with you. Don't girls enjoy flower picking? I can accompany you. Akamaru barked in agreement. Flower picking, truth be told, Akiyama had never engaged in such activities, but she could envision the process. Although not all girls liked flower picking, she imagined that girls of their age would often go in groups for it. Reflecting on her friend Rin's age, she realized that she had never had a passion for flower picking either. The warm little dog wagged its tail joyfully in her arms, bringing her back to the moment. At this season, there aren't many flowers left, and I don't usually have a habit of flower picking. Is that so? You placed his hands behind his head. I was just wondering if your usual hobbies involved shurikens or throwing knives. Otherwise, how about we go watch a movie or enjoy some desserts? Since when did I agree to hang out with you? Akiyama pondered, her curiosity piqued. You want to play with me? You replied matter-of-factly, of course. Why? She asked. Surprised. We just met. Because it doesn't matter. You wrinkled his nose, glancing at Akamaru as if struck by an idea. It's all Akamaru's fault, if he didn't like you. Akamaru likes me? Akiyama lifted the puppy, beaming at its squinty eyes. I like you too. Seeing her attention diverted by Akamaru, you felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. Hey, since Akamaru likes me, what about you? You suddenly found himself locked in the gaze of Akiyama's clear and sincere eyes, momentarily at a loss for words. What are you saying? He stuttered, flustered by her directness. I read that dogs resemble their owners, so is it incorrect? You felt his face heat up and quickly turned away, muttering, not entirely wrong. Akiyama didn't catch his words, only noticing droplets falling onto her nose. Looking up, she realized it had begun to rain. The raindrops cascaded from the sky, and she hurriedly pulled you beneath the tree to shield them from the downpour. The sparse leaves offered little protection, much like her former political teacher's thinning hair. Akiyama placed Akamaru into Ya's arms, intending to part ways. Seeing her intentions, Ya followed closely, catching up to Akiyama as she turned back in confusion. Why are you following me instead of going home? I don't want to part ways yet, Ya replied, pushing his damp bangs aside to reveal sharp, feline-like pupils. If Akiyama wasn't mistaken, his pupils seemed to widen slightly. He was indeed as easy to read as a puppy. Akamaru nestled into Ya's embrace, letting out a soft whimper. Observing the puppy's damp fur, Akiyama finally relented. Then come to my house to avoid the rain. Leading Ya and Akamaru through the shelter of shop awnings, they returned to her home. Akiyama briskly retrieved 2 dry towels, handing one to Ya and wrapping the trembling Akamaru in the other. As you dried Akamaru, he curiously surveyed the room. It seems you live alone? Akiyama poured freshly boiled water, deciding against searching for tea, as she assumed children preferred something other than tea. Let me help. You should dry your hair, she offered, taking Akamaru back and expertly drying its fur. He sniffled, wiping his face with the towel, and asked, "Do you often take care of small animals?" Akiyama paused, memories of her mischievous black cat splashing in puddles on rainy days surfacing, and chuckled softly, "I suppose so." Outside, the rain intensified, tapping against the eaves with a crisp sound. Under her gentle touch, Akamaru gradually relaxed, emitting a contented purr. He held the teacup, secretly observing the girl opposite him through the rising steam. Her lashes cast delicate shadows under the light, and a few drops of unabsorbed rainwater clung to the tip of her nose. Suddenly, he spoke up, his voice muffled. "Actually, I lied earlier." Akiyama looked up. "It's true that Akamaru likes you." Ya's face flushed visibly, "But I do too." Akiyama blinked in surprise and burst into laughter. "Is that all? I thought you were going to say something significant." Ya frowned. "Isn't that significant? Are you coming down with a cold?" "What?" Ya was bewildered by her abrupt change of topic. Akiyama dashed into her room, emerging with a long robe for him to change into. Feeling a bit bashful at the scent of someone else's clothing, Ya remarked, "Is this yours?" "No, it's too big." Akiyama stifled a laugh at the sight of him tugging at the sleeves. The robe was indeed one she had worn at 10 years old, and it was no surprise it was oversized on 4-year-old Ya. "Let us wait for the rain to stop before we leave," Akiyama suggested, resting her chin on her hand as she gazed at him. "All right." Woof. Chapter 64. Little Cat Shun Dong. Akiyama awoke from the cold. Upon opening her eyes, she noticed the world outside was blanketed in white. It had started to snow. Breathing onto the window, she drew a small cat on the fog glass, only to have a masked face appear beside it. She could guess with her toes who that was. Kakashi brushed the snow off his clothing, waved at her, and leaped down from the eaves. Shanjo understood that this meant he was being called to open the door. He hurriedly donned a thick coat and rushed downstairs. As he opened the door, a gust of cold wind rushed in. Kakashi swiftly entered and closed the door behind him, bringing with him the chill of snow. Shanjo sniffed and urged him to take off his coat and wrap himself in a blanket. "What brings you here on such a cold day?" she asked, pushing him onto the sofa while she hurried to fetch a kettle to boil water. "There's no need to go through so much trouble." Observing her petite figure bustling about, Kakashi felt a soft warmth in his heart. "I just came to see you. I'll be leaving shortly. Is it really necessary to go through all this just to see me? Couldn't you wait until the snow stops?" She placed the hot water before Kakashi. Yet she was too lazy to search for tea leaves. With a yawn, Shanju sank into the sofa. "I still need to train after the snow stops." "Yes. You are quite strict with yourself. Are you going on a mission so early?" Shanju tilted her head, examining his drooping demeanor. "Or did you have a nightmare?" Kakashi reached out to touch the warm cup, then lifted his gaze to her, letting out a deep sigh. "May I hold you?" "Don't." Shanju instinctively rejected the idea. "You're so cold." Kakashi appeared somewhat defeated, lowering his eyes, unsure of whether his feelings were genuine or not. Nevertheless, Shanju believed him, and with a twinge of guilt, she moved beside him and opened her arms. Kakashi pulled her into his embrace, tightening the blanket around them. Now it's not cold. Nestled in his arms, Shanju rested her head against his chest and remarked, "Actually, I haven't washed my face yet." Kakashi looked down at her head, gently stroking the back of her neck and pulling her closer. Her face pressed snugly against his chest, she mumbled in protest. No child abuse. The warmth of her breath seemed to penetrate Kakashi's clothing, igniting a fire in his heart. He released his hold, slowly bending down to rest his chin on her small shoulder. His hair brushed against Shanju, causing her to chuckle at his messy locks. Guessing he had just woken up without time to tidy up, she reached out to smooth a rebellious strand of hair and softly inquired, "What's wrong, Kakashi?" Kakashi nuzzled her head and finally revealed, "I dreamed of the day you were hit." Shanju cautiously tried to observe his expression, only to have her eyes covered by his hand. "Everything feels so vivid now. Sometimes I wonder, are you truly back, or have I simply succumbed to delusions?" Shanju gently touched the back of his hand that covered her eyes. "Kakashi?" Kakashi sighed, leaning in closer, their breaths mingling. "You seem so small, as if everyone else is growing up, but you remain as you were." Shanju felt Kakashi's breath softly brush against her cheek, trembling ever so slightly. She slowly lowered his hand from her eyes, meeting his gaze, which was filled with sorrow. "Kakashi," she whispered, cupping his face with her small hands. "See, I am real." She pinched his cheek. "I have warmth, I breathe, and I can still call you a fool." "Foolish Kakashi." Kakashi's lashes fluttered gently, like winter butterflies shaking off snow from their wings. He grasped her hand, burying his face deeper into her palm. I know, but sometimes I can't help but let my mind wander. Outside, snowflakes fell silently, accumulating a thin layer of frost on the glass. Inside, the kettle emitted a soft hum, steam swirling upward from the cup's rim. Suddenly, Chiyo Shanju struggled to stand from his embrace, scampering barefoot to the window. She forcefully pushed it open, letting in a blast of cold wind mixed with snow. "Chiyo!" Kakashi exclaimed, quickly grabbing the blanket and pursuing her. "Reach out," Chiyo Shanju called back, her small figure nearly obscured by the wind and snow. Kakashi, confused, extended his hand, catching a snowflake that gently landed in his palm. The icy touch instinctively made him want to clench his fist, but Chiyo Shanju held his wrist down. "Look," she pointed to the melting snowflake. "It melts. Brings the sensation of cold, and it's real." She then gestured to her own cheeks, flushed from the cold, placing her hand on Kakashi's palm. "I am real too. Those memories that bring you both lightness and weight, along with the body that carries all emotions, have returned to you." Kakashi stared blankly at the hand that belonged to Chiyo Shanju, feeling the snowflake melt in their palms, creating a damp sensation. Suddenly, he enveloped her, along with the blanket, in his arms and swiftly closed the window. His heart raced. The rhythm clearly felt through the layers of fabric against Chiyo Shanju's back. "You fool," he murmured, "you'll catch a cold." Chiyo Shanju turned in his embrace, gazing up at him. "So, do you believe I am real now?" Kakashi did not respond. He simply rested his chin atop her head. After a long pause, he softly confessed, "I am just afraid of losing you again." Those words fell like a stone, heavy and sinking into Chiyo Shanju's heart. She sensed that Kakashi had not truly grown up, still resembling the boy who would shyly bury his face in a scarf. "Kakashi," she tugged at his collar, signaling him to lean down. Just as he bent, Chiyo Shanju suddenly propped herself up and headbutted him on the forehead. With a dull thud, they both yelped in surprise. "Does it hurt?" Chiyo Shanju rubbed her reddened forehead, lifting her gaze to him. Kakashi also held his forehead, half amused, half exasperated. "Yes, it hurts. Then remember this feeling," Chiyo Shanju declared sternly. "Next time you doubt I'm real, I'll poke you with a kunai." Kakashi chuckled at her feisty demeanor. He set Chiyo Shanju back on the sofa, crouching down to meet the fuming girl's gaze. "I'll remember, Teacher Chiyo-shan." What a strange title. Teacher Chiyo-shan. Hee. Outside, the snow continued to fall, but a beam of sunlight broke through the clouds, shining directly onto the windowsill. Kakashi reached out to brush off the snowflakes from Chiyo Shanju's hair, softly asking, "Shall we train after the snow stops?" "I'll accompany you." Chiyo Shanju tilted her head. "Isn't there a mission?" "No." Kakashi rubbed her cheek with his finger. "At least today, for the whole day." Chiyo Shanju raised an eyebrow, smiling. "Let us practice until the sun sets." Kakashi gazed into her sparkling eyes, smiling broadly. "Yes, I'll accompany you." Chapter 65. No sleeping in the snow after dying once. Chiyo Shanju rarely dreamed, unsure if it was related to the ninja world. The few dreams she did have occurred during or after her travels, or perhaps after her death. However, since this latest journey, the frequency of her dreams had notably increased. And correspondingly, she encountered many bizarre events. Dreaming was inherently a fantastical experience, which unexpectedly provided her with a sense of reassurance, a feeling of being grounded. Dreaming, after all, is usually commonplace, but the repeated experiences of death linked to her dreams left her with an inexplicable aftereffect, making her feel that dreaming was intertwined with death. Fortunately, her dreams gradually returned to normal, and Chiyo Shanju even developed a premonition that perhaps this would be her final journey. Finally, is it no longer necessary to endure that restless feeling of being dead yet unpeaceful? A mixture of joy, comfort, and panic swells within her. She fears that a sudden impulse might drive her to madness once more, as it did before the presence of Yuzu, causing her heart to shatter. Perhaps it is merely an emotional surge, yet Akiyama reflects on her situation without regret. As she opens the book of tailed beasts, her fingers caress the photographs, and her mind wanders. Closest to her is the Nine Tails, residing within the hidden leaf village, while the farthest is Isabu, lingering near the land of water. Initially, she believed he had been left behind in the Warring States period, expecting to encounter two Isabus. However, upon retrieving the book of tailed beasts, she noted that Isabu's photograph bore no trace of chakra. Fortunately, his chakra gradually began to return, leading Akiyama to realize he was within the territory of the land of water. As she perused the book of tailed beasts, Akiyama concluded that Isabu had perished alongside her and only recently been reborn, a revelation that deeply pained her. Yet, mere sorrow proved futile. Her current strength was inadequate, and her status insufficient. She had yet to obtain the title of a ninja, having not even enrolled in the ninja academy. Leaving the village in search of a tailed beast would take considerable time. Sighing, she donned her coat and ventured into the familiar woods for training. The sunlight timidly filtered through the trees, casting fleeting shadows upon the snow, the edges of the tree shadows sharp and cold, as if etched into the snow itself. Akiyama tightened her scarf around her neck, her cold cheeks flushed, feeling as though her nose had lost all sensation. Regretting her decision to step outside, she pondered whether it might have been wiser to remain at home, expanding her theoretical knowledge. Was her outdoor training merely an act of self-torture? With a self-deprecating laugh, Akiyama set her thermos filled with hot water on the ground, maintaining her distance before unleashing a fireball into the clearing. It was only then that she noticed a glimpse of black hair partially buried in the snow, sending a jolt of panic through her. Was someone trapped beneath the snow? A living person? Or perhaps a corpse? She hurried over and began to clear the snow, revealing a face frozen and discolored. Pulling him out, she checked for a pulse. Relieved to feel the slow thrum of his carotid artery. The boy appeared to be around 5 years old, dressed in only 2 thin garments. With a wound on his forehead, Akiyama examined his mouth and nose, clearing the obstructing snow, bending down to observe the rise and fall of his chest, and bringing her face close to his nose. Detecting a faint breath, she shifted his position to lie on his side, facilitating his breathing. "Hey, wake up," she urged in his ear, yet received no response. Without further hesitation, Akiyama probed his body with her chakra, confirming the absence of fractures or significant injuries before lifting him into her arms, running toward the hospital as steadily as she could. To her surprise, amid the jostling, the boy quietly opened his eyes, gazing up at Akiyama's face in confusion. "You're awake." Akiyama instantly noticed the change in his breathing rhythm, lowering her gaze to him as she continued her pace. "Don't be alarmed. I'm taking you to the hospital." The boy groaned a few times, then spoke in a barely audible whisper. Akiyama assumed he was delirious and glanced at him with concern. In the next moment, however, the boy burst into tears, mumbling about how useless he felt. "Hey, don't cry," Akiyama urged, quickening her pace, but the squirming boy made it difficult to maintain her balance, nearly causing her to slip. Suddenly, a pair of hands steadied her, and she looked up to see Niji, whom she had not seen in quite some time. Niji glanced at the boy in her arms, raising an eyebrow in puzzlement. "He's frostbitten. I found him in the snow," Akiyama gasped, feeling that explaining further would be a waste of time as she attempted to maneuver around him. "Wait a moment, let me help," Niji said, pulling her back and indicating for her to place the boy on his back. "No, don't carry him. The cold could cause blood to flow back to his heart and lead to sudden death." Niji straightened up, observing the boy's vigorous weeping, unable to connect him to the notion of sudden death. Though he found it troublesome, he still reached out to lift the boy, turning to sprint toward the hospital. Once seated on a bench in the hospital corridor, Akiyama remained somewhat dazed, oblivious to Niji's several glances in her direction. Her 4-year-old body, having only trained for a few months, felt the effects of the cold air she had inhaled while running, and she helplessly rubbed her forehead. "Do you know him?" Niji's cool voice snapped her back to reality. Akiyama shook her head. "No, I just found him in the snow." Niji replied, turning his head away before speaking again after a pause. "His chakra is peculiar." Hearing this, Akiyama tilted her head to look at him, contemplating before responding. "I sensed it too. When I examined him, I could hardly detect any chakra." Niji met her gaze. "Is he the child of a ninja?" Akiyama blinked, about to reply when the examination room door swung open. A medical ninja clad in a white coat emerged, wearing a gentle smile. "Do not worry. He only has minor frostbite and mild hypothermia. A few days of rest will suffice." Akiyama stood up, asking, "May I go in and see him?" The medical ninja stepped aside. "Just don't disturb him for too long. He needs to rest." Nodding, she hurried into the examination room. On the hospital bed, the boy had ceased his crying, staring blankly at the ceiling, his forehead wrapped in a fresh bandage. Hearing footsteps, he turned his head, and when his gaze met Akiyama's, he averted his eyes. Akiyama, somewhat puzzled, approached him, compelling him to meet her gaze. He began, momentarily taken aback by her unwavering expression. "Why were you alone in the snow?" Akiyama inquired, maintaining her steady gaze. The boy lowered his head, his fingers unconsciously tugging at the blanket. I fell while practicing taijutsu, and then his voice trailed off. "Then I realized I couldn't even control the most basic chakra." Akiyama doubted his story of merely falling. The injury at the center of his forehead suggested self-inflicted harm. Perhaps he had recklessly slammed into a tree in despair, only to lose consciousness from the exertion. At the doorway to the examination room, Niji leaned against the doorframe, arms crossed, quietly listening to their exchange. As a prodigy of the Hyuga clan, he found it difficult to grasp why someone would be troubled by such matters. Yet, gazing at the boy's forlorn expression, he couldn't help but recall the pressure from the main family upon the branch family, stirring an unusual emotion within him. "What is your name?" Akiyama gently lifted his chin, asking. "Rock Lee." "All right, Rock Lee, let me ask you. Why do you consider yourself useless?" I can't do well. I can't even perform the most basic shadow clone technique," Little Lee panted, avoiding her gaze. Chapter 66. Do not deny yourself so easily. Akiyama felt an inexplicable dissatisfaction. This was their first meeting. She held no authority to educate a stranger she had never encountered before. Yet, she reached out to ruffle Lee's hair, silently observing him until he could no longer resist the urge to shield himself. "Why are you hiding from me?" she asked. Little Lee bit his lip in silence, finally unable to contain a few sobs. I feel so useless." He covered his face. "I lack the talent for ninjutsu. And even my taijutsu is subpar. After fainting, I've inconvenienced you, a child even younger than me, by bringing me to the hospital." Akiyama's fingers halted midair, her gaze dropping to Lee as she pondered his words. "So, you believe that being helped by someone younger than you is shameful?" Her voice was soft, yet it silenced his sobs. Xiao Li surreptitiously observed her through his fingers, his damp eyelashes fluttering incessantly. Qiu Shanjiu inhaled deeply, suddenly lifting the covers off him. In the midst of his startled gaze, she seized his wrist and raised it before them. His palm was calloused, thickened by toil, with unhealed abrasions at his knuckles. Qiu Shanjiu gently traced the scars with her fingertips, her tone unconsciously softening. "These calluses are a testament to your relentless training, are they not?" Xiao Li's eyes brimmed with tears once more. He attempted to withdraw his hand, but Qiu Shanjiu held it firmly. "I despise those who easily dismiss themselves," Qiu Shanjiu said, locking eyes with him. "Especially someone like you, who works so hard yet still claims to be useless." Outside, the snow seemed to fall heavier, the soft sound of snowflakes accentuating the silence of the hospital room. Xiao Li's tears finally overflowed, cascading down like the snow, large droplets splattering onto their clasped hands. "How old are you this year?" Qiu Shanjiu tilted her head, estimating 5, 6. "You must not be in school yet." Xiao Li sniffled, his tear-brightened eyes gazing at her. He was still such a small child, yet he had cultivated himself to a level that some seasoned ninjas could not achieve. Qiu Shanjiu's voice echoed softly in the room as she released Xiao Li's wrist and cradled his tear-streaked face in her hands. "Do you know?" Her thumb brushed away the tears on his cheeks. "I once met a ninja who, like you, had no innate talent for ninjutsu." The snowlight outside filtered through the glass, casting mottled shadows on Xiao Li's face. He widened his eyes, instinctively holding his breath as he gazed at the seemingly radiant girl before him. Yet he defeated countless geniuses with his physical prowess. Qiu Shanjiu's eyes sparkled. His speed was astonishing. If you were not careful, he could appear right before you, launching unexpected attacks. His strength was immense, capable of snapping a tree in half and easily overcoming his foes. Most importantly, she suddenly leaned in, gently pressing her forehead against Xiao Li's through the gauze. He would never utter the words, "I am useless" or "I cannot do this." The illogical praise and encouragement from the girl stirred something within Xiao Li. His pupils trembled slightly as he sensed Qiu Shanjiu's warm breath and saw the unwavering determination in her eyes. This close contact left him flustered yet oddly comforted. "I." His voice was barely a whisper. "Stop, I have not finished speaking," Qiu Shanjiu interjected, raising her index finger to his lips. "As your savior, I must make a request." First, she straightened up, hands on her hips, gazing at Xiao Li. "You are not allowed to say you are useless anymore. You are the most diligent and wonderful child." Xiao Li nodded dazedly. Second, Qiu Shanjiu raised 2 fingers. "Once you are discharged, I want to spar with you using pure physical techniques." It seems I have caught the infectious habit of challenging others, Xiao Li thought, blinking at her petite figure. After a moment of contemplation, he agreed. Third, Qiu Shanjiu suddenly hesitated, scratching her head. I haven't thought of anything yet. Let us leave it for now." This unexpected twist made Xiao Li break into a smile, using the back of his hand to wipe his face and revealing an innocent grin. "Yes." A short, light laughter came from behind, and Qiu Shanjiu turned to see Lin looking at her with a gentle smile. "Lin," Qiu Shanjiu called out joyfully. Rushing over to embrace her leg, Lin crouched down, pinching her cheek and exclaiming, "You really excel at this sort of thing." Huh? Shanjiao tilted her head in confusion. What do you mean? Perhaps it was Lin winking at her, but she changed the subject, feigning sadness. You haven't come to see me in a long time. Shanjiao scratched her cheek, stammering as she recounted recent events. Shaoli sat on the bed, observing her flustered explanations, feeling the stark contrast. Strangely, his gaze was drawn to Niji, who stood nearby, looking at Shanjiao with a contemplative expression. His clear white eyes filled with thoughts. Are you coming with me? He suddenly spoke, causing both the explaining Shanjiao and the amused Lin to turn their attention towards him. Last time, you promised me, Niji reminded her. Shanjiao paused for a few seconds, suddenly recalling that she had indeed made a promise to spar with him. But why bring it up now? In such vague terms? Lin chuckled. What did you promise? Her gaze fell on Shanjiao, making her break into a cold sweat. Why did it feel so strange? Shall we go? Niji stepped forward, grasping Shanjiao's wrist. Lin intercepted their hands, narrowing her eyes. Hold on. I haven't heard the answer yet. Just to spar a bit. Shanjiao withdrew her hand. Why is it all so strange? Lin looked at Niji as if she feared he would lead Shanjiao astray. Surely it was because she had shrunk, as Lin instinctively treated her like a child. Lin, Shanjiao grasped one of her fingers. You needn't worry about me. Lin felt an unprecedented sense of urgency, mechanically turning to glance at Niji. She bit her lip and whispered, Chiao, do you like this sort of thing? The moment the words left her mouth, all three children froze. Lin, what are you thinking? Shanjiao exclaimed in shock, pointing at the embarrassed Niji who had turned his head away. He's still just a child. Lin wore an innocent expression. But you are also a child now. Well then, Lin. Shanjiao suddenly calmed down. Did you read something strange? Lin diverted her gaze. Shanjiao firmly turned her head back, a forced smile on her lips. What did you say? Lin's cheeks flushed slightly, her eyes darting about. The medical class recently acquired a batch of psychology books. Oh. Shanjiao squinted her eyes, a knowing look on her face. Does that include a book titled on early romantic psychology in children? Lin, caught in her thoughts, stood up with a huff. Oh, it seems someone over there needs help. So I'll be going now. Niji stood by, his white eyes slightly widened, clearly taken aback by this sudden turn of events. Shaoli on the hospital bed looked utterly bewildered, unable to keep up with the rapid topic changes. Shanjiao gazed at Lin's departing figure, feeling somewhat helpless. Yet perhaps this was for the best. She thought. This way, it felt as if Lin remained the same in her memory. As though no age gap had formed between them, just as it once was. Chapter 67. The medicine is made at home. Crying bang. He abruptly flung open the window, desperately inhaling the fresh air outside, then pinched his nose and shouted back at Shanjiao, Stop. Don't come near me. What? Shanjiao, holding a plate of dark tofu, complained, You clearly said you would eat anything I made. Stinky tofu is a dish that people either love or detest. It was evident that Inuzukiya, born with a naturally heightened sense of smell, belonged to the latter category. Shanjiao grinned mischievously, wickedly bringing the plate of stinky tofu closer to him. Yeah, horrified, clambered out of the window using all fours. If I had known you were making such peculiar food, I wouldn't have come. He yelled. This is an utter desecration of food. Shanjiao laughed heartily, almost toppling the plate of stinky tofu, before reluctantly returning it to the kitchen. Stinky tofu possesses an extraordinary potency when it lands upon a carpet. Enough of the jesting, return swiftly. Upon not spotting the platter of this culinary abomination, Yu's gaze redirected back into the room. After the commotion, he suddenly remembered Akamaru, and upon searching, he found Akamaru lying comatose on the carpet. In a state of panic, Yu clutched his head and shouted, Akamaru. Amidst the chaos, Akiyama, now donned in a fresh change of clothes, sat on the sofa, exasperatedly raising his hands towards Yu, asking, Is it odorless now? Yu, suspicious, leaned closer to sniff, giving her a dubious glance before investigating further. Ju, I'm here. What are you all doing? Naruto's boisterous voice called from the window. Upon seeing the two turn to him, he hastily climbed through, pointing at Yu and inquiring, What are you up to with Ju? Akiyama, bewildered by their unconventional entry, questioned, Why do you both avoid the front door? Naruto scratched his face sheepishly. I happened to see the window open and just wanted to say hello. Who knew Yu was taking advantage of you? He then grinned and mockingly gestured at Yu with his fist. What do you mean I'm taking advantage of her? Yu retorted angrily, ready to confront him. Stop. Akiyama interjected with her hands raised, let us not escalate this. First of all, this is a misunderstanding, and secondly, we're still quite young to be discussing such matters. Naruto, hearing this, abruptly turned to grasp Ju's hand, his face serious. Ju, girls must protect themselves. Don't trust those with ill intentions who may seek to invade your privacy for various reasons. What? Akiyama Ju was simultaneously amused and touched. Yeah. Feeling unjustly accused of harboring ill intentions, interrupted. So where exactly have I been unkind? Naruto shot her a sharp look, then swear you will never develop feelings for Ju. You momentarily fell silent, but then countered, why is it unkind to have feelings? Friends can have feelings for each other. The two children engaged in a spirited debate, and before their discussion became overly theoretical, Akiyama Ju quickly intervened. Naruto, thank you. She embraced him briefly, then stepped back to explain the earlier situation. Restoring some dignity to the innocent you stood with arms crossed, nodding as she listened. Ultimately accusing Akiyama Ju of the outrageous act of cooking something foul at home and expecting him to partake. Cooking something foul? Akiyama Ju's lips twitched, momentarily rendered speechless by the blunt description. After hearing the entire saga, Naruto expressed an interest in the mysterious dish, insisting on witnessing the tofu that you claimed carried the scent of an ancient sewer. When he finally stood before the plate of stinky tofu, he fell into deep contemplation. Ju, he instinctively held his breath. If, there aren't any good ingredients, feel free to tell me, and I'll procure some for you. There's no need to use spoiled ones. Is this tofu? It was quite a feat for him to utter such a lengthy statement before a plate of stinky tofu. Akiyama Ju shrugged and simply picked up a piece to offer him. I haven't used expired ingredients. Want to give it a try? Naruto tactically leaned back, his fingertip pressed against his nostrils. Upon meeting Ju's expectant gaze, he bravely opened his mouth despite feeling queasy. Phew. Naruto truly indulged her. Akiyama Ju did not genuinely press him to taste it, as even she had found it revolting when she first encountered stinky tofu. After all, with an abundance of culinary delights in the world, there was no need to force Naruto to appreciate this controversial delicacy. Yeah. Peeking curiously around the kitchen door with Akamaru in her arms, chuckled at the unfolding scene. Just then, the doorbell rang, and Akiyama Ju felt an unexpected wave of relief. Setting down the stinky tofu, which the two boys had deemed a biological weapon, she hurried to the door. Welcome. The figure at the door had most of their face concealed by sunglasses and a collar. Shino. Akiyama Ju smiled. You've arrived. Please come in. She regarded oil girl Shino as a meticulous and knowledgeable, yet somewhat inconspicuous individual. Their first meeting took place at the home of Captain Makaz. When she first encountered Shino, now known as oil girl Shino, he did not display much excitement. He merely patted her head gently, saying it was good to be back. As for Shino, he had silently observed her from behind his father, oil girl Shino, yet for reasons unknown, they had grown closer since that day. It seemed rather natural. Shino's personality aligned well with Akiyama Ju's, providing a sense of immense reliability. Upon entering with Shino, she noticed Yu fixedly staring into the kitchen, even breaking out in a slight sweat. Akiyama Ju found it peculiar and moved closer. Following his line of sight to see Naruto attempting a taste of the stinky tofu she had inadvertently left uncovered. He seemed to have resolved to take a bite, but abruptly dropped his chopsticks, covering his mouth as he crouched down. No way. You looked at Naruto with admiration. Naruto, I must concede you are stronger. Naruto. Akiyama Ju rushed forward. Don't force yourself. Hurry, spit it out. Naruto held the morsel beneath his tongue for what felt like ages, ultimately swallowing it, shakily giving Akiyama Ju a thumbs up. What was that, poison? Akiyama Ju couldn't help but chuckle. Stinky tofu. I've heard of this dish, Shino remarked, entering unnoticed. Casually picking up a pair of chopsticks and sampling a piece of tofu, chewing thoughtfully. The flavor was quite agreeable. You was taken aback. Naruto was still recovering. Ugh, Akamaru nestled in Ya's arms, overwhelmed by the odor of stinky tofu. Akiyama Ju hadn't anticipated Shino would be able to accept this flavor. Shino is remarkable. What do you mean? Naruto cast an envious glance her way. Akiyama Ju chuckled, a touch sheepishly averting her gaze. What? So you don't like this stuff either? Naruto exclaimed, incredulous. Oh, it was actually made for the neighbor. He particularly enjoys such strong flavors. What? You retorted. This wasn't made specifically for me. Haha, as though if it were made specifically for him, he would eat it. Ju. Meow. Chapter 68, Little Cat or Little Dog. The gathering of the children was sparked by Shino inadvertently mentioning that the adults were taking him into the woods to search for rare spring-hatching parasitic insects. Upon hearing this, Naruto was utterly captivated, urging his friends to join him in the woods for a day of fun. Akiyama grew off and trained in the woods, but had only explored a small area near the village thus far. The prospect of playing with many friends felt exhilarating. And without a second thought, she agreed. It felt akin to a spring outing, especially since it was the season of blooming flowers, with cherry blossoms in full bloom, painting the landscape in shades of pink. Initially, she thought it would be just Naruto, Akamaru, Shino, and herself, but upon arriving in the woods, Naruto insisted on leading her to his so-called meeting point, revealing that they were not the only 4 in 1. Even so, upon spotting the 2 little girls, she was taken aback. They were simply adorable. The girl with pink hair shyly hid behind the girl with soft yellow hair, timidly peeking out to observe her. Beside them sat a boy with spiky hair, lazily yawning while perched on a tree stump. As the spirited girl with a bun let out a prolonged yawn and wiped away the saline moisture from the corners of her eyes, she turned her gaze towards Naruto, voicing her displeasure. At last, you've arrived. Honestly, why must we gather so many people? Playing together is quite different from playing separately. It's far more enjoyable to play as a group. Naruto, brimming with energy, playfully nudged his nose with his knuckles and donned the straw hat that had been hanging around his neck. So, why is it that Choji and Sasuke didn't come? It's truly impossible to get them to join us, Naruto asserted confidently, pulling the bun girl up from the tree stump, exclaiming, "Come on, Shikamaru, we're setting off." However, upon reflection, the girl with the pale yellow hair tilted her head, posing a profound question. "But you called us here just to say we're going to play. Yet you've not shared any specific plans with us." Naruto paused, momentarily at a loss. Akiyama, observing him, could tell he hadn't considered such details, and sighed in exasperation. In a slow, measured tone, Kiba revealed the truth. "Hey, Naruto, you don't actually have a plan, do you?" Naruto, for once, seemed a bit flustered, scratching his cheek as his gaze wandered until it landed on the rather unobtrusive Shino, at which point his eyes brightened. I've got it. Great. Our goal for today is to help Shino find the newly hatched larvae in the woods." Shino was taken aback, not expecting to be involved, and adjusted his sunglasses, stating, "I actually don't need your help catching them. If you must know why, then let us get moving." Naruto interjected, hands on his hips, shouting. Shino felt overlooked. "What?" The girl with the pale yellow hair crossed her arms in dissatisfaction, turning to the pink-haired girl beside her. "Right, Sakura?" "Yeah." Meanwhile, Akiyama quietly sidled up to Shino, offering a comforting pinky link. Shino stiffened momentarily before relaxing and grasping her hand. Naruto, tugging at his ear, pondered aloud. What if Ino and Sakura went flower picking? That would be less effective than splitting up from the start, Ino replied resignedly. Naruto chuckled, adjusting his straw hat. "Then let us split up. We'll regroup here for lunch." With that, he grabbed Akiyama and sped off, leaving a cluster of children in silence. "Darn it. You want to find the larvae first? We won to lose. Let us go, Akamaru." "Woof. Ugh, what a hassle." Shikamaru scratched the back of his head before turning to enter the woods. "Well," Ino shrugged, pulling Sakura along. "I'm not concerned about it." Shino lingered, staring blankly at his fingertips. Just now, they had held hands. "Naruto, wait." Before Akiyama could react, she was pulled along by Naruto, who, with a hint of amusement, remarked, "Are you just going to leave them? They all have their own ideas. Honestly, I anticipated that everyone would likely only sit together during lunch. Eating together is still nice, right?" Naruto replied, leading her to a cherry blossom tree, releasing her hand with a cheerful grin. "Just wait for me here, okay? Akiyama smiled slyly. "Will it be a surprise? You'll find out soon." In an instant, Naruto nimbly climbed the tree, resembling a graceful orange cat, scattering petals like a soft pink ring. Countless cherry blossom petals cascaded down, twirling through the air. Akiyama instinctively extended her hands, and the petals gently landed in her palms, in her hair, even on her eyelashes. "Hey!" Naruto, having removed his straw hat, let the golden strands catch the petals, creating a gust of wind that carried the essence of spring towards her. The hat, now a vessel for the blossoms, was presented to her with both hands. His azure eyes sparkled like the deep sea, curving into a crescent moon as he beamed at her. Akiyama was momentarily entranced. Gazing at the hat overflowing with cherry blossoms, Naruto's radiant smile amidst the swirling petals was particularly striking. No one had ever bestowed upon her such a grand shower of blossoms. She cautiously accepted the hat, her fingertips brushing against Naruto's palm, still dusted with tree bark. "It's so beautiful," she murmured softly, peering down at the layers of pink petals, each one seemingly handpicked, their edges tinged with a gentle golden sunlight. Naruto, with a sense of pride, rubbed his nose, declaring, "I found the most perfect cherry blossoms." Suddenly, Kiba's voice rang out from the other side of the woods. He and Akamaru perched on a protruding rock, defiantly challenging. "Dare to compete to see who can find the larvae Shino mentioned first? The loser has to eat the winner's special surprise bento." "Huh." Naruto bristled. "Who would want to compete with you? Your surprise bento is worse than stinky tofu." He abruptly fell silent, stealing a glance at Akiyama Juchi. What a fool, she thought with a smile. Just moments ago, he had reminded her of a small cat. And now, in terms of personality, he was evidently a playful puppy. "Huh. Naruto, are you afraid of losing to me?" Kiba grinned, baring his canines in a taunting manner. "Who's afraid of you?" Naruto waved a fist at him, then turned to Akiyama Juchi, unable to resist. She reached out to tousle his hair. "Go on. Then, Akiyama, you enjoy the flowers on your own for now. I'll win against Kiba and be back soon." "All right. Good luck." Kiba, standing nearby, wasn't he quite clear on what they were whispering about, but felt an urge to interrupt. "If you don't come, I'm setting off." No cheating. Chapter 69. Spring is the season of cherry blossoms. Akiyama Juchi leaned against the tree trunk, settling down, and placed the straw hat beside her. Gazing up through the gaps between the trees at the sky, it was truly relaxing. After a while, she heard rustling sounds approaching from behind her, and when she looked up, she was met with a verdant lake. The girl with emerald green eyes extended her hand, offering Akiyama Juchi a flower. "Ino asked me to give this to you." Akiyama Juchi accepted it, raising her gaze to see the girl's cheeks tinged with pink. A small white flower tucked behind her ear. "How adorable. Your name is Sakura, right?" Sakura paused, nodding shyly. "Yes, I'm Haruno Sakura. I'm Akiyama Juchi." "Sakura." Akiyama Juchi smiled. "Then spring must be your season, right?" Sakura's eyes widened, momentarily taken aback. "Why do you say that?" She appeared a bit shy, a rosy hue creeping up to her ears. It was the first time she had ever heard such a compliment. Akiyama Juchi pondered aloud. "Am I the first person to say something like this to you? What an honor." Sakura blinked, feeling a bit bashful from the directness of her words, yet unable to look away from Akiyama Juchi's beautiful gaze. "Sakura." The arrival of Ino broke the inexplicable silence between them as she circled around to face Sakura. Observing her shy demeanor and quietly asked, "What's going on? Didn't you say you wanted to play with her? I've been watching you two stare at each other for ages." Akiyama Juchi, overhearing their not-so-quiet conversation, lowered her head to place the flower in the straw hat. Her fingertips brushing over the soft petals, a smile unconsciously forming on her lips. "Just ask her if she'd like to join you in flower picking. That would suffice." "Okay." Taking a deep breath, Sakura stepped a little closer to Akiyama Juchi, earnestly extending an invitation. "Hello. Would you care to join us in flower picking?" Akiyama Ju couldn't help but chuckle at the formality of the words. Suddenly, from afar, Naruto's excited shout echoed as he shared the delightful discovery of a vast field of dandelions with Akiyama Ju. Ju rushed over to the trio, and Naruto, slightly out of breath, looked at her with sparkling blue eyes, exclaiming, "There are enormous dandelions over there. Shall we go blow them together?" Before Akiyama Ju could respond, Ino interjected, hands on her hips, blocking them. "Wait." Sakura was the first to arrive. "We agreed to pick flowers together." Afterward, she turned to Akiyama Ju, seeking her agreement, right? Ju nodded, "Yes." "My apologies, Naruto. We must adhere to the rule of first come, first served. I'll accompany you to blow the dandelions later." She then added, "By the way, Naruto, weren't you competing with Kiba? Is it really okay for you to find me?" Naruto's enthusiasm visibly deflated. Noting this, Akiyama Ju understood immediately. Ino, having overheard, said, "If there's a competition, you should hurry along." But no buts. Ino grasped Sakura's hand and tugged at Akiyama Ju's sleeve, urging, "Let us go. I know of a stunning field of flowers ahead." Naruto scratched his head, watching the three girls walk away, then suddenly shouted, "I want to go too. Wait for me." Sakura glanced back at the approaching Naruto and then subtly looked at Akiyama Ju beside her. Sunlight filtered through the leaves, reflecting in Ju's deep black eyes. Sakura wished to delve deeper into her gaze and was met with vast expanses of pink. At that moment, Sakura realized that this season had become uniquely special to her. For amidst the fluttering cherry blossoms, she had found the courage to seek friendship. Gently, Sakura tugged at Akiyama-ju's sleeve, asking, "Can we play together next time?" Akiyama-ju turned her head, meeting Sakura's eager gaze, leaving no room for refusal. Of course. She naturally took Sakura's hand. "Let us play together next time." Ino chimed in cheerfully, "You can't leave me behind." Akiyama-ju playfully embraced one girl in each arm. "Of course not." Feeling a regal sense of joy, Naruto's voice drifted from behind. Akiyama-ju turned to see him, looking dejected like a wet puppy, unable to suppress her laughter. She released the two girls and turned, arms wide open. "Come here, golden-haired little fox." Before she could finish her sentence, Naruto dove into her embrace, his golden locks tickling her cheek. Akiyama-ju ruffled his messy hair, hearing his muffled voice, "You promised we'd play first next time." All right. She responded eagerly when she suddenly felt a gentle tug on her hem. Looking down, she saw Sakura carefully gripping her clothing with delicate fingers, as if holding onto dandelion fluff. The pink-haired girl's voice was softer than the sound of falling petals. "Can I call you Ju?" Ino immediately exclaimed with excitement, while Naruto lifted his head from Akiyama-ju's embrace, pouting but saying nothing. "You may." Akiyama-ju smiled into Sakura's jade-like eyes. "Call me whatever you wish." "That feels unfair." Sakura hurriedly released her grip, only to have Akiyama-ju clasp her hand. The warm touch spread from her fingertips to her heart, and she felt her heartbeat drown out the whispers of the forest. "Let us go?" Ino suddenly urged from behind. "If we dawdle, the flowers will wilt." The four children laughed and frolicked, stirring a solitary figure lost in thought. There lay a silhouette lazily draped across a tree branch. It was Shikamaru, who had been hiding there from the beginning. He witnessed how effortlessly Akiyama-ju had soothed Sakura and Naruto, and recalled Shino's unusual demeanor, a frown creasing his brow. This girl was not as simple as she appeared. What a bother. Shikamaru sighed heavily, watching the four lively figures in the sunlight. He rested his head on his arms, gazing up through the leaves at the sky. The clouds drifted lazily by, mirroring his own languid thoughts. He had merely sought solitude, yet here she was, ever present. He muttered under his breath, but couldn't he help but direct his gaze back toward the commotion. Akiyama-ju was being pulled forward by Naruto. The petals scattered to the ground were swept up in the breeze of their running, swirling around them. Sakura and Ino followed behind, one shyly smiling, the other joyously laughing. Shikamaru gently closed his eyes, feeling the sunlight filtering through the cherry blossoms and branches warm his eyelids, sighing softly. "Well, it's best to keep my distance from her." Chapter 70. The main family and the branch family. I feel so drowsy. If the weather remains this intensely sunny, I might seriously consider using water release to shield the training grounds. As she wiped the sweat from her brow beneath the tree, Akiyama-ju pondered this. The cicadas sang in a chorus throughout the forest, and tree stumps baked in the sun were dotted with shurikens. Twisting her fingers, she noticed a bead of blood that had mysteriously appeared and contemplated whether to continue training. Just as she gathered a bit of resolve and stepped out from under the sun, the intense heat made her hesitate. A voice, laced with a suppressed sob, reached her ears, startling her. Why does she always encounter such situations? "I'm so sorry, truly sorry," the voice choked, gasping for breath, concerned that something might be amiss. Or perhaps driven by a morbid curiosity, Akiyama-ju followed the sound and soon spotted two figures nearby. Just as she looked over, the person in front forcefully shook off the hand that had reached out to touch them. Lady Hinata, there's no need for apologies. Such is the nature of the main and branch families. Niji, brother. The girl, referred to as Lady Hinata, shrank back, her rejected hand hesitatingly clutching her robe. Stumbling upon a quarrel, especially with someone she recognized, Akiyama-ju felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her, wishing to quietly slip away before being noticed. Akiyama-ju. The use of her full name froze her in her tracks, beads of sweat forming on her brow. "What are you doing here?" Niji stepped closer, anger still evident on his face. Akiyama-ju raised her gaze to meet his, thinking she had done nothing wrong. She had merely stumbled upon him entangled with another girl, a mere dozen meters from where she trained out of curiosity. "You know I'm here, don't you?" she asserted, "with your abilities. It's impossible for you not to have noticed me." Niji took a deep breath and, in a moment of resignation, replied, "Yes, and so what?" He then turned his head towards the girl standing awkwardly, instructing, "Lady Hinata, you should return home." Hinata bit her lip, torn, yet she decided to turn back. Akiyama-ju, perplexed, inquired, "You're just going to let her leave?" Hearing her words, Hinata paused, glancing at her. Niji shot her a sidelong glance, but remained silent. Akiyama-ju pressed on. "She seems to have something important to say to you?" Niji scoffed. How would you know? You don't even know her. If anything, they were the ones who had known each other first. Wouldn't that make him more inclined to support her? Akiyama-ju hesitated, casting a glance at the visibly anxious Hinata, acutely aware that family matters were not her place to interfere. But, can avoidance truly resolve problems? She spoke, and upon noticing the two were momentarily taken aback, they managed a dry chuckle. I was just joking. Niji remained silent for a while before finally asking her. What do you know? You know nothing of what I have endured, what I have suffered. He clenched his fists and scoffed. What significant matters could she possibly convey? Just some futile apologies and guilt that only served to waste time. What has transpired is of no consequence to her. His emotions intensified, his chest heaving with each breath. But in the next moment, he forcibly suppressed them. Hinata had never witnessed such a Niji. In her memory, he was always distant and cold, gazing at the sky with a reluctant expression when alone. She recalled their first meeting, where the adults spoke gravely, while he quietly praised her cuteness, tugging at his father's sleeve. Why had everything devolved into this? Surely it was due to Uncle Hizashi's death, or perhaps. Hinata glanced up at Niji's forehead, obscured by a black cloth. Or perhaps it was the caged bird. Noticing her gaze, Niji chuckled disdainfully and turned his attention to Akiyama, who appeared contemplative. You still owe me a match. What? Akiyama snapped back to reality, looking at her quizzically. What does bringing up a match mean in this situation? Niji-kun. Hinata raised her voice slightly, her earlier timidity replaced by a quivering yet resolute tone. I will change all of this. I will strive to do so. Akiyama regarded the girl with admiration. She had expected Hinata to turn away, yet here she was, seemingly determined to instigate change. Despite her youth and delicate appearance, Hinata's resolve shone through. Hearing Niji address her, she realized she must indeed be the Hyuga heiress, Hinata Hyuga. What a brave child. Turning back to Niji, she noticed the turbulent emotions swirling in his eyes. Such eloquent words, but what do you intend to do? Are you going to plead with the clan head? Or do you delude yourself into thinking you can persuade the elders of the main family? Niji sneered, bitterness evident. At this point, do you aspire to become the clan head yourself? Hinata was taken aback by his barrage of words, managing to utter, I, before Niji interrupted her. He turned to Akiyama. Let us have a match, Hinata-sama. His enunciation was deliberate. Please, just observe. During the bout with Niji, Akiyama keenly sensed that his thoughts were not focused on the fight. She intercepted his strike, leveraging his arm to flip him, and as she brought him down, Akiyama raised an eyebrow. Niji. She leaned over him, emphasizing that taking the match seriously was a sign of respect for one's opponent. Niji lay on the ground, squinting against the blinding sunlight. Akiyama, kindly shifting to shield him from some of the glare, revealed her radiant face even against the light. Niji sighed softly. I apologize. He rose, adopting a fighting stance. I will not be distracted again. Niji and Akiyama fought to a standstill. She was formidable. He felt they should not have been evenly matched. Niji's gaze was heavy as he observed Akiyama drinking from a water bottle. What? Akiyama looked at him curiously. Do you want some water? She tossed the bottle to Niji, who instinctively caught it, almost opening the lid before realizing. He tossed it back, crossing his arms, somewhat embarrassed. I do not share a drink with others. Oh. Akiyama scratched her cheek. I didn't consider that. My apologies. Niji stammered, turning away. Did that not imply he cared? Hinata, watching the two, felt a mix of astonishment at their prowess and admiration for Akiyama. What a remarkable girl. Did you see clearly? Niji's icy tone snapped her back to attention. What? Chapter 71. I'm sorry. Thank you. You're welcome. Earlier, during our exchange, Hinata nodded, then shook her head. There were still some things I couldn't see clearly. Couldn't he see clearly? Niji's Byakugan fixed on Hinata. If you cannot even discern the moves of your peers, what do you plan to change? Hinata recalled being thrown down repeatedly under Niji's grasp, hesitating as she felt like retreating. But she couldn't as her back collided with Akiyama, who had unknowingly stood behind her. Akiyama smiled brightly at her and gently patted her shoulder. Niji chuckled, somewhat understanding the earlier doctor's comment about Akiyama being skilled in such matters. Are you like this with everyone? Unyielding. What? Resentful. Is this how you treat everyone? Wanting to vent. Akiyama seemed to offer a shoulder for anyone to cry on, yet not for him. Why him? Niji pondered. He was born into the branch family, marked as a caged bird, had lost his father, and was the one devoid of comfort. Was it his fate to bow to the main family and die for them if necessary? Such sorrow, such sadness, such anger. A pair of warm, calloused hands gently cupped his face, coaxing him to look up. Niji was indeed awkward. You don't realize, do you? Akiyama met his gaze. No matter how hard you try to appear indifferent, no matter how harshly you treat Hinata, when you look at us, the yearning for support and acknowledgement spills from your eyes. Niji furrowed his brow, gazing at her with a complex expression. What nonsense are you spouting? Akiyama did not respond. Continuing, must you bear all of this alone, even when it is not yours to bear? You are but a child. Harboring too much sorrow will stunt your growth. You wouldn't want to remain shorter than Hinata when you grow up, would you? Niji internally rebutted, wanting to claim he cared not for height. But the image of being shorter than his sister silenced him. Nonsense. Akiyama playfully pinched his cheek, smiling. Why do your thoughts show so plainly on your face? I do not, he replied in a hushed tone. Sometimes, it's okay to rely on those around you. Those around him? Niji thought expressionlessly until he suddenly spotted Hinata approaching. Niji and I. She was already in tears, stammering, I will never give up. Even if it costs me my life. I will not relent. Niji and I will work so hard, harder than anyone, to become stronger than father. Are you foolish? Niji grasped Akiyama's hand, lowering his head. Do not speak of losing your life. Hinata had already cried herself into a state of breathlessness, sniffling as she repeatedly apologized. I'm sorry, Niji and I, for making you bear all of this alone. I'm sorry, Niji and I. The warmth of home eludes you. I am sorry, Niji. I apologize. From this moment forth, you shall no longer fight alone. After all, we are merely children, barely 5 or 6 years old. It is cruel to expect such young ones to confront these matters. Akiyama gazed down at Niji's bowed head, and it was only when she felt the dampness in her palm that she realized he had finally released the burdens in his heart, shedding silent tears. Thus, she enveloped Niji in her embrace, gently stroking his hair while using her fingertip to wipe away Hinata's tears. Good, you are all such dear children. She comforted them, feeling a bit helpless, grateful that she was merely pretending to be a child herself. Otherwise, she too might have succumbed to tears in this atmosphere. Fortunately, after burying his face in Akiyama's arms for a while, Niji, with a touch of pride, lifted his head and nonchalantly dried his tears. Hinata, too, had tired from crying, looking at her with a hiccup. Akiyama's heart softened. She retrieved a handkerchief that had been tucked away in her bag since the day she packed it and dampened it for Hinata to wipe her face. The handkerchief was finally remembered by its owner today. Thank you, Hinata said, a bit embarrassed, as she accepted the handkerchief with a flushed face. So adorable, Akiyama thought. Smiling. Suddenly, she felt a fiery gaze directed at her. Turning her head, she discovered Niji looking at her with slightly reddened eyes. What about me? Niji asked awkwardly as he noticed her gaze. Akiyama, with a mischievous thought, pointed at the damp spot on her clothes and laughed. Did you not just wipe yourself on me? Niji's face turned crimson instantly, glaring at her in indignation before turning away, refusing to acknowledge her further. After suppressing her laughter for a moment, Akiyama decided to stop teasing him and led him to the riverbank to wash their faces. Today marked the first time she witnessed such a lively Niji. Akiyama squatted beside him, bending down to wash her own face as well. Niji did not respond. Yet during the moment when her eyes were blurred by the water, she felt an almost palpable gaze upon her. Is that so? Niji's voice emerged beside her, imbued with an indefinable meaning. Akiyama wiped away the droplets from her face and turned to Niji, only to find him standing upright. His gaze calm as he looked into the distance. The remnants of red lingered at the corners of his eyes, yet his expression had returned to its usual indifference, as if the boy who had silently wept in her embrace was merely an illusion. Niji? She called, tilting her head. He replied softly, his voice still carrying a hint of nasality, though his tone had regained its composure. Akiyama blinked and suddenly poked his cheek. What's this? You cry and then act as if you don't know me? Niji furrowed his brow slightly and grasped her mischief-making hand, yet he did not retort with his usual coldness. After a moment of silence, he quietly spoke. Thank you. The words were so light they seemed almost whisked away by the wind, yet Akiyama still heard them. So cute. Akiyama smiled brightly. You're welcome. Niji. What? You were so cute when you were crying. Niji glared at her. If you dare to speak of it, I won't let you off. Ha. As they walked side by side back to the training field, Hinata had already dried her tears and sat on a tree stump, gazing down at the ground. Upon hearing their return, she immediately stood up, nervously clutching the hem of her clothes. Niji, Akiyama. Akiyama responded warmly. Niji glanced at her, his expression softer than usual. He remained silent for a moment before suddenly saying, "In the next training session, I will slow down the pace." Hinata's eyes widened in disbelief, then she nodded vigorously, joy illuminating her face. Chapter 72. The Game of Chess in the Early Autumn of Konoha. The cicadas' cries were no longer as raucous as in the height of summer, yet they stubbornly persisted in their song from the treetops. Shikamaru sat cross-legged beneath the corridor of his home, idly twirling a shogi piece between his fingers, boredom etched on his face. His father, Nara Shikaku, sat across from him, leisurely sipping tea. The state of the game on the board was already quite clear. Shikamaru had deliberately made 3 incorrect moves, eager to conclude this match that held no hope of victory for him. Shikaku sighed, clearly capable of winning yet choosing to feign ignorance. Shikamaru rested his chin on his hand, lazily responding with a non-committal his gaze drifting towards the yard outside. "Is that girl over there looking for you?" Shikamaru lazily turned his head, noticing a familiar yet strange girl standing on the hillside outside the medicinal herb garden, with her short black hair and gray checked robe. The strands of hair on her forehead clung to her cheeks with perspiration as she waved at him. It was Akiyama, the girl who had effortlessly discerned Shino's thoughts during their spring outing. Bearing the teasing gaze of his father, Shikamaru stood and made his way toward the back mountain. Upon reaching Akiyama, looking into her bright eyes, Shikamaru felt immensely troubled. Their last encounter had been in April, and he could not fathom the reason for her visit. "You were the one I met during the spring outing, right?" Shikamaru feigned ignorance, having clearly heard her self-introduction while perched in a tree. "What do you want with me?" "Your deer has wandered off." Akiyama pointed behind her. 3 of the Nara family's deer were contentedly munching on the herbs in her basket, one of them even flicking its tail at Shikamaru in triumph. Shikamaru stared at the chewed remnants of the herbs, letting out a long sigh. What a hassle. Hence, Shikamaru squatted by the herb garden, feeding the deer some wormwood. Glancing at the girl organizing her basket in his peripheral vision, "What brings you to the Nara clan's back mountain? And why are you inexplicably following me?" At this, Akiyama sighed deeply. "Last time, I accidentally knocked a kimchi out with stinky tofu. So, I was sent here to gather herbs as an apology." "Oh." Shikamaru let his eyelids droop as he looked at her. Stinky tofu. This girl was indeed more formidable than he had anticipated. "Oh." Akiyama suddenly seemed to realize something. "You said this is the Nara clan's back mountain. Does this entire area belong to the Nara?" Sensing her thoughts, Shikamaru rested his chin on his hand and regarded her. "This back mountain is merely for raising the deer," implying that it did not matter if she picked herbs here. Akiyama smiled, rummaging through her basket to reveal a red and white mushroom. "What a pity, there are so many mushrooms in your back mountain." Shikamaru rolled his eyes almost to the heavens. "That's a fly agaric. Touching it will cause your hand to swell for 3 days." Akiyama immediately tossed the mushroom away, only to hear him slowly add, "Just kidding." Akiyama shot him a deadpan look. "Does the Nara family enjoy deceiving others as well?" "Only me." Shikamaru crammed the last piece of licorice into a deer's mouth, while the others busied themselves counting ants with shadow binding techniques. Are you reading my mind?" Upon hearing his latter remark, Akiyama envisioned the scene and inexplicably wanted to laugh. "Well, but..." She leaned closer to Shikamaru, blinking at him. "I wanted to ask, are you angry? Because I unexpectedly appeared in the back mountain and disturbed you?" The late summer breeze, scented with grass, brushed past them. Shikamaru noticed the pollen clinging to her eyelashes and the frozen expression in her pupils. He abruptly stepped back 2 paces. "Stay away from me, troublemaker." Akiyama shifted back slightly, frowning as she asked, "Why do you keep avoiding me?" Shikamaru paused, turning his face away. "Who is avoiding you?" "You aren't." Akiyama narrowed her eyes. Shikamaru remained silent for a moment before muttering, "Because you are too troublesome." Where have I caused trouble?" "Everywhere, it seems." He lifted his gaze, the mottled shadows of trees reflected in his dark eyes. "You smile at everyone and treat them kindly. Even someone as taciturn as Shino can be coaxed into circles by you. At only 5 years old, you carry yourself like a little adult." Akiyama paused for a moment, then burst into laughter. "Wow, your observations are remarkably keen." Shikamaru turned his face away, falling silent. Akiyama shrugged and continued rummaging through the basket. As dusk fell, Shikamaru noticed Akiyama still squatting at the edge of the medicinal herb patch, weaving a crooked deer shape from grass stems. "Aren't you going home?" He nudged her calf with his foot. "I'm lost," she replied without looking up. "When your deer brought me here, it chewed up all the signposts." This was clearly nonsense. There were no signposts at all in the back mountains. However, when darkness enveloped the surroundings and fireflies began to dance among the herbs, Shikamaru produced a portable shogi board. Care to play? Akiyama-ju's eyes lit up instantly. You know how to play shogi? At 5 years old? Goodness, how bored must you be? Playing chess is truly a blessing. My father says it hones one's ability to control the game. Shikamaru set up the pieces, though he thought it was less preferable than sleeping. Akiyama-ju focused intently on the board, her lowered lashes concealing her thoughts. Initially intending to merely pass the time, Shikamaru found himself increasingly engaged as the game progressed. In the third round, Akiyama-ju unexpectedly captured Shikamaru's king with her rook, cheerfully declaring, "Check." The glow of fireflies illuminated the board, and Shikamaru felt an eerie familiarity in her tactics, reminiscent of the style recorded in his father's treasured book, the Warring States Shogi Manual, particularly that of Senju Tobarama. Raindrops began to fall, landing on their heads and noses, quietly dampening the shogi board. The late-night downpour came unexpectedly, and the two sought refuge in the deer shelter, listening to the rain patter against the roof. "Do you know Senju Tobarama?" Shikamaru suddenly asked. Akiyama-ju paused her fidgeting with the hem of her clothing, then casually turned her face away. "The second Hokage? I've seen him in books. The way you play shogi is identical to the techniques found in his records," Shikamaru remarked, staring at the leaky roof. Silence enveloped them amid the sound of rain. After a long while, Shikamaru spoke again. "The compensation you owe for the tooth isn't an herbal remedy, is it?" "What?" Akiyama-ju exclaimed, turning her head to realize she had left the basket filled with herbs outside. How embarrassing. She blinked and looked at Shikamaru. He gazed steadily upward, one hand propped on the floor, the other resting on his knee. "Let me guess, was it spending an entire day with Nara Shikamaru?" Akiyama-ju fell silent, sheepishly averting her gaze. He was mostly correct. It was not just a day with Nara Shikamaru, but rather an entire day with the most unfamiliar person during the spring outing. Shikamaru tilted his head, observing her frequent small gestures of embarrassment, and gently curled his lips into a smile. "Well, never mind, I don't dislike you." Realizing her own fidgeting, Akiyama-ju suddenly straightened up. They sat together in silence, listening to the rain. When the rain ceased, dawn had already begun to break. Shikamaru awoke to find himself draped in Akiyama-ju's checkered coat, the shogi board displaying an unfinished endgame. He was unaware of how she had managed to keep dry. Instead, he felt quite comfortable. When Nara Yoshino found his son, he saw him sitting alone in the deer shelter, in front of him an artistic endgame inspired by Senju Tobarama. The black-haired girl had already vanished, leaving only a few mushrooms gnawed by deer. "Did you meet someone interesting?" Nara Jiku raised an eyebrow. Shikamaru pressed the final piece onto the board. "What a hassle." Chapter 73. The golden-furred little fox and the black-furred little cat. As ginkgo leaves drifted through the window, Akiyama-ju did not marvel at the beauty of autumn. Instead, she reflected on how nearly a year had passed since her arrival here. "Time flies," she sighed. It felt like just a moment ago she had entered this era. And now, without realizing it, a year had slipped away. On the table lay a task scroll, clearly marking the commencement of a long-term mission at the end of March next year, during the season of blooming cherry blossoms. At that time, she would depart from Konoha and head to Sunagakure to embark on an unspecified undercover mission. "I suppose I'll get tanned," she mused, her fingers tracing the tail beast book resting between her legs, the image of Shikaku brightly displayed, indicating his location, Sunagakure. With his temperament, he must be causing quite a ruckus. Thud. A piece of candy was tossed from the window to the floor, prompting Akiyama-ju to rise and look down, where she saw Naruto excitedly waving at her, accompanied by the sulking Sasuke. Why must he always be with him? When their eyes met, Naruto's face was filled with that very sentiment. Unable to suppress a laugh, Akiyama-ju thought to herself that the Uchiha clan truly produced a surplus of tsundere personalities. Sasuke, who outwardly showed disdain for his friends, was quick to stand up for Naruto whenever he faced injustice. Although, to be fair, as the son of the Hokage, Naruto seldom encountered any injustices. His personality was identical to Izuna's. Akiyama-ju hurried downstairs to let them in. "Hey, Ju, Dad said you're leaving?" Naruto's lips turned downward, resembling a dejected puppy. "What?" Sasuke straightened up, sensing her gaze upon him, deep in thought. It was as though she were looking past him at someone else. I'm leaving in spring. Heading to the land of wind," Akiyama-ju replied, breaking free from her thoughts as she selected her responses to their inquiries. "Ju." Naruto slumped onto the table, muttering, "I wanted to go to school with you every day next year. Why are you going, and when will you be back?" Sasuke intended to ask the same question but hesitated as the words almost escaped his lips. Akiyama Ju, with her remarkable talent, would certainly draw the village's attention. And news of her impending departure had reached him through Naruto's Hokage father. Is she being assigned a mission early? For a moment, thoughts of early graduation and plans filled Sasuke's mind, rendering him oblivious to Akiyama Ju and Naruto calling his name repeatedly. Hey, Akiyama Ju tilted her head, extending her finger to playfully flick his forehead. Ouch! Sasuke clutched his forehead, shooting her a reproachful look, prompting Akiyama Ju to reveal a smile that echoed the autumn atmosphere. I'll miss you. Naruto continued to wear that pitiful expression. Akiyama Ju casually ruffled his fluffy hair and tilted her head, asking, I'm not leaving forever. Why do you look at me like that, as if I were a heartbreaker? That's not what I meant, Naruto retorted, suddenly remembering something and seriously grasping Akiyama Ju's hands, his expression earnest. Ju, when you get there, you absolutely cannot make friends better than me. Not even friends as good as me. Are you an idiot? Sasuke frowned, but secretly observed Akiyama Ju's expression. Akiyama Ju pouted, mimicking Naruto's pleading look and adding, but if that happens, I'll be so bored. It's tough being alone in the land of wind. Naruto paused, realizing she was mimicking his way of acting cute, devoid of any shyness. He instead moved in closer, snuggling into her embrace. So cunning, Ju. He looked up at her, saying, if you say that, I can't refuse. Stand up straight. Sasuke tugged on Naruto's collar, pulling him upright. Look at him. Hey, you. Sasuke's demeanor shifted. His lips pressed tight, staring at Akiyama Ju, as if to ask her who she would choose between them. As the two of them shifted slightly, Akiyama Ju pressed against the back of the chair, letting out a resigned sigh. Her stance was unmistakably clear. She was not willing to partake in this conflict. Naruto, sensing the moment, produced a fox-shaped wooden carving he had prepared in advance and handed it to her. What is this? Akiyama Ju inquired, taking it with a hint of confusion. Did Naruto know that the Nine Tails was sealed within him? She suddenly felt a pressing need to understand and to test whether the seal left by Minato had been lifted. Naruto's next words jolted her back to reality. Because you once called me the golden-haired little fox. He smirked, leaning in with a playful demeanor. If I were a little fox, you could take it with you, just like I've always been by your side. Regaining her composure, Akiyama Ju gently caressed the fox's ears and smiled. Is that so? Meanwhile, Sasuke narrowed his eyes and, not wanting to be outdone, presented her with a dagger adorned with intricate patterns on the handle. This is for you, he stated. I made it together with my brother. He had initially intended for Itachi to cast an illusion on it, but Itachi merely patted his head and shook his head, saying Jio wouldn't need that. He had not been aware that Akiyama Jio was bound for the land of sand, had it not been for the dagger being fortuitously completed. He wouldn't have carried it with him. It was no wonder Itachi had inexplicably suggested creating a gift for Akiyama Jio. A twinge of jealousy arose within him, and he couldn't help but feel a bit resentful that Akiyama Jio hadn't confided in him about her departure. Itachi seemed to know earlier than he did. Despite their closeness, Akiyama Jio accepted the dagger, twirling it lightly in her palm. It's wonderful. Please thank Itachi for me. Under his reproachful gaze, she added with a smile, and thank you, Sasuke, I truly like it. After bidding farewell to Naruto and Sasuke, Akiyama Jio placed the fox carving and the dagger side by side on the windowsill. Sunlight filtered through the gaps in the ginkgo leaves, casting mottled shadows upon the wooden sculpture. As she traced her fingers over the ornate patterns on the dagger's handle, she suddenly noticed a familiar silhouette appearing on the eaves outside her window. Jione, Shursui called, approaching and squatting down by the window. I thought you would tell me in advance. Typically, he called her Jio in a casual manner, so hearing him address her as sister in a serious tone caught Akiyama Jio off guard. If I hadn't brought it up, when were you planning to let me know? Shursui tilted his head at her. Next month? Next year? Or were you hoping I'd discover it myself after you left? You know, it's different, Akiyama Jio replied helplessly. Shursui, you're still so young. Are you really going to sacrifice yourself like before? What? Sacrifice? She exclaimed. You all are being too dramatic. I'm just going to observe. It's not like I'm heading to the battlefield. Besides, don't you trust my abilities? Who can say otherwise? Shursui thought, his usually gentle face now devoid of expression. At 13, she had shown considerable strength yet still succumbed beneath a boulder. Now, at her current age of 5, soon to be 6, how could he feel more secure about her than he did then? Chapter 74, Shursui. I will plead with the 4th Hokage to cancel the mission. Saying this, Shursui turned, truly intending to act on his words. Wait, Akiyama called out anxiously, fearing he would jeopardize her chance to meet Shikaku. Shisui paused, turning to look at her. You're being too impulsive. Not to mention whether the fourth Hokage will agree. The higher-ups in Konoha won't be easily swayed by you. How will we know if we don't try? Shisui rarely adopted such a serious demeanor when speaking to her. She wondered who had instilled such stubbornness in him. I volunteered to go, Akiyama stated, gripping the windowsill and stretching her arm to grasp Shisui's garment. Shisui glanced down at her hand. Why? You finally had a chance to live a peaceful life. Why risk it? Akiyama parted her lips, ultimately tugging at his clothing. Let us talk inside first. Shisui's gaze flickered briefly towards her room. No. I'll speak here. The last time he had entered her room was during their childhood, and now he felt it inappropriate to enter a woman's room without invitation. Akiyama's fingers tightened around Shisui's clothing, fearing he might actually rush to the Hokage's office. Taking a deep breath, she met his eyes. Shisui, listen to me. Her tone was imbued with a familiar soothing quality. I've never lived this long just to enjoy a peaceful life. Shisui's brow furrowed deeper, his typically gentle eyes swirling with an indescribable emotion. But you could. Could what? Akiyama interrupted. Could pretend to be oblivious, to live a normal life. Waiting for others to solve everything? Her fingers tightened slightly. You know I'm not that kind of person, nor can I do that. I have my responsibilities, my obligations, and people or things I must protect. Shisui fell silent for a moment before finally sighing and taking her hand. You always do this. His voice lowered, filled with concern. You value your comrades more than anyone, yet continuously place yourself in peril. Akiyama paused, her gaze dropping. Yes, she had experienced profound separations between life and death. And thus, in this life, she feared loss more than anyone. Yet precisely because of that, she could not retreat. I should trust you. Shisui's voice was deliberately subdued. Yet it still bore the clarity and elevation of youth. As if he were trying to masquerade as an adult. The Sand Village is not Konoha. Its inhabitants won't trust you as we do. I know. Akiyama released his garment, gently holding his hand instead, but I must go. Shisui regarded her. His eyes, often filled with warmth, now seemed to penetrate her very soul. What are you hiding from me? Akiyama's breath hitched. Hadn't Shisui been easy to deceive as a child? How had he grown to become so perceptive? She hesitated for a moment before deciding to reveal part of the truth. I once encountered the one-tail. Shisui's pupils contracted slightly. When? A long time ago. She replied vaguely, so I approached the Jinchuriki with some confidence in escaping danger. Shisui gazed at her for several seconds before finally exhaling deeply. You always do this. He rubbed his temple helplessly. You never clarify anything yet expect others to believe you. Indeed, during their childhood, Akiyama would often take advantage of his youthful naivety to concoct excuses. But children in wartime mature far more quickly. How could he not see through her intentions? Is everyone here an Oscar-winning actor? Akiyama couldn't help but chuckle. Yet you believed me every time, didn't you? Shisui looked at her, ultimately allowing a gentle smile to grace his lips. I really can't do anything about you. He reached out, ruffling her hair, his tone finally returning to its usual warmth. But at least promise me, don't be reckless. If you encounter danger, retreat immediately. Return alive. Akiyama paused, looking up at him, a hint of exasperation in her smile. It's not like it's a life or death situation. This mission will merely take a bit longer. Shisui remained stubbornly fixed on her. The missions assigned by the Umbu were far from simple. Once an undercover identity was discovered, the consequences were dire. Shisui dared not delve deeper into that thought. All right. Akiyama tapped his forehead lightly. I promise you. Upon her return, the young girl known as Shisui, who always referred to himself as her brother, left her a meticulously prepared medical kit. She mused that Shisui did not truly understand her. Such a compact medical kit was something she regularly kept at home and could easily take to Sand Hidden Village. It was not until she discovered a stack of cash tucked away in a corner of the bag that her thoughts shifted. Oh, wait a moment. Isn't Shisui only 12 years old? Where did he acquire such a sum? Akiyama raised an eyebrow as she held the wad of cash. As she examined the other contents of the medical kit, she noted the usual hemostatic drugs and bandages, but also several vials of a special antidote adorned with the crest of the Nara clan. He even managed to procure medicine from the Nara family? She murmured, continuing her search until she unearthed a small scroll at the very bottom. Upon unfurling it, she recognized Jishue's familiar handwriting. In case of emergencies during the mission, channel chakra into this. It was a paper for the Flying Thunder God technique. Akiyama-ju paused for a moment, then chuckled softly. Where on earth did he obtain this? The Flying Thunder God technique, created by the second Hokage Tobirama and later popularized by the fourth Hokage Minato, was a jutsu so rare that even among the higher echelons of Konoha, few could access such advanced technique papers. Although Jishuei was exceptionally gifted, he was still just 12. How could he possibly? Suddenly, a thought struck her, and she squinted. Unless this had been permitted by the fourth Hokage. This implied that her mission was, in fact, of greater importance to Minato than it appeared. Furthermore, while she was to seek out the fourth Hokage, had he already visited her? Was he merely deceiving her? She carefully stored the scroll away and turned her attention back to the stack of cash. Bringing such a large amount of money to Sand Hidden Village would likely raise suspicions. Just as she was about to close the medical kit, she noticed a note concealed at the very bottom. Don't spend it frivolously. Treat me to some dango upon your return. Akiyama-ju stared at the note for several seconds before letting out a resigned sigh, the corners of her mouth lifting in spite of herself. Really? Pretending to be an adult when you're still just a child? Chapter 75. Strawberry-flavored old wounds. Lin received a talisman crafted by Akiyama-ju herself. Gazing at the strawberry-embroidered charm, a mischievous thought crossed her mind. Is this unique to me, or does everyone else have one too? Observing Akiyama-ju's smile falter, she thought, as expected. Gently pinching Akiyama-ju's cheek, she added playfully, why don't you visit me more often? I'm afraid of disturbing you. Akiyama-ju replied, lowering her eyelashes. Aren't doctors always busy? And is once a week not enough? Lin straightened up, her fingers brushing over the medical case on the table. Right. I suppose that is the case. But for you and me, it's different. Akiyama-ju cautiously lifted her gaze, locking eyes with Lin's gentle, unclouded gaze. Why do you look at me like that? Lin rested her chin on her hand. You know, you are incredibly special to me. Not just in the capacity of a lifesaver. You spoil me too much, Akiyama-ju sighed. Isn't it you who indulges me? Lin smirked. That was true back then. And it still is now. Outside the window, the delicate branches, burdened by snow, snapped with a crisp sound. You always do this, accommodating others. Lin clutched the talisman, noticing the sound of herbs rustling within. Let me guess, there are perilla leaves, licorice, and a touch of mugwort inside. You're so clever. Akiyama-ju's eyes sparkled as she focused on Lin. It's to ward off the cold. This way, you're less likely to catch a cold. And what about you? Akiyama-ju tilted her head slightly. What do you mean? You surely didn't just make my talisman. Others must have one too. Lin raised the talisman to her nose, inhaling its scent. Did you make one for yourself? I rarely catch colds. Akiyama-ju proudly patted her chest. I have a robust constitution. Oh, come now. Lin opened a drawer and precisely extracted the medical records from the time Akiyama-ju had returned home with a fever. If you don't take care of yourself, I won't be able to help you when you're ill. Akiyama-ju noticed that the drawer was filled with her health records. Lin, she began. But Lin stared at her for a long moment before deflating. You care so much for those around you. But have you ever considered? She gently pinched Akiyama-ju's cheek. What we truly desire is to see you happy. Why do you always place yourself in danger? When all of this has nothing to do with you. Her voice grew hoarse, and she fell silent, straightening up to sip from the mug on the table. It was warm. She usually preferred cold water, not out of preference, but because her busy work left her with only water that had cooled. Oh, it has everything to do with me. Akiyama-ju's face flushed slightly from the warmth of the office's heating. Lin, Kakashi, Obito, and everyone else are the most important people to me. How could it be unrelated? You fool. Lin flicked her forehead, watching her clutch her head and let out a yelp. Do you think of yourself as an invulnerable superhero? You always rush to save everyone, putting us behind you when danger arises. The 20-year-old girl pursed her lips, her brown eyes, rippling with emotion, identical to when she was 13. Lin, Akiyama-ju stammered, feeling at a loss. Clearly, you are the one in need of protection. Lin's fingertips lingered on the red mark on Akiyama-ju's forehead before sliding down into her small palm. In the War of Kamikaze Bridge, Lin entwined her hand with Akiyama-ju's, placing it over her abdomen. This is where you used the chakra stitching technique when the tailed beast was extracted. Akiyama-ju's eyes widened slightly. The warmth of your palm now is just like back then. So cold. Suddenly pulled into a trembling embrace. Akiyama-ju felt Lin's chin resting atop her head, a few warm tears soaking into her hair. At that time, there was no opportunity to heal properly, even now. When it rains, the wound aches. Akiyama-ju gasped, attempting to pull away to check on her. Lin. But Lin held her in place, continuing, yet now, thinking of you. The pain transforms into a strawberry-flavored itch. Huh. Akiyama Ju opened her mouth, dazed in the embrace. I'm so afraid. Ju, Lin's voice was low, filled with an unshakable longing. I don't want to lose you again. It's all right. Akiyama Ju grasped her white coat. I will be reborn into the future. I have traversed through death multiple times, surely next time too. Lin's grip tightened suddenly, her thoughts interrupted. What if it doesn't happen? Such things are influenced by uncertainty. Akiyama Ju suddenly realized, a wave of trepidation washing over her. She had begun to accept the time travel that death brought. This was undoubtedly bad news. What if one day, in a moment of madness, she took her own life again? Ju, Lin's voice became particularly fragile. I beg you. When the tailed beast was extracted, you said you were afraid. Akiyama Ju's eyelashes trembled. She had not expected Lin to remember that. I feel the same way as you. Lin continued, I'm scared, very scared. I don't want to return to a life where I can only speak to you at your grave. You promised to take care of yourself, all right? When Lin was finally called away, Akiyama Ju remained lost in thought. Upon reflection, she realized that this time, after traveling through, there were indeed many things that differed from before. For instance, a sudden high fever followed by the occasional seasonal cold, and then there is the return of dreams, which she had only experienced before and after her time travel. Akiyama Ju pondered as she walked, until a soft snowball unexpectedly struck her face. Startled, she froze in place, the melting snow trickling down her neck. Gio, why didn't you dodge? Naruto exclaimed as he rushed over, followed closely by a somewhat guilty-looking Ino. It was then that she seemed to be suddenly activated, shaking off the snow from her clothes. Sorry, Ino said, scratching the back of her head and wrapping her own scarf around Gio's neck. Gio, are you not happy? Naruto asked cautiously. Would you like to join us for a snowball fight? Akiyama Ju sniffed and turned to see Ino beckoning her from an open space. Noticing her lack of response, Ino hurried over and whispered, What's wrong? Did the snowball knock you silly? Ju opened her mouth, and the group thought she was finally going to explain her days. But her first question was about Sakura's absence. Sakura? I went to look for her this morning, but she wasn't home. I don't know where she went. Ino blinked. Chapter 76, Sakura-flavored red bean buns. They are quite sweet. When Akiyama Ju found Sakura, the girl was crouched beneath a tree, curled up with her face buried in her scarf. As Ju approached, she realized Sakura was secretly crying. Gio? Noticing her presence, Sakura lifted her eyes to reveal a tear-streaked face. Aren't you cold? Akiyama Ju reached out to wipe her tears, feeling that Sakura's face was colder than her own hand. Realizing that Sakura was staring at her blankly, Ju remembered she had forgotten to smile. So she lifted her lips into a gentle grin. She extended her hand. Let us get up and go somewhere warmer. Sakura blinked, tears welling up in her eyes as she placed her hand in Jo's palm, shifting her feet and pouting in distress. My feet are numb. Her pitiful expression, combined with the remnants of her tears, made Jo unable to suppress a laugh, and her earlier worries began to dissipate. She squatted down and poked Sakura's numb calf, causing the pink-haired girl to emit a small whimper like a wounded animal. Gio is bullying me. This is a chakra massage therapy. Akiyama Gio's fingertips glowed with a soft green light as she gently tapped Sakura's knee. In just 3 seconds, it won't be numb anymore. 3, 2. Before she could finish counting, Sakura suddenly lunged forward, wrapping her arms around Gio's neck, her tear-streaked face pressing against her, as cold as a snowball. Gio lost her balance and sat down in the snow, instinctively holding Sakura tightly. Sakura sniffled, burying her face deeper, seemingly unwilling to get up. Gio suddenly regretted giving back Ino's scarf. If she had kept it, at least she wouldn't feel so cold now. All right, be good. Akiyama Gio gently patted her back. Can you tell me why you are crying all alone? Ino is looking for you. Sakura's muffled voice came from her chest. If Ino finds out, she will be upset. Huh? Akiyama Gio replied with a puzzled tone. Aren't you friends? I'm sure Ino just wants to know. She pinched Sakura's ear gently and smiled. Because you are important. Sakura lifted her face, which was either red from crying or the cold, her emerald eyes sparkling with unshed tears. Can I tell you? Though it was a question, she leaned closer, gripping the fabric of Gio's shoulder. I'm really sad. I thought we were already good friends. With a pout, Sakura seemed on the verge of tears again. Akiyama Gio chuckled as she caught her tears. If you keep crying, your tears will freeze. Seeing that Sakura was still sobbing, she fixed her gaze intently on her until Sakura, embarrassed, lowered her head. Don't look at me like that. Sakura was undeniably adorable. Akiyama Gio looked down at her, her fingertip gently tapping Sakura's flushed cheek, resembling a bun filled with sweet red bean paste. In the snow, two sets of footprints lay side by side as they sought refuge from the wind in a nearby abandoned shrine, sitting side by side. So, what is bothering you? Akiyama used fire release to warm the stone steps, waiting until they were cool enough to sit on. Having sat in the snow for too long, part of her pants had become damp. Sakura did not directly state her reason, but instead questioned her. Do you think I am suited to be a ninja? A ninja? Akiyama gazed at the sky, pondering. If it's what you want, I will definitely support you. But Sakura's sadness seemed to linger. Is that why you are upset? Akiyama turned to her. Did someone say something? Sakura looked down at her toes, shaking her head before nodding. My mom said I'm not suited to be a ninja. Then, does Sakura want to be a ninja? Akiyama propped her chin on her hand, observing her. I do. That's good. Akiyama squinted her eyes. That's enough. But Sakura hesitated to speak. I don't have any family secrets. Nor do I possess a powerful bloodline limit, and I can't even perform ninjutsu. She did not continue, seemingly disheartened by her own words. Sakura even knows about bloodline limits. Akiyama remarked casually. I only learned about them in school from my teacher. Huh. Sakura blinked in confusion. You went to school? Oh no, I spoke too soon. Akiyama chuckled awkwardly, scratching her head as she changed the subject. By the way, have you ever tried to control chakra? Sakura shook her head. I think you could excel at that, Sakura. Why? Just a hunch. Akiyama twirled her finger in the air. Generally, someone as meticulous as you would have a fine control over chakra. Like the medical ninjas in the hospital? Sakura suddenly asked. Was the chakra therapy you used on me medical ninjutsu? Uh-huh. Sakura scrunched her nose. Everyone my age has already grasped chakra, but I. Why am I so familiar with chakra? Sakura pondered. Did your parents stop you from becoming a ninja? She suddenly recalled that Akiyama did not come from a prominent family and tilted her head to ask. Akiyama was momentarily taken aback, having never met her biological parents in 4 generations. I don't have a mom or dad, she said nonchalantly. Sakura's eyes widened in guilt. I'm sorry. I didn't know. She quietly took Akiyama's hand. Then I'll share my mom and dad with you, though they can be annoying at times. They make delicious rice balls. Sakura. Akiyama suddenly leaned closer. Do you know what else medical ninjutsu can do besides healing? What? Well, during the Warring States period, medical ninjas could use chakra scalpel techniques to sever an enemy's tendons and then use palm healing techniques to mend them on the spot. This way, they could repeatedly interrogate for information. A sudden third voice startled both girls, causing them to jump. Sasuke stood by a tree, having appeared unnoticed, holding a child-sized shuriken. He looked at Akiyama. Are you teaching her strange things again? Akiyama touched her nose, wondering why Sasuke was here. Isn't it obvious? This is Uchiha territory. Only then did the two girls realize they had unknowingly wandered into Uchiha's domain. The distance from Sakura's home is not insignificant. How did she manage to run so far? Akiyama glanced over at Sakura, who was awkwardly edging closer, her fingers nervously clutching her clothing. It appears she had stormed off in anger, covering several kilometers. Becoming a ninja is not something one can simply aspire to. Sasuke tilted his head slightly. Sakura inched even closer behind Akiyama. If you wish to become a ninja, you must begin your training now. Otherwise, by the time school starts next year, you will be as clueless as those ordinary students. Akiyama raised an eyebrow and smiled, surprised that Sasuke would utter such words. Before Akiyama could fully enjoy the moment, Sasuke suddenly turned his gaze toward her. Why is there a black cat on my talisman? Of course. It's because you're as adorable as a cat, Sasuke. That night, Akiyama dreamt of becoming a rice ball judge for the Haruno family. Chapter 77. Winter Snowball Fight. This winter was unusually warm. The sun reflected off the snow, casting a bright glow over Konoha. Akiyama was astonished that Sakura had invited her to a snowball fight. Not only that, but also gathered Naruto and others. Naruto stared in disbelief at Sasuke, who stood coolly with his hands in his pockets, while he excitedly clung to Sasuke's shoulder. Sasuke, you actually came. Sasuke discreetly glanced at Akiyama, who was conversing with Ino, and pushed Naruto away from him. You're so loud, idiot. Shikamaru yawned, looking up at the sky, his deadpan eyes revealing a sense of resignation. When Sakura and her friends came to his house, it was his mother who opened the door, resulting in him being dragged out of his room by his ear against his will. I just want to go back to sleep. Suddenly, A snowball hit him squarely on the back of his head. Turning around, he saw Akiyama grinning mischievously. "Come join the snowball fight, Shikamaru." Shikamaru gritted his teeth, shaking off the soft snow that had scattered over his head, and strode toward Akiyama. "You're dead," Akiyama exaggeratedly exclaimed, turning to flee into the woods. Ino leaned against Sakura, cheering Shikamaru on as if watching a spectacle. "Ah, what a hassle." Shikamaru wiped his face, yet a smile crept across his lips. As he followed the footprints, he finally pinned Akiyama in the snow, only to find her laughing so hard that tears streamed down her face. "You cheated," she panted, accusing him of using the shadow possession technique to catch her. It was then that Shikamaru realized he had unconsciously ensnared her ankle with a shadow. "How did you know what it was called? Did you read it in a book?" A 5-year-old should not know the name of Nara clan's secret techniques. Akiyama suddenly fell silent, only her breath forming faint white mist. Kiba told me." "You're lying. That guy Kiba probably doesn't even know his own family's secret techniques." Shikamaru reached into her scarf, causing her to squeal beneath him. "What are you two doing?" Sasuke's icy voice came from behind. Akiyama tilted her head and saw him glaring at Shikamaru, his expression clearly displeased. "Huh." Shikamaru initially intended to get up and release Akiyama but was incited by Sasuke's challenging gaze, revealing a meaningful smile. "Can't you tell? We're playing." Sasuke's lips twitched slightly before he turned his gaze back to Akiyama who lay in the snow, her cheeks and nose flushed. Was she cold or embarrassed? He quickly stepped forward, extending his hand. "Get up." Akiyama grasped his hand but remained lying down since Shikamaru was still on top of her, making it difficult to see Sasuke's expression. "Shikamaru." She propped herself up on her knees. "It's so cold on the ground." Shikamaru then lowered his head to look at her, swatting away her hand that was holding Sasuke's. He pulled her up. Sasuke twirled his fingers, an enigmatic smile gracing his lips. After Akiyama brushed off the snow covering her, she looked up to find the two locked in a silent stare, the tension palpable. You too, fire style, fireball jutsu, shadow possession technique." "No, you too." The 5-year-old Uchiha prodigy melted several holes in the ground, while Nara's shadow possession technique only managed to extend 2 meters before losing strength. Seizing the opportunity, Akiyama dashed out of the danger zone, only to collide into the embrace of a golden-haired little fox. "Gyo!" Naruto exclaimed, holding a lopsided snowball. "Look at my Rasengan." The snowball soared through the air in a perfect arc, only to be sliced into pieces by a stone thrown by Sasuke, sending bits of snow splattering onto Kiba, who was ambling by. Kiba erupted, scooping up several handfuls of snowballs from the ground. "You guys are ambushing us." A chaotic free-for-all ensued. Even the 2 girls who were building a snowman heard the commotion and joined the fray. Laughter and shouts filled the air until everyone was covered in snow, sprawled on the ground, gasping for breath. It was then that Akiyama noticed Shikamaru's ears were unusually red. Frostbitten, she leaned in to warm them with her breath, but he gently grasped her wrist. Shikamaru panted, looking at her. "If I can touch that tree," he pointed to a cedar tree 20 meters away. "You'll tell me the truth?" Sasuke's derisive snort interrupted. "Your chakra isn't sufficient for that." "Who asked you?" Akiyama who had initially intended to inquire about the truth, silently retreated to Sakura's side. The pink-haired girl grinned foolishly, inching closer and resting her head on Gyo's shoulder. "Gyo, are you happy today?" Akiyama raised her hand to brush away a small patch of snow, momentarily taken aback by her words. "So, you gathered everyone for a snowball fight because of me? It's been a while since we could have a snowball fight together, right?" Sakura fluttered her eyelashes. "I want you to remember this happy memory when you think of Konoha and everyone when you're gone." She looked up at her, squinting her eyes in a smile. "That way, you won't feel so lonely." Akiyama suppressed the urge to spin Sakura around in an embrace and laughed. "How can you be so sure I won't make good friends over there?" Sakura tightened her grip on her clothing. "But I heard that people over there are fierce due to the harsh environment, so you must be careful if you go." Akiyama wrapped her arms around her. "Don't worry, bad people exist everywhere, but so do good people. I have the ability to discern them. In a few years, we'll meet again, and we can enjoy the flowers and have snowball fights together." Sakura nuzzled against her chest. "And also wear kimonos to the summer festival. You must come back early." "All right." The 2 boys, unable to resolve their argument, stared helplessly at the 2 affectionate girls enveloped in a pink, flowery atmosphere. Ino, who had finally recovered and was resting against a tree, couldn't help but burst into laughter at the scene, her laughter striking a nerve with Shikamaru. "Seriously?" Shikamaru wiped his face, leaning against the tree with a sigh. Ino's laughter echoed through the woods when Sasuke suddenly grabbed a handful of snow and stuffed it down Shikamaru's collar. Ah, cold. Shikamaru jumped up, his shadow swiftly capturing Sasuke's ankle. All right. Akiyama approached helplessly to separate the two. If you keep fighting, then what? Sasuke's eyes glimmered with mischief. Akiyama suddenly wore a devilish grin. Then I'll tie you two together to build a snowman. Naruto immediately chimed in. I'll help. Kiba grabbed the rope. The snow-covered ground descended into chaos. Chapter 78. Akiyama's true self as a sweet and naive girl spending a night in the desert was a first. During the day's journey, her headscarf had been blown away, leaving her with sand all over her head. As the autumn mountain shook her head, attempting to rid herself of the sand that clung stubbornly, she eventually huddled behind a rock with her meager bundle. Although her companions had painstakingly crafted various desert supplies for her, it was important to remember that she was there as an undercover agent rather than on a leisurely vacation. Despite their ignorance of her true mission in the sand-hidden village, the wind howled relentlessly, prompting her to tighten her hood and dampen her headscarf to soothe her wind-battered face. Ultimately, she carried only a few medicinal herbs, some provisions, water, and a talisman crafted from colorful scraps of fabric, remnants from making charms for her friends. This was a product she had sewn for herself upon her return from Lin. Leaning against the hard rock, she closed her eyes to rest, fearful that she might awaken the next day buried by the sand. Eventually, her consciousness ebbed and flowed, and she succumbed to sleep. In the early morning, during the coldest hours of the desert, she lay in a sheltered spot, only to be discovered and picked up by a patrolling sand ninja. When she awoke, she realized she had already arrived at the sand-hidden village. Grateful to the kind sand ninja, her relief was short-lived as he appraised her and promptly took her to the Wind Shadow's office. Ah well, it was indeed part of the plan to visit the Wind Shadow, albeit earlier than anticipated. Thus, she knelt in the Wind Shadow's office, bracing herself for the interrogation. She deliberately trembled her breath, curling her fingers like a child who had truly lost everything. The clan of the Flame Fire? The Wind Shadow, Roshan, scrutinized her, having never heard of such a family. Acknowledging her dusty face, scarred by the sand and marked by fatigue, she revealed her plight of being attacked by the rock hidden 3 days prior. The backstory, meticulously crafted by the Konoha Intelligence Department, was sufficiently tragic to explain her extraordinary medical knowledge without raising suspicions for further investigation. Annihilated? The Wind Shadow's fingers tapped on the table, signaling a form of code. Sure enough, the next moment, a shuriken flew past her arm, embedding itself deeply into the wall behind her. She intentionally delayed her dodge, allowing the shuriken to graze her sleeve. As blood oozed forth, subtle movements in the shadows of the office indicated that the Umbu were monitoring her reaction speed. Send her to the Ninja Academy, the Wind Shadow finally ordered, along with this year's new students. Autumn Mountain bowed her head in acknowledgement, a faint smile curling at the corner of her lips. The plan was in motion. She was assigned to an orphanage, sharing a room with 2 girls her age. The environment was not as dire as Sakura had described. It wasn't true that the villagers of the Sand Hidden had to sleep on thin blankets spread across the ground. However, it was hardly ideal. The cramped room housed 3 narrow beds, and the only source of light came from a south-facing window, blocked by the adjacent building. The window's hinges were rusted, failing to close completely, and creaked ominously when the wind blew. Unfortunately, her bed was positioned closest to the window. Observing her contemplative gaze fixed on the window, her clinical roommate rose to secure it with a rope, offering a smile and suggesting that if the noise bothered her, this would help. Receiving this kindness, Autumn Mountain instantly beamed, her smile a product of a month of expression management in the Umbu, embodying the persona of an innocent and enthusiastic girl. Wasn't she just a naive sweetheart? When the character design was finalized, Autumn Mountain couldn't help but scoff. Now, she had to maintain this persona, feigning a pitiful expression as she enthusiastically introduced herself to her roommate. Hello, my name is Flame Fire Ichiri. Oh, I'm called June. June appeared somewhat puzzled by her exuberant demeanor. The matron had informed her that Ichiri was a poor child who had just lost her family. Yet the sunny disposition she displayed seemed at odds with that narrative. As June pondered, Autumn Mountain sniffled. Spending a night in the desert had inevitably left her with a chill. I suppose there should be a kettle in the orphanage for boiling water? I heard you are attending the Ninja Academy? June inquired, her curiosity piqued. Yes, Autumn Mountain replied, turning to face her. My family was once a small ninja clan, but... Her expression faltered momentarily before brightening again. In any case, I still have some ninja basics. Is that so? June remarked wistfully, glancing at her. The outside world seems so chaotic, it's better to stay in the village. Autumn Mountain nodded in agreement, seizing the moment to evoke sympathy. I thought I would perish before reaching the sand-hidden village, but fortunately, someone found me. Don't worry, June reassured her, patting her shoulder, only to retract her hand in alarm when Autumn Mountain gasped in pain. What's wrong? Autumn Mountain inhaled sharply, loosening her collar to reveal a bandage soaked in blood on her left shoulder. The shuriken from the rock hidden had left its mark, and she trembled as she adjusted her clothing, forcing a smile. It's almost healed. June's pupils dilated in shock. Growing up in the sand-hidden village, she had never seen such a severe wound, and she instinctively retreated 3 steps, colliding with the iron bed frame, producing a loud clang that summoned the caregiver from the adjacent room. What happened? She's injured. Autumn Mountain instantly fell into character, tears springing to her eyes. I'm sorry. I didn't bandage it properly. As the caregiver unwrapped the bandage, it adhered to the wound, tearing flesh and causing blood to spurt forth. For authenticity, she swiftly sliced her skin with a shuriken, ensuring the depth of the wound was sufficiently gruesome without requiring a second strike. The caregiver, taken aback by the severity of the injury, dashed off to summon assistance. Autumn Mountain cast a discreet glance out the window before adopting a pained expression, lowering her head to stifle her sobs. June stood by, flustered. Flamefire, Ichiri, are you okay? Autumn Mountain lifted her head, offering a weak smile. I'm fine. She was aware that the sand-hidden village would not easily lower their guard against an outsider like her. Thus, she resolved to maintain the facade. Let the performance begin. Chapter 79. Caregiver, you rascal, sighing with a wry smile. After spending several days in the orphanage, Autumn Mountain had initially intended to familiarize herself with her surroundings. But June and the caregiver insisted she remain confined. You can't move around. What if your wound bursts open? June insisted, her serious demeanor giving Autumn Mountain the sense that she would be treated like a child wherever she went. The window continued to creak ominously at night, prompting Autumn Mountain to tie it shut securely, much to June's protests about needing ventilation. So far, she had only met June, and the bed closest to the door bore clear signs of previous occupancy, yet its occupant remained unseen. Autumn Mountain feigned curiosity. She was genuinely intrigued when she inquired about the other girl, only to be met with June's sorrowful expression and her turning away in despondence. Well, it seemed she had an inkling of the situation. That night, June revealed the truth to her. She expressed, the bed by the entrance and the one you are currently resting on both originally had occupants. However, Mimi from the 3rd bed went missing last month, and a week later, a package she left behind was discovered near the village. Meow Meow from the 1st bed also vanished a week ago. Qiushanjiu fell into deep contemplation. Wasn't it said that the village was safer than the outside world? It seems that the village is more perilous than anticipated. According to Wan's assertion, it is highly likely that Meow Meow has also encountered misfortune. As for Mimi, Qiushanjiu glanced back at the freshly changed sheets and duvet on the bed. It wasn't that she felt uneasy. After all, she had faced her share of life-and-death situations, yet something felt amiss. The midday corn porridge remained clear enough to reflect Wan's silhouette. Qiushanjiu lifted the bowl, slurped a spoonful, and smacked her lips. There was no distinct flavor. Suddenly, a hand appeared beside her, offering a roasted sweet potato. Following the hand's direction, Qiushanjiu met the smiling face of the caretaker. Eat up, he urged. You must ensure you are well fed, adhering to the principle that one would be foolish not to seize a good deal. Qiushanjiu accepted it with a beaming smile and expressed her gratitude, promptly splitting the sweet potato in half to share with Wan. The caretaker raised an eyebrow slightly, his expression betraying a hint of surprise. Being acutely aware of her position, Qiushanjiu did not overlook this detail, yet she merely lowered her gaze to sip her porridge. This caretaker was not as simple as he appeared on the surface. Undoubtedly, there was likely a hidden trap within this seemingly benevolent gesture. Gazing at the golden sweet potato flesh, Qiushanjiu took a bite, savoring its sweetness. What could be his ulterior motive? As she chewed on the syrupy flesh, a bitter taste unexpectedly tinged her palate. She quickly wrapped the unusual sensation and pushed it to the tip of her tongue. The caretaker continued to smile at her, causing a shiver to run down her spine. It was perplexing. Why was he grinning so exaggeratedly? Is it delicious? He inquired. Qiushanjiu replied without pretense. It's a bit bitter. Did you add something? The caretaker's smile faltered momentarily, taken aback by her straightforwardness. Yet, he swiftly regained his composure, offering a vague excuse about it possibly being burnt. Qiushanjiu glanced at the sweet potato, which showed no signs of charring. All right, whatever you say, she acquiesced. After the caretaker departed, Chioshanju leaned closer to Juan, who had already finished her lunch, and quietly asked, "When did this caretaker start working here?" Juan appeared somewhat drowsy, her eyelids fighting against each other. Upon hearing the question, she managed to pry her eyes open a sliver. Chioshanju frowned. Spitting out the piece of sweet potato she had been chewing and wrapping it in paper, repeating her question. "He is the director's son. He was here before I arrived." "Oh." Chioshanju observed her tone lingering on the tip of her tongue, while her head felt increasingly heavy, nearly wanting to laugh. It seemed there was likely a sedative or some toxin mixed in. "If you're really tired, why don't you go back to sleep? I can help you with the tasks assigned by the director later." "What? No." Juan immediately straightened up, her vigor evident, but unfortunately, she succumbed to sleep the next moment. Chioshanju quickly caught her with her uninjured hand to prevent her from falling to the ground. She moved the bowls and chopsticks aside, placing Juan in a prone position on the dining table. This was quite intriguing. Arriving at Shine Village, she was greeted with such a grand surprise. Could it be that she possessed some sort of deductive prowess like Conan? A sudden thud echoed in the corridor, snapping her alert. The sound of footsteps approached, and Chioshanju recognized it as the caretaker-s, immediately lowering her eyelashes to feign drowsiness. She needed to play the role of a daughter of a herbalist, showing some resistance to toxins, but not overly so. As the caretaker entered, he first spotted Chioshanju still seated, raising his eyebrows in surprise. Considering her identity, he seemed to understand. "It appears the children are all sleepy," he remarked, lifting Juan, who was sprawled on the table. Chioshanju's gaze followed Juan, and when her eyes briefly met the caretaker's playful ones, her heart skipped a beat. What did that expression signify? Was there something else in the sweet potato that could muddle one's thoughts? Chioshanju dared not act recklessly, fearing the caretaker might be deceiving her, so she closed her eyes and leaned back dramatically. Unsurprisingly, she was not caught. Ha. Chioshanju felt a sharp pain at the back of her head. The fresh scab had threatened to reopen. Yet, she could only endure and feign unconsciousness as she was carried away. The princess of the herbalist family, the caretaker scrutinized her face closely, commenting, "Indeed. One can tell she is well cared for. TSK, such a fair face," judging by the sensation around her waist. It seemed the caretaker had wrapped an arm around both her and Juan as he walked, but she could not afford to open her eyes just yet. That fall had been quite severe, and to avoid arousing the caretaker's suspicion, she had let herself fall without any defense. With each step the caretaker took, the pain at the back of her head pulsed. It had been quite a while since she felt so stifled. Suddenly, the footsteps veered, the damp, moldy odor replacing the orphanage's usual soapy scent, and the exposed skin met with a chilling draft. The caretaker's heavy breathing came from above, and Chioshanju sensed his growing excitement or agitation as his footsteps quickened, accompanied by an increasingly dim environment. Where were they headed? Chioshanju cautiously opened her eyes a fraction. Bang! Chapter 80, A First Encounter Stained with Blood. "Ah!" the caretaker exclaimed, retreating several steps in alarm. The rusted door they were about to enter was forcefully struck open by a surge of sand, which had gathered behind them. You are that monster." Chioshanju heard the caretaker exclaim, instantly shutting her partially opened eyes and feigning death. She felt the sand slowly enveloping her body, and in the next moment, the caretaker flung her and Juan to the ground, the second impact nearly prompting her to lash out at him. "Monster?" A raspy child's voice echoed, tinged with discontent. The sound of bones grinding together sent shivers down Juan's spine, and a warm, viscous liquid splattered across her face, mingling with the strong scent of blood. As Chioshanju pondered what was happening, tiny grains of sand wrapped around her arms, lifting her upward, followed by a chilling sense of impending doom. I'm going to die. No longer able to maintain her charade, Chioshanju abruptly opened her eyes and swung her fist to scatter the sand, landing clumsily as her gaze fell upon a sea of crimson. Blood was splattered on the walls, the ground, and even on her and Juan. The only clean and orderly figure standing in the center was a boy with red hair, pale skin, and the character love tattooed on his forehead. This was her target. "You're awake. Why were you pretending to sleep?" His previously furious expression softened as it met her gaze. Chioshanju's fist remained suspended in the air, sand trickling through her fingers. She gasped, forcing out a couple of tears. "I am scared." Sand suddenly wrapped around her ankles, causing Chioshanju's whole body to tense. Anticipating the excruciating pain of her knees being crushed, only to find the grains merely encircled her before retreating, as if confirming something. Uchiha Shanjio did not allow him to finish, collapsing to her knees, trembling, appearing genuinely terrified, perhaps even unable to suppress her tears. No, no, no. In truth, the earlier gust of sand was likely not under Gaara's own control, for when the grains brushed against her skin, she beheld Shikako weeping and rolling in its seal, calling her name in distress. How absurd. Akiyama Q barely stifled a laugh, kneeling down and clutching her abdomen, feigning great pain in an attempt to deceive the child depicted in Konoha's intelligence reports as a humanoid weapon. Seeing this, Shikako assumed she shared its sentiments and ceased its commotion. In contrast, Gaara merely gazed at Akiyama Q with his heavily shadowed eyes. "You're not scared," he stated, a hint of confusion in his tone as he stared intently at her. Akiyama Q was taken aback, lifting her face to meet his gaze. "How do you know?" After uttering this, Gaara appeared somewhat perplexed, his eyes fixated on her. Akiyama Q awkwardly wiped her nose and slowly rose, momentarily dizzy. "Why should I be afraid?" she inquired, tilting her head. "Do you think you are terrifying?" Gaara's lips twitched slightly, the sand surrounding him undulating in a calm, yet low rhythm. Ultimately, he remained silent, casting one last deep gaze at her before turning away. Akiyama Q finally exhaled in relief, glancing back at the still sleeping June, cautiously pushing aside the remaining fragments of the iron door. The caretaker had likely perished at Gaara's hands, buried beneath a storm of sand. She still bore traces of his organization, sticky and repulsive. Her instincts told her that the missing Meow Meow and Mimi were somehow linked to this caretaker. The room was dimly lit and sunken into the earth, with only a small window at the top, nearly parallel to the ground. From the light filtering through, Akiyama Q spotted various collected items nailed to the wall, children's intimate garments. Her expression momentarily blanked as she approached and read the labels beneath the fabric. A wave of nausea churned in her stomach. Number 204, bed 2, 5-year-old's underwear. Number 302, bed 1, 7-year-old's pillowcase. Number 125, bed 1, 5-year-old's socks. The last two garments were of the newest fabric, stained with a few drops of blood. Most troubling to Akiyama Q was the fact that the room number labeled beneath matched her current residence. A rustling sound emanated from the corner of the room, prompting Akiyama Q to warily glance toward the door. Gripping the iron door fragment she had picked up, she noticed June had awakened at some point, her fearful expression calming slightly upon seeing Akiyama Q. "Where's this?" "What?" Akiyama Q rushed forward, covering June's eyes. "Don't look." She felt the trembling of June's eyelashes against her palm. "We need to leave now." Yet, June's gaze had already surpassed her shoulder, her hand reaching for the wall of exhibits. Those were Meow Meow and Mimi's belongings. June's teeth chattered as she pulled Akiyama Q's hand away, gripping it tightly. Unable to stop her, Akiyama Q burst into tears first. How terrifying! How terrifying! Her loud cries echoed through the room, startling June and momentarily restoring her composure. "Don't be afraid," she managed to say, suddenly recalling something. "We should find the caretaker, and then the director." Akiyama Q shook her head vehemently, sobbing. "This is all the caretaker's doing." June finally broke down, wailing alongside her. The sight of the two girls crying together was profoundly shocking, quickly attracting nearby villagers. When the first villager arrived, they were met with the scene of utter chaos and two girls, drenched in blood, embracing one another in anguish. One cried like a soprano, while the other resembled a desert meerkat caught by surprise. Akiyama Q, exhausted from her cries, sniffled as she observed the villagers' bewilderment, mimicking their gestures of reaching out and pulling back. The accumulated pain finally washed over her, dull but persistent, though it was still quite distressing. Some villagers went off to summon help, and soon the Sand Village's security department arrived, efficiently investigating the scene and collecting blood samples. However, all of this was merely Akiyama Q's imagination, for before the security personnel could arrive, she succumbed to unconsciousness under the villagers' concerned inquiries. After all, she was merely a 6-year-old child. Even with regular training, she would faint after being tossed around. When Akiyama Q finally awoke, it was already the afternoon of the following day, her eyes opening to the same cramped dormitory. June was not present, her bedding arranged neatly. As Akiyama Q moved her hands and feet, a sharp pain shot through her back. Ugh, the caretaker is truly wicked. Someone had apparently changed her clothes and perhaps even bathed her. The dormitory door swung open, and June entered, clutching a stack of books. Upon seeing Akiyama Q awake and seated on the bed, she seemed relieved. "You're awake." She placed the books on the bedside. "About yesterday's incident with the caretaker." June started but abruptly fell silent, staring at Akiyama Q with an unreadable expression. Akiyama Q tilted her head, silently urging her to continue. He has indeed been the murderer all these years. The girls who went missing from the orphanage were all at his hands. June appeared somewhat sorrowful. The previous director was also aware of this. Akiyama Q opened her mouth, unsure of what to say. To be honest, such events had been somewhat anticipated. Ever since she arrived at the orphanage, June had spent 2/3 of her time outside, only occasionally returning to check on Akiyama Q. It was only upon inquiry that she learned June had been busy fulfilling tasks assigned by the director, running errands for the villagers, caring for children, and tending to livestock. Akiyama Q found this quite strange. June and the other children in the orphanage were still merely children themselves, yet they undertook so many responsibilities in exchange for meager rewards. Only to return at night to find dinner was a bowl of thin porridge. Strangely enough, June could not read. To clarify, aside from the children who already knew how to read prior to arriving, the rest were illiterate. Through June's account, Akiyama Q discovered that the former director had embezzled donations from well-meaning individuals and turned a blind eye to his son abducting and murdering young girls. With a grim smile that barely touched her lips, Akiyama Q wondered internally, how can one engage in such wicked deeds and not feel guilty or haunted by nightmares at night? Meanwhile, June continued recounting events that transpired during Akiyama Q's unconsciousness. Suddenly, she picked up a book from the bedside and handed it to Akiyama Q, her excitement palpable. Now I can go to school too. Oh. Akiyama Q accepted the book and opened the cover, discovering it contained the basic 50 sounds chart. Is there a school here to teach reading? June shook her head. No. The new director plans to convert a storage room in the orphanage into a classroom for us. Akiyama Q nodded, understanding. A new director so soon. It seemed this new arrival intended to assume the role of teacher for the children. The orphanage, which previously housed around 30 children, had only one director and one caretaker. No teachers, no aunts. Akiyama Q rested her chin on her hand, her curiosity about the new director burgeoning in her mind. Jan remarked that the new director's swift appointment was likely due to familial connections and previous donations to the orphanage, leading to a seemingly natural succession. The new director expressed genuine concern for our well-being, inquiring if we had enough clothing. With a playful shake of her foot, Jan mused. Perhaps even that perpetually noisy window will be mended? It appeared he was a benevolent individual. However, managing over 30 children while also overseeing their education seemed an arduous task. Just as I pondered this, Jim leaned in, her curious eyes fixed on me, and asked, "Aren't you starting school tomorrow?" Chiu Sanju gasped, clutching her head in despair. I haven't fully recovered yet. In reality, she simply wished to be lazy due to insufficient sleep. A gentle knock at the door interrupted her thoughts. Anjun exchanged glances with Sanju before rushing to answer. The director. Upon hearing the voice, Sanju peeked out to meet a warm smile. Hello, you must be Kohoyuder. The director greeted, his smile radiating kindness. It's wonderful to see you awake. Would you like to join me for a bowl of fish porridge? I just heated it. Sanju was momentarily taken aback. Is this director truly so kind? And why does he appear so youthful? Oh dear, the director adjusted his glasses. I apologize for not introducing myself. My name is Aoshirdo, and I am your new director. Hello. Sanju maintained her cheerful persona, jumping from her bed to shake his hand. However, Aoshirdo's eyes shimmered behind his lenses as he curiously inquired, You're injured? Yes, my shoulder is hurt, Sanju admitted, glancing at her left shoulder, where it appeared the bandage had come undone. I see. Is it possible to remove your clothing? Aoshirdo asked, his expression still benign. Sanju hesitated but understood that there were no gender distinctions in medical matters. Gritting her teeth, she reluctantly removed her top. Aoshirdo swiftly attended to her wound, noting it was slightly inflamed from perspiration. Does it hurt? He inquired during the treatment. Sanju shuddered slightly, then boldly asked, Director, are you truly an adult? Without lifting his gaze, he responded, I am already 20. Really? You look more like a 16 or 17-year-old. A subtle pause interrupted Aoshirdo's movements before he chuckled. Is that so? Then I must appear quite youthful. He finished treating her wound and advised, be cautious not to scrub it while bathing for the next few days. As he stood and prepared to leave, he glanced back at Sanju, a little 6-year-old. He wondered why Orochimaru had tasked him with masquerading as an adult to oversee this underdeveloped orphanage. Chapter 82. School begins. The path to school in Sunagakure starkly contrasted that of Konoha, where cherry blossoms would flutter in the air during the spring months of March and April. Instead, Sunagakure was consistently buffeted by sand. Upon arriving at school, Cho Sanju shook off the grains of sand that had settled on her clothing before entering the classroom. The moment she stepped inside, she sensed a pair of eyes fixated on her. Raising an eyebrow, she found herself staring into the deep-set eyes of Gaara. Oh, it's Gaara, she thought, deciding to thank him for his previous assistance. Instead of heading to the front, she walked directly toward his side. Hey, that kid, it's definitely him, right? Yes. That appearance belongs to that monster without a doubt. How terrifying to be in the same class as him. My mother warned me to stay away from him. Whispers surrounded her, causing Cho Sanju to pause. She noticed a wide berth around Gaara, as if the other students had created an invisible barrier. This scene resembled something from a viral video she had seen, prompting her to wonder if, once she settled into her seat beside Gaara, someone would remark, "Goodness. She dares to sit next to the school bully, renowned for his foul temper." Cho Sanju looked at Gaara, whose expression was indeed dark. However, when she took a seat beside him, the anticipated drama unfolded differently. The nearby students merely cast her a glance before returning to their own affairs, as if they hadn't just been discussing Gaara moments prior. Gaara observed her quietly, then casually turned his gaze to the window, where the yellow sand swirled outside. "Hello." Cho Sanju ventured. "Thank you for your help the other day." It had been a long time since anyone spoke to Gaara in a normal tone. Most interactions with him were laced with fear or disdain, including from his own siblings. Suddenly, Gaara's expression soured, as if recalling something unpleasant. The sand within his gourd began to stir restlessly. As the grains threatened to burst forth, several students glanced over in alarm. Yet, in an uncanny manner, Gaara's demeanor shifted to one of calm. Cho Sanju remained perplexed. What is wrong with him? Why does he suddenly seem so angry? Surely, I didn't say anything wrong. After a prolonged silence, Gaara finally spoke. "What is your name?" Cho Sanju blinked in surprise. She hadn't expected him to inquire about her name. "Kohoyiter," she replied deliberately, tracing the characters on the table with her finger. "My father says it's a rare herb." Gaara scrutinized her finger movements and abruptly declared, "Fake." Cho Sanju widened her eyes, questioning how he could possibly know. Was his intuition that sharp? Just as she prepared to defend herself, the classroom door swung open, and the teacher entered, carrying textbooks. The old ninja's face was lined with wrinkles, and he wore his forehead protector askew. Upon entering, he frowned at the corner of the classroom. His gaze lingered on Cho Sanju for a couple of seconds before he nonchalantly looked away. "I am your homeroom teacher, responsible for your education and discipline over the next 6 years." He paused, glancing meaningfully at certain students. Some troublesome individuals had better not damage the school furniture. If you wish to kill someone, you can keep that to yourselves. Who was being subtly referenced? Akiyama's fingers gently tapped on the tabletop. Casting a sidelong glance at Gaara, she noticed the red-haired child's lips pressed into a pale line, the sand in the gourd emitting a faint rustling sound. The roll call began. The old teacher opened the attendance sheet, calling out names for students to respond. Teshima Kenta. Here. Juinai Misaki. Here. As the roll call progressed, Akiyama suddenly felt a chill in her calves. Looking down, she saw tiny grains of sand crawling up her pant leg. Puzzled, she looked up and met Gaara's slightly turned gaze. When the teacher called out, "Gaara," he lowered his voice intentionally or unintentionally. The classroom fell silent, with some students subtly glancing back at Gaara, who sat in the corner. There was no response. Akiyama noticed Gaara's nails digging into his palm. His lips pressed tight in silence. Compelled by an inexplicable urge, she raised her hand. "Teacher, Gaara isn't feeling well. May I respond for him?" The old teacher adjusted his glasses, squinting through the lenses. "You're friends with him, right?" Akiyama beamed innocently. "My mother says helping classmates is a virtue." The teacher scoffed coldly and continued with the roll call. Akiyama subtly flashed a victory sign to Gaara, only to find him staring at her with a complex expression. "Hey," she whispered, "what were you looking at during roll call?" Gaara lowered his gaze, turning his face towards the window. Following his hint, Akiyama looked outside through the grimy glass, catching a blurry figure wearing the Kazakage's hat atop the Sand Village's high tower. "Who? The Kazakage? Is he watching you in class?" she blurted out. Suddenly, the sand erupted from the gourd, swirling around Gaara, before abruptly settling to the ground like a lifeless mass. Several students in the front row shifted in terror, chairs scraping loudly against the floor. The teacher slammed his hand down on the desk. "Back row, maintain silence." Only then did Akiyama realize she had stepped into a minefield. She recalled the information from the Konoha intelligence department about the Kazakage's family. The fourth Kazakage had sealed Shikaku within his youngest son. viewing him as a weapon rather than flesh and blood. "I'm sorry," she murmured softly, leaning over the desk to draw a crooked turtle in the sand on the floor. "This is for you." Gaara stared at the ugly turtle for a long time, long enough for Akiyama-ju to think he might explode with rage. Suddenly, the sand moved, adorning the turtle with a pair of sunglasses. Uffed. Akiyama-ju quickly covered her mouth, her shoulders shaking with suppressed laughter. The corners of Gaara's mouth twitched before he reverted to his usual standoffish demeanor, yet the sand softly returned to the gourd beside him. The morning classes were dull and monotonous. The old teacher droned on about the history of the Sand Village in a hypnotic tone, while Akiyama-ju forced herself to take notes, stealing glances at the red-haired boy beside her. Gaara remained fixated on the window. Shikaku was no longer outside. Only the occasional gust of wind stirring up sand. Chapter 83. Celebrating the exchange of names during lunch. Akiyama-ju stubbornly followed Gaara to the rooftop of the school, as if she could not be shaken off. "Is this where we're having lunch?" she asked, holding a battered lunchbox used by countless children in the orphanage. Tilting her head to observe Gaara gazing into the distance. An unexpected gust of wind whipped up rough grains of sand, forcing Akiyama-ju to crouch down and seek shelter. But when she looked up, she found Gaara still standing tall, facing into the wind. She tugged at his sleeve. "Hey, you could easily hurt your eyes like that." Gaara merely lowered his head slightly, showing no intention of crouching down. The wind seemed to lessen, and she heard Gaara's whisper from above. "Only the wind won't abandon me." "Gaara." Akiyama-ju suddenly pulled him down, and the sand swiftly surged out of the gourd, enveloping them in an oddly peculiar manner. "Ah!" Akiyama-ju exclaimed, momentarily dazed as the sand wrapped around her waist. "Gaara, you wouldn't fall even without the sand." Gaara straightened up, supported by the sand, and after a moment of thought, he crouched beside her. "It wasn't me. The sand, it's not controlled by me." Shikaku was screeching inside the seal, demanding to be let out. Akiyama-ju sighed. "It certainly wasn't this guy." Gaara hugged his knees, gazing at her with a vague expression in his gray-blue eyes. "He says you're lying." He spoke softly. "But he often lies." Akiyama-ju paused, realizing he was referring to Shikaku. "Shikaku said I'm lying. Did he tell you that when you introduced yourself?" This guy actually revealed his identity. Shikaku suddenly fell silent, as if sensing something. "So do you think I'm lying?" "I don't know." Akiyama-ju leaned forward, reducing the distance between them to just a fist's length. "Do you want to believe me?" Gaara looked into her clear eyes, suddenly feeling an impulse to nod in agreement. But in the end, he simply asked in confusion, "You know my name is Gaara, and you know the Kazekage is my father. What is your purpose in approaching me?" He was a sensitive child, Akiyama-ju thought as she gazed into his eyes. "I want to be your friend," she replied straightforwardly. "I bet your sand sculptures are much better than mine." Her words seemed to shift the topic, and Gaara scrutinized her sand-dusted eyelashes, trying to detect any signs of deceit. Just as Yashimaru had taught him. "No one wants to be my friend." Gaara tapped the fabric at his knees. "They all fear me." Akiyama-ju brushed her tousled hair and suddenly stood up, pulling him to sit together at the sheltered staircase. Gaara silently watched as she opened her lunchbox, revealing a palm-sized triangular rice ball. "This was made by the headmaster," she said, using a fork to split the rice ball in half and offering one piece to him. "You didn't bring lunch, did you? As your future friend, I'll share my lunch with you today." Gaara stared at the half rice ball being presented to him. The rice was loosely packed, with a few escaped sesame seeds clinging to the edges. This was the first time someone shared food with him, if not counting the routine bento boxes from Yashimaru. "Aren't you hungry?" Akiyama-ju shook the fork, the rice ball glistening in the sunlight. With the headmaster having added pickled plum, it's super sour. Gaara hesitated before taking the fork, feeling the warmth of her touch on the metal handle. He took a small bite of the rice ball, the sourness of the plum exploding on his tongue, causing him to squint. "So this is the taste of sharing with a friend, both tart and warm, just like the sunlight shining on the rooftop at that moment. Is it good?" Akiyama-ju leaned in to ask, her black hair swept across his cheek by the breeze. "Too close." Gaara stiffened, swallowing nervously. No one had ever come so close to him without fear. He could even smell the soap-like fragrance of the orphanage on her. This simple response made Akiyama-ju's eyes light up. She quickly finished her portion and began rummaging through her pockets. "Actually, there's a surprise." She magically produced a transparent little bag containing an array of colorful candy-coated almonds, though only a few remained, merely enough to cover the bottom of the bag. "This was something I had brought with me before arriving here." She tilted the bag's opening and, taking my arrow's hand, poured a few candies into his palm. "Whenever I was with everyone, I delighted in indulging in sweets as a form of celebration. She poured a few more into her own palm, placed them in her mouth, and cheerfully declared, "Let us celebrate our exchanged names today." The moment the sweetness burst in her mouth, Ero bit down hard on the candy, bringing forth a delightful crunch. Though he was not particularly fond of sweets, surprisingly, he did not detest this flavor. In a spontaneous gesture, Ero licked his lips, an innocent action that made Xiao Shanjiu, who was watching him, chuckle softly. One day he remarked, Xiao Shanjiu blinked and responded with a smile, "Yes, Ero." The sweetness of the candy lingered on their tongues when the preparatory bell for class unexpectedly rang. As Xiao Shanjiu hurriedly packed her lunchbox, footsteps echoed from the staircase. Ero. A blonde girl appeared breathlessly around the corner of the stairs, her mouth opening to say what was expected, but upon noticing the second person beside Ero, she paused. Her gaze darting between the remnants of candy in his palm and Xiao Shanjiu's puffy cheeks. This scene clearly surpassed her comprehension. Her brother, who didn't even go to the cafeteria, was sharing candy with a girl on the top floor. Were they discussing something? Xiao Shanjiu discreetly glanced at the girl around the corner of the staircase, unable to suppress a shy scratch at her face. Are all the girls from Sand Hidden Village this adorable? You two chat. I'll head back to the classroom. She sprang up, clutching her lunchbox, and dashed past the blonde girl. The blonde girl glanced at her. Xiao Shanjiu rushed downstairs, but collided with someone ascending the stairs at the corner. With a loud clatter, the puppet strapped to the person's back fell to the ground. Ugh! Xiao Shanjiu rubbed her sore shoulder, noticing that the person she had bumped into had a face painted with purple oil paint, coupled with the fallen puppet. It was hard not to associate him with her target, Kankuro. So, the charming girl she had just encountered was indeed Tamari? Kankuro exclaimed, lamenting over the scattered puppet parts on the floor. My puppet. He then shot a fierce glare at Xiao Shanjiu. Are you blind when you walk? Xiao Shanjiu steadied herself with the railing, eyeing the puppet, and spoke somewhat timidly. I'm sorry. What good is an apology? Chapter 84. What to do when your good buddy gets a makeover. Kankuro pointed angrily at the puppet lying peacefully on the ground, his eyebrows practically shooting up. You need to help me fix it. Xiao Shanjiu was momentarily taken aback, glancing at the seemingly easily reattachable parts before falling silent. Fine. I suppose it is my fault, she conceded. All right, I will take it home to repair today. She looked earnestly at Kankuro. I will definitely fix it. I'll bring it back to you tomorrow morning. At that, Kankuro lifted the puppet off the ground and stuffed it into her arms, threatening. If you don't fix it, I will. Xiao Shanjiu caught the puppet, finding his furious expression somewhat amusing. What will you do? Just take all my toys? Uffed. No, that's an utterly adorable threat. However, Xiao Shanjiu's head drooped. But there are no toys at the orphanage. Kankuro was astonished. Is she a child from the orphanage? She must be joking. With such delicate skin, she looks like a pampered child. What if she truly was? All right, Kankuro sighed. Forget it. You don't have to fix it. As he said this, he attempted to take the puppet back from her embrace, but unexpectedly, Xiao Shanjiu tightened her hold on it. No, please allow me to take responsibility for my earlier clumsiness. I understand, but don't hold too tightly. It's going to fall apart. Xiao Shanjiu slightly eased her grip, examining the rough puppet. So fragile, like a wafer. It must be delicious. That night, Xiao Shanjiu sat cross-legged in the storage room of the orphanage, the moonlight streaming through the high window, casting dappled shadows on the puppet resting on her lap. The crow-shaped puppet was far more intricate than she had anticipated, with rare star-shaped bearings used at the joints, a technology considered advanced even in the Leaf Village. No wonder he was so angry, she murmured softly, carefully scraping away the remnants of the broken joints with a carving knife. Wood shavings fell gently, glimmering like fine gold dust in the moonlight. Having previously received a mechanical ship model from a friend, she had acquired some knowledge during the assembly process, allowing her repairs to progress remarkably smoothly. When the last gear clicked into place, Xiao Shanjiu seemed to have a moment of inspiration and glanced at the small glass jar on the shelf. That was the pink nail polish she had purchased at the school gate, thinking it would suit Kankuro. She mused, looking at the nail polish and then at the crow puppet. Yes. She secretly reinforced several concealed joints within the puppet and replaced the easily breakable control lines with specially designed fishing lines. These modifications were sufficient to enhance Kankuro's puppet's performance by 30%, and as for the pink nail polish on the joints. The following morning, Xiao Shanjiu crouched at the school gate, cradling the puppet. When Kankuro, sporting dark circles under his eyes, appeared, she dashed forward. I fixed it. Kankuro took the puppet with skepticism, suddenly freezing as if struck by lightning. In the sunlight, the crow's dark joints glimmered with a youthful pink hue. What have you done to my crow? His voice trembled like leaves dangling perilously in the rain. I reinforced the joints and replaced the control lines. Shanjo counted on her fingers. Oh, and I gave it a makeover. Tamari happened to pass by and, upon seeing the puppet, erupted into thunderous laughter. Kankuro, your crow has turned into a flamingo. Kankuro's face shifted from purple to red to green, ultimately settling into an inexplicable calm. He gently manipulated the puppet's mechanisms, and the crow gracefully unfolded its wings, more agile than ever before. Shanjo braced herself to flee, only to see Kankuro suddenly turn and walk away. Oh no, I think I may have overdone it. As she hesitated, contemplating whether to chase after him to apologize, she heard a muffled voice ahead. Thank you. I'll show you my new puppet tomorrow. This response left both of them utterly astonished. Tamari gaped at her brother's retreating figure as if he were an alien, then glanced at Shanjo. Did you cast a spell on him? Perhaps. Shanjo blinked. Does he have a little princess living inside him? Huh. Tamari truly admired this girl's way of thinking. Kankuro strode through the campus with the puppet in his arms, the pink joints of the crow sparkling incongruously against his ambiguous expression, creating a delightful contrast. Tamari chased after him, laughing uncontrollably. Hey, let me take a picture to show father. Absolutely not. Kankuro hid the puppet within his wide robe, his ears burning with embarrassment. He turned into a secluded path and unexpectedly bumped into Aro, who was reading under the shade of a tree. Kankuro opened his mouth but still managed to greet him. Aro. With a soft thud, the puppet's hand quietly slipped from his robe, the pink-painted joints perfectly illuminated by the sunlight filtering through the leaves. Aro's gaze gradually descended, and upon encountering the vibrant color, a look of confusion appeared on his face. The two brothers exchanged glances, and Kankuro was the first to avert his eyes. I didn't paint it, he explained dryly. Gara nodded, closing his book as a suspicious twitch crossed his lips. Clearly, he was enamored. Tamari approached, playfully patting Kankuro on the shoulder, stating, your performance has improved by 30%, hasn't it? This moment was fortuitously witnessed by Akiyama, who hid behind a corner, stifling laughter as her shoulders shook. A swirl of sand lightly wrapped around her wrist, revealing her presence to Gara. Discovered. Akiyama scratched her cheek. Stepping forward to the trio, the pink really suits you, doesn't it? That's enough, you idiot. Kankuro's fury resembled that of a raccoon caught by its tail. Suddenly, Tamari pulled out her camera, exclaiming, come on, look at the lens. Let's commemorate Kankuro's awakening of his inner girl. Why on earth do you have a camera? Wait, don't take that picture. In the midst of their playful chase, the crow puppet unexpectedly broke free from Kankuro's control, spreading its wings and soaring into the sky. Its pink claws traced a brilliant arc against the blue expanse, captivating the attention of all the students and faculty. What kind of creature is that? Akiyama whispered to Gara. The nail polish contains fluorescent agents. What does that mean? As night fell, the secret was finally unveiled. The ninjas who had completed their evening training were stunned to see a glowing puppet circling above Sunagakure, akin to a frenzied bird. In the tall tower, the Kazakage's office window swung open abruptly. What in the world is that? A member of the Umbu knelt, reporting, Kazakage-sama, it is Master Kankuro's puppet. Raza's expression was truly remarkable as he turned to his son, who feigned engrossment in paperwork in the corner. Kankuro, care to explain? Damn it, that wicked fellow. Kankuro abruptly fell silent, recalling Akiyama-ju's words about the orphanage lacking toys, his lashes drooping. I modified it myself, he eventually muttered. Raza silently observed the still-flying crow puppet, ultimately averting his gaze in discomfort. Well, if it makes the child happy. Chapter 85. Prohibition of love letters during exams. The midterm cultural examination in Sunagakure was not particularly stringent, merely requiring a vacant seat between each student. The teacher sat at the edge of the podium, too lazy to fulfill the duties of an invigilator, merely distributing the exam papers while perusing an obscure science book. The questions on the paper were largely simple for Akiyama-ju, to the extent that she could complete them with her eyes closed. Yet, she hesitated only on the final question, the preferences of the one-tail. Akiyama-ju flipped the questionnaire over and glanced at the previous questions. Did the question maker not find this inquiry utterly incongruous when placed alongside topics like the ranking of ninja levels and what occurred in year 15 of the Sunagakure calendar? Akiyama-ju ground her teeth, even pondering if Shikaku had sneaked out last night to alter the exam questions. After much contemplation, she chose to observe Gara discreetly. He was intently focused on his exam, and upon sensing her gaze, he slightly turned his head, looking at Akiyama Ju with curiosity. She twirled her pen, meeting his gaze. Had his dark circles become more pronounced? Shikaku, sealed within, cackled, "You little brat, say something nice, and I'll tell you the answer." Gaara ignored him and simply wrote sleep on the exam paper. Shikaku squinted, realizing this was indeed his favorite pastime, and fell silent. Akiyama Ju rested her chin on her hand, contemplating the final question for a long time, ultimately leaving it blank. Having spent time with Shikaku, she naturally knew he had a penchant for sweets, but that was knowledge for her, not something that Reiku should be aware of. Capping her pen, she leaned back in her chair, awaiting the end of the examination time, catching a glimpse of Gaara's fidgeting fingers. Sand swirled with his movements, forming kana on the ground, meticulously outlining the answer. Akiyama Ju raised an eyebrow. Was Gaara actually attempting to assist her in cheating? Suddenly struck by an idea, she straightened up, resting her chin on her hand while subtly manipulating the chakra strings to adhere to Gaara's pen. With a swift motion, Gaara's pen unexpectedly drew an arc on the scrap paper. He paused, glancing down at his hand. Akiyama Ju smirked, continuing to guide the pen with her chakra strings, inscribing Gaara on the paper. Gaara tilted his head in confusion, the pen continuing its erratic movement. The cutest. Gaara is the cutest. As the final stroke was completed, Gaara's fingers suddenly trembled. Crack. The pen snapped. Gaara's fingers tightened abruptly, the pen breaking in two within his palm. Ink splattering onto the desk while miraculously avoiding the exam paper. Akiyama Ju withdrew her hand. The once quiet classroom now fell into silence, the rustling of pens entirely absent, creating an atmosphere of suspicion. The teacher frowned, looking up. What happened? Gaara froze in place, a flush of suspicion coloring his cheeks. Akiyama Ju immediately raised her hand. Teacher, Gaara's pen broke. May I borrow one from him? The invigilating teacher cast a dubious glance her way, then shifted his gaze to the disarray in Gaara's hand. He sighed. All right, quickly. No whispering among others. Akiyama Ju rummaged through her pencil case and handed Gaara a pen. To her surprise, he did not accept it. At that moment, the red-haired boy turned his head away, his exposed ear tips nearly matching his hair color and hue. Hey, Akiyama Ju couldn't help but whisper to him, only to be interrupted by the teacher's thunderous cough from the podium. Who could understand the feeling of redemption when one lifted their head to find the teacher gazing at them meaningfully? Akiyama Ju certainly did not comprehend. It appeared Gaara had already completed his exam, yet that poor pen had met its untimely demise due to her actions. Thus, she placed the pen beside Gaara's exam paper, adjusting its angle as she tugged at the hem of his shirt. Fine grains of sand subtly entwined around her fingers, as if adorning her with a unique ring. Gaara turned to look at her, gently picking up the pen she had offered, holding it delicately in his palm, meeting his innocent gray-blue eyes. Akiyama Ju nearly succumbed to the urge to ruffle his fluffy head. An epic level of cuteness. While covering her mouth with her hand to shield her laughter from the teacher's sight, she mouthed to Gaara, "I'm sorry." Gaara's lashes fluttered, and after scribbling a few lines on the scrap paper, he pushed it onto the desk between them. Akiyama Ju leaned over to take a look and found a small bad written on it. Huh. She stifled a laugh behind her hand, barely managing to suppress the nearly escaped giggles, only to receive a sharp glare from the teacher. The teacher closed the book, A Comprehensive Guide to Desert Vegetation, and Akiyama Ju's keen eyes caught sight of a red-covered book tucked within its pages, one she seemed to have seen before. A student in the back row. The teacher adjusted his glasses, declared, "No passing love letters during the exam." A chorus of coughs erupted around the room, some students turning in shock to glance at the back row, only to avert their gazes in panic upon catching sight of that hint of red. Akiyama Ju widened her eyes at the teacher. Teacher, they are only 6 years old. Could it be that the teacher had just been perusing some inappropriate literature? Surely that must be the case. Otherwise, why would it be discreetly hidden within another book? Akiyama Ju turned her gaze toward Gaara, seeking to share the same bewildered expression. However, she found Gaara resting his head on one hand, most of his face concealed within his palm, revealing only a pair of eyes looking at her shyly. Yes, shyly. Akiyama Ju puffed out her cheeks and leaned forward to lightly tap his forehead with her own. What are you thinking? Children should embody the essence of childhood. The most excruciating moment during exams is finishing the questions yet being unable to submit the paper early. If hunger strikes, it becomes a double burden. Thus, as soon as the school bell rang, Akiyama Ju dashed toward the door. Gaara, swift of hand and eye, grasped her wrist, his palm still bearing traces of dried ink, leaving several dark prints on her skin. He immediately released her hand, gesturing for her to walk alongside him. Ah, She had touched him. My apologies. Akiyama Joe extracted a piece of fruit candy from her pocket, slightly melted from her body heat, as a token of apology. This does not resemble the candies from Sunagakure. Gaara reached out to accept it, but as he lowered his gaze to inspect the candy wrapper for its origin, a note suddenly slapped onto his forehead. Upon removing it, he read, "The most adorable Gaara in the world." Laughter erupted from Akiyama Joe, who had already bolted away. Chapter 86. An invitation for sparring from 6th grade. The summer in Sunagakure is particularly sweltering, with the scorching sunlight beating down upon the playground. Considering that the grass had perished in batches, and training often proved challenging amidst the sandy terrain, the school had procured a batch of heat-resistant saplings. However, these saplings, merely planted in the ground, hardly served as a good refuge from the heat. During physical training class, Akiyama Joe discovered a far more suitable place to escape the heat. That is, the shelter of Gaara's sand. The sand formed a semicircle, effectively blocking out the sunlight, and under the cool shade, Akiyama Joe relished the exhilarating sensation of borrowed authority. But does that feel quite right? Perhaps it is more akin to a dog relying on the might of its master? Akiyama Joe pondered while stroking her chin. Gaara cast a quiet glance her way and inched closer. The teacher, troubled, wiped the smooth surface of his bald head. This physical training lesson involved the throwing of shurikens and kunai, but several damaged kunai interrupted the forthcoming assessment. Akiyama Joe intended to ask Gaara not to stand so close due to the heat, but as she looked up, she was unexpectedly dazzled by the teacher's gleaming bald head, resulting in an unanticipated eye contact. It felt like an epic moment of mutual gaze, and according to the tropes of romantic youth manga, a theme song should play next. What nonsense! As predicted, the teacher grinned and beckoned her with his index finger, handing her a set of keys. You. Yes, the girl with black hair. Please retrieve 5 kunai from the equipment room and bring back a sand table as well. We will need it for the next ninjutsu class. Haha, Gaara stood up, intending to follow her, but Akiyama Joe pressed him back down. I can go alone. She wiped the fine beads of sweat from Gaara's brow, insisting, You stay here and wait for me. Gaara silently watched her retreating figure, quietly covering the lower half of his face. Waiting for her sounds like words meant for children. How absurd. Meanwhile, Akiyama Joe raced to the equipment room, fueled by the thought that as long as she ran fast enough, the sunlight would not reach her. The Ninja Academy in Sunagakure cannot be said to have abundant educational resources. In fact, it is rather lacking. This is evident from the fact that their ninjutsu, physical training, and illusion teachers are all the same individual. The equipment room is particularly small. Small is one thing, but it also features an unusually large window, through which sunlight pours into the room, akin to a large oven roasting the equipment. Upon opening the equipment room door, a pungent odor reminiscent of rubber trapped in a steamer assaulted her senses, both unpleasant and acrid. Akiyama Joe hesitated for a moment, as if she could hear the equipment screaming in her ears. How terrifying, she murmured, forcing the door open wide to let some air circulate before steeling herself to search for the items she needed. Why is the equipment room door open? I don't know. Is someone inside? Why don't we rummage through some things to play? Voices drifted from the entrance, followed by the rustling sounds of items being searched. Akiyama Joe, fearing they might lock her in, hurriedly found what she needed and rushed out from behind the shelves. Unsurprisingly, she encountered 2 older boys who appeared to be in higher grades, making the already cramped equipment room feel even more confining, though not for Akiyama Joe, as she had arrived first. What the? ISNT that the outsider from the 2nd grade? One taller boy exclaimed, discarding the rubber ball he had been holding. The more muscular boy leaned in to peer at her. Wow, what is she doing here? What do I care? The taller boy crossed his arms, grinning maliciously. I've seen you hanging around that Gaara kid. I've long wanted to challenge him, and it seems today I've found you as well. Akiyama Joe blinked, her grip on the equipment wavering. What are you babbling about? I don't understand. The brawnier boy's gaze settled on the sand table, scoffing. What right does an outsider have to use our sand table? Hey, I'm talking to you. The taller boy kicked the rubber ball at her feet, and the ball struck the shelf behind Akiyama Joe, sending a cloud of dust into the air. Akiyama Joe clutched the sand table tightly. Moving half a step toward the door, the teacher sent me to retrieve equipment. Huh. The muscular boy suddenly grabbed her hair. I heard you've been hanging out with Kankuro too? Why don't you teach us a thing or two? Pain shot through her scalp, and Akiyama Joe nearly dropped the sand table. Ouch, that hurts. Doesn't this kid know how to be gentler? Instinctively, she raised her leg to kick at his knee, only to hear the sand table crack at the edge. Akiyama-jio's eyes widened in horror at the sight of the damaged sand table. Oh no. Please don't make me pay for this. What are you doing? A clear voice rang out from the entrance, as sunlight illuminated a figure holding a 3-star fan. It was Temari, who struggled slightly to move the fan as she planted it firmly on the ground, frowning at the two boys. Temari-sama. The two boys called out reluctantly. Temari glanced at Akiyama-jio, whose eyes sparkled with admiration, cleared her throat, and demanded, "Why are you bullying a lower-grade student?" The taller boy shrugged. "We're not bullying her. We just wanted to spar with her. We were simply extending a friendly invitation." "What?" Temari exclaimed angrily. "You, a 6th grader, want to invite a 2nd-grade newcomer to spar? Are you out of your mind? That's not how it should be said. 2nd graders can't be considered newcomers. Since the junior and Temari-sama are so close, surely she wouldn't shy away from our invitation." Temari, uninterested in their banter, swung her fan, pointing the ribs directly at the taller boy's throat. "This doesn't concern you. Be sensible and leave now, understood?" The muscular boy pushed her fan aside, chuckling. "Don't be like that, Temari-senpai. He, as a senior, merely wants to offer some guidance to the junior." Hearing him even refer to her as senpai infuriated Temari further. And she pressed the fan closer. "I don't need your guidance." A delicate white hand rested on her arm, helping her regain a semblance of calm. Temari-ne. Finally, Akiyama-jio, who had been lingering in the background, stepped forward. "Thank you, but I wish to challenge you. How dare you treat the beautiful and charming Shumaru with such disdain? She will defeat those two fools." "Huh." Shumaru swiftly retracted her fan and pressed her hand to her forehead, which was indeed slightly warm. Perhaps it was due to the weather, but it was not excessively so. "Are you out of your mind? What's wrong with it? Since she has already agreed, can't Shumaru-senpai refrain from meddling further?" Chapter 87. Apologizing to Shumaru. Shumaru glared at Akiyama-jio. "Do you think the same? That I am meddling?" Akiyama-jio, noticing the trembling lashes of Shumaru in fury, suddenly realized she had misspoken. "Not at all," she exclaimed. "Shumaru-senpai is not meddling. What I mean is..." Her words became increasingly disjointed, causing a few grains of sand to spill from the edge of the sand tray due to her erratic movements, while two senior boys behind them laughed mercilessly. Ultimately, she placed the sand tray on the ground and unexpectedly leaped into Shumaru's arms. Shumaru was momentarily taken aback, unsure where to place her hands. "Hey!" Before she could scold, the girl in her embrace looked up, her eyes shimmering earnestly. "I will definitely win." She pointed at the tall boy. "I will win fairly and make him apologize to Shumaru-senpai." "Why should he apologize to me?" Shumaru had never been this close to the girl and feeling somewhat stiff. She raised her hands. "Hey, let go." But Akiyama-jio tightened her grip. "They disrespected Shumaru-senpai, and I will make them kneel and apologize." "Huh." Shumaru's ears turned crimson. "Who asked you to meddle?" The tall boy suddenly whistled. "Oh, such a close bond." He mockingly imitated Shumaru's name in a high-pitched voice. Akiyama-jio felt the body in her arms tense instantly, and Shumaru's low pressure made the atmosphere feel frigid. 5 minutes, Shumaru declared sternly, raising 5 fingers. "If we can't resolve this, I'll take you down too." Akiyama-jio blinked in astonishment at her. In truth, as soon as the words left Shumaru's mouth, she regretted them. How could a 7-year-old girl defeat 2 11-year-old boys, especially being a frail little girl? That frail little girl, Akiyama-jio, was now wide-eyed, gazing at Shumaru's face. The sight of Shumaru's stern expression was utterly captivating. Before a slap could land, a rich feminine scent wafted through the air, followed by a force powerful enough to pierce the eardrum, accompanied by a buzzing in her ears and a burning sensation on her cheeks, with an indescribable pang. In short, "Sister." "No, wait." Shumaru was just a 9-year-old child. Shumaru poked Akiyama-jio's cheek with her finger, about to retract her statement when she noticed Akiyama-jio suddenly break into a bright smile. "I will complete the task." Seeing her confident demeanor, Shumaru opened her mouth but swallowed the words of caution. "Fine. If she struggles, I'll lend a hand." Then Akiyama-jio released Shumaru and faced the two boys. "Where shall we fight?" The tall boy scoffed, flexing his wrists. "How about outside the equipment room?" "Little junior, why not concede now?" "If I concede, will you let me go?" Akiyama-jio tilted her head. "Of course not." The tall boy grinned wickedly. "I will still beat you until you scream. I love seeing you little brats cry." Akiyama-jio remained silent, merely bending down to pick up a rubber ball, forcefully slamming it onto the ground. As the ball bounced up, she kicked it. Bang! The ball shot toward the tall boy's face like a cannonball. He hurriedly raised his hand to block it, but was knocked back by the impact, landing on the ground. "I knew it." Akiyama-jio placed her hands on her hips. looking at him. How could a bully like you be so kind? Saying this, she made a face at the still-dazed tall boy. Fool. You ambushed me. The burly boy glared at her. Oomph. Akiyama Ju raised an eyebrow. If you think you can't beat me like this, how about I let you strike first? The burly boy stepped back. I never said I wanted to fight you. I'm too proud for that. Then make him get up. We are going out to fight. Akiyama Ju pointed at the tall boy still sitting on the ground, muttering, What are you doing? Sleepwalking? She turned to Shumaru for confirmation. Shumaru-senpai, we haven't started timing yet. Right? Initially worried for her, Shumaru relaxed upon seeing Akiyama Ju's agile movements while kicking the ball. Now, she smirked mischievously. I started timing the moment you let go of me. Akiyama Ju was taken aback, rushing forward to pull the boy up. Get up. No cheating. The tall boy finally snapped out of his daze, gritting his teeth as he rose and walked toward the equipment room door. He didn't forget to defend himself. That was just me being careless. Wait until I make you cry. The area around the equipment room was an open space, with a few lonely saplings nearby. The sun-baked sand had become unbearably hot. Shumaru leaned against the wall of the equipment room, glancing at the three standing in the sunlight. Time was short. They needed to resolve this quickly. Let's begin. Akiyama-ju's voice still carried the innocence of childhood, yet her movements were as fierce as the wind. She spun around, executing a sweeping kick that sent the tall boy tumbling. The burly boy stepped forward, wanting to help, but hesitated due to his concerns. Every movement of Akiyama-ju seemed meticulously calculated. The angle of her kick, the spacing of her steps, even the dust she kicked up served as cover. Shumaru watched quietly. She observed the tips of Akiyama-ju's hair dancing in the warm breeze, the unguarded smile that occasionally flashed across her face, and her effortless, fluid movements. This was not a skill one could acquire through mere street brawling. What are you dawdling for? Get in there. The tall boy, pinned beneath Akiyama-ju's foot, shouted at the burly boy watching from the sidelines. Akiyama-ju turned to him, and sensing his foreboding, she lifted her leg and charged toward him. Wait, I concede. Concede? Pretending not to hear, huh? Uh-huh. Akiyama-ju kept her momentum, leaping into a whip kick that knocked him down. All right, I kicked both of you fairly. No one got extra kicks or fewer. I'm a fair child. Apologize. The tall boy, unyielding, clicked his tongue. Facing Akiyama-ju's threatening fist, his bravado quickly faded. I'm sorry. Not to me. To Shumaru-san, apologize. I'm truly, sincerely sorry, Shumaru-san. Only then did Akiyama-ju turn back to Shumaru, noticing her nod. And she joyfully ran toward her. Shumaru-ne, did I win? Did I go over time? Shumaru pretended to check her watch. What a pity, 5 minutes and 2 seconds. 2 seconds over. Huh. Akiyama-ju halted, realizing Shumaru's eyes sparkled with mirth and her wrist was empty. You tricked me. You weren't even timing. Honestly, the moves you just used, those were taught by my father. He said girls should have self-defense skills, so I've been training since I was little. To the interrogative Akiyama-ju, Shumaru merely replied, That's so cool. Can you teach me? Chapter 88. Desert's first snow in Sunagakure. It seldom snows in winter. The dry wind swept fine sand across the streets as Akiyama-ju wrapped her thin cloak tightly around herself, the white mist of her breath dissipating rapidly in the air. Today is Christmas. Although it is uncertain whether Sunagakure celebrates this holiday, she had prepared cookies last night as gifts for the occasion. Shivering from the cold, she rubbed her reddened fingers and turned to Gaara beside her. Has it ever snowed in Sunagakure? Gaara gazed at the overcast sky, gently stroking the edge of the cookie bag given to him by Akiyama. Yashimaru had mentioned that it had snowed once, 20 years ago. Oh, Akiyama mused. Then none of us have seen it. Shikaku yawned within his seal, questioning the appeal of snow. I could conjure a blizzard with a mere breath. Akiyama silently scoffed at Shikaku's arrogance, suddenly noticing Gaara's curious gaze upon her. Aren't you going to ask me who Yashimaru is? Huh. Akiyama blinked. Yet she was aware of who Yashimaru was, as a confidential letter from Konoha had revealed most of Gaara's connections to her. Such a reason could not be disclosed. So she feigned confusion and asked, Who is that? She speculated that Gaara might be inclined to confide in her about Yashimaru, but at that moment, he fell silent, opening the cookie bag and taking a piece for himself. The aroma of the cookie tantalized his palate, and his eyes sparkled as he took another bite. Delicious. He murmured softly. Akiyama smiled, as long as it's good. I regret it. Gaara tightened the bag's opening and looked at her. The cookie bag rustled gently in the wind as Akiyama observed Gaara's lowered eyelashes, suddenly realizing what he was about to say. About Yashimaru. About that fateful night swept by sand. About his irretrievable past. Yet, He should not know the burdens surrounding Yashimaru. I seem to have made a mistake. I misunderstood those who love me. Gaara narrated, his gaze unwavering from her expression. Akiyama instinctively leaned closer, but just then, she heard Temari shout from a distance. You too. Caught red-handed sneaking cookies. The atmosphere shattered instantly. Akiyama chuckled awkwardly, pulling out another small paper bag from her pocket. Here is Temari's share. Temari, still grumbling, accepted it, scrutinizing the two. What were you discussing? Yashimaru, Gaara replied calmly. Akiyama couldn't help but glance at him. Temari paused, silent for a moment, then suddenly stuffed a cookie into her mouth. Chewing quickly, her expression frozen. After a while, she mumbled, that guy's sweet dumplings are awful. Akiyama, who had never encountered Yashimaru, remained silent. She felt out of place to console them, as it would seem too peculiar. At that moment, Kankuro approached, his expression gloomy. I've been searching for you all. Akiyama noticed he was cradling a peculiar metallic device resembling a modified puppet component. Temari looked at him quizzically. What is that? An artificial snowmaking device. Kankuro proudly lifted his chin. It converts chakra into water release. Idiot. Temari slapped the back of his head. Isn't this a classified experimental item? Yet. Akiyama was already excitedly circling the machine. Let's give it a try? Just once. The four gathered around, watching Kankuro manipulate the device. As chakra flowed into it, tiny ice crystals began to form at the metallic nozzle. It's coming. It's coming. Akiyama tugged at Gaara's sleeve, shaking with anticipation. Suddenly, the machine spat out a spray of damp mist, drenching the four of them completely. Kankuro, Temari shouted, her ponytail seeming to explode even more. You're actually a cat, aren't you? Akiyama nodded in agreement with her thoughts. What a surprise. Kankuro jumped in fright, but was swiftly caught by Temari's iron fist. Akiyama laughed heartily, only to feel her sleeve gently tugged. Gaara had moved closer, his eyelashes lowered, his face drawing near. Akiyama patiently awaited his next words. I'll tell you next time. Okay. The ice crystals refracted tiny specks of light under the sun, and Akiyama gazed at Gaara's face, noticing droplets from Kankuro's machine clinging to his eyelashes. When it snows in Sunagakure, Gaara softly added, his breath brushing against her nose, I will definitely tell you. Temari's angry voice suddenly approached. Hey, you two. Come help hold this idiot down. Akiyama abruptly broke away from Gaara's emotive gaze, turning to see Kankuro dodging his sister's punches while still futilely tweaking the smoking machine. She cried out, leaping up, stop. If this continues, it's going to explode. Temari quickly seized the moment, shoving a cookie made by Akiyama into Kankuro's mouth as he opened it to protest. Kankuro's face changed, disbelief washing over him as he looked at Temari. It's from today, she quickly explained. Kankuro seemed to be swirling the cookie in his mouth, casting a couple of puzzled glances at Akiyama before he finally swallowed it with a few labored bites. Akiyama was left bewildered. As night fell, Akiyama climbed alone to the Hokage rock. Exhaling white vapor, she suddenly felt a chill at the tip of her nose. Looking up, she saw, against the pitch-black sky, that snowflakes were indeed drifting down. It's snowing? Tiny snowflakes landed on her eyelashes, vanishing almost instantly. The sound of hurried footsteps approached, and Gaara's sand formed a protective barrier above her. You'll catch a cold, he murmured. What are you doing here? Because you are here. Gaara attempted to sit beside her, but Akiyama took his hand and ran to the edge of the cliff. Look, the lights of Sunagakure shimmered through the falling snow, resembling a scattering of stars. A snowflake landed perfectly on her hand, bringing a cool sensation. It's the first snow, she said with a smile. Gaara quietly tightened his grip on her hand. This was his first time watching snow with another person. They say the first wish made on the first snow is the most potent. Akiyama responded, holding his hand tighter. Let us make a wish. Okay. Gaara pressed his palms together, closing his eyes. Hey, Gaara, you don't have to squeeze my hand in your palms while wishing. He disregarded her. Gaara thought, with rare stubbornness, that he wanted to watch the snow with the person beside him every winter from now on. That night, Akiyama heard from Gaara about Yashimaru. And by the time she returned to the orphanage, it was already 8 o'clock. Gaara insisted on escorting her home, where they found Kabuto waiting with his arms crossed. Oh, Akiyama, he smiled, holding up a jar filled with white granules. Can you tell me why we are missing half a jar of salt? Huh, salt. Akiyama widened her eyes, glancing at Gaara. She recalled Temari and Kankuro's awkward expressions earlier and finally understood. The director's smile was quite terrifying. But there was only one jar of white stuff in the kitchen. I thought it was powdered sugar. Couldn't you have tasted it first? How can you cook without salt? Kabuto facepalmed. We use liquid fructose here. Ugh, fine, that was a blunder. Chapter 89. The Sand Hidden Observation Diary since Akiyama arrived in Sunagakure. The individual who has observed her the longest is not Kankuro, nor Gaara, and certainly not Orochimaru, but rather an operative from the Sanzumbu. Assigned from the very beginning to monitor her every move. He diligently watches her from the shadows, resolutely denying that he occasionally dozes off while glancing at her during class. Yet, nearly 3 years have passed, and he has not managed to uncover a single piece of incriminating evidence against her, not one. He certainly does not believe that Akiyama is merely the harmless daughter of a herbalist. When asked why, he would firmly reply, intuition. The heavens do not forsake the diligent. Through his seemingly diligent, though perhaps not, efforts, one night, he witnessed Akiyama stealthily extracting a notebook from her drawer to jot something down. That must surely be her intelligence records. The Umbu thought to themselves. And the following day, when Akiyama left for school, that notebook mysteriously appeared on Raza's desk. Were it not for the Umbu bringing him this item, Raza might have almost forgotten that a girl from a foreign village had arrived in Sunagakure 2 years ago. Due to the nearby conflicts, bandits, rogue ninjas, and the incessant wars between small nations, many had sought refuge in Sunagakure. However, the truth is, few chose to come here, as most preferred the more favorable geography of Konoha. Raza initially intended to inform the Umbu to cease surveillance on this girl named Hinakuni Ichiri. But upon witnessing the eager expressions of the operatives, he fell silent. Was this truly an appropriate expression for someone in the Umbu? No, he pondered. A grown man should not be so evidently consumed by curiosity. Several times he opened his mouth to speak, only to close it again. I see, he finally said, picking up the notebook entitled Sand Hidden Observation Diary. Could it be that this young girl is indeed a spy? With such thoughts in mind, Raza opened the first page. Year 55 of the Sand Calendar, April 23rd. Why is Gaara's hair so messy? His dark circles seem a bit lighter. I'm so hungry, forget it. Year 55 of the Sand Calendar, April 30th. Kankuro's puppet was damaged again. It really is too fragile. Should I ask if he needs help reinforcing it? Why is he watching me so warily? Year 55 of the Sand Calendar, June 13th. I rarely got to try the food in the cafeteria today. How strange. There are still thorns in the cactus dish that haven't been cleaned. Followed by a series of incomprehensible doodles and a little figure with a tongue full of thorns. Year 55 of the Sand Calendar, July 9th. Summer vacation has begun. Why does the headmaster always stay in his room? What is he up to? I need to find a time to sneak a peek. Year 55 of the Sand Calendar, July 11th. I was so scared. I walked into the headmaster's room and saw so many snakes. Thankfully, they were just snake skins. I thought I was done for. Followed by a little figure entangled by a snake's tail. Should I say this child has quite the execution ability? Year 55 of the Sand Calendar, September 1st. Temari standing with a fan looks so casual, so beautiful, so charming, so stunning, so exquisite, followed by a plethora of adjectives. How can she be so captivating? But why is she glaring at me? Was I too obvious in my admiration? Next time, I shall gaze openly. The following pages are blank, and upon turning to the next page, it is from the previous year. Year 56 of the Sand Calendar. February 3rd. Kyubi says she learned a foreign language, though I can't understand it. She speaks with an air of arrogant delight, as if an alien has invaded Earth. The headmaster surely does not align with such a tone. Where could she have learned it? Year 56 of the Sand Calendar. February 10th. I found a fascinating book on animal languages in Kyubi's nightstand. Let's flip through a few pages. What is this? Confiscated. Year 56 of the Sand Calendar. March 16th. Gaara gifted me a small doll. What does this mean? Is he trying to prevent me from speaking of that time he fell and directly fell asleep? Well, considering his sincerity. Year 56 of the Sand Calendar, April 28th. Temari stole my candy, crying. Year 56 of the Sand Calendar, April 30th. Kankuro stole my rice ball, crying. Year 56 of the Sand Calendar, May 5th. Gaara stole from me. All right, I took his cookies. Consider it revenge for his sister and brother. Raza closed the notebook and rubbed his temples, feeling as though he had unwittingly been drawn into the musings of a young girl. Though titled Sand Hidden Observation Diary, he had merely gleaned fragments of her daily thoughts. However, had she and his children grown too close? And why did it seem as though she were an ardent admirer of Temari? Raza stared at the Sand Hidden Observation Diary, lost in contemplative silence. The Umbu knelt before him, their tone tinged with eagerness. Kazekage-sama, what shall we do? Should we apprehend her immediately? Raza slowly raised his head. Are you certain this is espionage? The Umbu, unwavering, asserted, her late-night scribbles must be classified information. Raza pushed the notebook forward and rubbed his temples. You may read it for yourself. Yes. Despite their doubts. The Umbu took the notebook and quickly flipped through its pages. He silently closed it, his tone resolute. This is undoubtedly a facade. She is concealing her true intentions with this childish diary. Raza massaged his temples. So, after 3 years of surveillance, this is what you present to me? The Umbu. He could hardly confess to dozing off during his watch, could he? That evening, in the Kazakage's residence, Raza sat at the head of the table. Facing 3 children, Temari sat upright, Kankuro absent-mindedly fiddled with puppet parts, and Gaara quietly stared at his teacup. I have summoned you today to inquire about something, Raza stated. Returning the diary to the Umbu, showing no interest in copying the girl's ramblings. What is your relationship with this girl, named Hinakuni Ichiri? Temari's eyes brightened. Father has also found Ichiri to be quite adorable? Gaara discreetly sipped his tea. Raza noted that since their enrollment, his younger son had become remarkably quiet. As though his previous brutality were but a facade, though their relationship had not improved. Raza frowned, tapping his fingers on the table. Has she exhibited any suspicious behavior? Temari tilted her head. She only inquired if there was tomato soup in the cafeteria today. Kankuro added. She also asked if I needed any puppets to be beautified. She made us some snacks too. She even tossed her homework my way. During P.E. class, I saw her slacking off beside me. Last time on the rooftop. She kissed my cheek. She did what? Kankuro exclaimed, his mouth agape, staring at Temari in shock. Temari scratched her cheek. Throughout the conversation, Gaara remained silent. His eyelashes fluttering. Raza pondered. What kind of espionage is this? Chapter 90. Stars in July. The dusk in Sunagakure lingered slowly. As the clock neared 8, the sun finally sank below the horizon, leaving the sky bathed in deep blue, with stars appearing one by one, resembling the already consumed Kampido. Akiyama sat atop the orphanage roof, swinging her legs as she counted the stars. 1, 2, 3. What are you counting? A familiar voice came from behind. As the autumn mountains receded behind, I saw Gaara standing on the edge of the rooftop, the sand gently cradling him as he floated down beside me. Oh, the stars. She smiled, pointing at the sky above. Do they not resemble the candy we had before, the golden sugar plums? Gaara tilted his head back for a moment, then replied earnestly, they do. A laugh escaped Akatsuki at his serious demeanor as she retrieved a star-shaped candy from her pocket and offered it to him. What is this? Let us call it star candy. Akatsuki shook it slightly. I made it using kitchen sugar, and it took quite a while to solidify. I added strawberry jam. Would you like to try? Gaara accepted the candy, lightly touching the crooked star with his fingertips. Thank you. He unwrapped the candy and popped it into his mouth. Is it good? Akatsuki asked expectantly. Shikaku, residing in the gourd, hummed. It's sweet to the point of being cloying. Though he spoke thus, he secretly adored such overly sweet treats. Akatsuki feigned ignorance, popping another candy into her mouth, mumbling, I've never made candy myself before. This is my first time. Gaara glanced at her, but said nothing. Savoring the strawberry sweetness on her tongue, Akatsuki looked up at the stars, pondering if Rin would enjoy this. They silently indulged in the candy, the night breeze gently sweeping by, carrying the distinct dryness of the desert. Hey, Gaara, Akatsuki suddenly spoke. She hesitated. If one day, I'm saying if, I did something to upset you, would you ignore me? Gaara turned his head, his grayish-blue eyes appearing exceptionally tranquil under the starlight. No. Really? Akatsuki maintained her gaze at the stars until her neck began to ache, then lowered her head to smile at him, saying, the stars are so bright. Gaara winked at her. Is he trying to be cute? Absolutely. Unable to resist, Akatsuki reached out to pinch Gaara's cheek, the sand shifting gently beneath them. What's wrong? Akatsuki sighed. Gaara is such an adorable child. Gaara's cheeks warmed under Akatsuki's touch, and he instinctively retorted, I am not a child. He wished not to be treated as one anymore. Not a child? Akatsuki tilted her head, yet Gaara indeed was still a child. Still in that age where he could lean on elders for affection. She swallowed the latter part of her thought. She suddenly nodded firmly. Gaara is a particularly reliable big kid. Gaara choked a bit, feeling somewhat helpless. He was still a child too. Akatsuki asserted, of course, I am still a child. Gaara grasped her hand. I will protect you. But you are still a child, Gaara corrected, switching the term to big kid. I am a year older than you. He emphasized. Shikaku, caught off guard by this statement, inexplicably wanted to laugh. Akatsuki silently countered in her heart, I am 3 lifetimes older than you. Noticing her silence, Gaara turned his gaze back to the twinkling stars above. In the absence of towering trees, the desert sky felt exceptionally vast. The endless night sky echoing the presence of the girl beside him. What about your hometown? Gaara asked, what are the stars like there? Akatsuki paused for a moment before smiling. The stars in my hometown are often obscured by leaves, making them difficult to see clearly. But in summer, fireflies emerge, mingling with the stars, making it hard to distinguish between the glow of the fireflies and the light of the stars. Honestly, I sometimes find myself missing home. A soft sigh escaped her lips, her gaze towards the stars tinged with nostalgia. It was uncertain whether she was reminiscing about the summer filled with the taste of soda-flavored popsicles in the 21st century, or the summer accompanied by numerous friends in the Hidden Leaf Village, or even the summer surrounded by fireflies by the river. Hey, Gaara suddenly called her by her alias. Akatsuki snapped back to reality. What is it? Gaara leaned closer, opening his lightly clenched fist, and a firefly flew out. Akatsuki widened her eyes, realizing it was merely a glowing grain of sand. Gaara had never seen a real firefly. The grains of sand mimicked their glow, dancing about her fingertips. This, he said, is just like the summer in your hometown. Akatsuki could not help but hold her breath as she watched. The faint glow of the sand flickered before her, reflecting Gaara's earnest expression. His passion laid bare before her, leaving her momentarily at a loss for words. Thank you, Gaara, she whispered. Gaara shook his head, quickly producing a second and third firefly. Soon a dozen glowing grains of sand swirled around them, casting a gentle warm yellow light over the rooftop. As the night breeze blew, the starlight mingled with the glowing sands, and for a fleeting moment, Akatsuki truly felt as if she had returned to a nostalgic summer night. Stay here, Gaara murmured softly, his grayish-blue eyes appearing particularly gentle in the glow. I will show you more stars. Akatsuki nearly choked on the still unmelted candy, unable to lift her gaze to meet Gaara's expectant eyes. What are you talking about? Haven't I always been here? She laughed, her fingers nervously tapping against the tiles. Gaara did not press her further, simply covering her hand with his palm, quietly observing her. The warmth of his hand against her skin evoked an inexplicable emotion. What was it? Gratitude, guilt, sadness, or something else? Akatsuki shook her foot, pretending to be nonchalant as she met his gaze, her eyes radiating an artifice of calmness. Gaara, she confessed, I am a spy. One day, I must return to the Hidden Leaf. It's possible I may even hurt you. These truths were surely too cruel for Gaara. The reality lodged in her throat, Akatsuki forced a smile. Let's go see more beautiful stars together. Gaara tightened his grip on her hand, his eyes seemingly perpetually shadowed by an unshakable gloom. When would the skies clear? Akatsuki averted her gaze. The director seems to be looking for me. I must go. With that, she leaped off the eaves. As the warmth of another person's presence slipped from her grasp, Gaara watched her retreating figure, softly responding, okay. One day, he murmured. Why is it called that? It felt as if he suddenly possessed a unique emotion that would swiftly detach on some future day. One day, he said. Shikaku remained silent. Chapter 91. Red Bean Bun. Since Orochimaru took over as the director, the orphanage has been improving day by day. Everyone had to admit that Orochimaru truly possessed remarkable leadership skills, especially when he gathered a group of children of varying heights for lessons. Initially, Akatsuki found it strange due to his youthful appearance, but over the years, they grew accustomed to the notion that it wasn't that Akatsuki believed Orochimaru to be faultless, but rather that she felt he would not harm them. At least, the emotions reflected in his gaze suggested as much. During her undercover mission, Akatsuki relayed information regarding the human weapons to the Hidden Leaf. Well, most of it was just daily occurrences. As Minato flipped through the letters in the Hokage's office, an expression of both helplessness and amusement crossed his face. Akiyama felt as though she had not merely shrunk in stature. Her very essence had taken on a childlike quality. Seated by the bed in her room, she held a calendar, counting the days. The window, which had once creaked ominously at night, had long since been repaired. In truth, the orphanage had undergone more than just the restoration of a single window. Listening to the cheerful laughter emanating from the weekend games outside, Akiyama's spirits lifted slightly. They were also joyous, as her fingertips brushed against the thicker calendar paper. In stark contrast to the usual recording sheets, she was jolted from her reverie. Lowering her gaze, she traced the rows of numbers. It was high time to set her plans in motion. She considered the prospect of bringing Shikaku into the fold. Life in Sunagakure had proven to be less arduous than she had anticipated. In fact, it had been rather pleasant. Akiyama pondered that the turning point had coincided with the arrival of Gaara and Orochimaru. It felt as though her time in Sunagakure was less a mission and more akin to a vacation. A sigh escaped her lips, tinged with worry. It was a pity. The forthright and candid nature of Temari truly resonated with her, while Gaara's delicate sincerity was equally captivating. And Kankuro, Kankuro, just jesting, he was indeed a splendid friend. After the mission, she could still correspond with her companions at the orphanage, but maintaining contact with the three siblings of Temari would be a challenge. Setting aside the potential fallout from her abrupt departure with Shikaku, the mere thought of her assumed identity and false name from recent years was painful. Friends with whom she had played for years had never been told her true name. Akiyama resolved to release Shikaku from his seal and then make a swift exit. After all, the shinobi world was vast. It might be ages before they crossed paths again, and perhaps she would vanish without a trace. Yet, she felt a pang of reluctance. The moral dilemmas haunting her, stemming from the darker impulses of humanity, had deeply influenced her. Yet she remained swayed by the goodness in others. Regardless, that troublesome Shikaku would surely improve Gaara's sleep once he was gone. She was merely borrowing the guise of a day with the name Kagura to perform a good deed. Suddenly, Shikaku sneezed. Achoo! Who dares to insult me? One day, Kankuro lightly knocked twice on the door, opening it slightly to reveal his curious eyes. Aren't you coming out to play? We're in the midst of a ghost-catching game. Akiyama straightened her back, placing the calendar back on the table, and turned to smile at him. Not right now. I have to go out and train with Temari later. Kankuro sighed. You have to train even on the weekend? Life as a ninja student is indeed tough. You must be exceptionally skilled. Akiyama felt a touch of bashfulness as she scratched her head, about to humbly deny his compliment when Orochimaru's voice rang out from outside. Kankuro. He swung the door wide open, a smile on his face that made Akiyama break into a sweat. The jar of fruit candy in the kitchen is nearly half empty. Do you have any idea what happened? Oh, busted. Akiyama exclaimed earnestly, even rising to her feet to gesture animatedly. It was a mouse. A huge one. I saw it last night. Its tail was this long. Kankuro blinked, his gaze darting back and forth between Orochimaru and Akiyama. She sensed an odd atmosphere, but couldn't quite pinpoint what felt amiss. A mouse? Orochimaru repeated slowly, his eyes narrowing behind his glasses. How intriguing. A mouse quietly observes me and then sneaks into the kitchen for a midnight snack, does it? He pulled out a piece of cookie wrapped in plastic from his pocket. Akiyama exclaimed, Kankuro. She shot a glance at the bandage, then back at Akiyama and suddenly realized, Kankuro, were you hungry in the middle of the night? You should have said so. I still have leftover cookies from yesterday morning. Orochimaru's smile widened. Indeed, Kankuro, next time you're hungry, you can simply tell us. No need to transform into a mouse. How infuriating. This guy is definitely retaliating for the time I used too much salt, rendering the orphanage's meals tasteless for days. Akiyama thought. Just as she was about to defend herself, Orochimaru turned to leave, casually adding, by the way, as punishment, today's dessert portion has been cancelled. Akiyama felt as though she had been struck by lightning. Wait. Today is the day for red bean buns. Orochimaru, without glancing back, waved dismissively, yes, and I shall enjoy it thoroughly. This devil. Kankuro patted her shoulder sympathetically. Kankuro, how about I secretly share half with you? Akiyama touched, grasped her hand. Kankuro. You are truly my best friend. Kankuro smiled bashfully, but you must help me with my math homework tomorrow. Akiyama released her hand and nonchalantly turned her head away. There are no pure-hearted children in this orphanage. In the evening, at the training ground, Temari observed Akiyama sprawled in the sand, feigning death. She poked her waist with a finger. Come on, it's not that serious. It's just dessert you missed. Akiyama rolled over weakly. Temari, you don't understand. That was a red bean bun, only available once a week. Kankuro, arms crossed, stood nearby, scoffing. Is that all? Akiyama glared at him. What do you know? Sweets are the hope of life. They are the light in the darkness. Most importantly, the taste of the red bean bun was identical to the ones she had bought from the dumpling shop in Konoha. Kankuro laughed. Right. Temari facepalmed. What a fool. Suddenly, Gaara, who had been silent, spoke up. Here. Akiyama looked up to find him holding a small paper bag. She accepted it and opened it, revealing 2 pieces of honey candy. Gaara? He turned his face away, his ears tinged with red. I picked it up while passing by the shopping street. Akiyama froze for a moment before leaping forward to embrace him. Gaara, you are indeed my best friend. Gaara naturally returned her embrace. Temari, dissatisfied, pinched the exposed skin at the nape of her neck. What about me? Akiyama nestled into Gaara's shoulder, casting a side glance at Temari. Temari, you are my favorite girl. You little rascal. Temari gripped her face. Chapter 92. Gaara is the cutest child in the world. Are you saying you want to take me away? Shikaku lowered his massive head to peer at the comparatively tiny Akiyama, excitement radiating from him. All right. Stop shaking. The ceiling area is already unstable. If you keep shaking, it'll collapse. Akiyama quickly interjected to halt him. Shikaku exhaled forcefully, nearly blowing Akiyama away. He pondered for a moment, and then lay flat on the ground to meet her gaze. So when exactly will that be? He then shouted excitedly. I'm finally leaving this wretched place. Akiyama placed her hand on his cheek, astonished by the surprisingly smooth texture beneath her palm. I thought your true form would be quite rough. Shikaku let out a deep breath. What do you mean? My fur is the finest. At this, he glanced down at his own coat, the most desert-like. What is that? Akiyama responded, somewhat perplexed. Keep your voice down. Gaara might wake up. Oh. Shikaku tapped his claws. That as Akiyama watched him fidget, tapping his claws and scratching his backside, unable to resist interrupting. Do you have fleas? No. Shikaku retorted angrily. Then what is it? Akiyama asked, utterly baffled. Since you have taken me away, will this little ghost perish? Akiyama revealed a meaningful expression. To his surprise, Shoha actually cared about Gaara. What kind of expression is that? Shoha angrily turned away, leaving behind a massive silhouette, ignoring her. Oh, I didn't mean anything. Just that, Akiyama replied. Are you playing with me? Shoha asked. Rest assured, Gaara will be just fine. Akiyama assured him, patting his tail. At most. He will just lose your interference during his sleep. I have been trying very hard not to disturb his slumber, Shoha mumbled. All right. Remember to cooperate with me when the time comes. Don't go causing destruction as soon as you appear. We need to leave quietly, understand? Akiyama patted him. Gaara is about to wake up, so I shall take my leave. I am not that kind of tailed beast. Shoha shouted in dissatisfaction, then fell silent. Recalling his past actions, Gaara stirred slightly, removing the eye mask from his head, struggling to open his eyes against the sudden influx of sunlight. One hand shielded most of the light, followed closely by a face leaning in. Awake? How did you sleep? Akiyama blinked at him. Is my eye mask effective? Gaara's gaze gradually focused, Akiyama-jo's face appearing particularly delightful against the backlight. He softly replied, his voice still hoarse from sleep. I slept very well. This was the truth. Gaara looked down at the specially made cat-eye mask in his hand, a faint joy swelling within him. She said he resembled a small black cat she had raised. Did that mean she liked him? Akiyama-ju cheerfully retracted her hand, pulling him up. That's great. I even added a bit of lavender to the mask. I heard it helps people dream of good things. Her voice gradually lowered. For Gaara was looking at her with an indescribable expression, his gaze so intense that it made her feel inexplicably uneasy. What's wrong? Is there something on my face? She instinctively touched her face. Gaara shook his head, lowering his eyes. I just dreamt of you. Akiyama-jo became curious. What did you dream about? I dreamt you were under a cherry blossom tree. Gaara paused, wearing a ninja combat uniform. Akiyama-jo suddenly became alert. The Sand Village did not have cherry blossom trees. In Gaara's impression, she should merely be a student about to graduate from the Ninja Academy. Was the combat uniform referring to the Umbu's attire? How could Gaara possibly dream such a thing? You know, Gaara continued, and only then did Akiyama-jo realize there was more to come. What did you say? I said Temarine is very fragrant. Akiyama-jo's words were abruptly cut off, leaving her momentarily speechless in response to Gaara's gaze. How could Gaara dream such a thing? Her expression turned complex as she spoke. It's just a dream. It's your dream, and dreams are not definitive, meaning whatever happens in a dream is not strange. What I mean is... She scratched her cheek, struggling to articulate her thoughts. What I mean is that what happens in a dream has no necessary connection to reality, so you don't need to take it too seriously, okay? Gaara looked at her distressed expression and slightly curled the corners of his lips. It seemed that he was not the most concerned about this dream. But you really would say something like that. What? That line in the dream. What line? Temarine is very fragrant? Well, but... Akiyama-jo had no words to counter, narrowing her eyes at Gaara to instill a sense of fear. However, as Gaara observed her, he felt that she was wrong. He was not like a small black cat. Rather, She looked more like a cat threatening him with narrowed eyes. I was joking, he softly said, reaching out to tidy her hair that had been tousled from her nap. You've learned badly. Akiyama exclaimed, her eyes wide. No, wait, This is how ninjas are. She patted Gaara's shoulder. From now on, you must behave like this with others. Never tell strangers everything. Sometimes, your identity is something you create for yourself. And you shouldn't easily trust the words of strangers. Do you understand? Gaara held her hand, tilting his head. But, isn't a Chiniki always by my side? Akiyama was shocked. Gaara, who taught you to be so adorable? Gaara blinked in confusion, pressing his face against her palm and softly asking, what? Too cute, Akiyama stated earnestly. Gaara is the cutest child in the world. I am not a child. He buried his face in her palm, taking a deep breath. We have all grown up. Then Gaara is the cutest big kid in the world. Akiyama revised her words. Gaara appeared somewhat helpless. You are doing this again, he rubbed her hand. Akiyama with righteous indignation, declared, regardless, Gaara is the cutest. All right, Gaara unusually agreed with her words. Then Ichiniki is the cutest girl in the world. Hey, Akiyama gasped, Gaara. You actually said that. Don't you like it? I do. I like it too. Chapter 93. Confession practice before the coldest dawn of the desert had passed. Akiyama window was knocked upon by Temari. To avoid waking up Kroll, Akiyama quietly opened the window and communicated with Temari through her gaze and gestures. What's wrong? Temari refused to meet her gaze and directly pulled her out. To be fair, she was quite considerate, remembering to close the window before leaving. Akiyama carried by Temari as they leaped across the rooftops, was enduring the cold wind that seeped in through her pajamas while thinking this. Noticing her small movements, Temari pulled down her cloak, wrapping her entirely within it. Akiyama still dazed from just waking up, felt her mind spinning from the sudden movement. Temari-ne, what are we practicing so early? Akiyama yawned, her voice still drowsy, as the sun had yet to rise. Shut up and stand still, Temari suddenly turned. Looking at her seriously, from now on, you must fully cooperate with me. Is it a special training for sunrise? Or, Akiyama tilted her head, contemplating seriously. Is Temari-ne here to practice the confession with Shukun again? Stop rambling, Temari lifted her chin. Today, we will simulate. Her voice suddenly lowered. The confession scene on a rainy day. Akiyama's eyes brightened. Rain? How romantic. The last time we watched the rain together was in a shabby temple during a team-building trip in the mountains. Who wants to hear that? Temari's fan thudded into the sand. Stand under that rock. Oh, Akiyama obediently moved to the designated spot, watching as Temari took a deep breath and suddenly leaned against the rock wall beside her. This overly close position allowed her to see the delicate frost blooming on Temari's eyelashes and even smell the faint scent of the Kanai maintenance oil she frequently used, mixed with a hint of rust. Shukun, Temari's voice was lower than usual, trembling unnaturally. Your eyelashes are frosted. Autumn Mountain suddenly interrupted. Her words caught in her throat like sugar dust as she poked Autumn Mountain forehead in frustration, urging her not to digress. She crossed her arms and stepped back to scrutinize him, eventually nodding. All right, from this moment onward, you shall play the role of Shujun. Mimicking his every word and action, Autumn Mountain made a gesture of acknowledgement, cleared his throat, and cast a glance around. Handball raised an eyebrow, watching her performance. Handball. Autumn Mountain lowered her voice and said, your fan is quite large. Who would say such a thing? Then, Autumn Mountain stepped closer, brushing the sand off her shoulder, and added, I like you. With a swift motion, Handball squeezed Autumn Mountain cheeks, causing the latter's face to squish together as she blinked in bewilderment. Handball was at a loss for words, gritting her teeth as she questioned, who confesses right off the bat, especially to me and Shujun? Uh-huh. Autumn Mountain retorted, grabbing her wrist. Handball, you're so beautiful. It's only natural for Shujun to confess to you first. Handball narrowed her eyes at her, suddenly falling silent. What strange words this little brat keeps saying. Handball? Autumn Mountain gently pinched her wrist. Your face is so red. Are you getting cold? Handball gripped her hand tighter, pulling her closer, and opened her mouth as if resolutely about to speak. If I said there's no Shujun, what would you do? To her surprise, Autumn Mountain did not seem shocked by her words. Huh. Handball looked down, observing her expectant expression, suddenly feeling as if she had been played. Why? When Handball first asked me to simulate a confession, I asked the seniors. Autumn Mountain eyes sparkled, and Handball couldn't decipher the emotions contained within. They said there's no one named Shio Shujun here. Handball's face turned crimson with realization. What does this mean? This person knew from the very start. All this time, had she been making excuses for her Shio Shujun without reason? Her fingertips trembled slightly. The morning wind swept through the desert, carrying fine sand between them, lifting a corner of Autumn Mountain Joe's cloak. Handball. Her voice caught in her throat. You knew all along? Ah, Autumn Mountain Joe exclaimed. Handball. Look, the sun is rising. She squinted, smiling. The first rays of dawn are the same color as your hair. Handball glared at her. As she noticed the tips of her hair illuminated by the morning light, she could no longer restrain herself and pinched her face. Don't change the subject. You know very well. Autumn Mountain Joe tilted her head, her entire face cloaked in the shadow cast by Handball. Know what? That Shio Shujun doesn't exist. Handball nearly shouted in an exasperated whisper. Autumn Mountain Joe pondered, resting her finger on her chin, rather than knowing. I'd say I'm relieved there isn't one. This answer left Handball utterly dumbfounded. She gazed at the girl before her, who was half a head shorter. Wrapped in her cloak like a cat that had stolen an adult's clothing, the collar of her nightgown adorned with a crooked paw print. What do you mean? Autumn Mountain Joe stepped forward. All those times you've practiced confessions were with me. If one day you were to confess to someone I didn't know, I would find that terribly unfair. She continued, it's only right. Clearly, I, along with Iai Luo and Kinjo Lang, are the ones who've been by your side, and I don't even know what kind of person the other is. I haven't even thought about who would be worthy of you, Handball. She wanted to continue speaking, but was silenced by Handball's hand over her mouth. If, and I mean if, you like someone but they don't understand your feelings, what would you do? Autumn Mountain Joe blinked, pulling her hand away. Then I'd just say it directly. I like you. That's far too direct. Then, Autumn Mountain Joe suddenly cupped Handball's face with both hands, like this. Handball's mind went blank as she stared at the face so close to hers. Kiss. A soft sensation brushed against her forehead. Like this, it's a seal. If you don't refuse, it means you don't dislike me. If you don't dislike me, it means you have feelings for me. If you have feelings for me, it means you like me. Boom. Handball's mind was in a frenzy as she turned abruptly to leave. I have tasks to attend to. Watching her retreating figure, Autumn Mountain Joe scratched her cheek. Handball is indeed busy. No wonder she sought me out so early. But who does Handball truly like? Chapter 94. Don't go. Iai Luo was dreaming. He dreamt that Autumn Mountain Joe was smiling at him, saying, Iai Luo is the cutest. Initially, he resisted the term. Cute and such were no longer suitable descriptors for him. Yet she earnestly explained, cute means Iai Luo deserves to be loved. She shook her head, insisting, Iai Luo deserves everyone's affection. No, that's not true, he retorted silently. No one loves him, no one but himself. He is a Shura who only loves himself. But when did it begin that he was no longer surrounded only by bloodied sands? When did his interactions with his elder sister and second brother become harmonious? When did he start to yearn for the love of others? Do I possess your affection? Unexpectedly, he asked aloud. Of course, she responded naturally, as if it were an undeniable fact. Iai Luo has long since possessed my affection. Because Iai Luo is the cutest. Iai Luo opened his eyes, confronted by darkness. Oh. He had forgotten that he was wearing a black cat-eye mask while sleeping. Strange. Why couldn't he muster any strength? Why did his body feel unusually cold? Why did he smell blood? Why did he inexplicably feel that Autumn Mountain Joe was by his side? So tired. Ha 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 ha. I'm finally out. The small Shikako laughed joyfully, only to be sealed back into Autumn Mountain Joe's palm. Hey, just as I was released, I was sealed again. Shikako stomped in fury. Be quiet. Autumn Mountain Joe was busy with the follow-up procedure, stating that it was not the right time to let you out. We'll discuss it later. Just days prior, Autumn Mountain Joe received a covert message summoning her back to Konoha. Counting the days, graduation season was approaching. It's alright. If she graduated from the Sand Ninja Academy, she wouldn't even know how to handle the Sand Village forehead protector, even though she currently had no Konoha forehead protector. But that recall letter made Autumn Mountain Joe realize that the time to extract Shikako had come. Under the cover of night, she quietly infiltrated Iai Luo's room, bringing his unconscious form to a prepared open space for the procedure. Shikako, get it, immediately returned to the village with a perfect plan, avoiding any questioning. However, while returning Iai Luo to his room, an unexpected incident occurred. As Autumn Mountain Joe leaped across the rooftops of the Sand Village, the boy's body temperature seeped through his thin nightgown, colder than the desert night wind. His breath was so light it was almost imperceptible, only occasionally brushing against her neck with his red hair, still carrying a hint of warmth. Autumn Mountain Joe's experience told her this was normal. A Jinchuriki from whom a tailed beast had been extracted would undoubtedly be weak, just as when she had performed the procedure for Rin. Iai Luo merely needed rest. Yes, that's right. It must be so, yet a sense of unease still lingers. Akiyama Ju abruptly halted, nearly slipping from the rooftop. Ahead, at the alley's entrance, Kankuro was unsteadily making his way home, cradling the newly crafted puppet. This is not right. It is far too late. Kankuro, you rascal. Akiyama Ju held her breath, slowly retreating. Just then, Gaara shifted slightly on her shoulder. One day, his feeble voice struck her heart like a hammer. Akiyama Ju froze, sensing the boy behind her slightly lift his head, his dry lips brushing against her ear. Why? She dared not respond, nor could she turn back. The moonlight cast their shadows on the sandy wall, entwined like an unending dream. Gaara was about to speak again when he felt the person beneath him move once more. The wind howled in her ears, and the blindfold obscured his vision, sharpening his senses. She was trembling. The lingering scent of calming incense filled Gaara's room. Akiyama Ju gently laid him back on the bed, but the moment she withdrew her hand, it was seized at the wrist. You took Shikaku, Gaara stated calmly. Why? Akiyama Ju remained silent, instead breaking free from his grip. Damn it, why was the sedative ineffective? Don't go, he pleaded softly. Don't go. He lifted his hand to remove the blindfold, only to see the moonlight spilling onto the ground. There was no one in front of him. Gaara's hand fell, the gray-green depths of his eyes reflecting the radiant moonlight, yet he appeared remarkably powerless. The unspoken love was forcibly suppressed, leaving only the sorrow lodged in his throat. Liar. Akiyama Ju sprinted away, her heart pounding violently within her chest. She had no doubt that if this continued, her heart would leap out in a dramatic escape. Damn it. She had administered enough sedative to keep Gaara asleep until daybreak. Could it be that he had developed a resistance to the drug? Are you all right? Shikaku inquired cautiously. Not good. Akiyama Ju dismissed any pretense of being fine. I am not well at all. She continued to move forward, feeling utterly terrible. Shikaku, who wished to halt her frantic pacing, fell silent. Her original plan was to withdraw Shikaku, return Gaara home, and hurry back to Konoha. However, the sudden awakening of Gaara had thrown her into a foul mood, and now she was further obstructed by a figure in the desert. It was not a sand ninja, but rather the ever-smiling director of the orphanage, Kabuto. What are you doing awake at this hour? He smiled, his expression as usual. Even his inquiry reminiscent of the time he caught her sneaking into the kitchen at midnight. He let out a gentle sigh. If you don't sleep well, you won't grow tall. Director, Akiyama Ju sighed, rubbing her weary shoulders. She had never imagined that the director, who seemed so unlike an ordinary citizen, would catch her so far from Sunagakure. Perhaps his facade of kindness had lulled her into a false sense of security, but that did not mean she would surrender. She shrugged. Perhaps I have not been a member of the orphanage from the very beginning? That simply won't do. Kabuto feigned concern. You are still a minor, and your guardian must decide your fate, correct? With that, he took a step forward, only to find her lowering her body and swiftly darting past him. The dust kicked up by her running swirled around, and Kabuto adjusted his glasses with a hint of resignation. Oh dear, what should I do now? He retrieved a report from his breast pocket and inscribed a line on it. The target possesses formidable strength. Exerting full effort will not lead to victory. All set. He tucked the report away, gazing at the moon hanging in the sky, and sighed once more. Run, little one. Chapter 95. The Sunagakure hospital was ablaze with lights before dawn. Temari kicked open the door to the treatment room, her gray-green eyes mirroring Gaara's, filled with uncontainable fury. She practically spat out, "Give me an explanation." The head of the medical team nearly dropped the medical records in fright. Lady Temari, we are analyzing. Analyzing what? She seized the collar of the other, demanding, analyzing how that fraud managed to manipulate the entire sand village. Outside, the howling of a sandstorm echoed. Temari released her grip, her gaze falling upon Gaara's pale face, lying quietly on the hospital bed, still wearing that ridiculous black cat-eye mask. As if nothing had ever happened. He was awake, fully aware. Even the storm outside was his doing, yet he lay there in self-deception. 6 years had passed. Her nails digging deep into her palm. She had pretended for 6 long years. An eerie silence enveloped the ward, until Temari suddenly laughed, wondering if she could truly endure this. From the orphanage to the ninja academy, from the training grounds to the corners of the rooftop, were all those moments she had once felt a flutter of affection mere illusions? You truly are something, Yui. She inhaled deeply, her gaze returning to Gaara, who remained infuriatingly silent. Stop pretending. The three-star fan slammed onto the ground, the dull thud resonating harshly. Gaara turned his head slightly, leaving behind a still, bewildered expression. Temari hung her head, her tightly clenched fist searching for an outlet for her frustration. This should not be happening. She was horrified to realize that her emotions over the past years were inexplicably tied to that fraud. It should not be like this. Director. Kajin found Kabuto, who was perusing books at his desk. Where has Yui gone? Kabuto's fingers moved slightly, the pages turning silently. He did not even lift his eyes from the text. Did I not mention? She has found her family. She must be enjoying the joy of reuniting with them now. Yet, Kajin furrowed her brow. It was impossible for her to leave without a word. The girl recalled her two old friends who had gone missing and perished. Her emotions boiling over. She bit her nails, only to be gently tapped on the hand by Kabuto. A bad habit, he remarked. Do not worry, she is fine. Kabuto closed the book and stood, walking toward the door, adding, at least for now. Director, I do not understand, Kajin insisted as she followed him closely. Enough, Kabuto said, placing a finger on her forehead. Perhaps you should go eat. Your friends are waiting for you, Kajin turned and saw her classmates, who had always teamed up with her during lessons, waving at her from the dining hall. I still have guests. As for Yui, I believe you will receive her letter soon, so why not go find your bed for now? With that, he turned to leave, and Kajin stood there, torn for a moment, before finally heading toward the dining hall. Kabuto continued on, soon arriving at the dormitory where Akiyama-ju had stayed. The room had long been ransacked by the Umbu, and at that moment, the red-haired boy sat on her former bed, holding a note that clearly had been left for Kajin by Akiyama-ju. This little one, Kabuto smiled as he entered the room, unannounced, which was rather impolite. Gaara lifted his gaze, revealing dark circles under his eyes. His fingers moved slightly as he folded the note, which simply read, "Don't worry," and tucked it into his chest. Kabuto blocked his path as he attempted to leave. Gaara looked up at him. I am sorry, Kabuto offered, opening his palm. But that note was intended for her friend in the orphanage. May I kindly ask for its return? His words implied that Gaara had taken something that did not belong to him. It is mine. As the sand spilled forth from the gourd upon Gaara's back, it obstructed the path of Do, who then generously stepped out through the entrance. Before departing, he cast a glance at the restaurant, where sat the individual who had left her a note. Why should it be so? He pressed his hand against his chest, where the note was concealed. That was meant for another. For him, there remained only 6 years' worth of the most charming lies. Ah, how troublesome. After Do's departure, Gaara rubbed the back of his head in frustration, gazing at the scattered grains of sand, vexed by the disarray left behind. Just days prior, they had conducted a thorough cleaning. Day after day, behold the mess you have left. Unable to find her. Ah, Rasha leaned back in his chair. The diary entitled Observations of Sand's Concealment sprawled across his desk. The latest entry dated last month, yet it regrettably bore only the date. I should have known better. Rasha wearily pinched the bridge of his nose, astonished that he had been deceived by what had seemed a simple child at the time. The loss of Shikaku was a grave matter, yet at this moment, the collective understanding of the girl named Akane Haya lingered solely on her name and her fabricated identity. How had she managed it? Rasha sighed deeply, rising to turn his back on the kneeling Ianbu. Outside, the sun continued to shine brightly, the sun-baked ground appearing especially irksome. He should have believed the Anbu's seemingly unfounded claims. Quite the performer, indeed. Lord Fuyu. An Anbu appeared beside him, and once again, Master Kankuro was meddling with his puppets. There was nothing they could do to stop it. Sigh. Rasha felt as if the sighs he had released today equaled those of the past 6 months. He understood why Kankuro behaved this way. The enhancements made to his beloved puppets were tied to that little trickster. Let it be, Rasha declared, waving his hand to dismiss him. Very well. And you? Rasha turned back, regarding the Anbu still kneeling. Truly, no leads whatsoever? It had been less than half a day since she left, yet the footprints she had left behind were scattered by the morning sandstorm. Not a trace of chakra to be found. With such a vast chakra from one tail, you cannot locate her? Rasha was nearly amused by his own frustration. Unable to find her, the subordinates had failed in their duties. The Anbu lowered his head further, expressing his sincerest apologies, stating they had searched everywhere for her. With a thud, Rasha slammed his fist upon the table, causing documents to scatter. No progress. Even her roommate, with whom she had shared her days, could not divulge a shred of useful information. Those past indulgent behaviors surged forth at this moment, becoming a formidable wave that led to the unfolding of events. Gaara, his son, had not fulfilled the responsibilities a father ought to bestow upon his youngest child, and even the relatives left by his wife had been sent away. Now bereft of the tailed beast, could he still be considered a human weapon? Karura, have I been utterly mistaken? You may also leave. Very well. The ENBU, receiving the command, departed, and as they did, the final sigh echoed within the office. Chapter 96. Task completed. 3 days of relentless travel left one utterly exhausted. Upon sighting the gates of Konoha, Akiyama let out a deep breath of relief. Throughout the journey, she had not only pressed onward without pause, but also toiled to erase any traces left behind, fearful that lingering too long might lead to pursuit and discovery. Truly, it was exhausting. Yet, thankfully, she had finally returned to Konoha. The on-duty ninja who received her task scroll regarded her with unexpected surprise. How strange that such a small child had already undertaken an S-rank mission. Akiyama offered a weak smile, instantly earning the label of a tragically resilient child. Successfully entering Konoha, she hurried toward the Hokage's office, and at the next corner, before she could distinguish the path, she collided into someone's embrace. My apologies. She rubbed her nose in apology, only to be lifted high the next moment. You've returned. She looked down to meet the bright gaze of Shursui. Shursui, she exclaimed in surprise, you've grown so tall. Shursui enveloped her in his arms, affectionately nuzzling her. Of course, you have been away for 6 years. He then added somewhat reproachfully, I had no idea you wouldn't write to me. Akiyama averted her gaze, as if writing would not make it easier to be discovered. Shikaku protested within her palm, I want to go out. Akiyama had no choice but to pat Shursui's shoulder. Please set me down. I need to report to Lord Hokage. You just returned? Shursui seemed to notice her somewhat worn cloak and the dust on her cheeks. I'll take you there. He pinched her cheek, holding her a bit tighter. Wait a moment. Just as he was about to leap onto the rooftop, Akiyama called out in time. If I'm not mistaken. She pointed at the guard uniform Shursui wore. You are on duty now, aren't you? What of it? Shursui held her with one arm, grasping her pointing hand with the other. There's nothing happening right now. Just as he finished speaking, a commotion erupted from a nearby shop. Akiyama nearly burst into laughter at the escalating argument, which seemed poised to escalate into a physical altercation. Seizing the opportunity, she slipped from his embrace, patting her crumpled cloak. Go on, dear guard. She tilted her head and smiled. I know the way to the Hokage's office. Shikaku, taking advantage of being unheard outside, unleashed a merciless mockery. Serves you right. Shursui raked his fingers through his tousled black hair in frustration. Then wait for me to change shifts. Tonight, I'll treat you to dango. No sooner had he spoken than someone nearby urged him. Hey, aren't you going to do something? He hurriedly ruffled Akiyama's hair and rushed off to mediate the conflict. The Hokage's office bore little difference from her memories. Come in. As Minato's voice echoed from behind the door, Akiyama suddenly felt a wave of nostalgia wash over her. The man who once assigned her missions now gazed at her across the desk. Mission number 7749, completed. She knelt on one knee, presenting the sealing scroll, with all intelligence contained within. Sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating the scroll, revealing dried bloodstains upon it. Minato observed silently for a moment before breaking into a smile. He rounded the desk and gently lifted her. Thank you for your hard work, he said, though I truly did not expect you to accomplish something of such magnitude. It doesn't quite align with your usual style. The scroll was taken from her hands, and Akiyama stood in place, catching sight of the complex expression on Kakashi's face. What? She inquired, puzzled. One tail has been taken. Akiyama fell silent instantaneously. The tailed beasts were indeed a significant part of their fighting strength. How could such news be allowed to circulate? Not only her, but even Shikaku, who had previously grumbled about her chatter, fell silent as a mouse. Following this, Minato delivered even more shocking news. The Kazekage Gaara attempted suicide, only to be discovered by his son. What? Akiyama looked up, disbelief etched across her face. Gaara? Attempting suicide? How could that be? That man, who valued the interests of the Sand Village above all else. Perhaps you are curious about who brought forth this information? Minato settled back into his office chair. The next moment, the office door opened, revealing a face Akiyama knew all too well. The director. Ah dear. Do adjusted his glasses with a smile, remarking, in retrospect, I am still a senior to little Haya. How could this be? She had clearly rushed back day and night, despite the age gap. It was impossible for him to have returned to Konoha before her. Unless the person before her was not Kabuto. Akiyama-jio's fingers unconsciously tightened, rubbing together. The way this Kabuto adjusted his glasses was identical to how he did in the Sand Village orphanage. Even the curve of his smile was precisely the same. Yet the gaze behind the lenses was different. The real Kabuto had always looked at her with a hint of helplessness, or perhaps indulgence towards a mischievous child. But at this moment, all she saw in his eyes was a sticky, damp intensity. What? Kabuto tilted his head. Surprised that even I couldn't recognize you after just a few days. Minato's kunai silently pressed against the intruder's back. Orochimaru's transformation technique remains remarkably adept. The air instantly thickened. Suddenly, Kabuto's skin appeared to melt like wax, revealing a pale visage underneath. Truly, he was a golden glimmer. Orochimaru licked his lips and chuckled, however. His golden slit pupils fixated on Akiyama-jio. It seems your classmate is even more perceptive than you. Orochimaru. Akiyama-jio tilted her head in confusion, wondering why he was going through such elaborate measures, and why Minato was pointing a weapon at him. He has defected, Minato quietly explained to her. Then turned to Orochimaru and asked, what brings you here, Orochimaru? Don't be so tense. Orochimaru leisurely raised his hands, his sleeves slipping down to reveal a pale hand. The information was still provided by me. What malice could I possibly harbor? This is quite troublesome, Minato sighed in exasperation. I cannot fathom what Orochimaru intends. Orochimaru shrugged and erupted into laughter. Akiyama-jio clenched her fists, feeling perplexed. This man was the only one in this world, besides her, who knew she hailed from another realm. Her memories of his statements during the Third Great Ninja War were already hazy. But the impression he left regarding his views on life remained vivid. It seemed this scientist wished to study her remarkable ability to traverse and be reborn multiple times. With that thought, she lifted her gaze to meet those golden slit pupils directly. How intriguing, she observed as Orochimaru licked the corner of his lips, gazing at her with an almost covetous look. What other secrets do you hold? This was baffling. Akiyama-jio felt a chill run down her spine. I am honored, but I possess no secrets. Meanwhile, Shikaku had quietly utilized the shadow technique to bind Orochimaru. Orochimaru burst into laughter, his neck elongating as his fangs pointed menacingly at Akiyama-jio. Yet in the next instant, he found himself staring into her furious Sharingan. The Genjutsu activated, and the Orochimaru before her transformed into mud, disintegrating. It was merely a clay clone. The true source of sound came from outside the window, where a flash of golden eyes appeared amidst the swaying shadows of the trees. Until we meet again. Chapter 97. Minato's naming talent. Minato sheathed his kunai and offered Akiyama-jio a reassuring smile. Rest assured, only Shikaku and I are aware of this matter. As long as the information does not spread. He suddenly fell into thought. As for Orochimaru, I will find a way to handle him. Shikaku shook his head in resignation. Do you have any good ideas, Hokage? Minato chuckled, scratching the back of his head, choosing to selectively ignore his question, and turned to Akiyama-jio, who appeared contemplative. However, the one tail must be safeguarded by Konoha. Shikaku rolled around in the seal. I refuse to be managed by them. Akiyama-jio quickly waved her hands, declining. No, that won't do. Shikaku raised an eyebrow. What I mean is, Akiyama-jio explained, I have better methods to manage him. No need for a sealing location, and no need for a Jinchuriki sacrifice. She seemed to feel that elaborating further would be futile, abruptly releasing Shikaku from the seal. Upon first encountering the light, Shikaku appeared somewhat disoriented, sneezing heavily and causing a corner of the papers on the desk to flutter. This? Minato looked surprised at the minuscule Shikaku on the desk. This is Shikaku, Akiyama-jio said, petting his head. Shikaku fluffed up his fur, perched on the desk, his tail nervously thumping against the stack of documents. The miniature-tailed beast appeared utterly unthreatening. Even when Akiyama-jio poked its belly, it emitted an adorable sound. Minato and Shikaku's expressions froze. Is this really the legendary one-tail? Shikaku? Minato mused, glancing at the disordered desk, feeling as though it resembled an unusually large raccoon. Akiyama-jio cradled Shikaku in her arms, stroking his fur. In any case, I am the most suitable guardian for the tailed beast. Moreover, most importantly, before being a tailed beast, he is my dear friend. Shikaku, whose tail was waving restlessly, quieted down upon hearing this, letting out a heavy grunt as if trying to hide his embarrassment. It seemed they truly shared a close friendship. Shikaku felt a bewildering emotion. A tailed beast, once sealed within the host of the Sand Village and responsible for numerous killings, had somehow befriended a human? Moreover, according to her words. It seemed her friends extended beyond just this one-tailed beast. You are friends? He pondered, but heard Minato's curious voice interject first. How peculiar. I thought the book of tailed beasts was merely one of your ninjutsu, yet it turns out it was your means of acquaintance. Akiyama paused, slightly sinking into contemplation. In truth, I am uncertain if meeting through the book of tailed beasts was our first encounter. She squeezed Shikaku's paw, looking down at his round head and observing his slightly swaying tail. Otherwise, how could I have felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity? Shikaku looked up at her, his golden cat-like eyes stirring ripples in her heart. Why aren't you speaking? Akiyama questioned, but saw him turn his head away. Well, perhaps I indeed met you a long time ago. He shook his ears and added quietly. But I can't remember. What are your plans for his residence? Will he stay with you? Minato lightly tapped the table, interrupting the conversation between Akiyama and the tailed beast. Logically, Shikaku had originally desired freedom, yet it seemed he would feel most secure by staying with her. Akiyama murmured. Shikaku suggested, since he is this size, why not consider letting him stay in the forest of death? Akiyama tightened her embrace around Shikaku, looking at him with a pleading gaze. He is just a harmless little raccoon. Cough, cough. Let go of me. Shikaku protested. It's decided. Minato suddenly stood up, declaring, let us assign Shikaku to the special Konoha guard. The code name shall be. He squinted his eyes, scrutinizing the Shikaku cradled in her arms. I've got it. He clenched his right fist and struck his left palm. Let us call him the Desert Storm Supreme, Tailed Beast Guardian Captain. What on earth is that? Shikaku fluffed his fur in alarm. Is that not acceptable? Minato scratched his head in thought. Another idea striking him. How about calling it the Infinite Sand Time-Space Supreme Guardian Beast Revision? What do you think? Akiyama quietly scoffed. It sounds like some kind of SSR card from a gacha game. Shikaku silently agreed in his heart. What on earth is that? What does revision even mean? It's an upgraded version, Minato passionately asserted. I refuse. Akiyama couldn't help but laugh, but she quickly composed herself under the scrutiny of 3 pairs of eyes. Asking with a serious expression, Shikaku, do you wish to join the Konoha Special Guard? Shikaku added, if you join the guard, it will clearly establish your affiliation with Konoha, and furthermore, it would provide an additional layer of protection. I desire freedom more. Shikaku exclaimed. Shoha paused and glanced at Shanjo, remarking that if he wished, it would not be unreasonable for him to join. Shanjo lowered his eyes in contemplation and suddenly inquired, is there a Konoha Special Guard team in the Hidden Leaf Village? No, they're ISNT. Minato replied candidly. But if Shoha joins, he'll be the captain. ISNT that quite advantageous? What nonsense. I'm in. Shoha exclaimed, suddenly leaping from Shanjo's embrace onto the desk, exhilarated by the prospect of becoming a captain and gathering subordinates. Although at this moment, the Konoha Special Guard team consisted solely of him, what was he? A tailed beast. In the future, Ju would undoubtedly bring back more tailed beasts, and as long as he ascended to the position of captain first, wouldn't that be splendid? Minato, equally thrilled, declared, then your code name shall be One Tail Thunder Sandstorm Guard Team Captain. Absolutely not. Hey, the convenience store downstairs seemed to have changed owners, as the ice cream freezer now boasted a variety of new flavors. Shanju selected a flavor she had never tried before, paid, and climbed up to Hokage Rock to enjoy the breeze. Shoha was taken away for training under the pretext of managing the team better in the future. If one overlooked his pitiful cries when he was taken, he actually felt quite pleased. Tearing open the packaging, she took a bite of the ice cream, still warmed by the summer night air. It was a honeydew mint flavor. Surprisingly, the taste blended harmoniously. What are you looking at? Minato's voice came from behind. He held a paper bag containing a brand new forehead protector. Hokage-sama, what's the matter? Minato handed her the bag, saying, this is your forehead protector. In a few days, Naruto will graduate, and I will place you in the same class as him, as per your previous request. Shanjo accepted the bag and set it aside, making a crisp sound as she bit into the ice cream. Minato sat beside her and inquired, are you getting close to Naruto for him, or for the nine tails within him? Shanjo widened her eyes at him. No need to answer right now. Minato gently pressed down on her head. Get some good rest tonight. Tomorrow I'll take you to meet someone. Who? Your brother. Chapter 98. You are not. Upon hearing Minato's words, Shanjo's first reaction was disbelief. She had never had any family, let alone a brother. Her thoughts surged back to the summer of war. She opened her mouth, her throat growing hoarse. What does he look like? Minato did not respond directly, leaving her with only one line. Tomorrow, you will see for yourself. Once Minato left, she found herself alone on the empty rock wall. Chio Shanjo licked the sweet, melting remnants of ice cream from her palm, lowering her head. Tonight, the flavor was honeydew mint. She spent the night lost in thought, envisioning many scenarios. Like a stranger knocking on the wrong door, a swindler, or a long-lost relative from her world. Yet, at this moment, beneath the tree, she encountered the very option she had yearned for in her heart. Chio. The black-haired youth smiled and opened his arms to her, but she stood rooted to the spot, seemingly unable to move an inch. Chio? Minato watched her with confusion. This was not the reaction he had anticipated. He had expected her to be more excited, to leap into the arms of this person, or to let out a cathartic cry of joy. Instead, she remained there, staring. The youth, introducing himself as Uchiha Sanyan, tilted his head in puzzlement and soon chose to approach Chio Shanjo. He opened his arms again, preparing to embrace her. You. Chio Shanjo finally looked up at him. Where are your Sharingan? Sanyan, as if realizing something, activated his Sharingan, the three tomos spinning in his eyes. Here it is. At last, Chio Shanjo raised her hand, and just as Sanyan and Minato thought she was about to embrace her brother, she pressed her palm against Sanyan's chest. A tingling sensation radiated from the point of contact as she began to inject her chakra into him, and he realized something was amiss. Indeed, in the next moment, there was a loud crash as dust erupted. Chio Shanjo seized his neck and threw him to the ground. You are not. Chio Shanjo straddled him, her hands tightly gripping his neck. You are not. Minato was taken aback by this unexpected turn of events, yet he remembered Chio Shanjo as a child with a clear sense of right and wrong. He found himself at a loss, unsure whether to intervene or to stand back. Sanyan gritted his teeth, gasping out her name, his hands gripping her wrists, veins bulging. But she seemed oblivious, stubbornly tightening her hold. When his face began to turn purple, and he was on the brink of unconsciousness, Chio Shanjo finally relented, granting him a moment of respite. Ha! Sanyan gasped for air, but before he could catch his breath, Chio Shanjo seized his face. It was hard to imagine that a still-developing girl could hold a young man's face with one hand. Don't use your face. Chio Shanjo glared at him with blood-red eyes. Sanyan's face twisted in her grip, a strange pale fluid seeping from beneath his skin. His Sharingan lost its color, revealing dull, grass-yellow irises. How perceptive! Sanyan's voice changed, sounding like a thick liquid being stirred, as if he were perfectly mimicking chakra. Chio Shanjo's fingers dug deeper into the disguised flesh, her nails nearly piercing his skull. Bastard! With a resounding thud, she slammed White Zetsu's head into the ground, causing debris to scatter. Its body began to disintegrate, melting like wax, revealing a pale, ghastly form beneath. Minato's eyes widened in astonishment. What kind of creature is this? He quickly reacted, closing the distance and pressing a kunai against White Zetsu's throat. Who sent you? He demanded, his gaze sharp. White Zetsu grinned, revealing serrated teeth, and emitted a cackling laugh from its throat. Guess. Chio Shanjo did not give it the chance to continue its banter. Uft. Her fingers pierced directly through White Zetsu's throat, and chakra erupted from her palm, instantly shattering its body into fragments. Fluid and severed limbs splattered as she stood up, shaking off the filth on her hands, and gazed ahead. Unlike her earlier display of rage, she now appeared remarkably calm. Minato watched her, hesitating to speak. Chio. He ultimately called her name softly. Chio Shanjo remained silent, her chest rising and falling as she began to breathe again. She stared at the white remnants evaporating on the ground, the crimson in her eyes still unwavering. After a long while, she finally spoke, her voice tinged with restrained sorrow. Sanyan has long been dead. Minato fell silent, suspecting the truth, but feeling that any comfort would be futile. Chio Shanjo bit her lip, breathing heavily. They don't even spare the dead. Minato covered his forehead, reflecting on whether he had been negligent lately. First, Orochimaru had quietly infiltrated, claiming to deliver information, but it was uncertain whom he was truly communicating with. Then there was this Uchiha, who called himself Chio Shanjo's brother. Initially, Mizumoto found it hard to trust, as Akiyama's identity was too peculiar, leading to an unsettling norm of having no family nearby. I have encountered such beings before the Third Great War. Akiyama's sudden voice snapped Mizumoto back to reality. Let us return, he said, bending down to lift Akiyama and employing the Flying Thunder God technique to teleport back to the Hokage's office. As they landed steadily, Mizumoto found a chair for Akiyama and seated himself in the office chair, listening intently as she recounted her training encounters with Akai in the forest. The creature from earlier? Mizumoto struggled to find the right words, uncertain of what it truly was. Wasn't it a kai? It was not. Akiyama recalled. A kai is a swirling face, just like that creature, with no discernible features. Understanding began to dawn on Mizumoto as he mused. I shall discuss today's matters with Rikuju shortly, and you. I am fine, Akiyama interjected. I simply haven't seen you in a long time, and emotions surged unexpectedly. Brother Sirai is surely in the Pure Land, happily with his family. Perhaps he may choose to reincarnate, she added. Mizumoto nodded. It is best you think so. However, do remain vigilant. All right, Akiyama feigned a light-hearted smile. Chapter 99. The assistant teacher. The chirping of birds in Konoha had become a frequent auditory illusion over the past 7 years. Akiyama rested her chin on her hand, gazing out the window, listening to the harmonious chatter of adults and the laughter of children. What is that expression on your face? Are you playing dead? Suddenly, Shikaku leaped onto the windowsill, a Konoha headband tied to his bushy tail. Shikaku, have you joined the guard? Akiyama chuckled. Of course, with my strength. Joining such a minor division is a piece of cake, he declared proudly, his tail held high. But what about you? He asked, nimbly hopping into the room and perching on Akiyama's lap, locking eyes with her. You seemed rather displeased just a few days ago in the desert. Now you pretend to be amiable, he teased, lightly pawing at her abdomen. Aren't you tired? Akiyama couldn't help but laugh at Shikaku's antics, burying her face in his fur, which radiated warmth reminiscent of sun-baked sand. But someone must bring a smile to her face, she replied. The unique mineral scent of the desert lingered as she buried her face deeper. Hey, Akiyama, don't wipe your snot on my head. Shikaku flared up, and at that moment, Akiyama tightened her embrace. He felt warmth seeping into his fur, momentarily freezing in place. The clamor outside faded, and the afternoon sun in Konoha elongated their overlapping shadows, resembling an infinitely extended rest. Just 5 minutes. Akiyama's voice was muffled in his fur. Shikaku rolled his eyes, the clinking of the headband on his tail ringing softly. Seems I arrived at an inopportune time? As the light outside was obscured, a shadow loomed over the two. Shikaku continued to play with Akiyama's hair, then lifted his gaze to see a ninja in a black mask crouching outside the window. Akiyama sniffled, rubbing against Shikaku before finally looking up to meet Kakashi's eyes. Kakashi gazed down at her, gently wiping away the unshed tears from the corners of her eyes, and concluded with a playful pinch of her cheek. What is the matter? Have you been wronged? He asked softly, a hint of amusement in his tone. Kakashi's fingertips bore the calluses of years spent wielding kunai, their rough warmth brushing against her skin as she instinctively closed her eyes, allowing more tears to spill from her lashes. She heard a metallic clink. It was Shikaku jumping down from her lap, the headband clattering against the floor. I'm off to find Mizumoto for some dried fish, he announced, casting a glance at Kakashi before tailing off. The room fell into a sudden silence. Kakashi's hand lingered on her cheek, his eyes, visible above the mask, curving in a crescent shape. Akiyama gazed at him, overwhelmed by the numerous events that had transpired recently, too many for her to bear. Do you need a shoulder to lean on? Kakashi asked unexpectedly, his tone laced with mischief, though it may not be as soft as a tailed beast's fur. It certainly won't mind your tears. Akiyama grabbed a cushion and threw it at him, which he caught effortlessly. As the cotton fibers scattered, Kakashi had already vaulted through the window, causing a gust of air that tousled her hair. Really now? Akiyama wiped her cheeks, exclaiming. Why does everyone insist on climbing through windows when I have installed a doorbell? The window frame bore the marks of previous intrusions, easily attributable to certain individuals. Ahaha. Kakashi chuckled, playfully ruffling her hair, producing a red bean soup from behind his back like a magic trick. A little sweetness can work wonders when one is feeling down. Would you care to try? Akiyama inquired, her voice tinged with curiosity. Did you add rice cakes? Double the rice cakes, he replied, lifting the lid to reveal steam that blurred the air between them. Akiyama fixated on the floating red beans and rice cakes, inhaling their delightful aroma. It smells wonderful. Kakashi gently stirred the soup with a spoon, the sound of metal against the pot ringing crisply. However, Akiyama's keen eyes caught sight of his wrist, which was wrapped in bandages beneath his sleeve. What did you do yesterday? Well, I encountered Asuma today. Kakashi deftly shifted the topic, expressing concern over managing the incoming class of students. Kakashi, Akiyama grasped his stirring wrist. The spoon clattered against the thermos, splattering red bean soup onto their intertwined hands. Silence enveloped them, the cloying sweetness of the soup lingering in the air. The mask, Akiyama suddenly reached out, her fingers brushing against the beans. Kakashi instinctively recoiled. the back of his head colliding with the wardrobe with a dull thud. "Ouch!" he exclaimed, holding the back of his head, his casual attire now slightly askew, revealing fresh sutures on his collarbone, unmistakably the mark of the Kusanagi sword. Akiyama frowned at the sight. "Don't look," Kakashi retorted, pulling his collar up with such speed that it left a blur, perhaps worthy of inclusion in a textbook on body flicker techniques. "Do you want to drink it now? If you wait any longer." Akiyama took the thermos and gulped down a large mouthful. The overly sweet liquid slid down her throat, warming her eyes. Kakashi paused, then chuckled softly as he removed his mask, catching her off guard. "Now it's fair," he said, grinning at her, his voice unmasked and clear, glinting with mischievous triumph. "What?" Akiyama muttered softly, her gaze fixed on the mole at the corner of Kakashi's lips, which she had always found alluring. "Why cover it with a mask? What a pity. Have you had enough of staring?" Kakashi suddenly leaned closer, their breaths mingling. Akiyama jumped back, nearly losing her grip on the thermos. "You startle me," she exclaimed, a mix of embarrassment and irritation prompting her to tilt the thermos towards him. He only relented when he steadied the thermos, coughing in surrender. "Attempting to murder a comrade will cost you mission points," he laughed between coughs. Akiyama stuck out her tongue, placing the thermos down, feigning innocence. "I did not. If you had truly been successful in my alleged murder, that would reflect your incompetence." Seeing her finally emerge from her melancholy, Kakashi's lips curled into a smile as he gently tapped her nose with his fingertip. "After we finish eating, shall we attend this session together?" He mysteriously winked, having forgotten to mention that the members of Team 7 are Naruto, Sakura, and Sasuke, and I am the leading jonin of Team 7. As for you, you shall become the assistant instructor of Team 7. "Oh." Observing the somewhat surprised expression on Akiyama's face, Kakashi contentedly narrowed his eyes and added, "I look forward to your guidance in the future, esteemed teacher."